Chapter 1, No Beast Master Talent? Then I'll go for Ultra Galaxy Big Monster Battle. The era of beast mastery for all. Inside the school bus heading back to Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. The awakening ceremony had just finished, and the atmosphere in the bus was half heaven, half hell. Chen Yuan sat in the farthest corner, unlocking his phone screen, where a few lines of text appeared. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 18. School, Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Awakened talent, F level. As a traveler, he had won the 1 in a million chance of awakening. But the talent he got was the worst, not even worthy of a consolation prize. The classmates around him whispered. Chen Yuan F level, is this for real? Ah ha ha. Shoo. Don't laugh, if he can't take it and jumps off the bus, you'll be responsible. Usually, he's the top in theoretical grades, never expected he'd mess up at the most crucial moment. A stream of gazes from his classmates turned toward Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't make a sound. He understood, an F-level talent meant that he had lost the qualification to even receive the lowest-level beasts the school gave out for free. As for buying beasts at the market? Even if he bought them, F-level talent would limit his beast control potential, it would just be a waste of money. With this talent, whether or not he became a beast master made no difference. His life would be nothing more than that of an ordinary person with a contracted beast. Chen Yuan sighed lightly in his heart, ready to accept this ordinary fate. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host contains the genetic genes of the Ley Blando star people. The strongest Reionic system is binding. Detected the current world's combat system, starting fusion. 10%, 50%, 99%, 100%. Binding successful. Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Reionics? These two words from the depths of his past life's memories were more shocking to him than any other name. Wasn't this the setting from Ultraman? Before he could process this massive influx of information. In front of him, a faint blue virtual panel appeared, visible only to him. Host, Chen Yuan. Beastmaster Talent Rating, F, this is the world's native system rating, unrelated to this system. Race, Earth Reionics. Owned monsters, none. System points, 0. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system, the newbie gift package has been sent. Do you wish to open it? Chen Yuan instinctively thought in his mind. Open. Newbie gift package opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving Reionics exclusive equipment Battle Device X1. Congratulations to the host for receiving Initial Monster, Cosmic Monster Air Wang X1. The moment the voice finished, Chen Yuan felt a slight warmth in the palm of his right hand. A blue light flashed in his palm, and then an object appeared out of thin air. He looked down and saw a blue device that resembled a flip phone. It was the battle device. This was the tool used by Reionics to control monsters. Chen Yuan couldn't wait to activate it, and the screen immediately lit up. On the screen, a three-dimensional image appeared. It was a creature with pure white fur, its body slightly round, with a pair of black horns on its head, and its tail swayed behind it. This was the cosmic monster Air Wang. The king of the waters, capable of strangling opponents with its long tail and shooting crescent-shaped rays from its mouth. F-level talent? In front of Reionics, the world's beast master system meant nothing. While others were still signing contracts for small beasts no taller than their legs. Chen Yuan was starting with a 53-meter-tall cosmic monster. While others, due to lack of mental strength, could only control one beast for their entire life. Chen Yuan's battle device could easily command 3 monsters to fight simultaneously. Not to mention the enhancement of Reionics' bloodline, which could elevate humans to the level of cosmic beings. Chen Yuan could not only summon monsters to fight, but even his own body had the power to battle. A completely new beast master system, one that belonged only to Chen Yuan, had already taken shape. Creak. At this moment, the sound of the brakes screeched as the bus jerked to a stop at the school gate. The car door opened. Chen Yuan immediately sprang up, shoving the battle device into his pocket, pushing through the crowd, and rushing off the bus first. However, as Chen Yuan broke out of the crowd, there was no sadness on his face. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Chen Yuan's goal was clear, he no longer intended to follow the traditional beastmaster path of this world. What he aimed for was the Ultraman Galaxy giant monster battles. After returning home, a middle-aged man peeked his head out. His name was Chen Juri, and he was Chen Yuan's father. Chen Juri was holding a transparent plastic bag, inside it was a droopy goldfish. Yo, our F-level genius is back. Chen Juri had seen the awakening details in the parent group, so he naturally knew right away what talent his son had awakened. Your mother and I both have A-level talents, what happened to the inheritance? Did they mix you up in the hospital back then? Chen Yuan, is that how you act as a dad? Your son is this miserable, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks. He. Chen Yuan laughed loudly, raising the plastic bag in his hand. Dad got you a gift. Here, I just went to the supermarket and bought you an ornamental contract beast, a LV1 goldfish beast. Its combat power is roughly 0. Although it's useless, at least you'll be a contracted beast master. With that title, you might be able to go to college. Chen Yuan patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. Son, I'm not expecting you to become some big beast master. Go ahead, sign a contract with it. Being a goldfish keeper wouldn't be bad. Chen Yuan stared at the goldfish in the bag, his lips twitching. Chen Yuan knew his father was a high-ranking official in the military, and in this era of universal beast masters, having such a position meant a lot. And yet, this was the future his military bigshot father had planned for his son? Could this goldfish somehow evolve into a dragon after passing the gate? Chen Yuan shook his head, then spoke. Dad, I already have a contract beast. And it's super strong. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, nearly dropping the plastic bag. Don't joke around, with an F-level talent, you can't even get the benefits that the school gives. With an F-level talent, even if I gave you a dragon egg, you'd hatch a gecko, and you're calling it super strong? At that moment, a system prompt suddenly rang out in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Main Quest 1 has been issued. Quest requirement, successfully summon a monster and engage in one battle. Quest reward, 1000 system points. Quest hint, system points can be used for lottery draws, with a 100% chance of winning, unlocking new forms, new monsters, super monsters, and aliens. Chen Yuan looked at the quest panel, his eyes instantly brightening. He had originally thought that with just an Aileron King, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of becoming the strongest Reionics. But unexpectedly, by completing tasks, he could earn points for a lottery draw, unlocking new monsters. Does this mean that in the future, obtaining star-destroying monsters like Glyza and Hyperjeton is just around the corner? On the other side, Chen Yuan was looking at his son, who had a silly expression on his face. Son, how about we go to the duel arena and try it out? Father and son match. If I lose, I'll call you dad. And super strong. Chen Yuan stood up, rubbed the combat device in his pocket, and a flash of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Let's go, it's a deal. Chapter 2, Aileron King descends, starting with a 53-meter cosmic monster. The father and son quickly arrived at the duel arena. This was the venue where beast masters showcased their skills, with complete facilities and proper safety measures. The father and son entered a duel field. The diameter of the arena was a full 100 meters. Come on, son. Chen Yuan walked to one end of the field, a confident smile on his face. Let me show you your father's true power. Come out, Earth Dragon. A massive figure slowly emerged from the light. It was a giant dragon, its entire body brown, with a length of 4 meters, and its scales glittered under the lights. The duel arena's screen instantly lit up, displaying the data of the Earth Dragon. Contract Beast, Earth Dragon. Level, LV50. Attack Power, 3700. Defense Power, 3200. Speed, 1800. Detection of high-level contracted beast, activating the highest-level protective shield. The announcement echoed throughout the duel arena. Energy barriers rose from all sides, enclosing the entire arena. Chen Yuan crossed his arms, a smug expression on his face. Did you see that? LV50 Earth Dragon, attack power of 3,700 points. Son, if you can make your contracted beast touch my Earth Dragon even once, I'll call you father. The Earth Dragon let out a low growl, its dragon might instantly filling the entire arena. Chen Yuan clenched the combat device in his pocket. He wasn't sure about the exact stats of the Eleking. In this world, LV1 contracted beasts usually don't exceed 100 base points. But the Eleking was a real cosmic monster, not even in the same system as the contracted beasts of this world. Its combat power shouldn't be calculated by this world's standards, right? Chen Yuan raised the combat device and began summoning the monster. The combat device powered up, emitting a summoning sound. Combat device activated. Cosmic Beast Eleking. A brilliant beam of light shot out, landing on the empty ground 10 meters ahead. The light exploded in the center of the arena, and a white figure began to rapidly expand. From an initial 20 centimeters, it quickly grew to 1 meter, 5 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. Finally, a gigantic beast 53 meters tall appeared in the duel arena. Chen Yuan's smile instantly froze on his face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the colossal creature in front of him. The Eleking was entirely white, with horns like knives, and its long tail whipped through the air, creating gusts of wind. Simply standing there, it exuded a suffocating pressure. The duel arena's screens flickered wildly, and data kept jumping. Contracted Beast, Unknown Creature. Level, LV1. Attack Power, 7800. Defense Power, 6500. Speed, 6,300. Chen Jiuri looked at the data panel behind Chen Yuan and was frozen in place. What kind of contracted beast is this? Why is it so huge? LV1 level, and its attack power reached 7,800 points? That's more than double the strength of his LV50 Earth Dragon. Chen Jiuri swallowed. This joke had gone too far. If the Earth Dragon was stepped on, it would either die or be seriously injured. Chen Jiuri hurriedly waved his hand, trying to stop it. Forget it, this duel is over. Your father acknowledges your strength now. However, Chen Yuan couldn't see the data panel behind him, nor could he hear any sound. All he could hear was the roar of the Eleking and see his father's expression. Chen Yuan thought his father had been stirred by the Eleking's size and was now eager to fight. My general father in the military district is seeing a 53-meter cosmic monster and staying this calm. He's not even summoning his strongest contracted beast, and he's still testing me? Then, I'll take this seriously. Eleking, attack. Chen Yuan raised the combat device and gave the attack command. The Eleking let out a long roar, its massive body charging forward. The world in front of Chen Yuan slowed down in that moment. He saw his father's mouth move, seemingly shouting stop or something. But the Eleking's orders had already been given. In the face of Reionics' battle will, nothing could stop it. The Eleking raised its right foot, and the terrifying force made the entire duel arena tremble. Then, the Eleking kicked the Earth Dragon with all its might. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded throughout the duel arena. The Earth Dragon had no resistance, immediately sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily into the wall of the arena. Crack! The protective shield shattered instantly, emitting an alarm sound. Countless blue energy fragments flew everywhere. The Earth Dragon's momentum didn't slow down, and it crashed directly into the back wall. Bang! Another huge sound echoed. The wall was breached with a huge gap, and debris flew everywhere. The Earth Dragon fell limply from the wall, its scales shattered. Finally, it became a streak of light and was forcibly sent back to the beast space. Chen Jiuri stood there, completely stunned. A LV1 contracted beast stats actually exceeded LV50 by so much. Directly one kick to kill. A single kick to send the LV50 Earth Dragon to heavy injury? This completely overturned Chen Jiuri's understanding of the Beastmaster system. Chen Yuan was also a bit stunned, scratching his head. Is King Ale so strong? Chen Yuan had originally thought King Ale was just a large creature, and when encountering higher-level contracted beasts, there would still be several rounds of turn-based combat. You use a skill, I use a skill, and we go back and forth. But to his surprise, this was settled with a single kick. Chen Yuan opened the system panel to check King Ale's detailed data. Monster panel. Name, King Ale. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 g, 25,000 tons. Height, 20 centimeters, 53 meters. Life, 100,000/100,000. Attack, 7,800. Defense, 6,500. Agility, 6,300. Skills, Electric Attack, unlocked. Form list, none. Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he saw these numbers. These values completely defied the logic of this world. Under normal circumstances, the stats of a LV1 contracted beast would only be around 100. But King Ale's data had directly broken through the sky. This was the crushing of different systems. This wasn't even winning at the starting line, it was like being born at the finish line. And with the form list empty, that means there will be future forms like EX King Ale, Lightning Killer, and others. Wouldn't those values increase even further? Chen Yuan realized something. If these exaggerated values were exposed to the public, would there be trouble? At this moment, Chen Jiuri slowly walked over, his expression extremely complicated. He looked at the huge hole in the wall, then at King Ale still in the center of the field. Son, where did you get such a huge contracted beast? Why don't you help your old man get one too? Chen Yuan looked at his father's expression and couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but put on a troubled face, starting to speak nonsense seriously. Dad, this is a long story. At the time, I awakened my F-grade talent and was walking down the street in a daze. Then I met a beggar, and when he saw me, he said, "Little brother, I see you have a special bone structure. I have an ultra-powerful contracted beast here, I'll sell it to you for $10. After hearing this, Chen Jiuri looked at his son with a face full of contempt. I'll give you 100, you go find that beggar right now and tell him, I want 10 ultra-powerful contracted beasts. I'll even give you another 100 for travel expenses. Chen Yuan smiled awkwardly, raised his hand, and recalled King Ale. King Ale turned into a stream of data and was recalled into the battle device. Let's go, we're going home. As they walked out of the duel arena, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. Dad, does this super powerful contracted beast need to be kept a secret? Will it cause any trouble? Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. What secret? You have a general uncle in the military district, what are you afraid of? Besides, you can't hide it anyway. Chen Yuan thought about it and nodded. With the system awakened, if he's still hesitant, then wasn't the system awakened for nothing? Realizing this, Chen Yuan's mindset completely changed. Wait. At this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly thought of something. Chen Yuan frowned, his eyes growing determined. Chen Yuan turned to look at his father, speaking word by word. Dad. Is our father-son agreement still valid? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's expression changed instantly. He lowered his head, starting to look around. Hey, where is my belt? Did you see the 7 Wolves belt I bought last month? Today, I'm definitely going to show you what education really means. Chen Yuan saw his father's expression and immediately made a run for it. When Chen Yuan returned home, the system prompt immediately sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've completed main task 1. Task reward, 1000 system points have been granted. Main task 2 has been issued. Task requirements, in battle, make the monster successfully use a skill once. Task reward, 1000 system points. With the points in hand, the next step is naturally to draw a prize. Chen Yuan opened the system shop directly. The mall page unfolded, and all kinds of strange products dazzled the eye. System mall. Points balance, 1000 points. Lottery pool, 100 points / try, 100% winning rate. A 100% winning rate? How conscientious. I have 1000 points, so I'll use them all for the lottery. System, 10 consecutive draws. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and dumped all his points into the lottery. A dazzling light flashed, and 10 treasure chests appeared in front of Chen Yuan. The first chest opened, revealing a blue little backpack. Congratulations, you have received Genuine Ultraman Dyna Backpack X1. Description, a favorite of elementary school students, wearing it makes you the coolest kid in class. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched. What was this? The second chest exploded open, and a plastic stick rolled out. Congratulations, you have received Knockoff Light Sword X1. Description, although it's a knockoff, the light effect is top-notch, great for use as a flashlight at night. In the third chest, a pair of underwear printed with 6 Ultraman faces caught his eye. Congratulations, you have received Ultraman 6 Brothers Limited Edition Underwear X1. Description, wear it, and you'll have 6 times the courage. Chen Yuan's face turned black. Was this system serious? Chen Yuan told himself to stay calm. There must be a guaranteed item after 10 consecutive draws. This was just the prelude, just a setup. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Experience Card X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Experience Card X1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Experience Card X1. A series of experience card notifications made Chen Yuan's mood calm down a little. Although they weren't earth-shattering treasures, at least they could level up Aileron King, so they were useful. Just as Chen Yuan thought this lottery was a total waste, the 10th chest suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Congratulations, you have received Skill Crescent Moonlight Blade. Description, Aileron King's main skill, fires crescent-shaped light beams from its mouth, with immense power. Finally, something good. Chen Yuan quickly opened Aileron King's monster panel. On the skills section, besides the original, Electric Shock Attack, a new skill appeared. Monster panel. Name, Aileron King. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Skills, Electric Shock Attack, Crescent Moon Light Blade. Attack power, 7,800. Defense, 6,500. Agility, 6,300. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Crescent Moon Light Blade was one of Aileron King's signature skills. With this skill, Aileron King's combat power would rise to a whole new level. This 10 consecutive draw was not a loss. At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. Chen Yuan opened the class group and found that it was already in an uproar. Guys, my fire dog is simply invincible, it has 3 skills. My electric mouse's speed is over 100, probably the fastest in the class. What are you guys talking about? My Iron Beast's defense is also over 100. The classmates in the group were showing off their contract beast photos and stats. Chen Yuan casually flipped through, finding that everyone's contract beasts were indeed decent, but based on the world setting. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, suddenly at all members. At all members, announcement, tomorrow the school will hold the senior year practical test competition. The format is team-based, 5 people per team, and teams can be formed freely. The winning team will receive mental potions as rewards. The group immediately became lively, and classmates began to form teams. Anyone want to team up? My fire dog's output is strong. Looking for a team, my electric mouse is fast and can control the opponents. Defensive player, looking for someone strong to team up with. Chen Yuan looked at the lively discussions in the group but felt helpless in his heart. Out of 31 people in the class, except for him, everyone else had D-level or higher talents. And with his F-level talent, he was destined to be isolated. Sure enough, the group soon quieted down, as everyone had already privately formed their teams. No one was willing to take on an F-level talent as a burden. At this moment, Mr. Wang suddenly messaged Chen Yuan privately. Chen Yuan, considering your situation, for this test competition, you can form a team of 6 people. Chen Yuan saw the message and replied directly. Teacher, can I be in a team by myself? A few seconds later, the teacher replied. Are you sure? Well, fine, just make sure your super strong contract beast doesn't die. Chen Yuan returned to the class group, looking at the contract beast photos shared by his classmates. After carefully comparing them, he realized that everyone's contract beasts were indeed very small. The largest was only 1 or 2 meters tall, not as powerful as his father's mighty earth dragon. But Chen Yuan's Eleking stood a full 53 meters tall, and he had to control his strength carefully during tomorrow's test. He couldn't risk stepping on a few small contract beasts and accidentally killing them. Son! It's time for dinner. Chen Jiuri's voice came from downstairs. Chen Yuan put away his phone and walked towards the dining room. Dad, what's for dinner tonight? Chen Jiuri's voice came from the kitchen. Fish. Chen Yuan walked into the dining room and saw a plate of braised fish on the table. The shape of the fish seemed familiar, and it reminded him of something. Dad, this fish isn't the ornamental contract beast you bought for me today, is it? Chen Jiuri picked up a piece of fish and said in a natural tone. Yes, but remember, it hasn't signed a contract, so it's not a contract beast. You should call it an evil wild beast. With that, Chen Jiuri started eating heartily. Originally, this was a wild beast with a probability of awakening into a dragon, more suitable for an F-level potential beast master. But now it wasn't needed, after all, the probability was very low. The next day, during class, Chen Yuan was lying on his desk, secretly using his phone to search for ways to level up his contract beast. The search results were simple, either fight monsters, or take pills. Fighting monsters required finding suitable opponents and carried risks. Taking pills, though safe, was expensive and had limited effects. Chen Yuan thought both methods were too slow. It would be faster to rely on the system's main quest rewards. After all, the system's rewards were real and valuable items. Just then, the teacher suddenly spoke. In the next class, we will have a practical combat test. Everyone, please gather in the gym. Prepare your contract beasts. The classroom immediately became lively, with students excitedly discussing the upcoming test. At this moment, Chen Yuan heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Special scenario detected, triggering a side quest. Side quest, Eleking's first public display. Option 1, to avoid attracting too much attention, use a 20 cm mini Eleking for the battle, adhering to the principle of safe development. Task reward, experience card X1. Option 2, to showcase real skill, use the 53-meter full-grown Eleking for the battle, showing off in front of the whole school. Task reward, system points X500. Option 3, walk up to the teacher and tell her, I want to fight 100. Task reward, system points X1000. Chapter 4, you want to fight 10 too? I'll make Eleking your first opponent. The bell rang for the end of class, and students hurriedly left the classroom to prepare for the practical test in the gym. Chen Yuan looked at the 3 options on the system interface and didn't hesitate to choose the third one. The 1000 points reward was enough for another 10 consecutive pulls. And as a Reionics, how could he play it safe? It would be an insult to the Brando genes in his body if he didn't go all out. Chen Yuan stood up from his seat. He looked around, and his classmates were all leaving the classroom, leaving only the homeroom teacher at the podium. Chen Yuan walked toward the podium. Teacher, I have something to say. The homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, looked up at Chen Yuan, puzzled. What is it, Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan took a deep breath, and his voice echoed through the entire classroom. Teacher, regarding this practical test, I have a request. I want to fight 100. Chen Yuan whispered firmly. Teacher Wang almost called an ambulance on the spot when he heard this. Alright, how about this? Just make sure you don't die first. For the practical test, as long as you don't get killed, forget 100, I can arrange 1000 for you. At this moment, a system prompt echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side mission. Mission reward, 1000 system points have been issued. Detection shows host's arrogance has reached its peak, additional reward, 10 experience cards. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. There was even a reward. It turns out that as long as he spoke the words, the mission was considered completed, without needing to actually carry out the task. Although Chen Yuan could easily defeat it, this behavior was too arrogant. If it weren't for the generous reward, he wouldn't have even glanced at option 3. Chen Yuan had 6 experience cards left in his backpack, which could directly upgrade Eleking. Now, because of completing the mission, he had also gained an additional 1000 points, allowing him to do a 10 draw. Chen Yuan secretly rejoiced, but on the surface, he pretended to look frustrated. Alright, teacher. Chen Yuan left the classroom but didn't immediately head to the gym. He found a quiet corner and immersed himself in the system. 1000 points gave him confidence. With his previous experience, Chen Yuan was full of anticipation for the lottery. System, 10 draw. Points minus 1000. Performing 10 draw for the host. This time, there were no messy peripheral items. 10 treasure chests neatly lined up, then exploded all at once, transforming into 10 cards, floating in front of Chen Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, x 10. The system notification was simple and clear, indeed, it was 10 experience cards. Chen Yuan was slightly surprised, but then realized this was exactly what he needed right now. Chen Yuan didn't fight monsters to level up or take any potions. So, to level up, he could only rely on system rewards. Now, he had a total of 16 experience cards. System, use all of them to level up Eleking. Chen Yuan opened the monster panel and focused on the level and experience bar. Name, Eleking. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. One by one, the experience cards transformed into pure data streams, pouring into the Eleking icon. Eleking's level has risen to LV2. Eleking's level has risen to LV3. Eleking's level has risen to LV4. Eleking's level has risen to LV5. A series of level up notifications rang out, and Eleking's level icon finally stopped at LV5. A total of 16 experience cards were consumed. Chen Yuan quickly checked Eleking's updated panel data. Monster panel. Name, Eleking. Level, LV5. Experience, 0 out of 1000. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 g, 25,000 tons. Height, 20 centimeters, 53 meters. Health, 105000/105000. Attack, 8,600. Defense, 7,300. Agility, 7,100. Skills, Electric Attack, Crescent Blade. With every level up, attack, defense, and agility surged by 200 points. And health increased by 1,000 points each time. This terrifying growth curve made Chen Yuan's mouth hang open in shock. This was only LV5. If it reached LV50, wouldn't the data skyrocket? Chen Yuan put away the system panel in satisfaction and strode confidently toward the gym. The gym of Nanjing Third High School was extremely spacious, with energy barriers dividing it into dozens of small battle zones. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, each summoning their contracted beasts. At this moment, a commotion suddenly arose in the largest battle zone in the center, and the crowd quickly gathered around it. Chen Yuan followed their gaze and saw a student with an arrogant expression standing in the center of the field. It was Lin Tian, a famous second-generation rich kid in Nanjing City, who had awakened an A-grade talent and was a prominent figure in the school. Everyone, move aside. Don't block my warm-up. Lin Tian waved his hand impatiently and then loudly chanted, with a magic circle unfolding in front of him. Amidst the light, a moth nearly 3 meters tall slowly appeared. Its body was made of cold glowing metal, with 6 jointed limbs as sharp as spears. Its wings, as thin as cicada wings, shimmered with a blade-like gleam, and every slight flap created a sharp tearing sound. Contracted Beast, Steel Moth. Level, LV3. Attack power, 150. Defense power, 190. Speed, 130. The data displayed on the venue screen made the surrounding students gasp in awe. LV3. All attributes over 100. So this is the rare metal-type contracted beast Lin Tian's father bought for him with 80 million? It can reduce most physical damage, it can't be hit at all. Amidst the astonished and envious discussions, Lin Tian's arrogant expression grew even more intense. Lin Tian scanned the surroundings, and wherever his eyes landed, no one dared to make eye contact with him. The feeling of being the center of attention was something Lin Tian greatly enjoyed. Lin Tian patted the body of the iron moth and then spoke in an extremely contemptuous tone. One by one is a waste of time. You useless fools, those with guts, come at me 10 at a time. My iron moth, it can fight 10. At these words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. No way, he actually said he can fight 10. He's so arrogant, isn't anyone going to stop him? The students looked helpless. They knew very well that even if 10 people went together, they might not be able to break the Iron Moth's defense. It was a crushing combination of wealth and talent. The teacher in charge of the test frowned and stepped forward to advise. Lin Tian, the test rules allow for a maximum of 5 people in a group, please follow the rules. Rules? Lin Tian sneered and glanced at teacher Wang. To me, strength is the rule. If they can touch me even once, I'll consider it a loss. The teacher was left speechless, and since the other party insisted, there was nothing more to say. Chen Yuan stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching Lin Tian's prideful demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing. It was like a child showing off a toy, pretending to be the best in the world. Chen Yuan pushed through the crowd and slowly walked out. The sound of footsteps was especially clear in the quiet venue. All eyes instantly focused on the lone figure stepping forward. Is that Chen Yuan? He's an F-level talent, what's he doing out here? But I heard from teacher Wang that he awakened his super strong contract beast yesterday. He's crazy. Lin Tian's iron moth could blow his super strong contract beast away with a single flap of its wings. Lin Tian saw Chen Yuan and burst out laughing. Are you planning to use your top-notch theoretical knowledge to defeat my iron moth? Chen Yuan, however, acted as if he hadn't heard him. He walked directly to the field. Teacher, I'll fight him. Chen Yuan paused, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly reached into his pocket. He took out a blue, flip phone-like device. Lin Tian looked at the blue device Chen Yuan pulled out. I say, Chen Yuan, is that your old phone, or is your so-called super-strong contract beast hiding in there? Let me tell you, my dad is the richest man in Nanjiang. He spent 80 million buying me the iron moth, which is one of the rarest metal-based contract beasts ever discovered. Lin Tian wanted everyone to know that not only was he talented, but his family background was unmatched. The students around him whispered among themselves. Is that thing really a phone? I thought it was some kind of beast taming tool. Chen Yuan is too impulsive. The iron moth's defense is not something at our level can break. Yeah, that cost 80 million. He just bought a contract beast. Chen Yuan listened to the discussions around him, his heart unaffected. This Aileron King is a cosmic monster given by the system, it's not comparable to your contract beasts. Besides, your dad may be the richest, but mine is a major general in the military district. When it comes to dads, I'm not losing. Since my dad said there's no need to hide my strength, I'll just summon Aileron King and let it finish this in one kick. Let the beastmasters of this world see the power of Reionics in battle. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Tian, and simply said to the teacher in charge. Teacher, can we start? The teacher, seeing the tense atmosphere, announced according to the procedure. Both sides prepare, the match begins. Lin Tian grinned and eagerly shouted, Iron Moth, show him what you've got. Buzz. The Iron Moth's wings vibrated rapidly. The sound was incredibly harsh, turning into a silver afterimage that shot directly towards Chen Yuan. Everyone held their breath, as if they had already seen Chen Yuan's contract beast being instantly dismembered. However, Chen Yuan merely raised the combat instrument in his hand, unhurried. The combat instrument emitted a sound effect. Combat instrument activate. Cosmic monster Eleking. A beam of light shot out from the combat instrument, landing on the empty ground in front of Chen Yuan. At first, the light wasn't particularly bright. But in the center of the light, a white figure began to emerge. What's this, a white ball? A student curiously looked on. The white figure was initially only the size of a basketball. Lin Tian saw this and laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan, is this your super powerful contract beast? A ball? Are you planning to roll it to death, my steel moth? The steel moth was incredibly fast, almost reaching the light in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The white ball began to expand at a visible speed, crazily growing larger. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. 20 meters. The ground of the gymnasium began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The students couldn't stand still, staggering and shouting in surprise. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? No. Look at that white thing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. That white figure was still growing, its outline becoming clearer, with black horns spinning and a long tail swinging behind it. 40 meters. 50 meters. Finally, when its height settled at 53 meters, the entire gymnasium fell into complete silence. Everyone tilted their heads back, stunned, staring at this giant creature before them. Its head nearly touched the dome of the gym, and its enormous shadow covered the entire battlefield. The oppressive feeling, just from its mere presence, made it hard to breathe, suffocating everyone. Lin Tian's steel moth appeared insignificant in front of this giant beast, as tiny as a fly. Its proud 3-meter size now looked ridiculously small. Lin Tian swallowed hard, the smile on his face long gone. What is this thing? A contract beast? What a joke, what contract beast is this big? My god, what is that? So big. Is this really Chen Yuan's contract beast? A wave of astonished exclamations broke out from the crowd, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. They took out their phones, frantically filming, trying to capture the scene that was shattering their understanding. The host teacher was also dumbfounded. He had been in the industry for 20 years but had never seen a contract beast this large. He instinctively looked at the screen in the arena, trying to check the data of this unknown creature. However, the screen was filled with jumbled characters. Contract beast, searching. Level, LV5. Attack, calculating. Defense, calculating. Speed, calculating. The data panel was still loading. At this moment, the steel moth on the field, under its owner's command, had already charged to Eleking's feet. It swung its steel wings, slashing at Eleking's lower leg. Eleking didn't even move, it simply lowered its head to look. Chen Yuan watched the scene and immediately opened the task panel. Task panel. Main task 2. Task requirement, make the monster successfully use a skill during the battle. Task reward, 1000 system points. Chen Yuan saw that main task 2 still required using a skill once. He planned to complete the task quickly to earn points for a lottery. Currently, there was only one monster, Eleking, which was too few. Chen Yuan wanted to get the second monster quickly through the lottery. So, let's end this quickly. Eleking, use your electric attack. Chen Yuan gave the command through the combat instrument. Eleking's tail instantly whipped out, so fast that it left an afterimage in the air. The steel moth didn't even have time to react. The tail tightly wrapped around it. Zee. The steel moth made a metallic collision sound, struggling desperately. But Eleking's tail grew tighter and tighter. The next second, electricity burst from Eleking's tail. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The current instantly enveloped the steel moth, lighting up the entire gymnasium. The air was filled with a burnt odor. The current lasted less than 3 seconds. When the light faded and Eleking released its tail, only a wisp of black ash remained in midair, scattering in the wind. That rare, 80 million value metal-type contract beast, the steel moth, that Lin Tian was so proud of, was completely turned to ashes, with not even a trace left. The entire venue was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this violent and direct scene. This was truly a dimensional reduction strike. Isn't the steel moth's defense 190? How could it be killed in one move? What level is Chen Yuan's contract beast? Judging by its size, it must be at least level 70, right? Quick, look. Chen Yuan's data panel is almost ready. At that moment, the huge screen in the gymnasium finally stopped calculating. Eleking's data panel slowly appeared. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the screen. In the gymnasium, everyone stared at the display. Contract beast, unknown creature. Level, LV5. Attack, 8600. Defense, 7300. Agility, 7100. After a long silence, a student finally read aloud. Attack, 8600? Lin Tian's steel moth is LV3, and its attack is only 150. It says so on the screen. What kind of monster is this data? A LV5 contract beast, why are its stats so outrageous? I'm not even a fraction of it. The entire gymnasium instantly erupted. One student looked at Chen Yuan's face and couldn't help but mutter softly. F-rank talent? This contract beast, I think it should be called my military district general father. These words spread quickly through the crowd, as if by magic. That makes sense. How else can we explain such an overpowered contract beast? No wonder Chen Yuan was so calm yesterday, turns out his family had already made arrangements. He started at the finish line. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Chen Yuan changed. Chen Yuan had no interest in arguing. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in Chen Yuan's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing main quest 2. Quest reward, 1000 system points have been awarded. Main quest 3 has been released. Quest requirement, successfully clear a dungeon once. Quest reward, 1000 points plus 1 monster lottery card. Monster lottery card, after use, the chances of winning a monster type reward in the next lottery will be increased to 100%. A monster lottery card? Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Although Eleking was powerful, how could there only be one monster, a Reionics? Gamora, Red King, Tyrant, Jaden. All those powerful monsters, he wanted them all. This lottery card came at the perfect time. His mind was filled with thoughts of clearing dungeons, collecting rewards, and drawing new monsters. Arguing was the most wasteful thing in the world. Chen Yuan turned his attention to the other students who had already formed teams. He wanted to quickly finish up this little school business and find a place to study the world's dungeons. The system only required clearing one dungeon, but it didn't specify the difficulty. This meant he could just find the nearest dungeon. Next group, who's up? As soon as Chen Yuan asked, the entire gymnasium fell silent again. All the students who were scanned by Chen Yuan's gaze subconsciously took a step back. What is he talking about? Next group? Fight him? We came here for the actual combat test, not to join a collective funeral. Our little contract beasts, like our small cats and dogs, are only 1 or 2 meters tall. They wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. Lin Tian's 80 million steel moths turned to ashes in an instant. For a moment, the scene became unbearably awkward. Chen Yuan stood in front of the huge Eleking, looking around, only to find no one dared to step forward. Chen Yuan stood in the center of the field, and the students around him gradually stepped back, clearing a large space, afraid to be called out by the teacher. Teacher, can we move on to the next group? I suddenly remembered something, and I want to leave. Chen Yuan asked again. He was really in a hurry. Yet, the response he received was still silence. The students looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Fighting against my general father from the military district? Isn't that seeking death? I'm afraid that one kick from him would flatten me into a pancake. What's the point of even testing? Just give the championship prize to Chen Yuan and be done with it. I agree, this is totally one-sided, they're not even on the same level. The students' whispers merged into a unified opinion, fear of battle. This wasn't cowardice, it was wisdom. Faced with such a massive gap in strength, any struggle would be futile and ineffective. Teacher Wang, who was hosting the test, also had a bitter smile on his face. He had never encountered such a situation before. Just when the situation seemed to reach a standstill, a bald man walked out from the crowd. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding teachers immediately called out respectfully, "Principal." The man was none other than the principal of Nanjing No. 3 High School, Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou ignored the others and kept his gaze fixed on Chen Yuan the whole time. The principal silently assessed the situation in his mind. His own ace contract beast was a LV-65 lava giant, with an attack power of 5,000 points, a top-tier beast in the entire Nanjing city. But he knew very well that even if he risked his life and summoned his lava giant, it probably wouldn't last 3 moves against the giant monster towering over them. That 8,600 attack power, 7,300 defense power, was simply an insurmountable mountain. Where on earth did this kid get such a contract beast? Principal Zhou took the microphone, and his voice echoed throughout the entire gymnasium. Students, quiet down. This senior year's practical test is meant to evaluate your talents. Chen Yuan and his contract beast have shown us what true strength looks like. Choosing to avoid such power is not cowardice, but wisdom. The students all sighed in relief upon hearing this, nodding in agreement. The principal is right. Exactly, knowing you can't win and still trying to fight is just reckless. Principal Zhou looked at the students' reactions and nodded in satisfaction before shifting his tone. Therefore, I announce that the result of this practical test is already very clear. The winning team is Chen Yuan's. Now, let's invite our champion, Chen Yuan, to the stage to receive his reward. The rest of you continue with the competition, disperse now. Under the gaze of all the teachers and students, Chen Yuan retracted the Eleking. The 50-meter-tall monster was withdrawn into the battle device. Chen Yuan walked up to the podium. Principal Zhou personally handed him a wooden box and patted him on the shoulder. After receiving the reward, Chen Yuan opened the wooden box immediately. Inside the box lay 2 test tubes filled with blue liquid. Mental potion. This thing could enhance a beast master's mental strength, and it was the champion prize for this test. For ordinary beast masters, mental strength was crucial. It determined how long a beast master could command a monster to fight. These 2 mental potions could save an ordinary student months of hard practice and were worth a lot. However, as Chen Yuan stared at the 2 bottles, his heart remained calm. Mental strength? What is that? I, Reionics, control monsters with bonds, not mental strength. This thing is of no use to me. But it should be worth a good price, right? Also, this box looks pretty exquisite. He thought to himself, it should make some money. Chen Yuan closed the wooden box casually, tucked it under his arm, and turned to leave. After leaving the gym, Chen Yuan's first instinct was to go home. Today's test session wasn't part of the classes, so leaving early wasn't a problem. When Chen Yuan got home, he immediately opened the system store. System store. Points balance, 1,000 points. Lottery pool, 100 points / try, 100% win rate. Categories, monsters, skills, items, others. Chen Yuan looked at the points balance, which was still 1000 points. Although the main task 3 had a reward of a monster lottery card, that was something for later. The points now should be used up. Chen Yuan hoped these 1000 points would give him something good. System, do a 10 pull. Points minus 1000. Performing a 10 pull for the host. The familiar electronic sound effect played, and Chen Yuan felt a little excited. Last time, although the first 9 pulls had been random junk, at least the last one gave a skill card for Eleking, Crescent Lightblade. This time, he hoped for something more solid, preferably another monster. Rays of light flashed, and 10 treasure chests appeared neatly on the system's screen, then exploded one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, x1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, x1. A series of notification sounds followed, and the first 9 chests all contained experience cards. Chen Yuan pursed his lips. Although experience cards were useful, it wasn't what he wanted. Well, it's not so bad. At least it's not an Ultraman backpack. He comforted himself. The 10th chest opened, and a card floated out. Congratulations, you have obtained Monster Fusion Card X1. Description: can fuse specific monsters into a stronger monster, can disassemble after fusion. Example of use. Gorzon plus Merba equals 2 Emperor King. Sphere plus Volcanic Lava equals Grand Rain. Belia plus Eleking plus Ace Killer equals Lightning Killer. Fusion card? Chen Yuan froze for a moment. This was a good item. Although he only had Eleking for now, the potential of this card was huge. This was definitely a treasure for the bottom of the box. Once the main task 3 was completed, he was guaranteed to get a new monster. According to his current progress, it wouldn't take long to get a fused monster. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, and the small disappointment earlier disappeared completely. System, use all the experience cards. Chen Yuan said. Experience card X9 has been used. Eleking gains 900 experience points. Chen Yuan immediately opened Eleking's panel. Monster panel. Name, Eleking. Level, LV5. Experience, 900 out of 1000. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 g 25,000 tons. Height, 20 cm 53 meters. Life, 105000/105000. Attack, 8600. Defense, 7300. Agility, 7100. Skills, Electric Attack, Crescent Lightblade. Chen Yuan looked at the experience panel. Eleking was only 100 experience points away from reaching level 6. But now, with all points used up and no experience cards left, the only way to level up would be to enter a dungeon. In this world, the fastest way to level up was to clear dungeons. Main task 3 required completing a dungeon, so it was a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But Chen Yuan would need a dungeon pass. In this world, dungeons were all managed by the Beastmaster Association, and ordinary people had to have special permission to enter. For something like this, his best bet was to ask his father. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and dialed his father, Chen Jori. The phone rang a few times before being answered, and his father's voice came through. Hello, what's up? Just so you know, my vacation is almost over, so if you've got something to say it now. Dad, I want to go clear a dungeon, Chen Yuan said directly. You want to go to a dungeon? I can give you a simple pass, but I'll warn you, people really can die in those things. Chen Jori wasn't worried about his son's safety. After all, having gone through the father-son bureau, there's no problem with strength. His son's strength can easily dominate Nanjiang City. Not long after, Chen Jori quickly prepared a pass. A pass that can only be used within the Nanjiang base city, for all dungeons. This pass isn't rare, as any powerful beast master in Nanjiang City can register for it for free. However, the pass for Chen Yuan shows something in the registered name section. Southern Beastmaster Battle Zone. Soon, Chen Yuan received a text message on his phone. Nanjiang Base City Beastmaster access rights have been activated. Remaining validity, 364 days. Thanks, Dad. Stop talking, just don't die in there. I don't have time to make another account with your mom right now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan immediately searched for the nearest dungeon. A marked point soon appeared on the screen. Kasser Mountain. Suggested entry level, LV10 LV30. Status, open for 24 days. This one will do. Chen Yuan put away his phone and rushed out the door. Soon, Chen Yuan arrived at a park. This used to be a wetland park, but now it had been completely sealed off with an electric fence, with a deep purple portal in the center. Outside the walls, beast masters could be seen everywhere. This is the location of the Kasser Mountain dungeon. As soon as Chen Yuan got close, he felt the aura. "Hello, please show your pass." Two staff members at the checkpoint immediately approached and looked over Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan didn't waste time, directly pulling out his phone and displaying the access code. The staff took Chen Yuan's phone and scanned it on a special device. Beep, access confirmed, identity, Chen Yuan. After confirming his identity, Chen Yuan immediately stepped into the portal and entered the dungeon. Inside was a temporary camp, with beastmasters coming and going, all busy. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the center of the camp suddenly rang out. "All beastmasters who just entered the dungeon, please listen to the mission briefing. Kasser Mountain dungeon has been open for 24 days, with 2 boss-level beasts inside. It is expected to close in 6 days. Once that happens, all the beasts inside will break out of the portal and form a beast wave, causing devastating damage to Nanjiang Base City. Therefore, within the next 6 days, find and kill those 2 boss-level beasts. Once they die, the dungeon will close." Chen Yuan looked around but couldn't see a single army unit. It seemed this place was just for new players to level up. It seemed completing the main quest would be much simpler than expected. Chen Yuan just wanted to finish quickly and get the monster lottery card. Just as he was about to move, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Quest name, kill 100 beasts. Quest requirement, kill 100 dungeon beasts within 1 hour. Quest reward, monster warehouse +1. Note, the monster warehouse can be used to store monsters that are not in battle status, freeing up precious slots in the battle device. Monster warehouse? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Right now, he only had 1 Aileron King, and there were still enough slots in the battle device. But once the main quest was complete and he got new monsters, the slots would be full. The Reionics battle device can only carry 3 monsters. But the system reward could break this limit. And the quest requirement wasn't difficult, kill 100 beasts in 1 hour. It might be a challenge for others, but for him and Aileron King, wasn't it just a matter of stepping on a few more? Chen Yuan made up his mind, no longer hesitating, and turned toward a small road outside the camp. His actions immediately attracted the attention of some people around. "Hey, look at that guy, he's going out alone?" Alone? The Kasser Mountain beasts may not be high level, but they're numerous. Is he going to deliver food? Chen Yuan naturally didn't know what others were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. The target he chose was the area marked as dangerous on the map, Moonlight Lake. Since the task was to kill 100 beasts in 1 hour. Of course, you should go to the place where the most blame lies. Chen Yuan quickened his pace, and his figure soon disappeared into the camp. Chapter 8, a single air king can surround the entire beast tide. Passing through the temporary camp, Chen Yuan stepped into the real dungeon area. Chen Yuan walked at a leisurely pace. Just as he turned a bend, hurried footsteps suddenly came from ahead. "Hurry, hurry, keep up, don't fall behind. Medical team, someone is injured in the back. Those things are like crazy, we can't kill them all." Soon, a team of about 30 people rushed out from the front. They were all wearing standard combat uniforms, with the Nanjing University logo on their chests. The faces of each team member were full of terror, clearly having gone through a brutal battle, and they were retreating in panic. Chen Yuan stood by the road, watching these university students run past him. The student at the front of the team, looking like the leader, saw Chen Yuan standing leisurely here. He was heading towards the direction they were fleeing from, and immediately became anxious. "What are you doing here? Hurry and retreat with us." The person's name was Lin Shushi, a third-year student from Nanjing University's Beastmaster Academy, and also the leader of this training team. Chen Yuan glanced at him and asked, "Is the Moonlight Lake ahead?" Lin Shushi froze for a moment, not expecting that the person in front of him was actually concerned about this at such a time. "Yes, it's the Moonlight Lake, but you must not go there. The beasts there are all crazy, and there are so many of them it's terrifying. Our team of 30 people, with contract beasts averaging level 25 or above, was scattered in less than 10 minutes. If we don't run, we'll all be finished." A team member behind him also echoed, with lingering fear, "Yeah, buddy, listen to our advice, that place is a death zone now. There are at least a few hundred of those beasts, it's beyond our ability to handle." They all spoke at once, trying to make Chen Yuan understand the terror ahead. In their eyes, Chen Yuan, looking like a high school student, coming here alone was basically asking for death. However, after hearing their description, Chen Yuan's eyes actually brightened. A few hundred? Well, that's great. As a Reionics, let alone 100, even killing 200 to 300 would be more than enough. Side quest, secured. Seeing Chen Yuan's unconcerned, even slightly excited expression, Lin Shushi and her team were dumbfounded. What's up with this kid? We were all running back like dogs, and this high school kid gets excited hearing about a few hundred beasts? Forget about him, he wants to die, we can't stop him. If we don't leave now, we'll be finished when the beast horde catches up. Buddy, take care of yourself. Nanjing University's team said this and didn't bother with Chen Yuan anymore, continuing to retreat towards the camp. Chen Yuan completely ignored these university students. After they had gone far, he continued walking towards the direction of the Moonlight Lake. Not far ahead, the view suddenly opened up. A huge lake appeared in front of him. And along the vast shoreline, countless beasts were densely gathered. A rough glance showed that there were far more than a few hundred. These beasts were moonlight bullfrogs. Chen Yuan had seen this kind of beast in the encyclopedia. While their individual strength was not strong, their numbers were enormous. These moonlight bullfrogs were mostly between LV-15 and LV-25. Any ordinary beastmaster would probably have their legs trembling standing here. Chen Yuan looked at these experience bags filling the entire area, the corners of his mouth curving more and more. This was simply a monster farming paradise. Chen Yuan no longer hesitated, pulling out his battle device from his pocket. He raised the battle device high, and it immediately emitted a sound effect. Battle device activate. Cosmic Monster Eleking. A beam of light shot out from the front of the battle device, landing on the open ground in front of Chen Yuan. Boom! 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 The ground in the entire Moonlight Lake area. Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. The hundreds of strange beasts along the lakeshore were startled by this sudden change, turning their gazes from the center of the lake to the direction where Chen Yuan stood. A colossal creature, like a mountain, descended upon this land. The cosmic monster Wang. The hundreds of restless strange beasts fell silent the moment Wang appeared. In front of the 53-meter-tall, 25,000-ton giant, those bullfrogs seemed insignificant. Chen Yuan stood at Wang's feet, looking up with satisfaction at his monster. Get to work, Wang. Chen Yuan issued a simple command through the battle device. Wang, clear out all the strange beasts here. Chirp chirp chirp. Wang let out a roar. At the same time, the team from South River University, retreating towards the camp, also felt the tremor. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? One team member stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This tremor is coming from the direction of Moonlight Lake. Lin Shushi's expression changed drastically as she suddenly stopped and looked back. The others in the team also halted and turned to look behind them. At that moment, they saw it. In the distance, at the edge of the forest, a colossal white head, so large it was beyond words, slowly rose above the horizon. Those two iconic black twisted horns looked particularly menacing against the darkening sky. What is that thing? A girl pointed tremblingly towards it, her voice filled with uncontrollable fear. Everyone followed her gaze. Their pupils dilated in an instant, their minds blank, completely losing the ability to think. What was that? Just its head was larger than a skyscraper. A leader-level strange beast? No, this isn't in the information about the Casa Mountain dungeon. What on earth is this? It's a new boss. The dungeon has refreshed a hidden super boss. One team member shouted in desperation. It's over, we're all done for. If a monster of this size breaks out of the dungeon, the entire South River City will be flattened. Panic spread through the team like a plague. It was a sense of helplessness that made one shudder deep within their soul. Everyone felt that the apocalypse must be like this. However, in the midst of despair, only Lin Shushi remained calm. She stared at the giant beast in the distance, her mind racing. Something wasn't right. It's been staring at Moonlight Lake and isn't coming towards us. Could it not be a boss? Lin Shushi's heart raced as an absurd thought popped into her mind. The boy who had just walked alone towards Moonlight Lake. That person, faced with their warning, was calm and even somewhat excited. Could it be a high school student? How could he control such a terrifying contract beast? This completely overturned all her understanding of the monster taming world. Just when she desperately denied her crazy guess, the distant giant beast finally moved. Under the gaze of all the terrified onlookers, the white giant lowered its head, and light began to emanate from its mouth. It's going to attack, one classmate screamed. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, preparing to face the arrival of death. However, the expected destructive attack did not strike them. In Moonlight Lake, Chen Yuan stood at the feet of Wang, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Wang used the crescent blade and cleared the entire Moonlight Lake. Chapter 9, the command center exploded, who was in Moonlight Lake. Whoosh! 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 The crescent blade slashed towards the densely packed strange beasts along the lakeshore. Wherever the blade passed, there were explosions. The blade accurately cut into the beast horde. Bang 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 bang. The native strange beasts of Moonlight Lake. In front of King Ale, they were as fragile as if made of paper. Blood and intestines splattered out, but they were quickly evaporated by the next crescent moonlight blade. Those fierce beasts that were terrifying in the eyes of ordinary beast masters had no power to resist now. Roar! Awah! Finally, a beast reacted from the fear brought by King Ale, instinctively wanting to scatter and run away. But it was already too late. The horns above King Ale's head flashed again, and 2 more crescent moonlight blades shot out. They encompassed all the beasts. Run away? Where to escape? The entire shoreline of Moonlight Lake had become the attack range of King Ale. King Ale's towering 53-meter-tall body had no field of vision whatsoever. Kill LV5 Moonlight Bullfrog, gain experience plus 18 points. Kill LV5 Moonlight Bullfrog, gain experience plus 21 points. Kill LV5 Moonlight Bullfrog, gain experience plus 17 points. Chen Yuan watched as his King Ale's experience bar continuously increased. He also realized that his monster could also level up by defeating enemies like the contract beasts in this world. This was indeed a good thing, because it meant Chen Yuan had 2 systems. Not only could he complete missions to gain experience cards for upgrades, but he could also level up by defeating monsters. In the distance, the 30 students from Nanjing University squad were completely stunned. They originally thought they were doomed, each one closing their eyes waiting for death. But after waiting for a long time, they only heard the cries of the beasts, while the expected attack never came. Then, Lin Shushi saw an unforgettable scene. In the faraway Moonlight Lake, that white giant beast stood in place, continuously shooting crescent-shaped blades of light from its mouth. The beast tide that had previously filled them with despair and made them flee for their lives was now utterly insignificant under the attacks of that giant beast. "It's killing those beasts," a team member said, his tone filled with disbelief. "Oh my god, could this be a contract beast? It's so big." Their elite squad of 30 had pushed themselves to the limit, using all their trump cards, yet they couldn't hold on for even 10 minutes against the beast tide. And now, this white giant beast, which had suddenly appeared from who knows where, was just standing still, casually unleashing a few skills. The gap was just too vast. This was not even a battle of the same level. And Lin Shushi, in her mind, the figure of that person reappeared again. An absurd thought that she felt was becoming clearer and clearer. Could it be that boy? Is he the one who summoned this contract beast? He clearly looked like a high school student. How could he summon such a giant creature dozens of meters tall? Lin Shushi completely could not understand. Controlling such a large contract beast as a beast master required immense mental strength. Why could that person not only control it but also release skills at will? Did he have exceptionally high mental strength, or was this giant contract beast just not consuming any mental power at all? Lin Shushi racked her brains but couldn't come up with a suitable reason. Kaiser Mountain Instance, Temporary Camp, Command Center. This was a temporary command post established by the Beast Master Association, responsible for monitoring the dynamics of the entire instance and providing support when necessary. In the command hall, more than a dozen staff members sat at their computers, monitoring various data displayed on their screens. In the center of the hall, an electronic map screen displayed the terrain and beast distribution of the entire Kaiser Mountain instance in real time. On the map, densely packed red light spots represented the life signals of each beast. At this moment, a young staff member responsible for monitoring the Moonlight Lake area was yawning, sipping coffee out of boredom. Moonlight Lake was widely recognized as a forbidden zone, and usually, no beast masters would approach it. Moreover, the instance's clearance condition was to kill the boss, not to clear out monsters. So everyone was even less likely to head to a beast tide like Moonlight Lake, making his work here the most relaxed. Just as he was about to slack off and scroll through his phone again, the corner of his eye accidentally caught a glimpse of the screen. He paused for a moment, thinking he was seeing things. On the screen, a large area of dense red dots representing the Moonlight Lake region seemed to be missing a piece. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to the screen to look closely. No mistake. Just a moment ago, in the upper right corner of the map, at least dozens of red dots disappeared all at once. What's going on? Signal interference, he mumbled. However, just in the few seconds he was tapping on the screen, another large area of red dots vanished into thin air. It was as if they were erased from the map with an eraser. Holy crap! The staff member abruptly stood up from his chair, letting out a scream. This scream instantly caught the attention of the entire command hall. "Literally, what the hell are you yelling for?" The person in charge walked over. "Look quickly," the staff member called, literally pointed at the screen, Moonlight Lake. "The life signals in the Moonlight Lake area are rapidly disappearing." At his words, the person in charge's face changed, and he immediately shifted his gaze to the electronic map. Just a glance, and his pupils contracted sharply. On the map, the originally dense red dots were extinguishing in batches. The speed of disappearance was alarming and heart-stopping. What's going on here? At that moment, the command center received a video from the Nanjiang University team. Little Li pulled up the video, and he was speechless. In the video, there was the 53-meter-tall King Ale, continuously firing beams of light into Moonlight Lake. This scene was even more terrifying than a monster invasion of the city. Director, quickly look at the video. Hearing this, the director also turned his head to look at the screen. Holy crap, such a huge beast. No, this should be a contract beast. Which big shot is coming to our little instance? This power is a super strong presence in the entire Nanjiang city. Quick, contact nearby staff to find this powerful figure, I want to see who it really is. At the same time, Chen Yuan had already greatly exceeded his side quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, kill 100 monsters. Mission reward, Monster Warehouse +1 has been issued to the system backpack. Got it. Chen Yuan completed the task in less than 2 minutes after an hour of effort. He immediately focused on the system to check the reward just received. Monster Warehouse. Description: a space independent from the combat device, used to store the monsters the host owns that are not in combat mode. Current capacity, 0/1. Stored monsters, none. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. Although the capacity is currently only 1 slot, he would definitely get much more from future draws. This means he could theoretically possess countless monsters. The Reionics combat device could only carry 3 monsters into battle, which was a major limitation. Now with this monster warehouse, that problem was solved directly. He could freely switch the required monsters from the warehouse into the combat device for different battle scenarios. Just as Chen Yuan was studying the monster warehouse, another series of system prompt sounds rang out again. The experience gained from killing those hundreds of monsters was enough to level up King Ale several times. Chen Yuan immediately opened King Ale's panel to check the current level. Chapter 10, over 200 beast masters gather, ambushing the boss? The several waves of Crescent light blades had cleared at least 300 or 400 moonlight bullfrogs, and the experience points gained were simply massive. As this experience poured in, King Ale's experience bar rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Directly from LV5, it rose to LV8. Monster panel. Name, King Ale. Level, LV8. Experience, 540/4000. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 grams, 25,000 tons. Height, 20 centimeters, 53 meters. Life, 110,000/110,000. Attack, 9,200. Defense, 7,900. Agility, 7,600. Skills, Electric Attack, Crescent Light Blade. Chen Yuan looked at this splendid panel data, and his heart was overjoyed. LV8 King Ale's attack power directly soared to over 9,000, an increase of 600 points compared to before the upgrade. Defense and agility have both seen a tremendous boost, increasing by 600 and 500 points respectively. Health points have directly increased by 5,000. If outsiders saw this, their eyes would pop out in disbelief. If King Ale reaches level 50, what kind of world-destroying scene would that be? Chen Yuan simply can't imagine it. The side mission is complete, and the rewards are in hand. Next up is the main mission. Chen Yuan's goal is clear: to clear the dungeon and obtain that monster lottery card. Thinking about soon having a second monster, and even merging them, makes him extremely excited. He needs to quickly find those 2 exotic beast bosses and finish them off swiftly. Chen Yuan looked up at King Ale still standing in the center of Moonlight Lake. Most of the exotic beasts around Moonlight Lake have been cleared, there's little point in staying here any longer. Experience can be farmed anytime, but the second monster can't wait. Chen Yuan issued a new command to King Ale through the battle device. King Ale, let's go. Cheep cheep cheep. King Ale let out a low roar and took enormous steps forward. Boom. 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 With each step, the ground shook violently. Chen Yuan's mind raced, he directly controlled King Ale to bend down, then leaped and landed steadily on King Ale's broad shoulder. The view up here is amazing. Standing high up, overlooking the entire dungeon's scenery felt utterly thrilling. Moreover, this was much faster than walking himself. Chen Yuan directed King Ale towards the boss area marked on the map by the staff. King Ale moved quickly. Before long, Chen Yuan spotted a mass of figures gathered in a valley ahead. That seemed to be the main group of other beast tamer players in the dungeon. That's enough, getting closer would cause unnecessary upheaval. Chen Yuan didn't want to be targeted like the third boss. With a thought, he stood on King Ale's shoulder and recalled the giant creature back into the battle device. With a flash of light, King Ale disappeared. Chen Yuan instantly returned to the ground from several meters in the air, landing smoothly. The genetic alteration from the Reionic aliens really enhanced his physical abilities beyond those of normal people. After recalling King Lei, Chen Yuan straightened his clothes and calmly walked towards the crowd gathered in the valley. He wanted to see what this group was up to. The valley was bustling with noise, filled with chatter. At a rough glance, there were at least 200 people gathered. Various contract beasts surrounded their masters, each different in form, with some towering several meters high and others less than a meter, creating a spectacular scene. However, after witnessing King Lei, Chen Yuan felt that these contract beasts looked like pets in a playground, lacking any sense of intimidation. Chen Yuan's arrival didn't attract much attention. After all, he just looked like an ordinary high school student. But he noticed everyone was facing the same direction, staring intently at a mountain ahead. Everyone's expressions were tense, as if waiting for something. What's going on? Are they all standing in line for a boss to respawn? Chen Yuan muttered. He scanned the crowd and quickly spotted a familiar figure among them. It was the team leader from Nanjing University whom he met earlier on the outskirts of Moonlight Lake. At that moment, she was standing with her team, her face serious as they stared at the mountain ahead. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment, then walked over directly. Hello, may I ask what you all are doing? Lin Shushi and her teammates turned their heads at the sound. When they recognized it was Chen Yuan, their faces turned to expressions of disbelief. It's you, a male team member pointed at Chen Yuan, struggling to find his words. They had watched Chen Yuan single-handedly. He walked towards the Moonlight Lake that was surrounded by hundreds of anomalous beasts. But now, this person unexpectedly appeared alive in front of them. Without a doubt, that gigantic contract beast was summoned by him. The students from Nanjing University twitched their eyes in disbelief. Lin Shushi stared at Chen Yuan for a long time, but ultimately did not ask about her guess regarding the white giant beast. Lin Shushi steadied herself and answered Chen Yuan's previous question. We are waiting for the dungeon boss to appear. According to the analysis from the command center staff, one of the two leader-level anomalous beasts in this dungeon is about to appear on that hill ahead. She pointed to the hillside. And the other one is also rushing over from another area, and is expected to arrive soon. So we are all gathered here, preparing to maximize our firepower and try to defeat both bosses at once when they meet. At this point, a hint of confidence appeared on Lin Shushi's face. Hearing this, Chen Yuan nodded in understanding. Chen Yuan looked around, roughly estimating that there were at least 200 beast masters present. With over 200 contract beasts focusing their attacks, the firepower was indeed quite fierce. An average of over 100 people against one boss sounded quite stable. So that's how it is, then I'll wait with you guys. Chen Yuan casually said. Lin Shushi's mouth twitched again upon hearing this. Lin Shushi knew very well that this guy definitely had a contract beast capable of easily defeating the dungeon boss. But why would such a powerful beast master come to experience life in a low-level dungeon? Just then, someone in a Beast Master Association uniform hurriedly passed through the crowd and walked straight up to Chen Yuan. The staff glanced at the tablet in their hands, then looked up at Chen Yuan, politely asking. Excuse me, are you the Beast Master who just entered the Moonlight Lake? Chen Yuan was taken aback for a moment and nodded. Yes, is there something? I am a staff member for the Cass Mountain Dungeon, and I would like to ask you to come to the command room to understand the situation. The staff responded. Command room? Chen Yuan felt a bit puzzled. He had just arrived, how could the command room's people come looking for him? It seemed that the commotion at Moonlight Lake was indeed a bit too big. But it made sense, those strong enough to effectively clear the beast tide at Moonlight Lake wouldn't choose to come to this low-level dungeon. Chen Yuan looked at the staff member. Alright, lead the way. Chen Yuan figured it would be fine to go check it out and understand the specifics of this dungeon. Under the staff's guidance, Chen Yuan quickly arrived in front of a tent at the rear. This was the command center for the entire dungeon. As soon as he entered the tent, Chen Yuan saw various instruments set up inside, with a dozen staff members busily working. The central screen in the hall displayed a detailed map of Cass Mountain dotted with many glowing points. A middle-aged man who seemed to be the person in charge noticed Chen Yuan come in and immediately put down his work to step forward quickly. Hello, you must be Mr. Chen Yuan? The person in charge was even more polite than the previous staff member, and his tone carried a hint of caution. I am the overall responsible person here, my name is Wang Hai. Chen Yuan nodded. Hello, what do you need from me? Wang Hai rubbed his hands together, his face showing curiosity and investigation, and asked, It's like this, Mr. Chen Yuan, we just monitored that the life signals of the anomalous beasts in the Moonlight Lake area disappeared in a very short time. We want to confirm, did you go there alone? Although he had already seen the vague video returned by the Nanjing University team, which showed that white giant beast, he still had an idea. It is indeed necessary to confirm it personally. Yes, it's me. Chen Yuan answered straightforwardly. There was nothing to hide about it. With the confirmed answer, all the staff in the command room who were eavesdropping couldn't help but gasp. It really is him. This young boy who looked like a high school student actually single-handedly cleared Moonlight Lake. That terrifying giant beast dozens of meters high in the video is really his contracted beast? For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Chen Yuan changed. It was no longer the gaze of viewing an ordinary beast master, but the gaze of viewing a monster. Wang Hai was also taken aback. He chuckled awkwardly and continued to probe. Ahem, Mr. Chen Yuan, with your strength, why would you come to a low-level instance like Kaiser Mountain? This was what he couldn't understand the most. A strong person with such terrifying contracted beasts would definitely be a top-tier existence in the entire Nanjing city and even in the whole southern war zone. Why would someone of this level run to a beginner's village instance with a suggested level of LV10 LV30? What for? Is it a special secret mission? Wang Hai was puzzled in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a high possibility. Chen Yuan was taken aback by his question. He couldn't just say it was to complete a system task, win a lottery card, and upgrade his beast at the same time, right? In this situation, the more he spoke, the more wrong it would be. Chen Yuan thought for a moment, deciding to keep silent and remain profound and inscrutable. Seeing Chen Yuan not speaking, Wang Hai became even more certain of his guess. It really is a secret mission. It seems this big shot's identity is not simple. At that moment, a staff member responsible for information verification quickly walked to Wang Hai's side, lowering his voice and whispering something in his ear. Person in charge, the Beast Master Association has found out. This Mr. Chen Yuan's pass information shows that the registration unit is the Southern Beast Master War Zone. What? The Southern Beast Master War Zone. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat at the mention of these words. This is the highest command organization of all military forces in the southern part of the Dragon Country. This background is absolutely sky-high. No wonder he has such a terrifying contracted beast. Wang Hai instantly understood everything. This person was not an ordinary beast master, he came here definitely to carry out some top-secret mission. Thinking of this, Wang Hai's gaze towards Chen Yuan was instantly filled with awe. He no longer dared to have any probing or questioning thoughts and quickly bowed, saying, Mr. Chen Yuan, sorry for bothering you. Please feel free, and if there is anything we can assist with, please just say so. This attitude was a complete 180-degree turn compared to just now. Chen Yuan looked at his demeanor and felt a bit dazed. What's wrong with this person? Why did he suddenly become so polite? However, he didn't think too much, since the other party wasn't asking anymore, it also saved him the trouble of making up lies. Alright, then I'll go out first. Chen Yuan nodded, turned around, and was about to leave the command room. However, just as he turned around, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! A deafening loud sound came from the direction of the valley outside, as if some 10,000-ton heavy object had slammed down hard on the ground. It's here! The boss has appeared. A staff member responsible for monitoring shouted loudly while pointing at the big screen. On the central electronic map, a gigantic red dot suddenly appeared on that mountain peak. Immediately, another equally huge red dot was rapidly approaching the mountain from the other side of the map. The first leader-level alien beast mountain giant rock has already appeared. The second leader-level alien beast abyss worm is approaching at high speed, expected to arrive at the convergence point in 30 seconds. Outside, the large troop of beast masters had long been waiting. The sudden tremor instantly stirred everything up. Look! On the mountaintop. It was unclear who shouted, but everyone's gaze turned towards the peak. They saw huge cracks opening up in the rocky ground at the summit. Then, a gigantic hand made entirely of rock suddenly shot up from the earth, slamming heavily onto the mountain. After that, a massive body crawled out from the ground. It was a giant beast, 15 meters tall, completely made of hard obsidian. Looking like an oversized gorilla, it radiated a fierce and brutal aura. Mountain Ridge Giant. LV30 leader-level beast. At the same time the Mountain Ridge Giant appeared, a rustling sound came from the distant horizon. A gigantic worm, also over 15 meters long, was rapidly moving across the ground, rushing towards the mountain where the Mountain Ridge Giant was located. Abyss Worm. Also a LV30 leader-level beast. The two powerful leader-level beasts were finally about to meet. The atmosphere in the valley instantly tensed to the extreme. All beast tamers tightened their fists, and their contracted beasts entered battle mode, growling lowly. Attention all beast tamer teams. Among the crowd, a beast tamer who looked like a temporary commander raised his hand and yelled loudly. When the two bosses enter the best attack range, listen to my command and attack together. Target, take them down instantly. Chapter 12 Boss Fusion. LV40. Roar. The Mountain Ridge Giant let out a mighty roar. On the other side, the Abyss Worm had reached the foot of the mountain, echoing the giant boulder at the summit. The two LV30 leader-level beasts had finally united successfully. The powerful aura they emitted made many lower-level contracted beasts present feel uneasy. Now's the time. Everyone attack. At the order, over 200 prepared beast tamers immediately gave commands to their contracted beasts. Flame Lion, use exploding fireball. Storm Eagle, hurricane blade. Ironhorn Rhino, splashing boulders. Water Arrow Turtle, high-pressure water cannon. In an instant, a barrage of skill colors flooded towards the two bosses. Countless skills intertwined, as if trying to wipe the entire mountaintop off the map. Boom. 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 The intense explosions merged into one, shaking the eardrums painfully. Hit. Great. With such strong attacks, they must be doomed. Ah, just two LV-30 bosses, they're nothing in front of so many of us. Seeing their attacks hit, the beast tamers below erupted into cheers. In their eyes, after withstanding such a concentrated barrage, even if the two bosses didn't die, they would definitely be gravely injured and unable to fight back. Even Lin Shushi and her teammates from South River University breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Looks like we were overthinking. With enough firepower, these two bosses really pose no threat. A team member laughed. In the command center, the person in charge, Wang Hai, and several staff members were also focused on the screen. How's it going? Wang Hai asked. Report, the life signals of the two bosses are rapidly decreasing. The attacks are effective, one staff member reported. Hearing this, Wang Hai's anxious heart relaxed a bit. It seems that the strategy of overwhelming numbers is indeed effective. However, just when everyone thought the outcome was certain, an unexpected change occurred. Above the mountaintop, amidst the rolling thick smoke, a strange purple-black light suddenly emerged. Immediately following, one red light dot representing the abyss worm completely vanished. What's happening? Outside, the beast tamers in the valley also sensed something was wrong. The smoke from the explosions was slowly dissipating, but the expected fallen figures of the bosses did not appear. Instead, what appeared was a much larger, a more sinister silhouette flickered in that purple-black light. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the mountaintop. Finally, the smoke dissipated completely, revealing the scene atop the mountain to all. At that moment, all the beastmasters present were stunned. On the mountaintop, the figures of the two bosses were completely gone. In their place was a terrifying monster they had never seen before. The monster retained the rocky body of the mountain giant but had grown to over 20 meters tall. Its arms had transformed into the menacing jaws of a deep abyss worm, filled with sharp teeth, and it sprouted worm-like tentacles from its back, thrashing wildly in the air. Its body was covered with eerie purple-black patterns. What is that thing? A beastmaster asked, trembling. Where did the mountain giant and deep abyss worm go? Why are they gone? No, look. That creature's body is part mountain giant and part deep abyss worm. Finally, someone in the crowd began to see the truth. And Lin Shushi felt her mind go blank at the first sight of that monster. A term that only existed in textbook legends flashed into her mind. Boss fusion. This phrase detonated in the crowd like a bomb. What? Fusion? I only saw that in the rare case files of the Beastmaster Association. Isn't the chance of such encounters 1 in 10,000? How could we run into it? We're doomed, this is it. Panic spread like wildfire through the crowd. If they had confidence in dealing with two LV-30 bosses, then a new boss with unknown levels of strength after fusion shattered all their confidence. In the command center, Chen Yuan also saw the scene on the screen. They can fuse? Chen Yuan found it rather interesting. Isn't this the same principle as his monster fusion card? Only, Chen Yuan was actively fusing, while the enemy was passively merging due to being pressured. Director. The energy level of the fusion boss has been assessed. It has exceeded LV-40, a staff member reported. LV-40. Wang Hai felt darkness sweep over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. A LV-40 boss was not something these beastmasters, averaging only in their 20s, could handle. Now they couldn't even hope to clear the dungeon, the real question was whether they could escape safely. Meanwhile, the temporary command beastmaster shouted loudly ahead. Everyone, stay calm, it's just a bigger size. Let's go for another round of concentrated fire. All personnel, prepare for the second round of attack. At this point, they had no way out. Faced with the threat of death, the beastmasters steeled themselves to prepare for the second round of attack. However, the fusion boss clearly was not going to give them another chance. Its worm-like arms suddenly spread wide, and purple-black electricity began to gather furiously. Not good. It's going to attack, someone shouted in terror. In the next second, two incredibly thick bolts of purple-black lightning exploded from its jaws. With lightning speed, it struck toward the most densely packed part of the crowd. Quick! Defense! The dozens of beastmasters in the front line reacted quickly, immediately ordering their contracted beasts to unleash various defense skills. In an instant, 10 massive shields made from rock, metal, and light rose in layers before the crowd, attempting to block the boss attack. However, all of this was in vain. In front of the terrifying power of the LV-40 fusion boss, these level 20 defenses were as weak as a sheet of paper. Sizzle! The purple-black lightning tore through the first shield without hesitation. Then came the second, third, fourth. Those seemingly indestructible defensive barriers crumbled before the lightning. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion. More than 100 beast masters around were thrown away. In an instant, wails filled the entire valley. Just one strike. This fused boss completely crushed the line of defense formed by more than 200 beast masters on sight. Run! We can't fight it. We can't fight at all. Hurry and escape. If we don't run now, we will all die here. Lin Shushi and her teammates were also shocked, their souls almost flying away from this sudden change. Quickly! We also need to retreat. That fused boss clearly had no intention of letting any of them go. After releasing one strike, its worm-like tentacles suddenly stretched out, sweeping towards the fleeing crowd. In the command center, the atmosphere had chilled to the freezing point. All the staff looked ashen, staring at the hellish scene on the screen. Wang Hai slumped in his chair. The defense line had collapsed, beast masters were suffering heavy casualties, and it seemed that the boss had no plans of sparing any survivors. This time, the K's Mountain instance training had turned into a complete disaster. Quick! Quickly contact the military. Report the instance situation. There has been a serious miscalculation in level assessment. Requesting urgent support. The communicator immediately started operating, sending out a distress signal to the outside world. But everyone knew that distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. By the time military support arrived, those here would likely already be dead. Just as the entire command center plunged into despair, the tense curtain was pulled open. Chen Yuan ran out from inside. In Wang Hai and the staff's gaze, Chen Yuan took out a combat device. What are you going to do? Wang Hai asked. Chen Yuan did not answer him, only raised the combat device. The familiar sound effect, amidst the chaotic screams and explosions, sounded clearly. Combat device activate. Cosmic Monster King Air. Boom! A vibration 100 times more intense than when the previous boss appeared instantly swept through the entire valley. The ground cracked violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The beastmasters fleeing for their lives were shaken off balance by this sudden change, one by one falling to the ground. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? No. Look ahead. One beastmaster who fell to the ground raised his head and pointed to the sky with his hand. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction he pointed. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. A gigantic white head, too large to describe with words, was slowly rising behind them, in the direction of the command center. It was even bigger than the 20-meter-tall fused boss from earlier. What is that? The third boss? It's a hidden boss. There's actually a hidden super boss in this instance. Heaven wants to destroy us. It's over. No one will survive today. The glimmer of hope for survival that had just emerged was completely crushed at this moment. If the LV-40 fused boss had made them feel despair, then the colossal creature before them made them feel what true doom is. Just by comparing sizes, it was evident this was not even in the same dimension. Forget about fighting, just looking at it killed any thought of resistance. Even the fused boss that was showing off at the mountaintop stopped attacking at this moment. Under everyone's stunned gaze, this giant creature finally revealed itself completely to the world. 53 meters tall, weighing 25,000 tons. Cosmic Monster King Air has arrived. Chirp chirp chirp. Everyone was stunned, their brains blank, completely losing the ability to think. In the command center, Wang Hai and his subordinates also stared blankly at the monstrous beast outside the tent. They were closest and felt the strongest sense of oppression. Is this Chen Yuan's contracted beast? A staff member's voice trembled. Wang Hai opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Although he had previously seen the King of Ale on video, the impact through the screen and seeing it with his own eyes was completely two different concepts. Just when everyone thought this newly appeared hidden boss was about to start a new round of slaughter, the King of Ale moved. The King of Ale took a giant step forward. Boom! With one step, the ground cracked. It ignored those beast tamers trembling like ants beneath its feet, and its gigantic body simply crossed over the crowd. Its target was the combined boss atop the mountain. It's not attacking us? Its target is that combined boss? Could it be they're not on the same side? Are they going to fight? In the fleeing crowd, someone discovered this point, their tone filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Could it be that the boss is fighting among itself? Or is this a contract beast? No matter what, as long as this more terrifying giant is not here to kill them, that is great news. Atop the mountain, the combined boss, over 20 meters tall, was facing the 53-meter-tall King of Ale. The difference in size was obvious. And in the valley, those beast tamers who had just escaped from the brink of death all stopped their flight. One by one, they looked up, watching a scene of two giants standing off that they would rarely see in their lifetime. Who cares who wins or loses, as long as they don't come for us? It would be best if this big white guy could take down that combined boss, then we'd be totally safe. A bigger size doesn't necessarily mean it's strong, right? That combined boss is a LV-40 monster. Lin Shushi and her teammates had feelings much more complicated than everyone else. Sister Shushi, is that white giant really that person's contract beast? One teammate asked. No doubt about it, Lin Shushi's gaze was fixed on Chen Yuan in the distance. She could clearly see Chen Yuan commanding that giant beast. How old is he? Even if he started training in the womb, he couldn't possibly be this strong, right? This size, this pressure, I feel it's 100 times more terrifying than our principal's top contract beast. The pride of these prodigies from Nanjing University was shaken for the first time. Their cherished talents felt like a joke in light of this scene. Just as everyone was discussing, the battle atop the mountain was about to break out. The combined boss launched the first attack. 2 bolts of purple-black lightning shot towards the King of Ale. However, Chen Yuan stood behind the King of Ale, giving the simplest order. King of Ale, defeat it. Upon receiving the order, the King of Ale surged with power. Dula! The purple-black lightning struck the King of Ale's skin, bursting into a spark of electricity. But to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly powerful attack failed to even break the King of Ale's skin. It didn't even slow its speed by a fraction. What? Ineffective? Just how high is that guy's defense? He took a full-force hit from a LV-40 boss and suffered no damage at all? The beast tamers in the valley were wide-eyed in disbelief. This was no longer a question of strength, it was simply unreasonable. As they stared in shock, the King of Ale charged toward the combined boss, enduring the attack. Then, before the combined boss could react, the King of Ale crashed into it. Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed. Everyone only saw the combined boss, over 20 meters high, fly backward as if struck by a home run ball. Its huge body traced a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the mountain top. Boom! That innocent mountain peak was directly smashed in half, countless fragments falling down, dust rising. The whole valley instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. One move? No, this didn't even count as a move. Just the simplest. The most primitive collision. Did it just knock away the combined boss that had just beaten them down without a chance to fight back? What level of monster is that white giant? LV-70? Or LV-80? Stop guessing, such existence has already surpassed our understanding. Now it can be confirmed, this white giant beast is not a hidden boss, it is someone's contract beast. Who on earth is it? When did such a powerful person appear in Nanjing City? This strength is probably even greater than that of the mayor. In the command center, Wang Hai and a group of staff also saw this shocking scene on the screen. Wang Hai turned back and looked at Chen Yuan, who stood at the tent entrance, his eyes filled with shock. What on earth is this young man's background? Southern Beast Control War Zone. Are all the monsters coming out from the war zone like this? Or is it because he is a monster that the war zone granted him a pass? Wang Hai shook his head. No matter which reason it was terrifying. Chen Yuan's attention was entirely on the battlefield. Chen Yuan came here to complete a task and get the monster lottery card, and he had no time to waste slowly grinding this boss. The task had reached its final step, it must be resolved swiftly. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed as he gave new orders to the Thunder King again. Wrap its tail around it and use an electric attack. Take it out with one direct hit. Chapter 14, Reionics' physique is no joke. On the mountain peak, the combined boss struggled to rise from the pile of rubble. It shook its head, and many cracks appeared on its rocky body, clearly hurt by that last blow. However, before it could regain its footing, a Thunder King had already appeared before it. The Thunder King's massive body displayed agility completely out of sync with its size. Chirp chirp chirp. The Thunder King let out a cry, and its tail wrapped around the combined boss like lightning. The combined boss wanted to resist, its 2 worm-like appendages wildly thrashing, trying to break free. But in the face of the Thunder King's absolute strength, its struggle seemed so weak and powerless. The Thunder King's long tail easily wrapped its 20-meter-high body tightly, rendering it immobile. Roar! Roar! The combined boss let out unwilling roars, its purple-black patterns glowing brightly, seemingly wanting to unleash some ability. But the Thunder King had no intention of giving it another chance. Suddenly, the Thunder King's tail lit up with dazzling electric light. Zzzzzzzzz. Countless currents surged along the Thunder King's long tail, wildly pouring into the combined boss's body. Roar! The scream echoed throughout the entire valley in an instant. The hard rocky body of the combined boss cracked inch by inch from the electricity. The beast masters in the valley were all stunned. Electric attack? Is that white giant beast an electric type? That LV-40 combined boss was completely powerless in front of it. Everyone was discussing among themselves, and their gazes toward the Thunder King turned into awe. Especially for such a strong being that could save them from fire and water. It really isn't a hidden boss, it's someone's powerful contract beast. I said, how could there be such a strong boss? It turns out it's here to save us. Who is this powerful person? Is there someone like this in Nanjing City? I don't know, but looking at the strength of this contract beast, this powerful person's level must at least be 70, no, it could even be 90. The surviving beast masters began frantically guessing the identity of the Thunder King's master. Only Lin Shuxi and her team felt an unparalleled turmoil in their hearts at this moment. It really is him giving orders. Lin Shuxi looked at Chen Yuan. Who on earth is he? Why does he have such an outrageous contract beast? Lin Shuxi's mind was in a turmoil. She considered herself one of the best among the younger generation in Nanjing University and had seen many geniuses. But compared to this boy named Chen Yuan before her, those so-called geniuses are not even worthy of holding shoes. In the command center, Wang Hai and his subordinates were also fixated on the battle through the big screen. Boss's life signal is dropping rapidly. At this speed, in less than 5 seconds, he will be electrocuted to death. Wang Hai said nothing, just tightened his fists. In the southern beast control war zone, his respect for these few words deepened countless times. He even began to doubt whether this Mr. Chen Yuan was the secret weapon sent by the war zone to handle this abnormal event in the dungeon. After all, it wasn't impossible to predict such a rare boss fusion event in advance. Yes, it must be. Wang Hai found a perfect explanation for his imagination and felt much more at ease. With such a big shot around, this crisis seemed stabilized. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled and they only needed to wait for the fusion boss to be scorched to ashes, a mutation occurred again. From the mountain, many stone statues suddenly emerged. The statues bypassed King Ale and shot towards the crowd in the valley and the command center. These stone statues moved extremely fast, with a level as high as LV-20. One of the statues aimed directly at Chen Yuan, who was standing at the tent entrance. Not good. Lin Shuxi's face turned pale in an instant. She was closest and saw the situation most clearly. The attack from the statue was far less than the boss's, but it was definitely not something that flesh and blood could withstand. Even the top defensive beast masters would die on the spot if grazed by this thing without summoning their contracted beasts. The attacks from the strange beasts were simply not something a mortal beast master could resist. And Chen Yuan, as a beast master, couldn't possibly react in this situation. Be careful. Without thinking, Lin Shuxi shouted, instinctively wanting to command her contracted beast to rescue. But there was still some distance between her and Chen Yuan. Her contracted beast couldn't make it in time. It's over. Lin Shuxi's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that this mysterious strong man would die in such a pathetic way, under the last-minute counterattack of a small monster? In the command center, Wang Hai and others also witnessed this thrilling scene, all nearly scared to death. If something happened to this big shot, no one could defeat this fusion boss. At least half of them wouldn't be able to escape the dungeon in time and would die inside. However, just when everyone thought a tragedy was about to unfold, Chen Yuan moved. Facing the attack of the stone statue, Chen Yuan simply raised his right hand casually. Everyone who saw the scene had their hearts in their throats. What is he going to do? Is he going to catch it with his hand? Has he gone mad? Get away! Lin Shuxi was nearly dying of anxiety. She couldn't understand Chen Yuan's actions. In her eyes, this was no different from suicide. The strange beast was already right in front of him, yet he still didn't run. The attack from the strange beasts was simply not something the human body could counter. This was common sense for all beast masters. However, in the next second, all their common sense, along with their worldview, was completely shattered by a single fist. Just as the stone statue was about to hit Chen Yuan's body, Chen Yuan retracted his combat device and swung his right fist towards the statue. Boom! Lin Shuxi heard a dull sound. When she opened her eyes again, the stone statue had already fallen to the ground. This is... Chen Yuan landed a punch but did not let down his guard. He immediately charged toward the stone statue lying on the ground. Chen Yuan was not a beastmaster, and he was certainly not an ordinary human. Having awakened the Reionics bloodline, his physique was almost comparable to that of beings from the universe of the same size. Facing such rock-like monsters, of course, a few punches were enough. There was no need to let King Ale get involved. The physique of the Reionics was not a joke. In a few punches, the entire statue was actually smashed into pieces in midair. transformed into countless fragments, shooting in all directions. The whole process was violent to the extreme. The team from Nanjiang University and the entire command center fell into silence once more. Is this still a human? A beast master, with physical qualities strong to this extent? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Everyone's brains crashed. Lin Shushi also stood frozen in place, her mind blank. There exists a phenomenon called reciprocal nurturing between beast masters and their contracted beasts. When the contracted beast's strength reaches a certain level, its powerful life energy will nourish the beast master's body, allowing the beast master's physical qualities to far exceed those of ordinary people. But that only means far exceeds ordinary people. Someone like Chen Yuan, who can withstand the attacks of alien beasts barehanded, cannot be explained by reciprocal nurturing. The person before her had grown strong to an incredible level, completely beyond theoretical limits. Lin Shushi dared not think further. She feared her guesses would scare her to death. In the command center, Wang Hai and his staff had also witnessed everything that had just happened. What was that? Is it a defensive tool? Impossible. Wang Hai immediately denied this claim. There are no energy fluctuations from any tool. Hiss. A chorus of gasps echoed in the command center. Everyone's eyes on Chen Yuan had completely changed. This man, he himself, was a human-shaped monster. Wang Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the screen. On the screen, the combined boss was tightly bound by a white tail, suspended in midair, with no chance to escape underground. The white tail continued to release powerful electric shocks, and the combined boss could not withstand it at all. Chapter 15, Obtaining a New Monster, Ancient Monster, Gulsen. At the same time, Chen Yuan's attention returned to the battlefield. Roar! The combined boss let out a final feeble wail. Its body, made of obsidian, could no longer withstand this terrifying electric energy. With a loud crash, it shattered into a cloud of dust. Ding! Your monster Aliwang has killed combined alien beast, LV40, gaining experience *10,000. Ding! Your monster Aliwang has leveled up. Current level, LV9. Ding! Your monster Aliwang has leveled up. Current level, LV10. A series of system notification sounds rang in Chen Yuan's mind. It's done. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and opened Aliwang's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Aliwang. Level, LV10. Experience, 0/6000. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 grams, 25,000 tons. Height, 20 centimeters, 53 meters. Life, 110500/110500. Attack, 9,400. Defense, 8,100. Agility, 7,800. Skills, Electric Attack, Crescent Light Blade. Attack power is about to break 10,000. Chen Yuan looked at Aliwang's new data. Even his biological father, Jin Jouri's LV50 Earth Dragon, only had an attack power of 3,700. This difference can no longer be calculated by reason. If another father-son match happened now, Aliwang's sneeze could blow that Earth Dragon away. Although his father's trump card was not the Earth Dragon. But Aliwang's stats were still too strong. No wonder it's a cosmic monster. Just as Chen Yuan felt satisfied with Aliwang's growth, the others in the valley also gradually regained their senses from the shock. The battle had ended. The LV40 combined boss that had plunged them into despair had been brutally electrocuted to death by that white giant beast. The joy of having survived a disaster surged into everyone's hearts. We won! We won! We are saved! We are finally saved! Whoa whoa! I thought I was done for. Many people cried tears of joy, and some even collapsed to the ground, crying out loud. In the entire valley, all beast masters gazed at Aliwang in the distance. Now that both leader-level alien beasts had been taken care of by him, this dungeon should theoretically be cleared. He now just wanted to quickly use the mission reward monster lottery card. That was his ultimate goal for this journey. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan did not hesitate at all and directly gave the command to the Eleking to recall. Eleking, come back. In the astonished gaze of everyone, that towering figure, standing 53 meters tall, quickly shrank in a flash of white light, and finally turned into a stream of light, flying back into the battle device in Chen Yuan's hand. The overwhelming sense of oppression vanished along with the Eleking's disappearance. In the valley, there remained only a chaotic battlefield and the half-collapsed mountain peak, proving that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. After doing all this, Chen Yuan put away the battle device and turned to leave without any hesitation. The moment he moved, the crowd erupted in excitement. I saw it, it's that person. The white giant beast was released by him. No way. What level of beast master is he? The contract beast is stronger than any I've ever seen. Such a powerful person actually entered a low-level dungeon with us. If he hadn't been here today, we all would have died at the hands of the boss, buried here. Quick! Use your phone to take a picture. This photo is enough for me to brag about my whole life. A commotion arose in the crowd, with many pulling out their phones and snapping photos of Chen Yuan's back. For them, a beast master of this level is hard to see even once in a lifetime, except on TV. Lin Shushi also fell silent. She was originally a genius beast master from Nanjiang University, but what happened today shattered her worldview. A beast master younger in appearance than herself could summon such a powerful contract beast. Moreover, he could physically withstand the attacks of strange beasts and counterattack. Such strength, Lin Shushi thought she could hardly achieve after a lifetime of cultivation. The entire Nanjiang University team immediately sent the pictures and videos they had just taken to the school group chat. Picture, video. Look, a beast master with a super-controlled giant beast appeared in the Kaiser Mountain dungeon, saw it with my own eyes. Wow, is the giant beast still around? I'll take a taxi over immediately. With such a huge contract beast, isn't this power even greater than our Nanjiang University's principal? In the command room, Wang Hai also hurriedly reported the situation. A small dungeon unexpectedly had the boss fusion. Then there was an unknown powerful beast master who came to the rescue. Wang Hai did not dare to neglect this situation, it was no longer something of his level to handle. Quickly compile the information, it must be uploaded to the Beast Master Association immediately. At the same time, Chen Yuan quickly left the valley and arrived at the exit of the Kaiser Mountain dungeon. The staff at the entrance had obviously received the news from the command center. Seeing Chen Yuan approaching, they stood straight, not daring to even breathe as they processed his departure. When Chen Yuan stepped out of the dungeon's light gate, the familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind on schedule. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest 3, clear a dungeon. Quest rewards have been issued, points * 1000, monster lottery card * 1. Here it comes. Chen Yuan's heart filled with joy. He walked quickly, eager to open the system shop. With 1000 points, he could do 10 consecutive draws again. However, the main focus this time was that shining monster lottery card. This thing could directly draw a new monster. And having a second monster meant that as Reionics, he could command 2 monsters in battle at the same time. Just having one Eleking was already so powerful, with another new monster, wouldn't his strength soar? Chen Yuan clicked on the monster lottery card with excitement. Ding! Do you want to use the monster lottery card? Monster lottery card, after use, the chance of winning monster rewards in the next draw increases to 100%. Use it. System, 10 consecutive draws. Consuming 1000 points, proceeding with 10 consecutive draws. As Chen Yuan focused his thoughts, a virtual lottery wheel appeared. It appeared in his mind. On the lottery wheel, there were countless blurred rewards and silhouettes of monsters. The lottery wheel started spinning rapidly. Chen Yuan's heart rose to his throat. Who would it be? Gamora, King Red, or Jurten? No matter which one, in this world, they were all extremely powerful. Finally, the speed of the lottery wheel slowed down and eventually stopped on one silhouette. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new monster, ancient monster, Golzon. Chapter 16, with Golzon drawn, how far can the 5 emperors be? Ancient monster, Golzon. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this name. He already had King Ele, a monster for underwater combat, and now he gained Golzon, a monster for land combat. Though Golzon's strength isn't considered strong among Ultramen, it all depends on who you compare it to. Placed in this monster taming world, it would absolutely crush all. The most important thing is that Golzon can be continuously strengthened. From the ordinary Golzon, to the Flame Golzon, and then to Golzon 2, its strength increased step by step. Furthermore, Golzon is a component for the 5 emperors. The monster fusion card he obtained through side characters is perfectly suitable for Golzon. Even if it's just a part of the 5 emperors, its strength cannot be underestimated. Moreover, this also points towards a future development direction. Gather the 5 great monsters to summon the ultra-combined monster, the 5 emperors. Chen Yuan refocused his attention back on the system mall. He had just drawn the first of 10 consecutive draws, and there were still 9 more to go. Familiar lottery animations flashed by. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, *1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, *1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained experience card, 100 points, *1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained monster skill card, *1. Monster skill card, after use, it can unlock a new skill for a designated monster. Unlock a new skill for a designated monster? Chen Yuan now had two monsters, King Ele and Golzon. After thinking, he decided to use this card on King Ele. The reason is simple: King Ele is currently his main force, and stacking resources on it will maximize his combat power. Once King Ele's strength increases, the efficiency of completing system tasks will also improve. System, use the skill card on King Ele. Ding! Skill card used successfully. Randomly drawing a new skill for the cosmic monster King Ele. Ding! Congratulations, host, your monster King Ele has successfully unlocked a new skill, King Ele's Tail Sweep. King Ele's Tail Sweep, gather powerful electric energy at the tail to deliver a whip-like attack that inflicts great damage on enemies within range. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened again. He recalled that this skill was used by King Ele in Galaxy Ultraman S. This move perfectly compensates for King Ele's medium attack range weakness. The previous electric discharge attack, although a classic skill of King Ele, required ensnaring the enemy with its tail to activate. The Crescent Light Blade is a long-range attack, but it might struggle to hit when facing powerful enemies. Now with King Ele's Tail Sweep, King Ele has a teleportable mid-range skill. Whether clearing mobs or restraining enemies in battle, it is extremely practical. Not bad, this haul is very rich. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. A new powerful monster Golzon, a new skill for King Ele, and 8 experience cards. This trip to Course Mountains instance was definitely worth it. Just as Chen Yuan was tallying his gains, the system's prompt sound rang again. Ding! Detecting that the host already has 2 monsters, Main Quest 4 has been triggered. Main Quest 4, own 2 monsters above LV10. Quest reward, points * 1000, monster draw selection card * 1. Monster lottery self-selection card? Chen Yuan saw this reward. A 3-choice lottery card is simply a divine item. The monster lottery is completely random, what you get depends entirely on luck. What if he draws some weak or low-value monsters? That would be very awkward. But with this self-selection card, it's like he's been given a chance to choose. When the time comes, as long as one of the 3 options given by the system is what he wants, like Merba or Raichuba, which are synthesis materials for 5 emperors, that would be a huge profit. If not, choosing some strong monsters would also be a big win. This Main Quest 4 must be completed. Chen Yuan looked at the requirements for Main Quest 4. The task requires leveling up 2 monsters to LV10. Eleking is already LV10, which means he just needs to level up the newly obtained Golzon to LV10. System, use all 8 experience cards on Golzon. Ding! Using experience card, 100 points, *8. Your monster Golzon gains experience points *800. Ding! Your monster Golzon level increases. Current level, LV2. Ding! Your monster Golzon level increases. Current level, LV3. In an instant, 800 experience points surged in, and Golzon's level jumped from LV1 to LV3. Chen Yuan immediately opened Golzon's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Golzon. Level, LV3. Experience, 300 out of 500. Type, Super Ancient Monster. Weight, 68,000 tons. Height, 62 meters. Life, 102000/102000. Attack, 7,400. Defense, 7,400. Agility, 6,500. Skill, Ultrasonic Beam, unlocked. Form list, none. Hiss. Chen Yuan looked at Golzon's LV3 data. Although the base attack power is lower than Eleking, the defense is higher than Eleking. The agility attributes of both monsters are the same. This also matches Golzon's setting. The key point is that upon obtaining Golzon, he already has major skills like Ultrasonic Beam. Next, he needs to find a way to quickly level Golzon up to LV10 to complete Main Quest 4 and get the 3rd monster. Chen Yuan closed the system panel. He naturally needed to find a high-level monster area to level up. He needed to go back and thoroughly research what dungeons or wild areas are nearby the South River base city. Chapter 17, The Mayor's Visit. That LV70 giant beast boss is actually my classmate? Meanwhile, in the mayor's office. Jiang Yuning, the mayor of South River base city. As the mayor, besides her extraordinary abilities, she is also a powerful beast master. A secretary walked in. Mayor, we have received a report from the Kasser Mountain dungeon. Report title, on the 1 in 10,000 probability boss fusion event in the Kasser Mountain dungeon and the entire record of strong players stepping in to resolve the crisis. The secretary quickly played a video sent back by Wang Hai. Every frame of the video shocked Jiang Yuning's nerves. This. With her knowledge, she couldn't find any words to describe it at this moment. This gigantic white contract beast displayed a fighting power that completely exceeded her understanding. Even her trump card contract beast, a LV-65 Ice Crystal Phoenix, probably wouldn't stand a chance against this white giant. Jiang Yuning recalled that just a few days ago, a report was submitted about an event at the duel arena. The report said a person named Chen Yuan summoned a LV-1 contract beast. That LV-1 contract beast kicked her father's LV-50 Earth Dragon into serious injury with one blow. Not to mention, it also shattered the energy shield of the high-level duel arena and crashed into the wall. When Jiang Yuning saw this report, her first reaction was that it was absurd. A LV-1 contract beast killed a LV-50 contract beast with one hit? She once thought the people from the duel arena were exaggerating. But now, when she connected the two reports, everything had an answer. Both events pointed to the same name, Chen Yuan. How did this person named Chen Yuan manage to tame such powerful contract beasts? His father is Chen Jiuri, a high-ranking officer in the Southern Beast Control War Zone, this Jiang Yuning knew. But even the top strategic contract beasts in the military could not possibly have such strength at LV-1. Yet the truth lay before her. Jiang Yuning hesitated no longer and immediately spoke to her secretary. The crisis at our IC base might be solved by this person named Chen Yuan. Connect me with the principal of 3rd Middle School. The next day, Chen Yuan had returned to school. Most students were gathered together, discussing something. Did you hear? Yesterday, the Cassie Mountain instance had a boss fusion. The defense line of over 200 Beast Masters was broken in one strike. So fierce? What happened next? How was it resolved? Later, a mysterious big shot summoned a white giant beast bigger than the mountain, and with one tail, it killed that fused boss. The classroom buzzed with chatter, and everyone's face was filled with longing. In this era of beast taming, powerful beast masters are the most dazzling stars. Chen Yuan sat in the corner of the classroom, resting his chin on one hand. For him, he was more concerned about leveling up Golzon. As he thought, he took out his phone again and opened the Instance Information Network of Nanjing City. After scrolling for a while, he found a very awkward problem. All were low-level instances. Black Wind Camp suggested level LV-15 LV-25. Fog Forest suggested level LV-20 LV-30. Around Nanjing Base City, there were only low-level instances that had been developed quite maturely. The extraordinary beasts in these places were at most around LV-40, and the boss had already been defeated. These instances had been cleared and were about to close. Chen Yuan had entered with Golzon to farm weak monsters, but the experience gain was too slow. And he also had to go to school, so he couldn't farm much experience. This is troubling. Chen Yuan frowned. The only way to level up quickly was to go to those truly dangerous places. For example, outside the city. Beyond the high walls of the base city, that wasteland occupied by extraordinary beasts, twisted by the rules. There, extraordinary beasts often started at LV-50, LV-60. Going there, Golzon's level could definitely shoot up like a rocket. But the problem was that leaving the city required extremely strict approval procedures. Ordinary people simply had no qualifications. Even those professional Beast Master teams had to report to the Beast Master Association and have clear mission objectives. Do I really have to ask Dad for help again? Chen Yuan felt a headache. Getting a pass for an instance was one thing. This time he wanted to leave the city, and Dad would probably question him for a long time. Just then, Teacher Wang, the homeroom teacher, walked into the classroom. Quiet. The morning reading class is in chaos. What kind of decorum is this? Teacher Wang clapped the podium, her voice stern. I know what you are discussing. Isn't it about the Cassie Mountain instance? I also saw the internal report released by the Beast Master Association. The contract beast of that mysterious powerhouse is initially estimated by experts to be around LV-70. Wow. The entire classroom exploded in an uproar. LV-70? My heavens. Do we have such level big shots in Nanjing City? Even the mayor is only LV-65, right? This is even more impressive than the mayor. So strong, if I could have a day like that, it would be worth it even if I died. Students gasped in awe, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. LV-70, this was a height they could not even imagine reaching. Seeing the students' admiring gazes, Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction and continued with her motivational speech. So, you must take this as a goal, study hard, and practice diligently. Don't think that just awakening your talent means you can relax. Understood. The students chimed in as if they had been pumped with adrenaline. Chen Yuan below couldn't help but smirk. LV-70? These experts really know how to guess. But that's fine, the higher they guess, the safer I am. Chen Yuan dimmed the screen of his phone, continuing to secretly study the wild map of Nanjing City, planning the upgrade route for Golzon. Just then, the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open. Principal Zhou's iconic Mediterranean hairstyle peeked in. His gaze quickly swept around the classroom, finally landing precisely on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, come out for a moment, Principal Zhou's voice sounded a bit airy. All the students' eyes instantly focused on Chen Yuan. Teacher Wang on the podium was also stunned, pushing his glasses. Principal, what is this? Principal Zhou ignored him, only waving at Chen Yuan with an unprecedentedly friendly tone. Hurry up, Chen Yuan, the mayor is waiting for you in the office. Mayor? These two words exploded like a heavy bomb in the quiet classroom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The mayor? The top leader of Nanjing Base City, the legendary beast master Zhang Yuning? Why is she coming to our school? And she is here to find Chen Yuan? Under everyone's silent gaze, Chen Yuan appeared very calm. What Chen Yuan did in the Kaiser Mountain instance was no small matter. Although most people were unaware, it would not be difficult for the mayor of the whole base city to find out. Chen Yuan stuffed his phone back into his pocket, stood up, and followed Principal Zhou out of the classroom under the dazed eyes of his classmates. Until his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the classroom erupted into discussions. Did I hear wrong? The mayor is looking for Chen Yuan? I guess Chen Yuan must have gotten into big trouble, he's done for. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately retorted beside him. Big trouble? Do you know who his dad is? Even if he blew up the school, it wouldn't be the mayor coming to talk to him. A girl suddenly whispered. Do you all remember, during yesterday's combat test, the contract beast Chen Yuan summoned appeared to be quite large, right? As soon as she said that, everyone froze. Right. Yesterday's combat test. Chen Yuan's white contract beast was over 50 meters long. Moreover, after he won the championship, he left school in a hurry without even finishing the award ceremony. Then, that afternoon, a mysterious white giant beast appeared in the Kaiser Mountain instance. A spine-chilling thought surfaced in everyone's minds. No, it can't be. That LV-70 giant beast, could it be? Is it Chen Yuan's? The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. This guess was too crazy, too subversive, they couldn't believe it at all. But for some reason, there was a voice in their hearts screaming madly, this is the truth. Chapter 18, Skipping Class, Leveling Up, Receiving Rewards. Soon, the two arrived at the principal's office. Chen Yuan stepped into the office and immediately saw the woman sitting on the sofa. She was dressed in a smart suit, her long black hair tied up at the back, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate features. This was Zhang Yuning, the mayor of Nanjing Base City. Zhang Yuning's gaze also landed on Chen Yuan. He was just a high school student, it was hard to connect him with that summoner of giant beasts. But Zhang Yuning knew, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Zhang Yuning got straight to the point without any detours. You must be Chen Yuan. Hello, I am Zhang Yuning. I already know about your situation. I am here today to request your help. On behalf of Nanjing Base City, I officially invite you to participate in an urgent mission to go out of town to the Frozen Sea for area reconnaissance. Principal Zhou was so scared when he heard those words that he nearly fell to the ground. What a joke! The Frozen Sea? That is a death zone beyond the high walls. It was a place that even the top Beast Masters teams dared not easily enter. To go in meant a 9 out of 10 chance of death. To send a newly adult high school student to undertake such a level of mission? That was simply sending him to his doom. Principal Zhou understood in an instant. What kind of ridiculous reconnaissance mission was this? This was clearly because there was a huge problem at IC that even the mayor couldn't handle himself, so he wanted to pull in Chen Yuan, this mysterious powerhouse with a terrifying giant beast, as a guard. This mayor was truly heartless. Principal Zhou was in a cold sweat, wishing he could pull Chen Yuan out right now. At the same time, after hearing Zhang Yuning's words, Chen Yuan didn't feel any fear, instead, his eyes brightened. Outside the city. Doesn't this mean that the place called IC must have a lot of high-level alien beasts? This is simply a tailor-made leveling ground for Golzon. Moreover, judging by the mayor's tone, the mission is very urgent, meaning we can set off immediately. Skipping class, leveling up, and getting rewards, 3 things in one. Good. Chen Yuan agreed directly. Zhang Yuning didn't expect him to agree so readily, she was momentarily stunned. This guy was either a young calf that didn't fear tigers, unaware of how dangerous IC was. Or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Zhang Yuning took a deep breath, her expression grew serious. Your mission is to ensure the safety of the reconnaissance team. Good. Let's go. Chen Yuan urged. He could hardly wait to skip class, level up, and take the rewards. Seeing his eagerness, Zhang Yuning showed a hint of joy on her face. Alright then, the helicopter has arrived, let's set off now. Chen Yuan stood up decisively and walked out of the office. Not long after, Chen Yuan followed Zhang Yuning to the playground. The entire South Jiang 3rd Middle School was in an uproar. A completely black helicopter hovered above the schoolyard. The huge rotor blades whipped up a wild wind, sending grass clippings and dust flying around the playground. All the windows of the classrooms were filled with students peeking out. The corridors of the teaching building were also packed with teachers who had heard the news. Everyone was wide-eyed, staring at the scene, buzzing with discussion. What's going on? Are they fighting? How did a helicopter come to our school? Look! The mayor and Chen Yuan are coming out of the office building. They are getting on the helicopter. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Chen Yuan and Jiang Yuning crossed the playground towards the ladder lowered by the helicopter. Chen Yuan's expression remained calm. All he could think about now was the leveling journey about to begin. Chen Yuan opened the attributes panel for Golzon. Monster panel. Name, Golzon. Level, LV3. Experience, 300 out of 500. Type, Super Ancient Monster. Weight, 68,000 tons. Height, 62 meters. Life, 102000/102000. Attack, 7,400. Defense, 7,400. Agility, 6,500. Skill, Ultrasonic Beam, unlocked. Form list, none. Looking at this initial panel. The data at LV3 was already so impressive, if it reached LV10, the values would likely match that of the Eleking. Yesterday at Cass Mountain, Eleking took just an afternoon to rise from LV5 to LV10. Although the experience cards contributed to that, the hundreds and thousands of alien beasts in the instance dungeon provided considerable experience as well. The wasteland outside the city, the level and number of alien beasts, would be even more abundant and dense than Cass Mountain. Getting goals into LV10 in a day, completing the main quest, and obtaining that monster lottery selection card wouldn't take too long, I guess. If the 10 consecutive draws could yield a form, it would be great to evolve Golzon into Flame Golzon. This way, his strength could improve further. Classmate Chen Yuan, please. Jiang Yuning's voice interrupted Chen Yuan's thoughts. The two had arrived at the bottom of the ladder. Chen Yuan nodded and was the first to board the helicopter. Jiang Yuning followed closely behind. The cabin door closed, the helicopter slowly climbed, and under the watchful eyes of the entire school faculty and students, it changed direction and flew towards the city's edge. Inside the helicopter cabin, the two sat facing each other. But Jiang Yuning's expression was serious. Chen Yuan, the IC we are going to is not a copy. It was originally a sea outside the Nanjing base city, and because the copy challenge failed 80 years ago, it led to the invasion of beast species into reality. The sea thus became an IC. Chen Yuan listened quietly. The failed copy challenge led to the erosion of the real world. This knowledge was all in high school textbooks. In simple terms, it meant he was being sent to be a thug. But he liked it. Danger meant opportunities and experience points. The helicopter flew east and quickly passed over the bustling urban area. A towering steel giant wall appeared in front of them. The giant wall firmly guarded the entire Nanjing base city within. The helicopter slowly landed on the helipad. Chen Yuan got off the plane and found that a team was already waiting for them. More than a dozen people dressed in uniform combat attire stood in neat rows. These beast tamers all wore the badge of the Beast Tamer Association on their chests, looking like the mayor Jiang Yuning's bodyguards. The bodyguards saluted Jiang Yuning in unison. When their eyes swept over Chen Yuan, they all showed a hint of confusion. A boy in a high school uniform? Why would the mayor bring such a wet-behind-the-ears kid for an outside city mission? Was he some young lord, needing us experts to escort him out of the city? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, their faces dared not show it in the slightest. The captain of the bodyguards stepped forward and reported to Jiang Yuning. Mayor, the convoy is ready and can depart at any time. Jiang Yuning nodded and then said to Chen Yuan, let's get in the car. Chen Yuan followed Jiang Yuning and got into the command vehicle. The others in the convoy quickly boarded as well. The armored vehicles rolled over the gravel, making a crumbling sound. The convoy exited the gate and officially stepped into this wasteland belonging to the beasts. Chapter 19, the mayor is shocked again, he actually has a second one. The atmosphere inside the vehicle changed instantly. It was clearly midday, with the sun glaring, but it felt very stuffy. Earlier in the base city, the bodyguards would occasionally whisper to each other. But now, the vehicle was silent except for the sound of the armored vehicle's engine. Chen Yuan's gaze turned to the window, and all he saw was a city in ruins. This was the price of the failed copy strategy. 500 meters ahead, there is a large-scale beast swarm, estimated to have hundreds of them. A report came from the communicator in the vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat of the command vehicle, the captain of the bodyguards, Li Yan, picked up the communicator. Everyone pay attention, we need to resolve the battle within 20 minutes. Received. Received. Short responses echoed in the communicator. Captain Li Yan put down the communicator and glanced at Chen Yuan in the back seat. He began to doubt again. This kid, delicate and tender, looked like he had never weathered a storm. For such a newly awakened beast tamer, the contracted beast's size was likely very small. He probably wasn't enough to feed the beasts a meal. Mayor, please wait in the vehicle. It's just a group of small fries, our people can resolve it quickly. Li Yan was filled with confidence in his team. He himself was a LV-50 elite beast tamer, and his subordinates were all above LV-40 masters. Dealing with this level of beast swarm, at most they would suffer minor injuries, it was just an everyday occurrence. Roar! Ahead of the convoy, the roars of beasts came. Hundreds of creatures that looked like hyenas but were as large as elephants rushed out of a mall ruin. They charged towards the speeding armored vehicle convoy. It's the Bone Spur Hyena, expected level is LV-30, prepare for battle. Li Yan's voice rang out again. Bang! Bang! The side doors of the first two armored vehicles slid open, and 15 bodyguards quickly charged out, their movements swift and without hesitation. Amidst flickering lights, 15 beasts of various shapes appeared in front of the team members. There are giant bears over 5 meters tall and giant pythons over 10 meters long. As soon as these contracted beasts appeared, they immediately charged towards the group of bone-spiked hyenas. The battle erupted in an instant. The guards worked together seamlessly, although the fighting was intense, it was completely under their control. Li Yan looked outside at the chaos and wore a satisfied smile. This is the strength of the mayor's guard team. One of the top beast tamers teams in the Nanjing base city. He turned around again, wanting to see if the kid named Chen Yuan was scared silly by the bloody scene. Instead, he saw Chen Yuan frowning, appearing somewhat impatient. Li Yan was taken aback. Impatient? What is this kid thinking? Does he think we're not fighting well? What a joke, this is a textbook example of a team clearing operation. Resolving the battle in 20 minutes and minimizing casualties is already top-notch. Just as Li Yan was grumbling in his mind, Chen Yuan spoke up. Can I go out and help a bit? From Chen Yuan's perspective, the guards' attacks felt like a simple scraping technique. To take 20 minutes to defeat a group of small monsters? What if more powerful beasts are attracted midway? As the person with the most ultra spirit, how could an accident happen in this situation? Moreover, Chen Yuan was waiting to gain experience for Golzon. The small monsters before him constituted a massive experience pool because of their sheer numbers. Seeing that the mayor didn't object, Chen Yuan walked straight down. Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Li Yan was shocked to see Chen Yuan get out of the car and hurriedly shouted to stop him. The outside team members also noticed the commotion and froze for a moment. Captain, that kid is risking his life? Don't mind him, I'll help you deal with the beasts. Li Yan shouted. Li Yan was anxious, he was afraid something would happen to this connected person, as he couldn't bear the responsibility, so he had to step in himself. Chen Yuan ignored everyone's gaze. At this moment, he stood behind all the guards, raised his hand, and took out the battle device. The battle device activated with a calling sound. Battle device activate. Ancient monstrous creature Golzon. The next second, the sky darkened. A shadow so large it was unimaginable covered the entire battlefield. Boom! With a tremendous roar. The guards entangled with the beasts felt as if a dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the blinding sunlight. They all looked up, and then, everyone froze in place. A colossal, incomprehensible beast appeared behind them. WH? What is that? Li Yan turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to complete a single sentence. Not just him, but all the team members who witnessed this were dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. What is this thing, a new beast boss? What a joke! When did such a large monster appear in the wasteland outside the city? Captain, what kind of monster is that? It's a leader-class beast, quick, protect the mayor and retreat. Captain Li Yan, who had been a beast tamer for over 10 years and explored countless dangerous areas, thought he was well informed. But this before him completely overturned his understanding. He couldn't even muster a thought of resistance. Run! We must run with the mayor immediately. Li Yan came back to his senses but found that Jiang Yuning had also gotten out of the car. He thought Jiang Yuning was scared silly. Mayor, don't get out, we'll cover your retreat. However, Jiang Yuning only watched Golzon quietly. The skin of this contracted beast wasn't white, could it be? There's one such colossal monster, and now there's another. Jiang Yuning couldn't imagine, just the original white giant beast could already crush the entire Nanjing base city, and now another one appeared. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuning felt cold sweat suddenly seep down his back. Luckily, beast tamers on the battlefield can only summon one contracted beast to fight at a time. If both of these giant beasts appeared on the battlefield at the same time, it was simply unimaginable. Captain Li, there's no need to be nervous. Zhang Yuning's voice was very calm. Li Yan suspected he had heard wrong, and he followed the mayor's gaze, seeing Chen Yuan standing at the foot of that giant beast. Chen Yuan gave an order to the giant beast. Gorzon, make your move. Make a move? What move? Could it be that this giant beast is this high school student's contract beast? Before Li Yan could digest this information, Gorzon's attack had already come. Roar! A purple beam of light erupted from Gorzon's horn. Supersonic light ray. Chapter 20, monsters appear and begin to destroy the city. A purple beam of light instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Boom! Wherever the light touched, the ground was plowed open, creating a deep ravine, as the soil and rubble were instantly vaporized by intense heat. And those LV-30 bone spike hyenas entangled with the guard's contract beasts instantly turned to ashes under the sweep of the beam. With just one sweep of the light, over 100 bone spike hyenas that caused the guard so much trouble were already severely injured or dead. The remaining hyena pack dared not charge. They turned around, scared and rushing back towards the abandoned mall they came from, seeking refuge in the building. On the battlefield, the guards were all dumbfounded. Is this over? This giant beast is not only a contract beast of this high school student in front of us, it casually unleashed a skill with such tremendous power. The guards, who expected a hard fight lasting 20 minutes, had this situation resolved in a blink of an eye? Chen Yuan also gained a small amount of experience. Though not much, encountering a group of alien beasts right after leaving the city meant that the further outside one went, the stronger the beasts and the more experience there would be, right? Chen Yuan did not want to waste too much time on these low-level alien beasts. Going to the IC to handle business was more important. He raised his hand, preparing to activate the combat device to summon Gorzon back. Gorzon, return. However, he only got halfway through when a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is performing a cleansing task, triggering a side quest. Quest name, Wasteland Scavenger. Quest content, during this mission, accumulate the elimination of over 100 alien beasts. Quest reward, points * 1000, monster form card * 1. Monster form card, after use, the next monster lottery will definitely yield a monster form card. Quest progress, 0 out of 100. Chen Yuan's raised hand instantly froze in midair. Monster form card? This is quite a good item. Gorzon's strength lies in its enhanced forms, Fire Gorzon, Ancient Fire Gorzon. Each form represents a whole new battle style. Did not expect the reward to come right to his door. Even if he didn't draw Gorzon's form, other monsters' forms would be great too. What's the rush? It's important to grab the reward first. The group of bone spike hyenas hiding in the building in front of Chen Yuan, although not high in level, were numerous, making them perfect targets to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's raised hand went back down. This scene made Li Yan and Zhang Yuning's heart skip a beat. What does this mean? He has no intention of stopping? The next second, Chen Yuan's command confirmed their guess. Gorzon, chase after them. Roar. Upon receiving the command, Gorzon let out a roar, lifted its paw, then slammed it down. Boom! The earth shook violently as Gorzon charged towards the dozens of meters tall abandoned mall. It completely ignored the building's walls, charging in with the most brutal way possible. The reinforced concrete structure in front of it was as weak as a broken cookie. The walls shattered, glass turned to dust, and the entire building shook violently under its furious impact. Large sections of walls instantly collapsed, revealing the panicked alien beasts inside. A few nearby spine hyenas, not even having the time to dodge, were crushed into mush by the collapsing giant stone. Then, Gorzon's paws kept lifting and falling. With each step, the earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake was coming. The beasts knew the market simply could not withstand this, and they all rushed outside. They fled in different directions, seeking refuge in various buildings. Mission name, Wasteland Scavenger. Mission progress, 11 out of 100. Chen Yuan saw that the recent stomps had not killed many beasts, and had even caused the rest to escape. He could not allow this group of beasts to continue hiding. He needed to increase his destructive power for the monster form card. Gorzon, use the ultrasonic beam. Receiving the order, Gorzon opened its big mouth, and its head lit up with dazzling purple light again. Boom! Another ultrasonic beam shot out, and this time the target was an office building where the hyenas had fled. The beam fired, creating shockwaves that lifted surrounding abandoned vehicles, with the entire beam trajectory facing no obstacles. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In everyone's sight, that 20-story tall building cracked in the middle as if it had been directed to explode. Then, amidst a great roar, it collapsed, burying all the beasts inside. The whole convoy, all the guards, including Zhang Yuning, were all staring at this scene. This level of destruction was too brutal. Oh my god, is he going to level this place? A guard mumbled. Li Yan was even more hesitant to speak. He had thought Chen Yuan was just a relationship that needed protection. Now he realized he was a super strong being. It would be more reasonable for him to protect me. This destructive power was stronger than all the beasts Li Yan had ever seen in his life. Chen Yuan ignored the others, his gaze focused on the mission progress. Mission name, Wasteland Scavenger. Mission progress, 39 out of 100. Why is this so slow? The beasts hiding in abandoned buildings are really hard to kill. Golzon, just take this area down. Receiving the new command, Golzon sped up its pace. Golzon swung its arm casually and punctured an abandoned building. The charged ultrasonic beam not only flattened the beasts but also turned the building to dust. Li Yan watched the scene and could only forcefully swallow a lump to ease his nervous heart. Who the heck is he? If one didn't know better, they would think he was the beast boss. Yeah, it feels like we could all just go home for the day, a guard responded. Chen Yuan paid no attention to the commotion behind him, his focus was entirely on the system's notifications. Ding! Kill LV-30 Spine Hyena, gain experience plus 30. Ding! Kill LV-30 Spine Hyena, gain experience plus 30. Ding! Congratulations, host, Golzon's level has risen to LV4. Ding! Congratulations, host, Golzon's level has risen to LV5. Mission name, Wasteland Scavenger. Mission progress, 100 out of 100. Ding! Side mission, Wasteland Scavenger, completed. Only after confirming the mission was completed and Golzon had leveled up twice did Chen Yuan feel satisfied. Alright, Golzon, come back. With Chen Yuan's command, the Golzon that had just been wreaking havoc instantly turned into a streak of light, flying back into the battle pod. The shadow that had covered the battlefield disappeared, and sunlight shone down again. But no one felt warmth, they only felt a chilling cold throughout. The surroundings were dead silent, with only the collapsed buildings still making crackling sounds. Chen Yuan turned around expressionlessly, stepping back to the command vehicle under the awe, fear, and shock of the guards. I'm done here, let's go. Upon hearing this, everyone returned to the convoy. In the vehicle, Jiang Yuning couldn't help but speak up. It's a good thing this giant beast is yours, otherwise, with this level of destruction, our South River base city simply couldn't withstand it. Chen Yuan did not respond to this remark. This was just the beginning, he had only knocked down a few abandoned buildings. If he were in the world of Ultraman, this can still be considered a small scene, not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Yuning looked at Chen Yuan, with more curiosity growing inside her. The first time she saw the report on the giant beast, she was already shocked to the core. Now that she witnessed it in person, she realized how terrifying it really was. Wait, that's not right. Jiang Yuning suddenly became aware that something was off. The giant beast in the report was white, not the one she had just seen. Could it be that this level of contract beast, he has too? Chapter 21, Flame Golzon, Unlocking New Skills. The convoy restarted its journey. Jiang Yuning's gaze locked onto Chen Yuan. She recalled the video in the Cass Mountain Crisis Report. In the video, there was a giant beast that was completely snow white. However, the one that had just appeared had skin as rough as rock. The two giant beasts, aside from their colossal size, bore not a single resemblance. An idea so horrifying that it seemed absurd surged uncontrollably in her mind. Chen Yuan. The white giant beast from Cass Mountain, it's not the same one you just summoned, right? As soon as the question was spoken, not just Jiang Yuning, even Li Yan, the captain of the guard sitting in the front passenger seat, perked up his ears to listen. Everyone's attention was focused on Chen Yuan in the back seat. Chen Yuan met Jiang Yuning's probing gaze and nodded. Mei-chem, it's not the same one. The white one is called King Alei, and the one just now is Golzon. Right now, I truly only have these two. Chen Yuan's addition exploded like thunder in Li Yan and the other guards' minds. T2. 2. Captain Li Yan could barely control his volume and almost shouted in disbelief. 2, there were actually 2. He had just witnessed Golzon's destructive power firsthand. Only a few beams of light and a few stomps had flattened an entire block, turning hundreds of beasts to dust. That kind of strength had surpassed the comprehension of him, an elite beast master. In his eyes, if such a giant beast appeared in the Nanjing base city, it would definitely be an apocalyptic disaster that could obliterate everything. But now, this high school student actually said he had 2. Li Yan's head buzzed. He could not even begin to imagine what it would be like for 2 monsters of that level to appear at the same time. That would be a scene of world annihilation. He had previously thought this kid was just a pampered brat? And wanted to show off the strength of the guard team before him? Li Yan felt his face burning with shame, his heart full of fear. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything too outrageous, otherwise, he might not even know how he died. At this moment, in the hearts of Li Yan and all his team members, only one thought remained: their elite guard team might just be for show. What Chen Yuan said was indeed true, he currently only had these two. However, once Golzen's level reaches LV10 and he completes main quest 4, he'll get the monster lottery selection card. By then, he will have a third monster. Moreover, Leonis is capable of summoning 3 monsters to fight together. And like Belial, armed with the ultimate combat device, can command an army of 100 monsters. If such a scene appeared before them, their hearts would probably give out on the spot. The convoy continued to drive deeper into the wasteland. Surrounding them were still the ruins of destroyed cities, and occasionally they could see some low-level beasts lurking, but once they sensed the might of the armored convoy, they all fled far away. Chen Yuan's attention was now entirely focused on his system panel. The side quest he had just completed still had its rewards unused. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Quest rewards, points *1000, monster form card *1 has been distributed. Monster form card has been used during the next monster lottery. A monster form card is guaranteed. Very good. It is equivalent to definitely getting a monster form. There are a lot of forms for Golzen, it would be best if I could draw one. Losing because of not being able to draw is unfortunate, but other monster forms are also fine, like EX Aileron or Hyperjaton. Chen Yuan directly used the monster form card, spending all his points for a 10 consecutive draw. Points -1000. Performing 10 consecutive draws for the host. A virtual lottery will begin to spin rapidly before Chen Yuan's eyes. Because he used the monster form card, the first slot was already locked, shining with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the monster form Flame Golzen. It worked, Chen Yuan felt a burst of joy in his heart. The strength of Golzen largely lies in its various enhanced forms that follow. In its normal state, Golzen has stats similar to Aileron, but its attack methods are relatively single, with only one ultrasonic ray. Flame Golzen not only greatly improves all its attributes. More importantly, Flame Golzen has many skills. This is a qualitative leap for Golzen's battle strength. The lottery will continue to spin. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. For the remaining 8 draws, unsurprisingly, all were experience cards. A total of 800 experience points. Chen Yuan was not disappointed, experience cards were exactly what he needed right now. There is still one last chance to draw, he hopes to get something better. Congratulations on obtaining skill energy absorption. Description: a new ability gained by Golzen after evolving into Flame Golzen. Can absorb Ultraman's rays and transform them into its own energy. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this reward, he drew it. Energy absorption is also one of Golzen's representative skills. With this skill, Golzen can be considered well-rounded in both attack and defense. Chen Yuan opened Golzen's panel without hesitation. Monster panel. Name, Golzen. Level, LV5. Experience, 200 out of 1000. Type, Super Ancient Monster. Weight, 68,000 tons. Height, 62 meters. Health, 106,000/106,000. Attack, 7,800. Defense, 7,800. Agility, 6,900. Skills, Ultrasonic Ray, Energy Absorption, cannot be used in current form. Form list, Flame Golzen. Seeing these numbers, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This stat is just in its normal state, evolving into Flame Golzen will improve all attributes even further. Now, in the water there is Aileron, on land there is Golzen. Chen Yuan began to plan his monster army. Aileron is good at underwater combat, while Golzen is a bulldozer on land, with tough skin and incredible destructive power. Now he just needs an aerial monster. Chen Yuan already had a few targets in mind. Such as Gryza or Angel Zog, these are capable of fighting in the air. But these are discussions for later, the urgent task is still to raise Golzen to level 10 and get that monster draw self-select card first. Just as Chen Yuan was planning his grand endeavor, the armored car came to a stop. Zhang Yuning broke the silence in the car. We have arrived, ahead is the edge of the ice sea area. Chapter 22. He smashed the strange beast into the wall. After getting out of the car, Chen Yuan looked around, the ground was covered with ice and snow. Abandoned city buildings had become sparse here, replaced by some glaciers, and a chill filled the air. Where are our rescue personnel? Zhang Yuning asked with a frown. According to the agreement, it should be right here, Li Yan responded. At 10 o'clock, life signals detected, there is only one. Everyone suddenly became tense, ready to summon their contractual beasts. However, when that figure stumbled out from behind an ice spike, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was a person in the Ice Sea Fort uniform, fear written all over their face. Li Yan immediately recognized the other's uniform and hurriedly led the team to greet them. It is the person here to rescue us. What happened? The staff gasped for breath. The fortress has been invaded, filled with strange beasts. Jiang Yuning and Chen Yuan stepped forward, and upon hearing this, Jiang Yuning's face instantly darkened. What's going on? How did those monsters get in? She asked sharply. I don't know, they seem to have appeared out of thin air. The staff spoke quickly, his eyes filled with urgency. We must return to support immediately, or the entire Ice Sea fortress will be overrun by the beasts. Li Yan's expression turned extremely grim. The Ice Sea fortress is one of the most important strongholds of Nanjiang Bay City, with very high defense levels. How could it be breached from the inside? What strength do those monsters have? Li Yan pressed on. They are humanoid monsters with low strength, but very high in numbers, the staff responded. Chen Yuan silently listened nearby. The Ice Sea fortress is clearly situated beneath the ice, in the ocean. This environment sounds tailor-made for the King of Ale. In the water, known as the King of Water, the King of Ale can unleash perfect strength. Most importantly, the skill Eleking sweep obtained previously has not yet been used. This skill turns the tail into an electric whip to strike the enemy, with tremendous power. As long as Eleking finds the boss, and then Gorzin deals the final blow, obtaining the maximum boss experience, completing main task 4 would be quick. Chen Yuan can summon 2 monsters at the same time, fighting 2 against 1. After completing the task, unlocking the third monster is simply a piece of cake. At the same time, Jiang Yuning is very aware that every second wasted makes the situation in the fortress more dangerous. Enough talking, take us to the submersible entrance immediately. The group quickly acted, moving rapidly across the icy plains. After about 10 minutes, the soldier brought them to a submersible, and everyone swiftly boarded it. The submersible started, slowly sinking into the water. A few minutes later, in the dark ahead, a huge metallic structure outline appeared. The Ice Sea fortress had arrived. Creak! The docking hatch opened, and the sight before everyone made them gasp in shock. The docking platform, which should have been neat and bright, was now a mess, with traces of battle everywhere on the ground. Jiang Yuning turned around, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Now, I will officially explain the core of our mission. In the center of Ice Sea Fortress is an epic item that can hide the fortress, but it has malfunctioned 3 days ago, so we need to go to the center of the fortress. Chen Yuan listened beside her. In simple terms, it means they need to eliminate all the strange beasts here to restart the entire Ice Sea Fortress. The escort team reorganized, following the staff's guidance, and began to advance deeper into the fortress. At that moment, a strange scraping sound, accompanied by dripping water, came from around the corner. Here it comes. Everyone held their breath, gripping their weapons tighter. In the next second, a shadow dashed out from around the corner. Mermaid Beast, a guard cried out in alarm. This was the monster the staff had described as a nightmare. However, the movements of this mermaid beast were even faster. It used all its limbs, its body gliding against the ground and walls, ready to attack everyone. Li Yan reacted immediately, raising his hand to summon his contract beast for defense. Come forth, iron-armored violent rhinoceros. Roar! With a roar, a massive rhinoceros-type contract beast appeared out of thin air. This iron-armored violent rhinoceros stood 5 meters tall and 10 meters long, like a moving mountain. As soon as it appeared, its enormous body nearly blocked the entire passageway. Captain is mighty. Take them down. Captain. Seeing this LV-50 contract beast, the morale of the escort team instantly soared, as if they saw the hope of victory. Even Jiang Yuning nodded slightly. Li Yan's armored beast, the iron-horned rhinoceros, was known for its strength, serving as a wall on the battlefield. However, in the next second, everyone's expressions froze. The mermaid beast charging toward them quickly climbed onto the iron-horned rhinoceros's head. The iron-horned rhinoceros tried to lift its head to strike, but the narrow corridor limited its movements. Just as its head rose, its horns crashed into the ceiling, making a huge noise and sending sparks flying. The mermaid beast seized the opportunity, its claws reaching for the rhinoceros's weak eyes. Roar! The iron-horned rhinoceros screamed in pain, and in less than 30 seconds, it was on the verge of serious injury. It was too large to move freely in this cramped corridor. Not good. Li Yan's face turned pale in an instant. Li Yan's contracted beast was already the smallest in the team, yet even so, it couldn't exert its power. I can't hold on much longer. Li Yan finally shouted this sentence. In the end, the iron-horned rhinoceros transformed into a streak of light, forcibly recalled back into the contract space. But the crisis had not been averted. Without the giant beast's protection, the mermaid beast was directly exposed in front of the guards. Oh no! Seeing the monster charging again, despair surged in the guards' hearts. The beast masters who got too close to the beast faced only one way out, death. But everyone's contracted beasts were enormous, and they couldn't be summoned in this corridor at all. At that moment, a figure moved faster than the mermaid beast. It was Chen Yuan. He had been standing at the back of the team, but the moment the mermaid beast poked its head out, he had already moved. In front of everyone's eyes, Chen Yuan didn't even summon any contracted beast, he just rushed forward empty-handed. Zhang Yuning was immediately scared into a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. How could a beast master dare to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts? This was the son of a high-ranking general in the military district. If something happened, Zhang Yuning would have no way to explain it. Chen Yuan, come back, it's dangerous. However, Chen Yuan just lifted his right hand, his arm moving so fast that it left a blur behind. Bang! A dull roar rang out. The hard wall was forcibly smashed into a dent. The mermaid beast embedded in the wall let out a painful wail. But Chen Yuan did not stop. Bang! The second hit. Even spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall. Bang! 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 Chen Yuan grabbed its head, slamming it against the wall again and again. Each impact made everyone's hearts tighten painfully. Only when the mermaid beast stopped struggling did Chen Yuan release his grip. Thud! The beast's body fell to the ground like a pile of mush, and there was no further movement. The entire corridor fell into a silence of death. The entire guard team stood dazed, cold sweat soaking their backs. He crushed a beast with his bare hands and then smashed it to death? Is this something a human can do? Chapter 23, Eliminate all mermaid beasts invading the icy fortress. In the entire corridor, Li Yan and his guards were wide-eyed, their eyes almost popping out. Li Yan was an LV-50 elite beast master, a well-known powerhouse from the Nanjiang Bay City. But he had never heard of any beast master daring to confront a beast head-on with their own body. Beast masters were famously fragile, and this was a consensus among everyone. It was a principle written on the very first page of textbooks. Fighting was the duty of contracted beasts. The beast master should hide in the safest place possible, directing the contracted beasts from behind. This was a strict rule emphasized repeatedly by all beast master academies from the first day of training. Getting too close to a beast was like signing a death sentence for a beast master. Yet this high school student not only charged forward but also won in hand-to-hand combat? What terrifying power was needed for that? Li Yan's brain was a blank. He couldn't even think. This guy named Chen Yuan, is he really a beast tamer? Could it be that he is some kind of boss-level beast wearing a human skin? Li Yan felt a wave of fear in his heart. He had previously thought this kid was just a favored one and even wanted to show off his team's strength in front of him. Looking back now, his actions at that time were no different from a jumping monkey. Chen Yuan, are you okay? Zhang Yuning's voice trembled slightly as she quickly walked to Chen Yuan's side, her eyes filled with worry. She was genuinely scared just moments ago. At the moment she saw Chen Yuan rush out, her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. This is the son of Major General Chen. He was personally brought out from school by her. If anything happened to him here, how would she explain it to the entire beast-taming military district? But, the outcome completely exceeded her understanding. Chen Yuan patted the seawater off his hands. I'm fine, Mayor. Chen Yuan returned to the team. The situation just now was indeed very dangerous. His teammates couldn't perform here at all, and seeing his teammates on the verge of injury, he had no choice but to act. The bloodline power of Reionics was indeed formidable. It was not much of a problem to deal with such small beasts. In fact, the best choice just now was to directly summon a 40-centimeter mini Eleking. With a flick of Eleking's tail, a bolt of lightning could have turned that merman beast into charcoal, much more efficient. Chen Yuan felt very satisfied with Eleking. It could fight, be cute, and even act as a mobile power bank, so versatile. Zhang Yuning led the way while explaining in a low voice, the core of the icy fortress is an epic-level artifact. Its function is to hide the entire fortress. But 3 days ago, it suddenly failed, and these beasts likely seeped in after that. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the severity of the situation. Without the fortress's surveillance, the entire South River base city seemed blind. If high-level sea beasts launched an ambush, there would be no time to call for support. Chen Yuan listened silently by the side. This world is truly interesting, it's full of quests and epic-level artifacts, making it feel just like a game. Fortunately, he played Ultra Combat Evolution 3 in his previous life and had practiced a bit. Perhaps Chen Yuan's strength gave everyone some security. For the next stretch of the road, they surprisingly progressed smoothly without encountering any attacks. Under the guidance of the staff member, they finally arrived at a metallic door. This is it, the central control room. The staff member pointed at the door. He immediately stepped forward and verified his fingerprint and iris on the identity recognition device next to the door. V-room. The heavy metallic door let out a dull sound and slowly slid open to both sides. The sight behind the door left everyone stunned. The massive central control room was crammed with people. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 people. Most of them wore uniforms of the fortress staff, while some were dressed in combat suits, clearly part of the fortress's guard force. When Jiang Yuning and Li Yan walked in, the people in the control room were initially shocked, then erupted in cheers. It's support! Support has arrived! Great! We are saved! A man who looked like the person in charge quickly approached. Mayor! Why did you come personally? The situation is urgent, no time to explain. Jiang Yuning said seriously, what's the situation now? The person in charge wore a troubled expression. It's very bad. These merman beasts appeared out of nowhere and are specifically drilling into ventilation ducts and utility shafts. Although our guard team is not weak, their contracted beasts are all large water attribute beasts, unable to exert their strength in the fortress. They have been ambushed several times and suffered serious losses. What he said was exactly the same as the situation that Li Yan and the others encountered. Chen Yuan's gaze swept through the crowd, and suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a girl, with a high ponytail. Isn't she that student from South Jian University in the Cass Mountain dungeon? What was her name again? Oh, I remember now. I didn't even know her name, I never asked. But how did she end up here? As if sensing Chen Yuan's gaze, Lin Shushi also looked over. When she saw Chen Yuan's face, she froze in shock. It's him! The mysterious strongman who summoned the white giant beast in Cass Mountain and defeated the LV-40 fusion boss in seconds. Why is he here too? Lin Shushi almost instinctively wanted to rush over, quickly walking in front of Chen Yuan. It's really you! My name is Lin Shushi. We came here this morning with our mentor to assist in repairing the detection equipment. I never expected the fortress would be invaded at noon. Her words were filled with excitement, as if she had survived a catastrophe and met her idol. Chen Yuan simply nodded, indicating he understood. This story sounded quite unfortunate. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Special task environment detected, side quest triggered. Side quest, Fortress Invasion Defense. Mission objective, eliminate all merfolk mutant beasts invading the Icy Fortress, current count, 207. Time limit, 20 minutes. Mission reward, points * 1000. Note, real-time location map of the mutant beasts has been provided to the host. Here it comes, the system is here to offer warmth again. Indeed, the awakening system is the greatest cheat. Not only does it give the exact number of invaders, but it even provides a real-time map. I don't hope to draw any new monsters with these 1000 points, but at least give me a new skill for Ale Wang or Gulzin. Chen Yuan's mind stirred, and he immediately opened the map provided by the system. A three-dimensional structure of the icy fortress appeared before his eyes, densely packed with red dots representing the merfolk mutant beasts. Among them, the largest cluster of red dots was rapidly surrounding the central control room through the ventilation system above them. No wonder it was so smooth coming over here, these monsters were gathering, preparing for a total assault. Chen Yuan's pupils constricted, and he suddenly looked up at the ceiling. Be careful above. Everyone, fall back. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire central control room shook violently. The alloy ceiling above everyone's heads was torn apart in an instant by a tremendous force, raining down countless metal fragments and wiring like rain. Following that, under the terrified gazes of everyone, shadows rushed in crazily through the broken ceiling like dumplings. Chapter 24, Little Ale Wang takes action, don't disturb my rewards. Ah! The mutant beasts are coming down from the ceiling. Screams instantly filled the entire central control room. The survivors who were just immersed in the joy of being rescued had their smiles freeze instantly, replaced by boundless fear. They watched in horror as the merfolk mutant beasts climbed down the walls and various equipment, rushing toward the crowd. There were too many of these monsters. Upon a rough look, at least 50 or 60 of them surged through that huge opening. The entire control room was instantly thrown into chaos. People fled in all directions like headless flies, pushing each other, the scene descending into utter chaos. Stay calm. Don't panic. Li Yan tried to maintain order. But whether it was Li Yan or the guards inside the fortress, they too were fighting for their own lives. They could not summon their contract beasts and could only attack with energy guns. Bang! 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 Beams of energy shot toward the merfolk mutant beasts, but these monsters were exceptionally agile, making them hard to hit. Occasionally a few shots hit, but they only left a charred mark on their bodies. It could not cause fatal harm at all. On the contrary, their ferocity was completely ignited. Jiang Yuning's face also turned pale to the extreme. She raised her hand, and cold air gushed out, instantly freezing a monster that lunged at her. Only Jiang Yuning, relying on the high-level contract beast support, could gain a bit of resistance. But she was very clear that her power was extremely exhausting. she could handle 1 or 2 monsters, but now there were as many as 50 or 60 rushing in, and there might be more to come. Even if she drained herself dry, she could at most freeze 2 or 3 more. It was simply a drop in the bucket. Protect the mayor. Quick! Li Yan and the remaining guards, along with the fort's own defenders, immediately formed a wall, tightly guarding Jiang Yuning and those unarmed workers in the corner. They used their own flesh and blood to try to withstand the monster's crazy onslaught. Lin Shushi was also scared to death, huddling with the others in the corner, watching the hellish scene before her, feeling helpless. It's over, this time we are really dead. In the midst of this chaos and despair, only Chen Yuan stood still, motionless. Chen Yuan stood at the outer edge of the crowd, watching the monsters jumping down from the ceiling, his brows tightly furrowed. The system task had a time limit of 20 minutes, to eliminate 207 creatures. More than a minute had already passed, there was no more time to waste. As everyone retreated in fear, wanting to stuff themselves into the wall's cracks. Chen Yuan, however, advanced towards the monsters instead of retreating. He raised his hand, and that toy-like blue instrument, the battle device, appeared in his hand. This scene was just seen by Jiang Yuning, Li Yan, and Lin Shushi huddled in the corner. The pupils of the three shrank sharply at the same time. That thing is an item to summon contract beasts. He is going to summon his contract beast now. In an instant, a thought flashed through the minds of the three, and a chill more terrifying than facing the mermaid beast surged from the depths of their hearts to the top of their heads. In Li Yan's mind, the giant Golzon, which had covered the sky in the wasteland not long ago, resurfaced. If such a colossal beast appeared in this closed ICC fortress. Li Yan's legs went soft on the spot. He could almost imagine a giant more than 60 meters tall suddenly appearing, instantaneously blowing up the entire fortress, turning everyone into pulp. Jiang Yuning thought of it too. She thought of the 50-meter-tall Eleking at Kasser Mountain and the 60-meter-tall Golzon. Any one of them, once summoned, would mean not just killing enemies, they would be the first to be crushed to death. The entire icy fortress would be ripped apart from the inside in an instant. Don't! Jiang Yuning almost blurted it out, her voice changing pitch. But the one most strongly reacting was Lin Shushi. The 53-meter figure of the Eleking was still fresh in her memory. She looked at the battle device in Chen Yuan's hand, terrified to the point of losing her mind, and almost rolled out from the crowd. You must not summon it. Lin Shushi's face was filled with terror. Your contract beast is more than 50 meters tall. It can't fit in here at all. Her voice was sharp and urgent, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. What? A contract beast over 50 meters tall? The guards still struggling to hold off the monsters and the survivors hiding in the corner nearly fainted at hearing this. Are you kidding? To summon a beast over 50 meters tall in this enclosed underground space? Is this trying to perish along with all the monsters? Including Jiang Yuning, Li Yan, and Lin Shushi, everyone rushed up, trying to stop Chen Yuan. They looked at Chen Yuan as if he was about to press the nuclear missile launch button. Surrounded by these people, Chen Yuan felt somewhat speechless. He pushed past everyone blocking his way. Get out of the way, don't block the road. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable force. Time was pressing. The system task was 20 minutes, to eliminate 207 fish monsters, and several minutes had already been wasted. If he kept wasting time, he would lose the opportunity for a tenfold draw. Chen Yuan, you. Jiang Yuning also became anxious, wanting to persuade him further. However, Chen Yuan completely ignored them. He raised the battle device in his hand, aiming at the empty space ahead. Come out, Eleking. With his command, a dazzling white light erupted from the top of the ultimate battle device. It's over. We're doomed. We're going to be crushed. Seeing that light, everyone closed their eyes. Lin Shushi was so scared that her vision went dark, almost passing out. Li Yan and his teammates instinctively covered their heads, waiting for the irresistible pressure to crush them to dust. However, 5 seconds passed. The expected situation didn't occur. Lin Shushi was the first to feel something was off. She cautiously looked toward Chen Yuan. Then, she froze. In front of Chen Yuan, the summoning light had dissipated. In the empty space, a contract beast had indeed appeared. It was a creature that was entirely snow-white, long-bodied, with 2 characteristic swirling horns. It was the white giant beast she had seen with her own eyes before. But isn't this size a bit off? Originally, that terrifying giant beast was over 50 meters tall, like a mountain. Now, it was less than half a meter tall? Chen Yuan looked at the Eleking at his feet and nodded in satisfaction. A size of 40 centimeters is just right. In this environment, it could ensure agility without hurting itself. Eleking, go. Use the Eleking's tail sweep. Chen Yuan gave the simplest command. Little Eleking let out a cry, swinging its tail fiercely. Chapter 25 Eleking's new skill Electric Ray. The tail of little Eleking was enveloped in golden electric currents, transforming into a long whip flashing with lightning. Eleking's tail sweep. Crack. The sound was as crisp as a thunderclap. The electric whip struck the back of the fish monster, instantly sending it flying. Its body was scorched black in midair by the powerful electric current, emitting wisps of smoke, and finally crashed into the distant wall. One hit, kill. The entire control room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, as if their brains had been stunned by that whip. What just happened? That little thing, looking like a pet, just whipped its tail and killed a fish monster that was hard to injure even with energy guns? Isn't that power too exaggerated? However, this was just the beginning. After landing the hit, little Eleking showed no signs of stopping. Its body began to spin rapidly in place, the whip of sparkling lightning crazily eliminating all enemies present. Crack. 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 Dense and crisp sounds echoed wildly in the control room. Golden electric shadows danced freely across the chaotic battlefield. Anyone hit by the electric whip, without exception, was sent flying in a scream, their bodies instantly charred, dying on the spot. 1, 2, 3. It was impossible to count. In just a few seconds, the 50 or so fish monsters that rushed into the control room were slaughtered by the little Eleking. On the ground, on the walls, everywhere were the charred, distorted bodies of the monsters. And that little Eleking, which caused all of this, shook its tail as the currents gradually dissipated. The entire process was smooth and flowing. Chen Yuan only looked at the system map, where the red dots representing the monsters had completely disappeared from this level. But in the upper control room, there were still many red dots moving. There are still more than 150 left. There are 14 minutes left for the task, and time is a bit tight. Chen Yuan pointed to the huge hole above. King Arai, clean up everything up there. King Arai received the order, his body suddenly kicked, transforming into a white shadow, lightly flying through the hole in the dome, disappearing from everyone's sight. At the same time, the technicians in the control room continued to repair the damaged equipment. Got it. I've connected to the internal surveillance system of the fortress. He tapped the keyboard, and soon, on all the main screens in the central hall, the surveillance footage of the fortress appeared. And on the surveillance screens, a white lightning could be seen rapidly darting through various passages and rooms. Wherever it went, the mermaid beasts collapsed in droves, turning into charred remains. Time passed second by second. The killing on the screen gradually approached its end. The sounds of battle above came quickly and went quickly. In just 10 minutes, the entire icy fortress became completely quiet. Only the faint hum of the ventilation system could be heard. The technicians repeatedly confirmed the surveillance footage, checking the situation in the fortress. It seems that all the mermaid beasts in the fortress have been exterminated. All the survivors in the hall were left speechless for a long time. A LV-50 elite beast master captain, a LV-65 mayor, 2 excellent guard teams. So many people, with no power to fight back, could only wait for death. As a result, a big boss summoned a pet and ended the battle in just a few minutes. Moreover, it was a solo mission to clean out all the mermaid beasts in the fortress. Including Lin Shushi and Li Yan, everyone stood frozen in place, dumbfounded at everything before them. That monster siege that had put them in a desperate situation, making them believe they were doomed, was easily resolved in less than half a minute? And Jiang Yuning, at this moment, was even more shocked beyond measure. When it was big, a single stomp could crush a whole building. When it was small, a single tail could kill a group of beast monsters in an instant. What kind of defying existence is this? At this moment, King Arai completed its mission. Exterminated quantity, 207/207. Ding. Side quest, Fortress Invasion Defense completed. Calculating task rewards. Congratulations, host, you have gained, points *1000. A notification sound from the system echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Very good, 1000 points secured. He glanced at his system panel, his current total points were 1000. Just enough for one tenfold draw. Swish. A white light jumped down from the hole in the ceiling, landing steadily at Chen Yuan's feet. It was King Arai, who had completed the extermination task. If it weren't for witnessing how it had just whipped over 100 monsters to death with its tail, everyone present would have been deceived by its harmless appearance. Chen Yuan raised the combat device and issued a command to it. King Arai, it's done, come back. King Arai transformed into a white light and returned to the combat device. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment, he came here to complete the task and earn points. Now that he had the points, it was only right to use them on the spot, draw prizes to improve his monster's strength, which was the most important thing. System, consume all points for a tenfold draw. Points -1000. Conducting tenfold draw for the host. The familiar virtual roulette spun rapidly in front of him. Chen Yuan had developed a certain calmness regarding the draw results. The best outcome, of course, would be to draw a new monster or a powerful skill card. The worst result would be a bunch of experience cards. But now, experience cards were also very useful to him. After all, Golzin was still waiting to level up. Leveling Golzin to level 10 would complete main quest 4, and he would still obtain a new monster, which was a sure win. At this moment, the first slot of the roulette slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. The second slot stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained an experience card, 100 points of experience. The light dots flashed continuously, 8 times in a row, and as expected, all were experience cards worth 100 points each. A total of 800 points of experience. Chen Yuan was not disappointed, at least it wasn't some incredible Ultra Brothers shorts. Now, he just had to see if the last 2 draws could produce some miracles. The 9th slot slowly came to a stop. The light flickered. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained an experience card, 100 points of experience. Another experience card. Only one last chance for a draw remains. Chen Yuan fixed his eyes on the rapidly spinning roulette, silently praying in his heart. Please give me a skill card, anything will do. The roulette slowed down more and more, the pointer swinging back and forth between several slots. Finally, under Chen Yuan's watch, it steadily stopped on a slot emitting dazzling golden light. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired monster skill card Electric Beam. Skill description, a special skill of King Eller, capable of releasing powerful electric shocks from its head horns, causing tremendous electric damage to distant enemies. Chapter 26, LV70 King of the Ice Sea. My flame Golzin is already thirsty and eager. Chen Yuan looked at the newly acquired skill, and his heart was instantly filled with joy. This was a good thing. Isn't this the latest skill of King Eller from Jita Ultraman? This skill, as an enhancement for King Eller, absolutely guarantees strength. Would you like to use the skill Electric Beam for the monster King Eller? Yes. Skill use successful. Chen Yuan immediately opened King Eller's attribute panel to examine it closely. Monster panel. Name, King Eller. Level, LV10. Experience, 3947/6000. Type, Cosmic Monster. Weight, 500 grams, 25,000 tons. Height, 20 centimeters, 53 meters. Life, 110, 500/110, 500. Attack, 9,400. Defense, 8,100. Agility, 7,800. Skills, Electric Attack, Crescent Lightblade, King Eller's Tail Sweep, Electric Beam, New. Form list, empty. Looking at this dazzling list of skills, Chen Yuan felt very satisfied. Now, King Eller could be said to be a truly versatile warrior. In close combat, there is a tail to wrap around enemies for continuous electric control and output skills. At a distance, there are 2 attack methods, King Eller's Tail Sweep, which had just shown its might and is highly efficient at clearing fields, and the newly acquired Electric Beam. For even further distances, there's the classic skill Crescent Lightblade as a safeguard. Now, King Eller's main combat skills were almost all gathered. Next, to enhance its combat abilities, aside from the most basic level up, he needed to find a way to get it a new form. For example, EX King Eller, or the cooler Belial Fusion Beast Lightning Killer form. While analyzing King Eller, Chen Yuan opened the system backpack. Experience card, 100 points of experience, *17. He hadn't used the experience cards earned from 2 side quests yet. So, let's use them all on Golzin to quickly raise it to level 10 and complete the main quest to obtain the Monster Lottery Select card. System, use all experience cards. Ding! Congratulations, the host has raised Golzin's level to LV6. Ding! Congratulations, the host has raised Golzin's level to LV7. Not bad, only a step away from LV10. Change form, Flame Golzin. Chen Yuan issued the command in his heart. He wanted to see how much this new form had improved. Monster panel. Name, Flame Golzin. Level, LV7. Experience, 200 out of 1000. Type, Super Ancient Monster. Weight, 68,000 tons. Height, 62 meters. Life, 110,000/110,000. Attack, 9,000. Defense, 8,800. Agility, 7,400. Skills, Sonic Wave Beam, Energy Absorption. Form list, Normal form. Seeing these numbers, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. In comprehensive attributes, Flame Golzin had completely surpassed the previous LV7 King Eller. The only drawback was that the skill set was not as rich as King Eller's. Mainly, the values in Ultraman do not represent the ultimate fighting power of a monster. So, he still needed to figure out a way to get a 5 emperors. Chen Yuan's plans for his monster army became clearer. At the same time, in the central control room, over 100 people, including Mayor Jiang Yuning, all focused their eyes on Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan's left hand propped up his chin, his eyes blankly staring at the floor. 2 minutes had already passed. What was he doing? Analyzing the mermaid-like beast? No wonder he was a master. Even after winning, he still didn't let his guard down. Jiang Yuning only had one thought in her mind: how many secrets does this guy still hide? This contract beast, when it was big, was over 50 meters tall, and when it was small, it was only as tall as a calf. Moreover, even after it shrank in size, its combat power remained fierce. What kind of race was this contract beast, the Reionic? Jiang Yuning organized her words, seemingly searching for a suitable term. Can the size of your Reionic change at will? Lin Shushi and Li Yan, along with others, subconsciously listened carefully. In their understanding, contract beasts could only grow larger as their power increased after being summoned. It was irreversible. This was common knowledge among beast masters. Otherwise, over 100 people at the Ice Sea Fortress wouldn't have been easily defeated without any power to fight back. They had never heard of, nor seen, any contract beast that could change size like blowing into a balloon, growing and shrinking at will. This completely exceeded their understanding of the beast master system. On the other hand, Chen Yuan's response was short and to the point. Aha, it can. With just 3 words, he killed the conversation completely. After all, he couldn't explain in detail. Chen Yuan was not in the same combat system as the over 100 people present. What Chen Yuan used was the power from the Ultraman universe. In Ultraman, planets were destroyed as the backdrop for monster appearances. How could they understand that? Just as Chen Yuan was immersed in the joy of his gains, the silence around him was suddenly broken. A piercing alarm sounded, echoing throughout the entire central control room. Beep. 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 Red alarm lights flashed frantically. A technician suddenly stood up from his seat. He pulled up a monitoring screen on the main display, his voice shaking. Above the fortress, on the ice layer, a super high energy reaction has been detected. It's a LV-70 boss level exotic beast. It is the Lord Beast that commands those mermaid-like exotic beasts. As soon as these words came out, the survivors who had just escaped death and hadn't even caught their breath were once again shrouded in fear. LV-70. What does that mean? For a city like Nanjian Bay City, exotic beasts above LV-60 were already a situation that required external support. On the central control room's main screen, a clear image on the ice surface already appeared. It was an endless expanse of vast ice covered in pristine white snow. And in the center of the ice field stood a giant exotic beast over 40 meters tall. Its 2 enormous pincers resembled 2 small mountains, seemingly capable of crushing everything in their grip. It's the Coalfire King Crab, capable of teleporting small exotic beasts, Jiang Yuning said, looking at the monster on the screen. We must find a way to eliminate it here, or we will eventually be worn down by it. I will go out to meet it. Mayor, you are LV-65, it's too dangerous, Li Yan exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. There's no time to hesitate, every second we delay increases our danger. After saying that, Jiang Yuning didn't give anyone else a chance to persuade her. She raised her right hand, and a beam of light suddenly appeared from her palm. The next second, the light transformed into a streak, shooting straight towards the sea surface. Everyone in the control room was stunned by the scene. They rushed to the main screen, staring intently at the image. They saw the streak of light fly out of the fortress, circling once above the vast ice field, then suddenly diving to the ground. As the light dissipated, a spectacular giant beast appeared in everyone's view. It was a phoenix, entirely made of ice crystals. Although its size was not as immense as that Coalfire King Crab, it was still nearly 30 meters tall. A wave of extreme cold radiated from it, sharply countering the fiery breath of the fiery cold Emperor Crab. Ice Crystal Phoenix, LV-65. This is Jiang Yuning's trump card. Chapter 27, 60 levels apart, my brother Gulzin will still fight. It's the mayor's contract beast. This is the most famous contract beast in our South River base city. In the control room, a wave of gasps erupted. Usually, they only heard about this contract beast's great power, now, they had the chance to see it in action. At the same time, on the ice field, the killing intent was at its heaviest. On one side was the Ice Crystal Phoenix, radiating cold air. On the other side was the fiery cold Emperor Crab, entirely red, as if made of lava. Ice and fire, 2 opposing forces, stood in stark confrontation at this moment. The battle was about to start. In the control room, everyone watched as the Ice Crystal Phoenix flapped its wings, turning into an ice blade, shooting towards the fiery cold Emperor Crab. The main screen suddenly flashed white. People could only see the two giant beasts colliding at the center of the ice field. The temperature of the ice surface is rapidly dropping. The technician stared at the data panel, nearly popping his eyes out. -40 degrees, -50 degrees, God, it's still dropping. No wonder it's the mayor, even the aftermath of the battle can change the climate of an area. This time we definitely win. The fiery cold emperor crab is fire type, it's completely restrained by the mayor. The flame of hope ignited fiercely in everyone's hearts. However, the next second, a twist occurred. Buzz. A completely opposite wave of heat suddenly emerged from the screen without warning. In the footage, the red light instantaneously stained the entire screen red. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire fortress shook violently, and everyone couldn't stand, staggering left and right. What's happening? The mayor's ice crystal phoenix is being suppressed? Li Yan's face was filled with disbelief. No one could answer him. All they could see was the ice crystal phoenix on the screen, seemingly being overwhelmed by the flames of the fiery cold emperor crab. The life signal of the ice crystal phoenix is rapidly declining. Impossible! Li Yan shouted, that is the mayor's trump card, how could it? His words could not be finished. In the footage, the red light reached its peak. Then, it suddenly contracted and exploded violently. Boom! Put! Jiang Yunning suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body swayed, and she knelt on one knee on the ground. To increase her contract beast's combat power, she established a mental link. Now the ice crystal phoenix was severely injured and forcibly returned to the beast space due to heavy damage. As a beastmaster, she also suffered a strong backlash, her face turning pale. Mayor, are you okay? Li Yan hurried over and supported her. I'm fine. Jiang Yunning waved her hand, her eyes filled with regret. I was too impulsive, instead lost my fighting power. If she could have waited for a better opportunity or made a more thorough plan, perhaps. But now, it was too late to say anything. The ice crystal phoenix was severely injured and could not be summoned again in a short time. Her strongest fighting force in Jiang City actually couldn't stay alive for a minute against the boss. Silence. The entire central control room fell into deep silence. Even the LV-65 mayor was completely crushed within a minute. What hope do they have now? How could this happen? This magical beast is so strong. The mayor has lost, we are doomed. Oppressed emotions began to rise among the crowd. It's over. Looking at Jiang Yunning's pale face, the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts was completely shattered. Mayor, you should rest for a while. It was Chen Yuan, he didn't know when he had already come to Jiang Yunning's side. All eyes suddenly focused on Chen Yuan. Next, leave it to me. Chen Yuan looked at the main screen, raising the battle device in his hand. What is he going to do? Is he really going to summon his contract beast to challenge that boss? Is he crazy? His contract beast is so small, it might not even be able to cross the ocean to reach the ice surface. Everyone held their breath, staring at Chen Yuan's actions. Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. He really didn't expect that, with only a 5-level gap, how could he lose in just 2 moves? It seems that he can only let Flame Gulzin take action now. Since obtaining Flame Gulzin, Chen Yuan hasn't had a real battle yet. This is a great opportunity for an actual combat test. Chen Yuan also wanted to know, facing the strongest enemy he has ever encountered, the LV-70 alien beast. How much power would his LV-7 Flame Gulzin actually display? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yuan activated the battle device once more. Battle device activated. Super Ancient Monster Flame Gulzin. A beam of light shot out from the battle device, piercing through the ice sea fortress, soaring to the sky. Above the ice field. The beam of light exploded in the air, and a huge figure appeared out of nowhere, crashing heavily onto the ice surface, splashing countless ice shards. Roar! A roar filled with wildness and power resonated throughout the entire ice sea. In the control room, everyone was speechless at the sudden appearance of this giant on the screen. This is Gulzin, but why does it look different? Li Yan exclaimed in shock. He had seen Gulzin in the ruins outside the city, and its chest had no decorations at all. But now, there was a red spiderweb-like pattern on Gulzin's chest. At that moment, a technician suddenly let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Wait, this contract beast's level. He stared at the data on the screen, confirming it several times before stammering. Its level is only LV-7? What? This statement instantly caused an uproar in the control room. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Chen Yuan as if he were a madman. LV-7, I didn't mishear, did I? Such a big chunk, you say it's only LV-7? This is like going to die, no matter how big it is, what's the use? With such a big gap in level, it will shatter with one hit. It's over, even this mysterious master is going to be killed by the boss in one hit. Jiang Yuning was also shocked. She admitted that Chen Yuan's giant beast was special, but the current situation was a full 60 levels apart. The gap between them was greater than a chasm. If Jiang Yuning could not last through 2 moves against a 5-level difference, no doubt, a single breath from the opponent would cause Golzon to perish on the spot. Chen Yuan, you. Jiang Yuning couldn't help but speak, wanting to stop this meaningless suicide attack. But Jiang Yuning also understood that the only hope for everyone to survive now rested on Chen Yuan's shoulders. However, Chen Yuan seemed to have not heard all the doubts and exclamations around him. At the same time, Chen Yuan didn't care about everyone's comments at all. He raised the fighting device and issued the first command. Flame Golzon, use Sonic Beam. On the ice field, Flame Golzon faced the Frostfire King Crab, which was a bit smaller in size but over 60 levels higher, without any trace of fear. Chen Yuan's command was precisely conveyed to Flame Golzon. Receiving the order, Flame Golzon's sharp horn instantly glowed with golden light, and energy wildly gathered. After evolution, its sonic beam had transformed from purple to gold. In the next second, a golden beam tore through the snow and wind above the ice field, straightly blasting towards the Frostfire King Crab. Sonic Beam. In the control room, everyone stared at the screen, their hearts raced to their throats. Even the mayor's LV-65 Ice Phoenix failed. He actually really commanded a LV-7 contract beast to actively attack a LV-70 boss. Boom! A huge explosion echoed, even penetrating through the ice layer and seawater, shaking the entire control room. On the screen, the center of the explosion stirred up a storm of snow and ice, turning into blinding white, making it impossible to see anything. What was the result? Look quickly. The snow fog has cleared. Everyone stared at the screen, and when the smoke and ice snow slowly dissipated, the scene on the ice field became clear again. The entire control room, with hundreds of people, instantly fell silent. On the screen, the Flame Golzon stood in place, completely undamaged. And opposite it, the Cold Fire King Crab had actually been blasted away hundreds of meters by this attack. Its 40-meter body crashed into a distant iceberg, shattering the entire iceberg. Countless tons of ice flew everywhere. How could this be possible? A technician looked at the screen, his voice trembling. A level 7 contract beast, with one move, repelled a level 70 boss? Li Yan felt his mind go blank. It knocked it away with one hit? Are you kidding? The mayor's Ice Crystal Phoenix couldn't even break its defense. Jiang Yuning also looked shocked. Her brain could no longer process the information before her. There was a full 60-level difference. She exhausted all her knowledge of beast masters and could not imagine how there could be a contract beast like Golzon that defied logic. However, the battle on the ice field did not give everyone time to think. The Cold Fire King Crab, blasted away by one hit, was clearly completely enraged. It crawled up from the ruins of the iceberg, its 8 crab legs scraping against the ice, creating an ear-piercing screech. Its originally crimson shell now became even deeper, as if magma flowed within it. Roar! The Cold Fire King Crab opened its massive mouth, and a giant fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, quickly formed at its lips. The fireball emitted intense heat, instantly melting and evaporating the surrounding ice, creating a cloud of steam. Seeing this, Jiang Yuning's face instantly turned pale. Chen Yuan, quickly tell your Golzon to dodge, she shouted urgently. It was this move that heavily injured my Ice Crystal Phoenix. Jiang Yuning was all too aware of the terror of this attack. Her Ice Crystal Phoenix, known for its extreme icy energy, instantly melted and was shattered like paper in front of this fireball. The others in the control room also reacted from the shock, sinking back into despair. The boss is serious. The energy from this move is at least 3 times stronger than before. Golzon is so big, it can't dodge at all. However, Chen Yuan calmly watched the screen, not only not telling Golzon to evade, but instead giving a command. Golzon, use energy absorption. Chen Yuan was not worried about this 10-meter fireball at all. The Flame Golzon in front of him could absorb even the Delahium Lightstream and the Seljit Ray, so how could it be afraid of this fireball? On the ice field, the Flame Golzon received the command and really just stood there. The Flame Golzon even spread its arms, exposing its chest to the boss's view. From the surveillance footage at the icy base, this was no different from taunting the enemy and waiting to die. At that moment, the giant fireball, trailing a fiery tail, shot towards the Flame Golzon. Everyone instinctively felt a chill down their spines, unable to imagine who could defeat the boss if Golzon was defeated. Oh no, he is really not letting his contract beast dodge the attack. We're done for, the only hope we had to win is being so careless. But the next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. That giant fireball, capable of killing a level 65 Ice Crystal Phoenix in seconds, did not explode when it hit the red web-like patterns on the Flame Golzon's chest. The fireball, as if trapped in a swamp, was absorbed by those red patterns on its chest. The fireball transformed into energy, continuously poured into Golzon's body. The flame Gulzin's body, after absorbing a massive amount of energy, made the red patterns on its chest glow even brighter. Even the skin all over his body exuded a faint golden light. In the central control room, there was deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths agape. The attack was absorbed? Li Yan also felt his worldview being completely crushed. He looked at the Gorzin on the screen, then at the mayor beside him whose mouth was still stained with blood. The same move. The mayor's ace, the LV-65 Ice Crystal Phoenix, was killed in one strike, its master severely injured. Chen Yuan's contract beast, the LV-7 Flame Gorzin, stood still and absorbed the attack. What on earth is going on? Zhang Yuning's mind also completely crashed. It can actually absorb attacks. Suddenly, she understood. Why was Chen Yuan's giant beast level so low, yet had such terrifying combat power? This was beyond what the conventional beast master system could explain. This creature called Gorzin, its ability was a complete subversion of understanding. Where on earth did Chen Yuan get such a powerful contract beast? Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, Chen Yuan's voice rang out again. Gorzin, take care of it. As the flame Gorzin was about to launch an attack, the cold-fire king crab suddenly let out a sharp cry. The deep red color on it quickly faded away, replaced by a profound ice blue. The scorching aura that it had emitted also instantly transformed into extreme cold. Buzz. A burst of cold spread out from it, and the ice surface it had just melted quickly reformed at an even faster speed, becoming smoother and harder. It switched to tributes. In the central control room, technicians shouted, pointing at the changes in data on the screen. As soon as the words fell, the situation on the screen underwent an astonishing change. After switching to ice attribute, the cold-fire king crab seemed to have returned to its home ground. It slid rapidly on the ice surface, so fast that it left only a blue afterimage, instantly circling in front of the flame Gorzin. What incredible speed! Gorzin can't keep up with its movements. The control room erupted in exclamations. Although the flame Gorzin possessed great strength, agility was its shortcoming. Even after evolving into the flame Gorzin, its power saw a massive boost, yet speed remained the only attribute that did not improve. Faced with the cold-fire king crab's increased speed, its body simply could not react in time. Clang! A sharp metallic scraping sound rang out. The coal-fire king crab swung its ice-blue giant pincers and clamped down hard on the flame Gorzin's chest, sending a spray of dazzling sparks. Roar! The flame Gorzin let out a roar, and its massive body staggered back a few steps, its breath weakening by half in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts in the control room sank to the bottom. The pattern on its chest was damaged. This should be Gorzin's absorption device, it was actually attacked. Zhang Yuning glanced at Chen Yuan beside her and couldn't help but ask anxiously. Chen Yuan, can your Gorzin still absorb attacks? Can it? Before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Yuan. No, the chest absorption device is destroyed, it can't be used at all. Chen Yuan spoke casually, but inside he was frantically complaining. The absorption device of the flame Gorzin was way too fragile, it was bad enough to be broken by a single slap, and now it could even be crushed by a crab. However, Chen Yuan now had a clearer understanding. Although the flame Gorzin's panel data was extravagant, it was still only LV7. Facing an LV70 boss that was over 60 levels higher, it was still too much of a stretch. The earlier advantage was entirely based on the absorption trait. Now that the opponent destroyed the absorption device with speed, the flame Gorzin's advantage vanished completely. It seems that a LV7 flame Gorzin can only barely match up against a LV70 boss level. Chen Yuan silently assessed in his heart, wanting to win without any risk was still a bit difficult. However, I'm not the only monster I have. If I can't win in a one-on-one fight, then let's gang up on him. This boss can bully my flame Gorzin based on its level. But my two monsters together only have a level of 17, so I can't say they are bullying it. As a Reionics, not using my advantage of numbers would be a waste of these 3 summoning slots. Chapter 29, 2 against 1, you two come at me, don't let it escape. Seeing the massive body of flame Gorzin stagger back, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, rising into their throats. Li Yan shouted at Chen Yuan, quickly recall it back, if we keep fighting it will really die. Your contract beast has limitless potential, it shouldn't fall here, quickly recall it into the beast space. In Li Yan's view, Chen Yuan and his Gorzin had already created a miracle and didn't need to make unnecessary sacrifices. It was a major loss for humanity if this kind of contract beast died before it matured. Rather than letting Chen Yuan sacrifice Gorzin to protect everyone, it was better to have him and the guard team members cover Chen Yuan to escape back to Nanjing City in the submersible. Zhang Yuning also looked nervously at Chen Yuan, she no longer regarded him as an ordinary high school student. He was not only a more powerful beast master than herself, but also a genius with immense potential among humans. Zhang Yuning hoped that Chen Yuan would make the most rational judgment. However, Chen Yuan's next action once again shocked everyone. He ignored Li Yan's yelling and Jiang Yuning's anxious gaze, and under the incredulous gaze of everyone, he slowly raised the battle device in his hand again. What is he going to do? Gorlzin is about to be killed, what else does he want to do? He is preparing to recall the contract beast back into the beast space. It seems we can't be saved today. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Yuan and the mysterious device in his hand. Chen Yuan raised the battle device, mimicking the pose he had used to summon Gorlzin earlier. A guard suddenly seemed to understand something and stuttered out with a haunted expression. He wouldn't want to summon another one, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze. Summon another one? What a joke. Li Yan was the first to refute, absolutely impossible. Beast masters can only summon one contract beast to fight at a time, that's common sense. Jiang Yuning fell silent as well because this was basic knowledge that all beast masters knew. Summoning a contract beast requires a huge amount of mental power from the beast master to maintain. At the same time, the mental power needed to maintain two contract beasts in the outside world grows exponentially. It's impossible for Chen Yuan, whose potential is F-grade, to handle it. Not to mention their Nanjing-based city, even across the entire country, no beast master had been reported capable of summoning a second contract beast to fight without using a tool. Meanwhile, on the ice field, Flame Gorlzin, due to its injuries, was moving sluggishly. The Coalfire King Crab clearly didn't intend to give it a moment to breathe, transforming again into a blue streak of light, charging forward with its massive claw raised. It was clear that Gorlzin was about to be severely injured again. At this critical moment, Chen Yuan immediately activated the battle device. Come forth, Eleking. Battle device activate. Cosmic monster Eleking. A white light burst from the battle device in Chen Yuan's hand. The light beam instantly pierced through the thick ice layer in seawater, shooting up onto the ice field. Boom! The light beam exploded in midair, and an agile figure, accompanied by dazzling electric arcs, descended from the sky. Bang! It landed steadily beside Flame Gorlzin, splattering snow everywhere. In the control room, everyone was stunned by this sudden scene on the screen. They stared wide-eyed in shock. They fixated on the screen, watching the new figure that suddenly appeared. It was a long, slender monster, completely snow-white, adorned with black stripes. It had a long tail and a pair of massive black horns that spun continuously on its head. The second one, he can really summon two contract beasts at the same time. Who is he, really? This must be a trick. Even national-level experts can't do this. How could a high school student in a uniform manage it? The entire central control room was drowned in cries of disbelief that overturned their worldviews. Li Yan dropped his mouth wide open, completely stunned. He felt that the worldview of beast masters he had built over decades was ruthlessly shattered by Chen Yuan today. Summoning a 50-meter giant beast once, he accepted it. He accepted that the giant beast could grow or shrink. He accepted that a level 7 giant beast could go head-to-head with a level 70 boss. But now, he could actually summon two at once to fight in a 2-on-1? Is this still livable? This was not the beast master he knew at all. Jiang Yuning also looked dumbfounded, staring at the two monsters on the screen, her mind a blank. This is the Eleking. Before, in the wasteland, Jiang Yuning was relieved that beast masters could only summon one at a time. Now it seemed, this common sense did not apply to Chen Yuan at all. How many hidden cards does this guy have? At that moment, the technician responsible for monitoring the data screamed again. The new contract beast that just appeared, its level, is LV-10. What? LV-10? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback again. They suddenly remembered, this was the contract beast that had cleared out all the merman monsters in the fortress. At that time it was only 40 centimeters tall, but now it's just a bit shorter than the Gorlzin, standing over 50 meters tall. Everyone was numb. The surprises brought by Chen Yuan came in waves, so many that their brains could no longer process it. Meanwhile, on the icy battlefield, the situation changed dramatically with the arrival of the Eleking. The Coalfire King Crab's charge was momentarily halted by the sudden appearance of the Eleking. Its not-so-high intelligence clearly couldn't comprehend why the enemy suddenly had one more ally. This brief pause gave Chen Yuan the opportunity to issue commands. With just a fiery Gorlzin, he could trade blows with this boss. Now with the Eleking's appearance, it undoubtedly turned the tide. The Eleking in Chen Yuan's hands was extremely agile in skill. Even though the boss could move quickly on the ice, it was hard to evade the Eleking's attacks. Not to mention, the surrounding environment was either glacial or oceanic. As the king of water, the Eleking could exert its maximum power in such an environment. If the fortress boss tried to jump into the sea to escape, it would directly jump into the killing zone of the Eleking. Eleking, don't let it take a break. Chen Yuan's voice echoed in the Eleking's mind. Use your new learned skills and hit it hard. Electric beam. Fiery Gorlzin, ultrasonic beam. You both go for it, don't let it get away. Chapter 30, Jumping into the sea to escape before the Eleking? Following the order, the Eleking did not hesitate at all. The pair of black horns on its head instantly emitted blinding electric light. Zzz. At the same time, the fiery Gorizon quickly reabsorbed energy upon receiving the command. Although its chest absorption device was damaged, its core attack skills remained. A golden beam of light followed closely behind. Boom! The attacks of the two different monsters accurately hit the Coalfire King Crab. The Coalfire King Crab's massive body was thrown into the air again, crashing heavily onto the distant ice, splashing snow everywhere. In the control room, the crowd that had been holding back for a long time erupted in cheers. We win! We're going to win! 2 against 1. This is too unfair. But I love it. My god. 2 giant beasts join forces, who can withstand this? This strange beast boss is already difficult to fight alone, now there are 2, let's see what it will do. On the icy plains, the battle continues. Hit by 2 powerful attacks consecutively, the Coalfire Emperor Crab is heavily injured and its breathing is weak. Struggling to get up from the ice, its eyes are filled with fear. It cannot understand why the situation has suddenly turned this way. Why in this place, 2 powerful giant beasts appear? However, King Ale and Flame Golzon give it no time to think. Under Chen Yuan's command, the 2 giant creatures, one on the left and one on the right, walk heavily toward the Coalfire Emperor Crab. Li Yan stares at the screen, thinking that the next moment will be a showdown of flashy skills between the 2 giants, instantly killing the boss. However, the scene that follows leaves him once again dumbfounded. He sees King Ale and Flame Golzon, when getting close to the Coalfire Emperor Crab, do not use any skills at all. They simply pinch the crab in between. Then, bang! Flame Golzon delivers a heavy right hook, smashing it hard into the Coalfire Emperor Crab's face, making it stagger. Slap! King Ale follows with a swift tail swipe, slamming the other side of the crab's face and making it spin halfway around. Bang! Slap! Bang! 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 Slap! 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 In the control room, over 100 people watched the screen in a daze. 2 giant beasts, one 53 meters, the other 62 meters. They abandon all fancy skills, using only the most primitive punches and kicks to unleash a storm of attacks on the level 70 strange beast boss. No skills, no tactics. It's just a pure, brutal display of strength. You punch, I kick. You swing a tail, I slap. The crab, which had just dominated the level 65 Ice Crystal Phoenix, now seems like a victim trapped in an alley, surrounded by 2 strong men, helplessly crying out. Li Yan's mouth twitches. Is this even possible? He feels his aesthetic of combat has been overturned once more. This method of fighting is too unreasonable, too bullying. But why does it feel so relieving to watch? At the same time, the Coalfire Emperor Crab, stuck in the middle, faces a relentless storm of physical attacks. Golzon's fists nearly shatter its insides. King Ale's tail is even more agile, striking with electric force, making it dizzy and seeing stars. Its proud massive pincers cannot be used in front of these 2 giants. As soon as it raises them, Golzon's fist brings them crashing back down. As for its speed advantage with ice attributes? Enclosed and beaten by the 2 giants, it has no room to move at all, let alone achieve any high-speed maneuvers. In the control room, everyone's shock has transformed into absorbed enjoyment. This is too brutal. Look at that crab's shell, it has cracked from the pounding. Just when everyone thought the Coalfire Emperor Crab was about to be beaten to death, an unexpected change occurred. The Coalfire Emperor Crab seemed to sense that it would surely die if this continued. Its survival instinct fueled it to unleash its final strength. The Coalfire Emperor Crab suddenly sank its body down, its 8 legs attacking the ice beneath it. Crack! Crack! Boom! The ice surface instantly collapsed over a large area. The massive body of the Coalfire Emperor Crab fell into the dark and cold sea beneath. Splash! A huge splash soared into the sky. Not good. It's trying to escape. Li Yan yelled immediately upon seeing this. Everyone's hearts tightened. This icy sea area is vast and boundless, with an incredibly complex underwater environment. If they let this wounded boss escape, it would be hard to find it again later. Moreover, no one could say whether it would come back for revenge. It would be a huge trouble then. Gorizon is not good at water battles. Can Eleking fight in the water? A guard asked anxiously. Probably not. Just look at it, it doesn't seem like it can swim, another replied. Jiang Yuning's brows furrowed tightly. She knew that a land contract beast would have its fighting power greatly diminished in water, even turning into a land dweller. Were they really going to lose everything today? However, at this moment, Chen Yuan felt overjoyed. Run? Where to run? You, a crab, dare to go into the water in front of Eleking? Isn't this like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong? Eleking is a real cosmic monster, known as the King of Water. This is a title recognized in the Ultra universe. In the water, its fighting power wouldn't just decrease, it would significantly increase. You are not running, you are rushing to your own doom. Eleking, Chen Yuan commanded clearly through the battle instrument. Go into the water and take care of it. On the ice field, Eleking received the order, glanced at the surging Black Sea below, and showed no hesitation. With one leap, it plunged in. Splash! Another loud sound of splashing water filled the air. Fire Gorzen stood at the edge of the huge ice hole, watching its companion disappear into the water, scratching its head in confusion. Fire Gorzen was skilled at burrowing underground, and it really wasn't good at water battles. In the control room, everyone's hearts were in their throats. It went down. Eleking also went down. Technical team, hurry. Switch to the underwater monitoring view. Zhang Yuning ordered immediately. Yes. Soon, the main screen switched, revealing a deep, dark underwater scene. With the fortress's equipment, they could see the underwater situation clearly. After entering the water, the cold fire emperor crab indeed swam with ease, its 8 legs moving even faster than on ice, frantically fleeing towards the deep sea. Not far behind it, a white figure was chasing after it even faster. It was Eleking. In the water, Eleking's body was surprisingly agile, its speed astonishing. So fast. Eleking's speed in the water is even faster than that crab. Wow, is this monster amphibious? It's too versatile. Everyone was once again shocked by Eleking's abilities. On the ice field, it was the King of Lightning. In the water, it became a swimming champion. What kind of contract beast is this? Under the astonished eyes of everyone, Eleking quickly caught up to the fleeing cold fire emperor crab. The cold fire emperor crab also noticed the pursuer behind it, terrified to the core, desperately waving its 2 large pincers, trying to attack Eleking. But in front of the nimble Eleking, its clumsy attacks couldn't even touch it at all. Eleking easily dodged all the attacks in the water. Then, it found an opportunity. Its long tail silently wrapped around the back of the cold fire emperor crab. In the next moment, it suddenly tightened around it. The tail precisely coiled around the cold fire emperor crab, circle after circle, binding it tightly, leaving it unable to move. The cold fire emperor crab struggled frantically, but Eleking's tail was like the strongest chain, the more it struggled, the tighter it became. Chapter 31, 1,000 points to choose a monster, my monster army just needs you. In the control room, everyone was stunned. This it got tied up? What is the name of this contract beast? It's as strong as Gorzen. At this moment, Chen Yuan issued the final command. Eleking, deal with it directly. Zzzz. Eleking's long tail erupted with blinding blue lightning in an instant. Furious electric currents poured continuously into the cold fire emperor crab through the tightly coiled tail. In Eleking's home ground, this move's power was amplified several times. On the screen, a massive and dazzling electric light crab was flashing wildly. The cold fire king crab's entire body twisted wildly, its shell turning brownish red at a visible speed. ZZ. The whole process lasted nearly 10 seconds. When King AI Lei stopped discharging electricity and released its tail. The level 70 boss level creature, the cold fire king crab, had already turned into a giant, cooked brown crab. Its massive body sank into the deep sea under the pressure of the water. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Flame Golzen participated in killing the level 70 creature Cold Fire King Crab and gained a lot of experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, Flame Golzen leveled up to level 8. Ding! Congratulations, host, Flame Golzen leveled up to level 9. Ding! Congratulations, host, Flame Golzen leveled up to level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, your AI Lei King successfully killed the level 70 creature Cold Fire King Crab and gained a lot of experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, AI Lei King leveled up to level 11. Ding! Congratulations, host, AI Lei King leveled up to level 12. A series of system notifications rang wildly in Chen Yuan's mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Yuan's face. Not bad, not bad. Leveling up by fighting monsters above one's level yields rich experience. Golzen jumped 3 levels, reaching level 10, perfectly meeting the requirement of the main quest, 4. As the one who delivered the final blow, AI Lei King also leveled up twice, reaching level 12. This trip to the Ice Sea Fortress was truly worth it. At the same time, in the central control room, the technician responsible for monitoring life signs stared intently at the screen, confirming the data several times before suddenly standing up from his seat. It's dead, the boss's life signs have completely disappeared. We won. The entire central control room exploded with cheers like a mountain crashing and a tsunami rising. We won. We survived. Everyone jumped up, hugging each other, crying and laughing. The immense joy of surviving made everyone unable to control their emotions. From the despair of being surrounded by countless mermaid monsters, to the fear of being cornered by the level 70 boss, to the mayor getting instantly killed. Their hearts felt like a roller coaster, plunging to the bottom and then being pulled back to the clouds by Chen Yuan. Li Yan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. With the help of a high school student and his two extremely powerful contracted beasts, they actually defeated a level 70 boss that even the mayor couldn't handle. Who would believe this if told? Lin Shushi also covered her mouth. She looked at Chen Yuan, filled with unmatched admiration in her heart. She always thought that getting into the Beastmaster department at South River University made her exceptional. But today, in front of Chen Yuan, she realized how small and ridiculous she really was. Not to mention catching up to him, she felt that even if she practiced her whole life, she probably wouldn't reach even half of Chen Yuan's strength at his current age. Can the gap between people be this huge? At that moment. Ding! With a soft sound, all emergency red lights in the control room suddenly went out. Then, rows of white lights lit up one after another, illuminating the entire central control room as bright as day. A technician excitedly reported. Mayor, the energy has been activated, the team of professors sent by South River University has completed the repairs, and the overall defense system of the fortress is being restarted. This news was like adding joy to joy. It meant that the Ice Sea fortress was saved. Zhang Yuning let out a long sigh, the last heavy stone in her heart finally dropped. She walked to Chen Yuan's side, her face showing sincere gratitude and a hint of undeniable awe. Chen Yuan. This time, if it weren't for you, the entire Ice Sea fortress would probably have already disappeared. After the fortress's guard team conducts a safety check inside, we will return to South River Base City, and the merit you made this time will definitely not be neglected. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively, looking indifferent. It's nothing, just a small effort. Chen Yuan had more important things to do now. Forget about the credit for now. No matter how generous the rewards are in Nanjiang City, they can't compare to the rewards from the system. Ding! Main quest, 4, completed. Quest requirements, own 2 monsters at LV10 or above. Quest rewards, points * 1000, monster lottery selection card * 1. Monster lottery selection card, after use, the next lottery will 100% provide 3 different monster options, and the host can choose any one. Rewards have been issued to the system backpack. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Chen Yuan felt his mood instantly brighten. The main quest has finally been successfully completed. 1000 points, plus a monster lottery selection card. This means that Chen Yuan's third monster is about to arrive. He already had the land monster, Golzan, and the amphibious monster, Ailwang. 2 against 1, and they could pin a LV70 boss down. If he gets another one, it would be 3 against 1, the scene would be simply too beautiful. As a Reionics, controlling 3 monsters to fight is the perfect fighting power. For the third one, it would be best to get a flying one to cover all 3 battlefronts, land, sea, and air. At that time, Chen Yuan's monster army would finally take shape. And this 1000 points, aside from guaranteeing 1 monster, might even allow him to draw something better. Chen Yuan glanced around and saw everyone still celebrating joyfully, no one paying attention to him. So, he found a corner chair and sat down, pretending to rest his eyes. In reality, his consciousness had already sunk into the system space. He couldn't be disturbed during the upcoming lottery segment. System, open the lottery panel. Chapter 32 New Monster, Super Ancient Dragon Melba. Chen Yuan's consciousness entered the system space, and a familiar lottery wheel appeared before him. Countless card shadows flashed rapidly on the wheel, dazzling his eyes. Chen Yuan suppressed his excitement and first opened his backpack. Points, 1000. Monster lottery selection card * 1. Completing the main quest rewarded him with 1000 points, which was exactly enough for a 10 draw. System, use the monster lottery selection card, then directly proceed with a 10 draw. Chen Yuan commanded in his heart. Monster lottery selection card has been used. As the system notification sound fell, the lottery wheel began to spin. Chen Yuan's heart raced along with it. Though it's 3 choices, it would still be tough if all 3 drawn were bad ones. A few seconds later, the wheel gradually slowed down. 3 cards slowly flew out from the wheel and hovered before Chen Yuan. One was a golden card, on which 3 different monster images were slowly rotating. Chen Yuan focused his gaze. The first one was a monster that looked like a combination of a bat and a fish, with a blue and white body. Name, Jayazot. Type, transforming monster. Description, a member of the lightning people tribe, it is a monster mutated from a lightning person due to electromagnetic wave interference. Jayazot, Chen Yuan stroked his chin. This is a classic monster, its advantages being speed and the ability to fly, making it a decent air unit. But the disadvantages are also obvious, it lacks growth potential. Moreover, among all monsters in Ultraman, Gyazot is considered to have relatively average strength. Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to the second monster. It was a large bird-like monster. Monster, Litla. Type, primitive bird monster. Description, an intermediate creature between ancient birds and reptiles, it has a gentle temperament. Oh. Litla. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened, this is a good thing. It can fight, it can fly, and the key point is it can be a mount. If summoned, standing on its back would be an absolutely cool mount, instantly elevating his status. Much cooler than riding any helicopter. Chen Yuan's heart was already leaning towards Litla. But there was no rush. He shifted his gaze to the third option. It was another flying monster, but it looked quite peculiar. Monster, Melba. Type, ultra-ancient dragon. Description, a monster from Earth first appearing in Ultraman Tiga. What is this description? Is the system just pretending because it couldn't find monster data? Chen Yuan then ignored the description, slightly furrowing his brow, lost in thought. Melba. These three options had their pros and cons. Gazet was a flying unit, but its strength was average, and there were better options available, so it could basically be ruled out. The remaining choices were between Litra and Melba. In terms of personal preference and practicality, Litra was undoubtedly the better choice. It looked handsome, could be a mount, and its strength was not weak, making it a well-rounded aerial fighter. As for Melba, in Ultraman, it was simply a cannon fodder monster. In terms of combat power, it was even weaker than Gazet. But a figure appeared in Chen Yuan's mind. That was the super combined monster made up of 5 powerful monsters, the 5 emperors. And the 5 components of the 5 emperors were the head and body of Golzin, the wings of Melba, the right arm of Reichubius, the left arm of IQ, and the legs of Ultra Gobu. Now that he already had Golzin, if he chose Melba, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly became passionate. Moreover, during the lottery earlier, he had drawn a very special card. Monster Fusion Card *1. He had never had the chance to use this card. Because the Eleking and Golzin he did not meet the fusion conditions. But now, if he had Golzin and Melba, that would mean he could directly use this fusion card to combine them into the 2 emperors. Although it was not the complete 5 emperors, it was a step closer to them. Litra was handsome and could serve as a mount. But upon consideration, a mount wasn't a necessity. Moreover, there were plenty of monsters that could serve as mounts. For instance, the 2 emperors had 5 fingers, so I could stand in its hand and let it carry me into the sky, right? The only drawback was that doing so seemed to lower the status. However, being cool is temporary, but being strong is what really matters. For the future 5 emperors plan, for the stronger 5 emperors, Chen Yuan made his decision instantly. System, I choose Melba. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ultra-ancient dragon Melba. The golden card flashed brightly, and the phantoms of the other 2 monsters disappeared, leaving only Melba's image, which then transformed into a streak of light and flew into Chen Yuan's battle device. The third monster is in hand. Chen Yuan's monster army added a fierce warrior. Monster panel. Name, Melba. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Type, ultra-ancient dragon. Weight, 46,000 tons. Height, 57 meters. Life, 95000/95000. Attack, 7,000. Defense, 6,000. Agility, 7,800. Skill, Melbanic Ray, unlocked. Form list, none. Not bad, Melba came with all skills unlocked, saving him from the later skill acquisition phase. With the third monster secured, Chen Yuan felt great, and the next step was still the exciting 10 consecutive draws. System, continue the lottery. The lottery will spun rapidly once again. This time, there was no guarantee, just pure luck. Anyway, he had already obtained Melba, completing the second piece of the puzzle for merging the 5 emperors. For the remaining 9 draws, even if they were all experience cards, he wouldn't be at a loss. Come on, let me see how my luck is. The speed of the wheel gradually slowed down, and one card after another flew out of the wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. 3 more experience cards. Chen Yuan curled his lips. Although it is not a surprise, it's still okay, better than nothing. Just when Chen Yuan thought this 10 consecutive draws would pass like this. On the 5th draw, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from the roulette. Chen Yuan's spirit instantly lifted, his gaze fixed tightly on that card. The card slowly flipped over, revealing a silhouette of a person striking a classic cross gesture. Chen Yuan's breath paused for a second. That gesture, he was too familiar with. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill card, Spatium Ray, exclusive to the dimensional superhero Ace Killer. Skill card, Spatium Ray. Description: the Ace Killer sees the Ultraman Spatium Ray at the execution ground of planet Gagda. Its power is tremendous. The system actually drew this. Besides Belial, who wields the ultimate battle device, Chen Yuan had never heard of any Reionics controlling aliens. However, the Ace Killer is a bioweapon created by the Ape-Men. It shouldn't be considered an alien, it just resembles a human form. Since the skill card of the Ace Killer can be drawn, it implies that the Ace Killer itself is also in the lottery pool. This undoubtedly opened a new door for Chen Yuan. Once he owns the Ace Killer, doesn't that mean he indirectly possesses the skill library of the Ultraman brothers? Even if Chen Yuan can't transform into Ultraman, it's still great that the monsters under him can use Ultraman skills. Good, Ace Killer, you are now on my target list. Chen Yuan silently remembered this name in his heart. Now, aside from the 5 Emperor Kings, he also added an Ace Killer to his future plans. Chen Yuan suppressed his excitement and refocused his gaze on the lottery roulette. There are still 5 more chances to draw, hopefully, something good will come again. Continue. Chapter 33, Fake Gaia? I want this too. The lottery roulette spun again. However, the upcoming luck did not seem as good as before. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 points experience. For consecutive experience cards, fine. Now, with a total of 7 experience cards, it's enough for Melba to level up a bit. Finally, it came to the last draw. Chen Yuan had almost given up hope. However, as the roulette slowly came to a stop, another golden light flashed. It was actually another golden skill card. A card similar to the Spatium Ray slowly floated in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill card Quantum Stream. Skill card, Quantum Stream. Description: exclusive skill of the metallic lifeform Mimos. Skills mastered through copying Gaia Ultraman's data at the Geo base. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up again. This is another heavyweight character. The metallic lifeform can transform into fake Gaia Ultraman and possesses all of Gaia's skills. Although it's a knockoff, its power is basically on par with the real Gaia. The only downside is that this monster only copied the V1 form of Gaia. One fake Gaia, one Ace Killer. Both of these guys can use Ultraman's skills. This 10 consecutive draws yielded far more than Chen Yuan expected. Chen Yuan contentedly closed the lottery page. However, at this moment, the entire central control room, everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan had been sitting there in a daze for several minutes, completely motionless. At first, everyone thought he was just resting. After all, simultaneously controlling 2 gigantic beasts and fighting at such high intensity. This kind of consumption, whether it's in mental strength or physical power, is absolutely astronomical. For any beast master, let alone battle, just maintaining the simultaneous existence of 2 gigantic beasts would be enough to drive them to mental collapse. Hey, what's wrong with him? He hasn't moved since just now. I don't know, could he be exhausted? Do you think there's a possibility that he was not resting, but using his mental power to probe the entire ice sea fortress? An old technician said this. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent. Are you joking? How big is this fortress? Even the mayor can't cover a control room. Yeah, it's even more ridiculous than controlling 2 giant beasts at the same time. The old technician shook his head and said seriously. It's outrageous for others. But for him, it really is possible. Everyone fell silent again. It turned out that while we celebrated our victory, this great being was quietly guarding our last line of defense. This scale, this realm, it's simply on a different level. Just as everyone was fueling their imaginations more and more absurdly. Chen Yuan stood up, stretched, and then looked at everyone. Chen Yuan listened to the whispers around him and realized that these people thought Chen Yuan was sitting there motionless, checking the fortress's safety. Chen Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. If they knew that Chen Yuan was not resting or scanning the fortress, but happily pulling 10 consecutive draws, they would surely have their eyes pop out. At that moment, Jiang Yuning walked over. She looked at Chen Yuan, and gratitude surfaced on her face. Chen Yuan, thank you for your hard work. The fortress's defense system has completely restored to normal, and no abnormalities were found inside. We can go back to Nanjing City now. Alright, let's go back. Chen Yuan nodded. Now that Chen Yuan had completed the main quest, there was no need to stay here. Going back early to wait for the new task was the top priority. Chen Yuan followed Jiang Yuning, heading towards the exit of the control room. The way back was much smoother than the way there, the submersible moving steadily through the seawater. Chen Yuan sat in his seat and opened the system backpack. Monster Fusion Card *1. Before, Chen Yuan only had King Aileron and Golzon, which had no connection and did not meet any fusion conditions. But now, it was different. With Golzon and Melba. System, use Monster Fusion Card. Chen Yuan gave the command in his mind. Ding! Monster Fusion Card has been used. With a thought from Chen Yuan, Golzon and Melba instantly transformed into light. Boom! After the blinding light faded, a brand new monster appeared. The card showed a monster with a terrifying appearance. It had the body and head of Golzon, but its back added a pair of wings belonging to Melba. Super Ancient Dark Monster Galba. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully fusing into Super Ancient Dark Monster Galba. Hint, the host can disassemble it at any time in the system space, restoring it to the independent monsters Golzon and Melba. Refusion does not consume the fusion card. This hint made Chen Yuan completely relieved. Being able to disassemble it at any time meant that he had not lost Golzon and Melba. The flexibility was very high. Chen Yuan couldn't wait to open Galba's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Galba. Level, LV10. Experience, 900/6000. Type, Super Ancient Dark Monster. Weight, 70,000 tons. Height, 65 meters. Life, 112000/112000. Attack, 9,400. Defense, 9,200. Agility, 8,200. Skills, Ultrasonic Beam, Melbonic Ray. Form list, none. Seeing this panel, Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp. This ability included the strengths of both Golzon and Melba. This immediately filled the gaps of Golzon and Melba. Moreover, after fusion, Galba inherited the highest level of Golzon, starting at LV10. Though he lost the energy absorption skill from Flame Golzon. Now Galba was a versatile combat unit, both land and air amphibious. Chen Yuan even had confidence that if he encountered the LV-70 Cold Fire King Crab again, he could use only Galba. It could easily take it down. At that moment, the submersible trembled slightly, slowing down its speed. Everyone, we have arrived at the shore. The driver's voice sounded. The ICC journey finally came to an end. The submersible docked on the coastline of the abandoned city. The hatch opened, and sunlight and fresh air poured in. Everyone stepped out of the hatch, stepping back onto the ground. Who? Zhang Yuning took a deep breath, finally regaining some color in her face. She held onto her headset, seemingly receiving some information, her brows furrowing slightly. A few seconds later, her expression became serious and hurried. I have something urgent, I need to return to Nanjing City immediately. She said to everyone. Li Yan stepped forward immediately, Mayor, the armored vehicle is ready. However, Zhang Yuning shook her head. A leader from Nanjing City is coming to inspect, and time is tight. Saying this, she raised her hand. Come out, Ice Crystal Phoenix. Chirp. A clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed in the sky, and the Ice Crystal Phoenix suddenly appeared. Although it was heavily injured in battle, it had recovered significantly thanks to the healing items at the Ice Sea base. As long as it didn't engage in intense battles, it would be fine. The Ice Crystal Phoenix lowered its altitude, bringing its back close to Zhang Yuning. Zhang Yuning leaped and jumped onto the back of the phoenix. Chen Yuan, you stay with Captain Li Yan and take the armored vehicle back to the city. I will contact you once I finish my current tasks. Li Yan and the others felt a bit embarrassed. They were supposed to escort Chen Yuan, but with Chen Yuan's strength, it was hard to tell who was escorting whom. In their view, it felt more like an honor to accompany a big shot back to the city. However, Chen Yuan simply raised his head. He looked at Zhang Yuning on the back of the Ice Crystal Phoenix and suddenly asked, Are you flying back? This question seemed a bit incoherent. Zhang Yuning was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and explained naturally, Yes, why not? Time is urgent. She thought Chen Yuan envied her for having a flying mount. So, she added an explanation, the surface temperature of the Ice Crystal Phoenix is extremely low, apart from me, other beast tamers cannot get close. So, you still have to take the armored vehicle. The meaning of this was very clear, only I can ride my mount, others cannot. Li Yan and the others nodded in agreement. They could feel that merely getting close to the Ice Crystal Phoenix made the coldness difficult to bear, let alone standing on its back. The mayor's contract beast had this kind of status. But after hearing this, Chen Yuan stroked his chin, showing a somewhat strange expression. Chen Yuan looked at Zhang Yuning and said slowly, Taking the armored vehicle is too slow, I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuning raised an eyebrow, not understanding his meaning. Li Yan was also puzzled, Chen Yuan, but we have no other means of transportation. Chen Yuan smiled. Under the collected dazed gaze of Jiang Yuning, Li Yan, and the 16 guards, Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand once more. Chapter 34, Don't Refuse a Free Task Reward. The familiar posture of summoning a giant beast that had been seen not long ago. In an instant, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Is he going to summon that Golzon or the Eleking? The next second, the battle device emitted a sound again. Battle device activate. Super ancient dark monster Gulba. A light sphere shot out from the battle device, flying into the sky. Then the light sphere transformed into a giant beast, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of everyone. The earth trembled violently, as if experiencing an earthquake. Li Yan and the others struggled to maintain their balance, swaying uncontrollably, their faces filled with shock. As the dust settled, a terrifying figure, never seen by anyone before, appeared in their sight. It had a body extremely similar to Golzon but had an extra pair of Melba wings on its back. The towering figure, standing 65 meters tall, cast a shadow that completely enveloped Li Yan and the other 17 people. Li Yan lifted his head and struggled to swallow. The teammates behind him had blank expressions, looking as if they were stunned. What happened? Did Chen Yuan summon another contract beast? A giant beast they had never seen before, entirely new. The third one. One person actually has 3 giant contract beasts. The guards were completely broken down. Jiang Yuning looked at the giant beast in front of her, both familiar and strange, and her mind went blank. It's Golzon. Wait, no, it's completely different. Could it be evolved? As the mayor of Nanjiang Bay City, she could only analyze the situation through evolution. Moreover, this new giant beast was clearly similar to the 2 that had appeared earlier. Both belonged to a category that, despite being at a very low level, could still fight across dozens of levels. But why could Chen Yuan casually pull out 3 giant beasts? Jiang Yuning racked her brain but couldn't imagine the reason. Where did this giant beast come from? This new contract beast, why does it look so much like Golzon? Chen Yuan responded accordingly. This can be considered Golzon merging with other powers to become a new form. Just as Jiang Yuning's mind was shaken, Chen Yuan had already taken the next action. Chen Yuan waved his hand at Gulba. Gulba's right arm slowly extended in front of Chen Yuan. That massive palm opened up. Then, Chen Yuan jumped up and landed in Gulba's palm. After doing all this, Chen Yuan looked up and said to Jiang Yuning. All right. Mayor, let's go together. Jiang Yuning opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. Once Jiang Yuning regained her senses, she gave instructions to the ice crystal phoenix beneath her. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards Nanjiang City. Gulba, follow it. Chen Yuan said while standing in Gulba's hand. Gulba's wings suddenly flapped. A gust of wind erupted instantly. Li Yan and the other guard members standing on the ground were blown sideways by the strong wind, staggering back and shielding their faces with their arms. Li Yan and his 16 guard members stood there, looking up with their mouths agape. Everything that happened today was too overwhelming for them. This high school student named Chen Yuan could no longer be described as a genius. He was simply a monster. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Jiang Yuning sat sideways on the back of the ice crystal phoenix, occasionally glancing at her side. Gulba, the name of Chen Yuan's new monster. It was keeping pace with the ice crystal phoenix in a smoothly balanced manner that was completely inconsistent with its massive size. And Chen Yuan was casually standing on Gulba's palm. This scene looked amusing, even a bit absurd. A beast master actually made his contract beast fly while supporting him in its hand? Jiang Yuning couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, forcibly suppressing her desire to complain. However, she had to admit. But she had to admit, though the sight seemed strange, it truly worked, and it flew fast and stable. Jiang Yuning could even feel that Gulba was consciously slowing down to accommodate her. Otherwise, based on the strength it had just unleashed with its wing flap, her ice crystal phoenix would have been thrown out of sight long ago. Just as Jiang Yuning was lost in thought, the outline of the city below became clearer and clearer. Nanjiang Base City arrived. The 2 giant beasts slowly descended in tandem. Chen Yuan jumped down from Gulba's palm and landed steadily. He waved his hand, and Gulba transformed into a beam of light, returning to the combat device. Chen Yuan, thanks to you, the Ice Sea Fortress has made it through this time. Jiang Yuning alighted from the phoenix's back and said solemnly to Chen Yuan. A small effort, no need for thanks. Then I'll take my leave, Mayor, you're busy. Chen Yuan waved his hand. After saying that, Chen Yuan turned and walked away. At that moment, as Chen Yuan was walking on the road, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Main Mission 5 is now released. Mission name, make a name for yourself. Mission description, as a powerful beast master on the rise, you need to start building your own foundation. Please acquire 1 item, quality unrestricted. Mission reward, 1000 points, Monster Lottery Selection Card *1. Monster Lottery Selection Card. After use, the next time you draw, the system will provide 3 different monster options 100%. You can choose one from the 3 options. Seeing this mission, Chen Yuan's heart bloomed with joy. Acquiring one item, is it really that simple? The system only requires one item, and the quality is unrestricted. This gives a huge room for operation. The system didn't set specific acquisition methods, so what's the easiest way? Of course, spending money to buy one. Buying the most useless, cheapest, worthless whiteboard item still counts as acquiring, right? This reward is simply a freebie. Chen Yuan immediately thought of the 2 bottles of mental potion he had stashed away. That was the reward for getting first place in the great practical test before. As Chen Yuan of Reionics, he had no use for that stuff at all. He had been thinking about when to find a chance to sell it for some pocket money, and now it's just right for the occasion. Selling something he wouldn't use, and then going to buy the cheapest junk item, would complete the mission. Originally, to obtain items in this world, one would have to fight bosses in dungeons to have a slim chance of getting them. The probability is extremely low, and achieving epic quality is an even rarer treasure of the city. For example, the core of the IC base is an epic level item. But the system didn't set specific acquisition methods, so directly buying the most ordinary one is fine. After all, Chen Yuan had no need for Beast Master items. For him, useful items were only ultimate combat devices and weapons like Belial's Dusk. Chen Yuan quickened his pace, walking towards home. Tomorrow, he would go to that place said to be the most chaotic in Nanjiang City, the Black Market, to take a look. The next day, at Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Chen Yuan sat by the window, his gaze not on the blackboard at all. His fingers quickly slid across the screen of the phone under the table. Nanjiang Black Market, the largest unofficial trading hub for items and materials in Nanjiang City. This is it. According to what those veterans on the forum said, although the black market sounds scary, it's actually just a platform for transaction provided to beast masters without business licenses. The officials also turn a blind eye, as long as no major trouble arises, they generally won't interfere. In such a place, mixed with all sorts of people, there were all kinds of strange things, naturally including various useless junk items. It's simply a perfect location tailored for his mission. Then, Chen Yuan waited until the school bell rang and was the first to dash out of the classroom. Chapter 35, The National Wanted Criminal of Public Toilet No. 3. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the black market. A bustling street appeared before him. On both sides of the street, there were stall after stall set up with a variety of goods. The items sold at the stalls were even more varied. Chen Yuan weaved through the crowd, his gaze sweeping over each stall. Boss, how much for this? Power fragment, flat price, 20,000. Chen Yuan's eye twitched. For such a broken thing, they wanted 20,000? Is this robbery? He wasn't out of money, with his parents' pocket money and savings, gathering 20,000 wasn't a problem. But the issue was, he didn't want to waste this money. Spending 20,000 to buy a useless junk item just to complete a mission? That's too much of a loss. As a transmigrator, Chen Yuan deeply understood the industry's hidden rules, and he directly slashed the prices heavily. Boss, are you really selling this thing for 20,000? 2,000, are you buying or not? I'll buy it. Chen Yuan fell completely silent. This black market truly lived up to its name, it was really dark. Even 2,000 was overpriced. Chen Yuan stood still, wondering if this might be a fake. At that moment. Roar! A furious beast's roar echoed from the other end of the street, instantly drowning out all the noise. Immediately after, a shockwave rushed over. Chen Yuan looked up and saw a huge black shadow descending from the sky, crashing down on a nearby stall. The crowd screamed and began to flee in all directions. In the chaos, Chen Yuan saw the true form of the shadow. It was a gigantic pterosaur-type contracted beast, standing a full 20 meters tall. The pterosaur smashed the stall with its claw, then opened its massive mouth and swallowed a metal box from the ground in one gulp. Robbery! And such brazen robbery at that. Ding! Emergency event detected, side quest triggered. As expected, it has come. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy as the familiar system prompt sounded as anticipated. Side quest, subdue the item hunter. Quest description, the item hunter Chi Wudi is using his contracted beast to rob secondary items in the South Jiang base city, where strong fighters are scarce. His actions have seriously disrupted market order, the host is required to proceed to public restroom No. 3 immediately and subdue him. Target appearance, image. Quest reward, 500 points, random morph card *1. A morph card, now that's a good item. Chen Yuan immediately thought of Golzon. Originally, when Golzon upgraded to Flame Golzon, not only were its attributes fully enhanced, but it could also use special skills. A morph card could lead to a complete transformation of a monster. Chen Yuan then carefully reviewed the quest description. This task seemed rather serious, but the execution location, public restroom number 3? Does the system have some kind of odd preference that it couldn't pick a more respectable place? But soon, Chen Yuan's mind turned, and he immediately understood the trick. I see. This guy named Chi Wudi was definitely not on site. He was hiding in a safe place, remotely commanding his pterosaur. And the single-use room and the public restroom was undoubtedly a perfect hiding spot. Private, independent, and it could be locked. Even if the contracted beast was defeated, he could escape immediately. However, running into me, you've picked the wrong day. You can only blame your bad luck for being marked by the system task. Chen Yuan no longer paid any attention to the pterosaur. He stepped forward with a clear target and strode toward public restroom number 3. Public restroom number 3 was at a quiet corner on the edge of the black market. At this moment, due to the commotion, the entire restroom was exceptionally quiet, even the sound of dripping water could be heard. Chen Yuan pushed open the door to the men's restroom and walked in. He remained calm, his gaze sweeping quickly past the urinals and over the rows of stalls. The first one, the door was open, it was empty. The second one, the door was slightly ajar, it was empty. In the last stall, the door was firmly locked from the inside. This is it. Inside the stall, a small-statured man sat cross-legged on the toilet lid. He was the notorious item hunter Chi Wudi. At that moment, his eyes were tightly closed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, completely absorbed in a compass-like item in his hand. Through this item, his consciousness was linked to his contracted beast, overlooking the chaotic black market from the pterosaur's perspective. Ah, these worthless fools from South Jian City, not a single one can fight. In such a small place, I Chi Wudi am a god, none can match me. As he reveled in his triumph, preparing to command the pterosaur to rob the next target. Suddenly. Knock, knock. 2 knocks echoed suddenly in the restroom. Chi Wudi nearly lost control of the pterosaur, causing it to crash into a nearby building. There's someone inside, didn't you see the door is locked? Chi Wudi suddenly opened his eyes. A face full of anger and surprise. At such a critical moment, how could anyone come to the bathroom? Knock, knock, knock. The person outside knocked harder, more urgently. Inside the stall, Chi Wudi was so angry he felt like he might crush the compass in his hand. There are so many empty spots next to you, go use one of those. Damn. This damned guy had seriously disrupted his operation. Because of that moment of distraction, his sky pterodactyl had been splashed in the face by a crazy vendor's big bullfrog contract beast. Although he wasn't injured, he lost a lot of face. And this knocker must be a psycho. If they can't pull out of other stalls, they had to fight him for this last one. Chi Wudi couldn't take it anymore. He decided to step out, knock out this lunatic, and then continue with his robbery scheme. However, just as he was about to put away the compass and open the door, in the next second, he felt the entire stall door violently cave in from a great force. Bang! With a loud crash, the stall door shattered under Chen Yuan's kick. Chi Wudi had been preparing to get up and open the door, half of his body leaning against it. This sudden kick caught him completely off guard. He only felt a tremendous force coming from the door, screamed in horror, and flew backward, landing hard on the ground, the back of his head smacking against the water tank. His vision went black, stars danced before his eyes, and he was completely stunned. Meanwhile, the remote control device in his hand flew out from the impact. Chen Yuan stepped forward and delivered a clean, sharp punch. Bang! With a dull sound, Chi Wudi was sent flying by a single punch. Chen Yuan didn't stop, he followed the most efficient attack method, adding a few kicks. Bang! 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 Ah, stop hitting, stop hitting! Bang! 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 Chi Wudi curled up, holding his head, looking as helpless as a lost dog. Let's go outside and fight. Let our contract beasts duel fairly, it doesn't sound good to fight in a place like this. However, Chen Yuan remained unmoved, continuing to lift his foot. Chen Yuan's task was merely to subdue him, not to have a beast duel. Of course, efficiency was the priority. In the next second, Chen Yuan continued to raise his foot. Bang! 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 Chi Wudi held his head, completely lost. This guy was completely unorthodox, not playing by the rules. Fear unprecedented finally appeared in Chi Wudi's eyes. He could imagine himself being dragged out of the men's restroom by the city guards after being knocked out. He, Chi Wudi, could not end like this in such a humiliating way. You wait for me. Just as Chen Yuan's shoe was about to make zero-distance contact with Chi Wudi's face, a glaring white light exploded from Chi Wudi's arms. He actually used his last bit of strength at this critical moment to crush something from his pocket. Item, Emergency Teleportation Stone. The light flashed and vanished. With a soft thud, Chi Wudi, who was lying on the ground, instantly disappeared without a trace. Chen Yuan's foot stepped into the air, landing heavily on the tiled floor. Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned, somewhat surprised. Teleportation item? This guy really has a lot of good stuff. However, Chen Yuan immediately glanced at the system interface. The state of the side quest was still in progress, with no failure prompt. As long as the quest wasn't failed, it meant he was still nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan turned and dashed out of the bathroom like a cheetah. Just as he burst out of the bathroom door, Chen Yuan saw, about 50 meters away in the middle of the street, a flash of white light, and Chi Wudi's figure appeared. As soon as Chi Wudi appeared, he seemed a bit unsteady, looking around in panic, then instinctively pulled up his pants quickly. Just as he finished pulling up his pants, he looked up and saw the figure bursting out of the public restroom. The two stared at each other. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Chi Wudi's face instantly turned whiter than paper. How could he catch up so quickly? On the street. Due to the chaos caused by the pterosaur, the crowd was scattered and fleeing everywhere. Chi Wudi's sudden appearance, followed closely by Chen Yuan's pursuit, instantly became the new focus. A vendor hiding behind a shelf, holding up an overturned stand, stared at Chi Wudi, his face full of confusion. That person. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. He's the item hunter, Chi Wudi. This exclamation sent the entire black market into an uproar. What? He's that nationally wanted criminal? That's right, I've seen his wanted poster, the photo is exactly the same. I heard his contract beast is level 61, incredibly destructive. Level 61. This number heavily weighed on everyone's hearts. In Nanjing City, there were very few beast masters above level 40, and those who could reach level 50 were even rarer. Only Mayor Jiang Yuning, who oversees the city, possessed the strength to challenge him. Hearing the discussions around him, Chi Wudi's panic gradually faded, replaced by a madness of having his identity exposed. He knew he couldn't escape. Since his identity was exposed, there was no need to hide any longer. Today, he must use the most bloody means to shock the crowd and carve a bloody path. Kid, you forced me. Chi Wudi raised his hand, pointing at Chen Yuan, and shouted with all his might. Sky Pterosaur, take him down. Roar. The Sky Pterosaur received the command, its body plummeting from the sky, heading straight for Chen Yuan. And Chen Yuan did not dodge, nor did he retreat. He simply reached into his pocket and took out the battle instrument. Chapter 36, The Two Emperors Go to War. The Sky Pterosaur targeted Chen Yuan on the ground. Howling winds whipped around, sending fragments of stalls flying everywhere. The crowd, who had just been shocked by Chi Wudi's exposed identity, now erupted in cries. Why isn't that kid running? Could he be planning to fight Chi Wudi? That's a nationally wanted criminal with a level of LV 61. Exactly, in our Nanjing city, no one can match him except the mayor. Among the fleeing crowd, many turned to see this scene, hearts racing in their throats. To them, a boy who looked like a high school student had no way out but to run. Just when everyone thought Chen Yuan had given up resisting and was ready to face death calmly, Chen Yuan had already raised the battle instrument in his hands. Battle instrument activate. Ancient dark beast Gulba. A familiar sound echoed, and a beam of light shot from the battle instrument straight at the diving Sky Pterosaur. Boom! The light ball collided with the Sky Pterosaur mid-air. The pterosaur let out a miserable cry, its body knocked backward by the light ball, tumbling through the air several times before stabilizing itself. And that ball of white light, instead of dissipating after repelling the pterosaur, rapidly took shape in mid-air. Gulba landed heavily on the ground, shaking the entire black market violently. At this moment, the entire black market fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the giant beast that appeared out of nowhere before them. What kind of monster is this? It's even bigger than Chi Wudi's pterosaur, how is that possible? It was summoned by that young man just now. Chi Wudi looked up, gazing at the Gulba before him. What? What are you joking about? In such a remote place as Nanjing City, how could there be a beast master of this level? The oppressive aura emitted by this giant beast was even more terrifying than those top-level powerhouses he had seen in first-tier cities. What kind of background does this kid have? In the chaotic crowd, a beast master held up his phone to record. When he clearly saw Chen Yuan's face, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his eyes widening. I remembered. It's him, the mysterious strongman who challenged the combined boss of the Kasher Mountain dungeon. That's right, it's him. I can't believe I can see the real person here. At that moment, the crowd's gaze towards Chen Yuan completely changed. It turned out, he was not some ignorant kid, but a top-level powerhouse. Listening to the discussions around him, Chi Wudi's expression grew even uglier. Kasher Mountain? Golzan? Though he had never heard of them, being able to single-handedly defeat dungeon bosses was enough to show the opponent's extraordinary strength. But at this point, Chi Wudi had no way out. Stop the tricks! Chi Wudi shouted fiercely. So what if your contracted beast is big? My Sky Dragon is level 61, and the level gap cannot be bridged. In a small place like South River Base City, there aren't many who can match me. Chi Wudi forced himself to gain confidence and once again gave orders to the Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, use Whirlwind Slash to chop it into pieces. Roar! Receiving the command, the Sky Dragon let out a roar, and two massive blue wind blades flew toward Gulba, one to the left and one to the right. These two whirlwind slashes were enough to easily slice through armor. However, faced with the attack, Gulba simply raised its right arm and waved forward casually. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, those two whirlwind slashes were effortlessly smacked away by Gulba, dissipating into gentle breezes. Chi Wudi's eyes nearly popped out. This. It slapped away the whirlwind slash with bare hands? Chi Wudi felt his worldview was being ruthlessly shattered. That was the signature skill of the Sky Dragon, and now it was so easily neutralized. What kind of power was the opponent's contracted beast? In a place like Nanjing City, there should be no such powerhouse. Chi Wudi instantly judged that in a head-on conflict, he would not gain any advantage. The defense and strength of the opponent far exceeded Chi Wudi's imagination. The only chance was to use the speed of the Sky Dragon. Roar! The Sky Dragon understood, its wings fluttering, instantly soaring into the sky. It soared around Gulba at high speed, the speed so fast it created afterimages in the air, trying to find a flaw in Gulba. See that, kid? Your big guy is just a live target now, it can't keep up with my Sky Dragon at all. Chi Wudi saw his tactic working and became proud again. The onlookers in the black market raised their heads, watching the dazzling flight path in the sky, their hearts hanging in suspense. This is bad, the dragon is flying too fast. Yeah, that big monster is powerful, but clearly it's more of a strength type. If it can't hit, strength doesn't matter. Chen Yuan, listening to Chi Wudi's bragging and the discussions around him, had not a single ripple in his expression. Gulba simply hadn't spread its wings yet, but the flying speed was not low. It had fused the strength of Golzon with the speed of Myurba. Setting aside the numerical values, Gulba could be considered a fully competent monster without any shortcomings. Chen Yuan looked up at the Sky Dragon in the air and immediately issued an order to Gulba. Gulba, solve it directly. Gulba slightly raised its head, locking onto the shadow in the sky. In the next second, the eye on Gulba's head, belonging to Myurba, suddenly brightened with a red light. It was Myurba's exclusive move, Myurbanic Ray. Buzz! Dozens of red energy orbs tore through the sky, shooting toward the Sky Dragon. Not good. Chi Wudi's face changed dramatically. He never expected that this giant beast, which seemed to be a ground unit, would have such a powerful long-range attack capability. The Sky Dragon felt the deadly threat and let out a sharp cry, suddenly performing an extreme flip in the air. Barely dodging this attack. Chi Wudi saw this and immediately let out a laugh of survival. Useless, your attack can't hit at all, in the face of absolute speed, you. Chi Wudi's laughter abruptly stopped. Because he, along with everyone present, saw a scene they would never forget. At the moment when the Sky Dragon just dodged the light, the colossal beast, which had been standing still on the ground, suddenly vanished. What? Chi Wudi looked around. Where did it go? In the next second, a massive shadow enveloped the Sky Dragon's head. The Sky Dragon sensed something and suddenly looked up. What should have been a gigantic beast on the ground had appeared behind it without anyone noticing. With blood-red eyes, it coldly looked down at it. Gorba, inheriting Melba's abilities, naturally also inherited its quick flying skills. Chi Wudi hadn't reacted yet. Gorba's claws had already slammed down hard. Bang! A loud sound echoed, as if the entire sky trembled from that one slap. The Sky Dragon let out a scream, its entire body turning into a black dot, plummeting from the high sky. Boom! The dragon's body crashed heavily at the end of the black market street, raising clouds of dust. One hit. Just a moment ago, the Sky Dragon, which was on top of the world at level 61, had been heavily injured. Everyone in the black market looked up. They watched Gorba slowly descending from the sky, feeling their minds were blank. What just happened? That giant beast can teleport? There's no teleportation, my level is higher than yours, I can tell at a glance, this is just pure speed. What kind of monster is this? The notorious item hunter in the rumors seems powerless before him. I thought in Nanjing City, only the mayor could deal with a wanted criminal of this level. Chen Yuan ignored the crowd's comments. Gorba taking down a mere level 61 dragon was a piece of cake. Chen Yuan could easily defeat a level 70 boss, how could he not deal with this little beastmaster? Chen Yuan glanced at Chi Wudi across from him. Chen Yuan knew that as a nationally wanted item hunter, he must possess many good items. When he suddenly vanished while escaping, he definitely used a Beastmaster item. As long as he defeated him and snatched all the items from him, not only could he complete the lucrative side quest, but he could also conveniently fulfill the main quest of obtain an item. Two birds with one stone, simply perfect. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile as he thought about getting his fourth monster and a new form. Chi Wudi looked at Chen Yuan's wicked smile, shivering in fear and retreating repeatedly. Don't be so cocky, the battle isn't over, I have other means. Before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Yuan suddenly move. Not directing that giant beast, but himself, charging towards him like a leopard. Chi Wudi was completely confused. This isn't right. While he was stunned, Chen Yuan had already rushed in front of him. Then, a massive fist rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Chapter 37, Gorba descends, sits down and kills. Chi Wudi felt his cheek being struck by the fist, pain spreading throughout his body. Bang! A dull thud resonated. He fell backward, stars dancing before his eyes. You! Chi Wudi wanted to say something, but Chen Yuan's next attack was already upon him. Chen Yuan gave no chance to breathe, lifting his foot to unleash a series of kicks. Every kick from Chen Yuan landed perfectly on Chi Wudi's body. Chi Wudi curled up on the ground, holding his head, letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. Bang! 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 Ah! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! I'm boiling! Bang! 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 The onlookers in the black market were all stunned. They had imagined countless battle scenes, giant beasts clashing, beams of light shooting, the sky collapsing and the earth shattering. But they never expected the battle scene to suddenly turn into a brawl. Chi Wudi listened to the discussions around him and the sounds of fists and feet landing on him. He was a notorious A-ranked wanted criminal, a fearsome artifact hunter, yet here he was, being treated like a punching bag in broad daylight by a brat. If this got out, how could he survive on the streets afterward? He, Chi Wudi, could not end in such a manner. It's you who forced me. Just as Chen Yuan's shoe was about to make contact with his face once again, Chi Wudi seized the opportunity and pulled out an artifact that looked like a balance scale from his pocket. Buzz! A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped Chi Wudi's entire body. A mysterious and powerful wave of energy radiated from him, spreading outwards. Chen Yuan felt a repulsive force coming from the front, causing his follow-up attack to pause involuntarily. He immediately stopped and stepped back to maintain a safe distance. What kind of artifact is this? In the golden light, Chi Wudi slowly got up from the ground. He wiped the shoe print off his face, revealing a sinister smile. Kid, you're strong, I admit. I was just greedy for money and didn't want to attack you. You should never have pushed me to this point. He raised the golden balance high in the air and laughed loudly. Here, take a look. This is my ace in the hole, an epic artifact, golden balance. Its power is only 1, for 3 minutes, I can ignore the rules and summon my second contracted beast to fight alongside me. As his voice fell, a summoning circle appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. Roar! A ferocious roar erupted from the summoning circle, and then a sleek, 10-meter-long velociraptor leaped out from the circle. Contracted beast, Shadow Velociraptor. Level, LV 57. 2. Contracted beasts? Seeing this, the whole black market erupted. He can actually summon a second contracted beast? It's actually an epic artifact. Artifacts of this level are hidden treasures of powerful factions. It's over. His contracted beast is still up there humiliating the Sky Dragon. This young man has no contracted beast to protect him, he's doomed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In their eyes, monster tamers were inherently very weak. Once they lost the protection of their contracted beasts, they stood no chance against the attack of another contracted beast. And now, Chen Yuan's Galba was dealing with the heavily injured winged dragon in the sky, unable to come back in time to defend. Meanwhile, Chi Wudi had summoned a new velociraptor known for its speed and ferocity. The situation flipped in an instant. The black market administrator who had just arrived turned pale upon seeing this. He fumbled for his phone and hurriedly dialed a number. Quickly notify the mayor, otherwise, the whole black market will be destroyed. This was the administrator sent by the Nanjing government to the black market, mainly responsible for maintaining order and preventing serious incidents. But everything that happened today had far exceeded what he could handle. Mayor Jiang, the nationally wanted criminal Chi Wudi has appeared in our black market. The black market administrator relayed everything he had seen and heard to Zhang Yunying. Upon hearing the keywords giant beast, high school student, and a bit handsome, a figure immediately flashed in her mind. Don't worry, that person is much more powerful, just notify the police to deal with the aftermath. After saying this, Zhang Yunying directly hung up the call. The black market administrator stood there with his phone in hand, feeling completely disordered. What does it mean to be more powerful than the mayor? Isn't the mayor a level 65 beast master? Could it be that this young man in front of me is even higher than level 65? Meanwhile, Chi Wudi looked at Chen Yuan, his smile growing more and more smug. Now, you have no contract beasts to protect you. He raised his hand high, giving the final attack order. Dark Raptor, eliminate him directly. The crowd gasped, many of them couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. In their eyes, Chen Yuan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. But just in that split second. Facing this deadly strike, Chen Yuan surprisingly did not even use the battle device this time. He only issued a simple command to the system in his mind. System, detach Gulba's fusion. Ding. Detaching ancient dark beast Gulba from fusion status. In the next second, a change occurred. In the sky, the massive body of Gulba suddenly exploded, turning into two dazzling spheres of light. What's happening? Did it self-destruct? No way, those two lights seem to have split into two new beasts. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all of them were stunned by this sudden scene. Chi Wudi was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky, completely baffled by what just happened. How did that terrifying flying giant suddenly disappear? However, his confusion did not last long. Because the two spheres of light rapidly deformed in the air, reassembling into two distinctly different monsters. One transformed into a Golzon, standing over 60 meters tall, with a solid and heavy body, full of a sense of power. The other spread out a pair of enormous wings, transforming into a deadly ancient dragon, Milba. Turned into two? Seeing this, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Chen Yuan stood there, watching this dramatic scene. He simply didn't want to summon King Ale anymore. Since Gulba could split at any time, it was better to split and save time and effort. Moreover, Chen Yuan wanted to see the simultaneous appearance of these two classic ancient monsters. After all, King Ale was at a higher level and could handle such a small scene more easily. The battle began. Chen Yuan didn't issue any commands. The just separated Golzon lost its ability to fly, its massive body could only fall under the force of gravity. Chi Wudi instinctively looked up. Then, he saw a large, earthy yellow giant but falling from the sky. What the hell is that? At the same time, the shadow raptor that was pouncing at Chen Yuan also sensed something was wrong. It felt the sky suddenly darken, and as it lifted its head, Golzon's butt, weighing 68,000 tons, had already crash-landed on top of it. Boom! A dull roar erupted. The level 57 Dark Raptor didn't even have time to let out a scream before being squished flat into a meat pie by Golzon's landing. Chapter 38, Ultra Robbery, 12 items exceed mission completion. In the entire black market, it seemed as if everyone's breath suddenly stopped. The shadow raptor that was vicious just moments ago was just squashed flat like that? Golzon also slowly stood up from the ground, shaking off the dust from its body. Its eyes fixed on Chi Wudi not far away, its sturdy claws raised slightly, adopting a standard fighting posture unique to Golzon. Chen Yuan felt quite satisfied with what just happened. This Golzon's top-heavy attack was pretty good, saving time and effort, though it was a bit wasteful for the opponent. Chi Wudi's face had completely drained of color. How could such a monster exist in a small place like Nanjing City? In despair, Chi Wudi raised the golden balance in his hand again. The epic item shone brightly for the second time. A Tyrannosaurus, over 18 meters tall, covered in lava-like scales, with magma constantly dripping from its mouth appeared. Stepping out. Contract Beast, Volcano Tyrannosaurus. Level, LV-53. The appearance of this Tyrannosaurus made the already crumbling black market streets collapse even more. Chen Yuan no longer wanted to waste more time with such a character. How long will it take to defeat one after another? The sooner it's resolved, the sooner the task can be completed for the lottery. Golzon, Hyper Beam. In the next second, Golzon's forehead emitted a dazzling golden light. A golden beam shot out from Golzon's forehead. The speed of that golden light was incredibly fast, the Volcano Tyrannosaurus didn't even have time to use its skills before being instantaneously pierced through the head by the beam. Boom! The giant head of the Volcano Tyrannosaurus exploded into countless flying fragments. One strike, one kill. At the same time, in the sky. The Sky Dragon was also pierced to death by Melba's beak. Chi Wudi's last two trump cards, one was shot in the head by a beam, the other was pierced to death. Seeing the situation was dire, he immediately turned to run. However, just as he had run a few steps, 7 or 8 aggrieved vendors blocked his path. The vendors, seeing that Chi Wudi had no contract beast, all rushed forward to block him. Dare to rob my stall, Flame Gorilla, go. Chi Wudi was so scared that he slammed to a halt, almost falling to the ground. He looked around and realized all his escape routes were blocked. There were several vendors in front, and behind him was a monster controlling a giant beast. Chi Wudi felt like he was cornered with no way out. His brain raced, searching for a glimmer of hope. Got it. He suddenly remembered the place he had just hidden. A sly glint flashed in Chi Wudi's eyes as he turned and dashed in another direction. That direction was toward the black market's public restroom number 3. Chen Yuan saw this and quickly chased after him, casually grabbing him up by the restroom door. Chen Yuan had no intention of letting him go like this, he was counting on him for 2 tasks. The rewards for the 2 tasks were a whopping 1,500 points and at least 1 new monster, 1 new form. Meanwhile, as Chi Wudi rushed into the restroom, he climbed onto the tank and clawed at the vent window with arms and legs. This was his last hope for escape. As long as he could climb out of this window, he could evade everyone's eyes and escape. He used all his strength to squeeze his head and one arm out. The fresh air outside flooded in, uplifting his spirits. He was overjoyed, preparing to push harder to get his whole body out. Just then, a hand suddenly reached up from below, grasping his ankle like an iron claw. Chi Wudi's joy abruptly halted. Come down. Chi Wudi let out a desperate scream as he was yanked down. Before he could even get back up, a familiar shoe sole was quickly enlarging in front of his eyes. You son of... Slap. Outside the restroom. Everyone was straining to hear the noises inside. At first, they could still hear Chi Wudi's terrified screams and the sounds of his footsteps, followed by a series of crisp, rhythmic slapping sounds. What is that sound? I don't know, but it sounds like someone is getting slapped. Everyone anxiously stared at the door, not daring to breathe. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the noises inside finally began to die down. Finally, the restroom door. Seeing him come out, everyone quickly made way. Chen Yuan glanced around, observing the vendors and passers-by, his brows slightly furrowing. I'm really a bit tired. Can someone tell me where I can buy some water nearby? I'm dying of thirst. Big shot, over there, there's a convenience store. Oh, thanks. Chen Yuan expressed his gratitude and then, carrying the blue Ultraman Diga backpack, headed towards the convenience store. At that moment, a sudden and urgent wail of police sirens approached from afar. Car doors swung open, and more than 10 Beastmaster police swiftly sealed off the scene. They dragged out the already unconscious Chi Wudi. The nearly 100 onlookers present erupted in chaos. Did I just see what I think I saw? The nationally wanted criminal Chi Wudi was just subdued like that? Didn't you hear the sounds coming from inside? The mop handle was about to break. Who is this mighty figure controlling the giant beast? How could such a person exist in Nanjing City? Among the crowd, all the Beastmasters holding their phones to record were trembling. They weren't scared, they were excited. The black market administrator who had just contacted the mayor was now drenched in sweat. He finally understood what the mayor meant by "don't worry about it." This young man controlling the giant beast was truly more powerful than the mayor. Meanwhile, inside the convenience store, Chen Yuan shook the water droplets off his hands and walked to the side resting area. He took off the slightly childish blue children's backpack from his back and casually placed it on the table. On the backpack's zipper hung a small plastic keychain of Ultraman Diga, swaying with his movements. Chen Yuan looked at this backpack and felt a bit helpless inside. This thing was a reward from a lottery when he completed a system task for the first time. He had felt too embarrassed about it and had kept it tucked away in the system backpack gathering dust. He never expected it to come in handy today to retrieve Chi Wudi's stolen goods. To be honest, its capacity was pretty large. Main task, 5 obtain an item, quality not limited. Completion status, 0/1. Chen Yuan saw that the progress of the main task hadn't refreshed yet. It was probably because he had just snatched the items, and it hadn't yet been assessed by the system. There was no choice, Chen Yuan could only take these stolen goods for now. There were at least a dozen items in the backpack, and even one epic one. Clatter. Chen Yuan pulled open the zipper and dumped everything out in one go. 12 items of varying forms piled up into a small mountain on the table. Among them, a golden scale emitted the most dazzling epic light. And at the moment this batch of items was spilled out, the system notification sound finally rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Chapter 39, Cosmic Robot King Jin Guqiao. In Chen Yuan's mind, the much-anticipated notification sound finally rang out. The first one completed was the side task. Ding! Side task, punish the item hunter, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Defeated the enemy with overwhelming strength, demonstrating the powerful Reionics bloodline. Reward, points plus 500, random form card *1. Chen Yuan was very satisfied with this reward. This wave was a huge profit. The random form card meant he could get another form, but he didn't know what he would draw. But no matter what he drew, Chen Yuan would gladly accept it, he wouldn't turn anything away. At this moment, the second system notification sound arrived slowly. Ding! Main task, 5 Make a name for yourself, completed. Task requirement, obtain an item, quality not limited. Task progress, December 1st. Task reward, points plus 1000, monster selection lottery card *1. Originally, the main task only required 1 item, but now there were a full 12 items lying on the table, directly exceeding the requirement. The 2 tasks together instantly brought Chen Yuan a total of 1,500 points. Plus a monster selection card and form card. With the monster selection card, he wouldn't have to worry about luck anymore, he couldn't just get trash monsters 3 times in a row. Chen Yuan was filled with immense joy. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. He originally just wanted to complete a main task, but unexpectedly, Chi Wudi appeared halfway and gave him a new form for free. It also brought a large amount of points and valuable lottery opportunities. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the system interface. Calculating with 100 points for each lottery, it was exactly 15 chances to draw. Without any hesitation, Chen Yuan decided to invest all his points into the lottery. He first looked at the random form card. Directly receiving a new form, but he didn't know which monster it would land on. System, use the random form card. Random form card has been used. Points minus 100, drawing for you. Congratulations, host has obtained, form card Gagu Firegalzen. Gagu Firegalzen? Chen Yuan froze for a moment, and relevant information quickly surfaced in his mind. This was a monster that appeared in the EX Theater version. Not only were its abilities enhanced, but it also mastered a ball collision skill that other Galzen did not have. Now the combined 2 emperors already had both land and air combat capabilities. Now with the addition of Gagu Firegalzen's form, this meant more tactical choices for future Galzen. Chen Yuan's gaze turned to another card, the Monster Lottery Self-Selection card. This was the highlight of this harvest. With this card, it was equivalent to having a guaranteed chance, so he wouldn't worry about drawing weak monsters. System, use the Monster Lottery Self-Selection card. Chen Yuan waved his hand, eager to see what good things he could draw. Monster Lottery Self-Selection card has been used. Points minus 100, drawing for you. The system's prompt sounded repeatedly. Soon, a familiar lottery wheel appeared in front of Chen Yuan. It also added a shiny golden special option, choose 1 out of 3 monsters. Congratulations, host, please choose one of the following monsters. 1. Special Sky Machine number 1 Savinga. Description, Armory Robot, significantly increases battle time, a full 3 minutes. 2. Capsule Monster Wyingdam. Description, Capsule Monster housed in the Monster Capsule by Sevang Ultraman. 3. Cosmic Robot Jingu Bridge. Description, made entirely of a special metal from Pedenstar, capable of withstanding any weapons attack, and can also disassemble into 4 flying devices to interfere with targets, equally agile in air and sea. Do I even need to choose? Chen Yuan's gaze instantly locked on Jingu Bridge. Although Savinga and Wyingdam were classic monsters, their strength was clearly not comparable to Jingu Bridge. Whenever Jingu Bridge appeared in the major Ultraman series, it could suppress early-stage Ultramen. Even more absurdly, Jingu Bridge could separate into 4 flying devices, performing various unpredictable maneuvers that were hard to defend against. Moreover, Jingu Bridge's defense was among the best in the entire Ultraman series, and its attack power was also remarkable. With it, Chen Yuan's monster army was equivalent to gaining a strong monster that could fight, withstand, and operate in both land and air combat. And Jingu Bridge had numerous options for later forms and fusion. In terms of form, there were Black Jingu Bridge and Special Sky Machine number 3 Jingu Bridge Armory Custom. For fusion, there were fusion beasts like Pedon Niam Jurton and Galatrin King, all proving its limitless potential for growth. I choose Jingu Bridge. Chen Yuan made his choice without hesitation. If he had chosen the first 2, he would regret it all night. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a new monster, Cosmic Robot Jingu Bridge LV1. As the system prompt sounded, Jingu Bridge appeared in the fighting device. A new monster, in hand. He still had 1,300 points available, allowing for another 13 draws. System, continue, use all remaining points to draw. Chen Yuan was completely excited, wanting to turn all his resources into strength. Points minus 1,300, drawing for you. The roulette spun rapidly, the pointer bouncing back and forth among various prizes. This spectacle was enough to lift anyone's spirits. Come on, give me something good. Chen Yuan stared at the screen without blinking. A few seconds later, the roulette came to a stop. Chen Yuan's heart raced along with it. Though it was just an ordinary draw, what if something amazing came out? If he could get the custom form from the armory, it would be perfect. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flame Golzen skill Fireball Attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Jigu Flame Golzen skill, Sphere Impact. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up suddenly. Just as he acquired the Jigu Flame Golzen, the next moment he could unlock its exclusive skill. Sphere Impact could curl the body into a ball, crashing into enemies. This sounded like a typical skill, but its actual power was incredibly strong. Not only was it an instant skill, but it could knock the first-generation Ultraman down without him getting back up. And then there was Fireball Attack, which could be used to clear small monsters, saving him from wasting his energy on Sonic Beam every time. Soon, the remaining 11 draws also quickly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill card, Gaia Cutter. Skill card, Gaia Cutter. Description, exclusive skill of the metallic lifeform Mimosis. A fast attack skill, commonly used by Gaia Ultraman. Out of 11 draws, 1 was a skill, and the rest were experience cards. However, gaining an extra skill, Gaia Cutter, was a pleasant surprise. Now, he just had to wait to draw Mimosis. At that time, he could summon fake Gaia to fight in this world. Chen Yuan looked at the 10 experience cards, and without hesitation, he planned to use them all to upgrade the newly acquired Jingukyo. It was time to show the beast masters of this world what it means to have full attack, defense, and agility values, the cosmic robot. Chapter 40, What to do if your reputation is too big and you can't find a match. The draw ended, 11 experience cards, totaling 1100 experience. Just right. The newly acquired LV1 Jingukyo was eagerly waiting for a boost. System, use all experience cards on Jingukyo. Chen Yuan gave the command without a second thought. Jingukyo level upgraded to LV2. Jingukyo level upgraded to LV3. Jingukyo level upgraded to LV4. A series of upgrade notifications sounded, and Jingukyo's level skyrocketed from LV1 to LV4 in an instant. Chen Yuan immediately opened Jingukyo's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Jingukyo. Level, LV4. Experience, 0 out of 500. Type, Cosmic Robot. Weight, 48,000 tons. Height, 55 meters. Life, 104,000/104,000. Attack, 9,200. Defense, 9,600. Agility, 6,100. Skills, Destruction Ray, Flight Mode. Form, none. Looking at this luxurious panel, Chen Yuan felt extremely satisfied. No wonder it was Jingukyo. At LV4, both attack and defense exceeded 9,000. The only shortcoming, agility, was not a problem at all in front of the core skill Flight Mode. Flight Mode could separate into 4 flying vehicles. After separation, both flying speed and agility would undergo a qualitative change. With Destruction Ray as a primary output method, combined with its inherent defensive power, it was enough to dominate this world. Now, in his monster army, Eleking was the king of water, Golzen was dual cultivating land and air. Plus this newly arrived all-round heavy tank, Jingukyo. Now, no matter what enemy he faced, he could take out the appropriate monster to counter it. The more Chen Yuan's imagination expanded, the wider his smile became. Great, Jingukyo's upgrade was complete, and next was Golzen's new form. Chen Yuan then chose to activate the Jigu Flame Golzen form. Chen Yuan brought up Golzen's attribute panel again, and indeed, the information on it had changed. Monster panel. Name, Gugu Fire Flame Golzen. Level, LV10. Experience, 0/6000. Type, Ultra Ancient Monster. Weight, 68,000 tons. Height, 62 meters. Life, 113,000/113,000. Attack, 9,600. Defense, 9,400. Agility, 8,000. Skills, Ultrasonic Beam, Energy Absorption, Fireball Attack, Sphere Impact. Form list, Normal Form, Fire Flame Golzen. 4 powerful skills. Right now, Chen Yuan holds 4 powerful monsters in his hands, plus Galba which can freely switch forms. Even if a LV70 Ice Fire King Crab came along, he is confident he can show it what cruelty means. After the excitement of the lottery passed, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the pile of loot on the table. 12 various items formed a small mountain on the table. These items, in the eyes of an ordinary beast master, might be long for treasures. But for Chen Yuan, these things were really of no use at all. He is Reionics, not a beast master. Since awakening, Chen Yuan has not been walking the proper path of a beast master. He has almost forgotten that his beast master talent is F level. These items meant for beast masters, in Chen Yuan's hands, are no different from a pile of scrap metal. Chen Yuan only wants items like the ultimate battle device. His gaze swept through the pile of items, finally resting on the epic item radiating brilliant golden light. Golden Balance. This item is a cherished treasure hidden by Chi Wudi, able to ignore rules to summon a second contracted beast. Chen Yuan picked it up and weighed it in his hand, feeling a slight heaviness. Among these 12 items, it's highly likely that only this golden balance is truly his. According to what is spread online, this is also his origin item as a treasure hunter. This can be kept. Although this thing is useless to Chen Yuan, it is an epic item, worth a fortune. Finding a suitable opportunity to sell it would be a big profit. So, Chen Yuan casually stuffed the golden balance into his pocket. As for the remaining 11 items, at first glance, they are obviously cheap junk items, not worth much at all. So Chen Yuan took out his phone, found a familiar number, and dialed. The phone was quickly connected. "Hello, Chen Yuan, how's it going over there?" On the other end of the line, Jiang Yuning's voice came through. Clearly, she had heard about what happened from the black market administrator. Chen Yuan briefly explained the situation and began to transfer the stolen goods. "I confiscated 11 items from him. I'm at the convenience store at the black market exit. Please send someone to pick them up." "Got it, I'll arrange for someone to come over right away." Jiang Yuning replied repeatedly, her tone filled with joy. Not only did they capture an A-level wanted criminal, but they also recovered stolen goods. It turns out that Chi Wudi was simply not Chen Yuan's opponent. After finishing the call, Chen Yuan hung up. He stuffed the 11 items back into his backpack, then handed it to the clerk. The clerk politely accepted it. Chen Yuan nodded, turned gracefully, with both hands in his pockets. He left the convenience store with the epic item, the golden balance. Just 2 steps out, Chen Yuan suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around sharply. "Boss!" Chen Yuan's voice suddenly echoed. The clerk jumped in shock. You can take what's in the bag, but can I have the backpack back?" Chen Yuan took back the backpack and patted the dust off it with satisfaction. "This backpack is a reward from the system, how can he just give it away?" Chen Yuan waved at the clerk and truly left this time, leaving the clerk to face a pile of Beastmaster items radiating various lights alone. The next day, at South River No. 3 Middle School. After the turmoil at the black market, Chen Yuan returned to school, feeling that everything seemed so peaceful. Chen Yuan lay on the desk, scrolling through his phone under the desk. Public toilet giant Beast King? What is this thing? Just as Chen Yuan was wondering about this nickname, a system alert suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Main Quest 6 has been released. Task name, Initial Glory. Task requirement, defeat 3 beast tamers. Task reward, points plus 1000, monster warehouse plus 2. Task description, as a powerful Reionics, you need to show the world your strength. A new task arrived, and Chen Yuan instantly became energized. Battle device, 3-3. Monster warehouse, 1/1. Now Chen Yuan already had 4 monsters, and it was indeed necessary to expand the warehouse. Otherwise, if he drew new monsters, there would be no place to keep them. Chen Yuan stroked his chin. This new task sounded simple, wasn't it just beating 3 people? But thinking carefully, it seemed to have some difficulty. First of all, where to find 3 willing beast tamers to fight him? In the previous test match, Chen Yuan summoned the 53-meter-tall Eleking at the beginning, and he was already well known. The mysterious powerhouse of the Carthan copy, the man praised by the mayor. Under these strange titles, hardly anyone dared to challenge him actively. He couldn't just randomly grab 3 people on the street and beat them, right? That would be causing trouble. His own father had just returned to the military district, so there was no chance for a father-son duel. Chen Yuan felt a bit distressed, being too famous made it hard to find opponents. 1,000 points couldn't just slip away like this. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, walked into the classroom. The results and rankings of the Beast Tamers Culture and Practical exams have come out. In this exam, our class's Chen Yuan scored 3rd in Culture and 1st in Practical. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted into excitement. Although everyone had already guessed the result, hearing it with their own ears still caused a stir. He really is first. Needless to say, you guys didn't see him take down Lin Tian's steel moth in one hit. His contract beast's data is terrifying, even the testing device nearly exploded. Chapter 41, Lin Tian, Chen Yuan is injured, I want to challenge him. Mr. Wang continued, according to the school's regulations, Chen Yuan has qualified for the Beast Tamer training class. Chen Yuan, you go directly to the school's duel hall this afternoon. Chen Yuan wasn't particularly interested in this kind of training class. After all, with his strength, he would undoubtedly be recommended to a top university. But thinking again, the training class gathered all the school's elites. Each was exceptionally gifted. Going there, he might just have to chat a little to complete the task of defeating 3 beast tamers? Finally, the afternoon came. Chen Yuan brought a bottle of mineral water and walked towards the dual hall. The dual hall of Nanjing No. 3 Middle School is the most magnificent building in the whole school. When Chen Yuan walked into the dual hall, there were already quite a few people inside. A rough count showed about 20 people, both men and women. These people were the most talented and powerful group of students in Nanjing No. 3 Middle School. The moment Chen Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was no way around it, Chen Yuan was too famous from the testing match. Who is that guy? Why is everyone looking at him? He is Chen Yuan, the first place in the practical exam of this testing match. Shoo! Lower your voice. I heard he doesn't have a good temper. Last time in the testing match, Lin Tian arrogantly said a few words, and his contract beast was directly killed. Whispers arose from the crowd. Chen Yuan didn't mind, he casually found a seat and quietly drank water. Not long after, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It was Lin Tian. Lin Tian clearly saw Chen Yuan, he first froze for a moment, and a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. During the last testing match, his expensive steel moth was turned to ashes by Chen Yuan's Reionic. Public restroom giant beast king. Don't think I don't know that person in the black market is you. This loud shout resonated throughout the entire dual hall. Originally, the students who were still quietly discussing instantly fell silent, and all eyes were focused on the two. What, that mysterious powerhouse who singled out the A-class wanted criminal, Chi Wudi? It is Chen Yuan. Could it be that the rumored person who beat an A-level wanted criminal in the public restroom is really a classmate of mine? For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Yuan with different eyes. That is an A-level wanted criminal. He had over 60 contract beasts under his command, and he took care of them just like that? What kind of monster is this guy? At that moment, a man in his 30s stepped onto the arena. He was Zhao Qua, the new head teacher of the beast taming special training class. There are 25 people in the special training class, and the school has prepared a bottle of mental potion for everyone. From the crowd, someone exclaimed softly. This is a good thing. A bottle of mental potion on the market sells for 10,000 yuan. Now the school unexpectedly gives everyone a bottle, this is quite generous. The students immediately cheered, each rubbing their fists together, bursting with excitement. After Zhao Qua waited for everyone to quiet down, he continued, we also need to elect a class leader. The class leader receives 2 extra bottles of mental potion. Teacher, how do we choose? A student asked. Zhao Qua smirked slightly, showing a natural smile. We are the beast taming special training class, so the strongest will be the class leader. A real contest for class leader? In an instant, the atmosphere in the duel venue became strange. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts, this class leader is just a gift to Chen Yuan. Why fight at all? Who would dare to fight him? Even an A-level wanted criminal was dealt with by him using a mop, wouldn't they just be handing over their heads? Zhao Qua noticed the students' reactions and looked at Chen Yuan, frowning. He initially wanted to stimulate the competitive spirit of this group of top students through actual combat. But now it seemed that Chen Yuan's presence had formed an overwhelming force, making others lose their courage to challenge. This was not what he wanted to see. Just as Zhao Qua was about to say something to break the awkward situation, an unexpected change happened. In the corner, Chen Yuan suddenly frowned tightly. One hand covered his forehead, sweat pouring down, his breathing turned rapid. He looked like he was enduring great pain. Teacher. I'm afraid I can't make it today. Chen Yuan's voice was weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. This scene stunned everyone. What's going on? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly turn into a fragile person? Zhao Qua was also taken aback and quickly walked down from the arena. Chen Yuan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Teacher, Chen Yuan raised his head, speaking weakly. Yesterday, I expended too much spiritual power to subdue that prop hunter. I suffered internal injuries and haven't recovered yet. Task name, Initial Glory. Task requirements, defeat 3 beast tamers. Task progress, 0/3. Chen Yuan looked at the task progress, still at 0, and suddenly wiped some mineral water on his forehead. Then he casually stuffed it back into his pocket. Ah? Injured? So the rumor is true, he really fought with an A-level wanted criminal. Looking at him, he must be badly hurt, excessive consumption of spiritual power is indeed troublesome. The surrounding students looked at Chen Yuan with growing sympathy. A female classmate quickly walked over, her face full of concern. Chen Yuan, are you okay? Should I take you to the infirmary? Chen Yuan weakly waved his hand, no need, today is the first class, I can't fall behind. As Chen Yuan was saying this, he attempted to stand up, but his feet gave out, and he nearly fell forward. This scene fell into the eyes of Lin Tian, not far away. Excessive consumption of spiritual power and injury? This is the best opportunity for revenge. He is now exhausted, and his contract beasts will certainly not be able to exert their full power. And Lin Tian just spent a big sum to buy a brand new contract beast. Take advantage of his illness, and take his life. How many times can one fight in life? At this moment, if I don't fight, when will I? Lin Tian took a deep breath, stepped forward fiercely, and shouted loudly at Chen Yuan. Teacher! I want to challenge Chen Yuan. And if I lose, I'll offer my spiritual potion directly. Lin Tian didn't believe that in this situation, Chen Yuan could still refuse. The whole place immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Tian as if he were a fool. This guy, has he gone crazy? Even if Chen Yuan is injured, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't you remember how you got defeated last time? Seeing Lin Tian's confident look, Chen Yuan almost burst into laughter. Chen Yuan was worried about how to complete his task, but here it came knocking on his door. Even voluntarily increasing the stakes, what a great person. Okay, I accept your challenge. Chapter 42, Showdown, I am an actor, the next one to die, please prepare. Seeing that Chen Yuan actually agreed, the entire special training class exploded with noise. Is he crazy? One dares to challenge, and the other truly dares to accept. Is Chen Yuan stupid? He's injured like that, how can he even stand, let alone fight? Whether he can summon his contract beast is even a question. You don't understand, this is the spirit of a strong person. Even if heavily injured, with blood spilling on the spot, never retreat. On the arena. Lin Tian watched Chen Yuan approaching step by step, feeling extremely excited. This arrogant guy, for the sake of so-called dignity, actually accepted the challenge. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, with an uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yuan. I won't hold back just because you're injured. Chen Yuan leaned against the rail of the arena, bending over and panting heavily. Let's begin. Chen Yuan looked like he could collapse at any second, making Lin Tian more confident in his judgment. Steady. All right. Let you see my new contract beast. Lin Tian shouted loudly, stretching out his right hand, and a teleportation array appeared on the arena. Come out, Iron Feather Swallow. With a flash of light, a contract beast covered in silver metal feathers, resembling a falcon, appeared on the arena. Contract beast, Iron Feather Swallow. As soon as the Iron Feather Swallow appeared, the audience below gasped in shock. It is said that this contract beast is extremely rare, not to mention in this special training class, even across all high schools in Nanjing City, it's definitely a rare gem. Lin Tian really invested a lot this time to clear his previous shame. Did you see? My Iron Feather Swallow is not only faster than the previous moth but also has higher defense. Hurry up, summon your contract beast, or I'll take that as I win. Chen Yuan lowered his head, the corner of his mouth curling up in an unnoticed arc. Faster and higher defense? In the face of absolute level suppression, what do these flashy attributes matter? As long as the level doesn't reach LV70, it's impossible to trouble Chen Yuan's monster. The initial value of cosmic monsters is several times that of your contract beasts. Chen Yuan shakily took out the battle instrument. Come out, Air King. Battle instrument, start. Cosmic monster Air King. A blazing white light flashed and instantly landed on the arena. Screech. Accompanied by a sharp roar, a massive creature standing 53 meters tall instantly appeared on the arena. The huge shadow cast by Air King made everyone present feel a breath caught in their throats. In front of Air King, the 5-meter-long Iron Feather Swallow looked like a trembling little sparrow. That overwhelming pressure even made the Iron Feather Swallow circling in the air lose its steadiness. You call that being heavily injured? Lin Tian pointed at Chen Yuan, his voice turning sharp and piercing. Students below finally reacted, all dumbfounded. Oh my! What happened to the exhausted spiritual power? I said. How could the Toilet Beast King be so weak? Chen Yuan ignored the discussions of these people, he even couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Chen Yuan straightened his back, the weakness on his face vanished in an instant. He raised his hand and pointed at the steel-feathered swallow in midair. King Ale, kick it away. Chen Yuan immediately issued the attack order, showing no signs of weakness at all. The steel-feathered swallow's metal wings suddenly flapped, bursting forth at the fastest speed, trying to escape the attack range of the giant leg. However, in the face of absolute power disparity, any struggle was futile. The speed that the steel-feathered swallow was so proud of seemed slow as if it were playing in slow motion against King Ale's attack. It hadn't even realized what was happening when it saw a gigantic foot above, blocking out the sky. Bang! A muffled sound so deep that everyone twitched in response. King Ale's foot landed solidly on the steel-feathered swallow. Ding! Mainline task, 6 show your talent, progress 1/3. Didn't you say you were injured? Lin Tian's voice became sharp as a knife. Before everyone could recover from the previous shock, they saw the situation in the arena change again. Chen Yuan held his small abdomen, bending down in pain. Ah, I can't take it. I can't take it. Chen Yuan's face turned pale once more. That kick earlier aggravated my internal injury, my contract beast can't take it anymore. Everyone? The king ale on the stage seemed to be affected as well, its body suddenly began to convulse violently, emitting waves of unstable electric sounds. Zizizi. Zizizi. In the astonished eyes of everyone, King Ale's towering 53-meter body began to shrink at a visible speed. 53 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Finally, with a soft poof, that majestic giant beast transformed into a small creature barely 40 centimeters tall. At this moment, King Ale was about the size of a corgi dog. Little King Ale also got into character deeply, imitating Chen Yuan's posture, covering its little belly with its short arms. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. What's going on? Did it shrink? How did Chen Yuan's contract beast suddenly become smaller? I've never heard of such a thing. Look at Chen Yuan, he doesn't seem to be pretending. Did he really get injured, even unable to maintain his contract beast's form? It's possible. Summoning such a large monster must consume a tremendous amount of mental energy. That kick earlier probably exhausted him. The crowd buzzed with discussions again. This time, most believed that Chen Yuan was indeed injured. After all, the unstable contract beast form, even shrinking directly, in the eyes of these high school students, was undoubtedly a sign of severe mental exhaustion. Chen Yuan immediately waved his hand, his voice changing to one of extreme weakness. No more fighting, no more fighting, let's leave it like this today, my contract beast really can't take it anymore. Sorry, everyone, today's class leader position. As Chen Yuan spoke, he prepared to leave the stage. At that moment. Teacher, I also want to challenge Chen Yuan. I'll bet a bottle of mental potion. Chen Yuan, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you're a coward. A chubby boy suddenly stood up among the crowd. In South Jiangsan Middle School, his strength was also considered good, and his contract beast was a rock pangolin known for its defense. Little Fatty had been terrified by King Ale's earlier kick. But now, seeing King Ale shrink to this size, his thoughts became lively again. 40 centimeters tall? Does this thing have fighting power? My 5-meter rock pangolin could squash it with one stomp. This is like getting 3 bottles of mental potions for free. Lin Tian, that idiot, was foolish for challenging the peak state of Chen Yuan. And now, what I face is a Chen Yuan who is out of energy, and a seemingly harmless white lightning dog. Come out, rock armadillo. The students below were all nervously watching, wanting to know what miserable state the exhausted Chen Yuan would end up in. I heard that Xiao Pang's rock armadillo is famous for its strong defense in our school. Chen Yuan is really going to crash this time. How could that little dog-like monster withstand such a heavy impact? Sight, in the end, he's just too arrogant. Why did Chen Yuan have to hold on for the sake of face? Amid the chatter, Xiao Pang had already given the attack command. Rock armadillo, use rolling attack. The rock armadillo roared, pulling its limbs in, curling its whole body into a giant rock ball. On the surface of the ball, the jagged rock plates rubbed at high speed, sparking bright flames. The arena floor trembled violently beneath its roll, the booming sound ringing in the ears of the students. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their eyes wide open. Just as the rock armadillo was less than 3 meters away from the little AI Lei Wang, a sudden change occurred. That seemingly harmless little AI Lei Wang suddenly straightened its long tail. Zee! The black and white skin of its tail was instantly replaced by dazzling electric sparks. From a soft flesh tail, it turned into a lightning whip. AI Lei Wang swung its tail. Bang! The rock armadillo flew away like a spinning top. It spun 720 degrees before crashing to the other side of the arena. Ding! Main quest, 6. The first glimpse of brilliance, progress 2 of 3. The entire duel arena fell into a dead silence again. What type of contracted beast does Chen Yuan have? How does something less than half a meter tall have such combat power? The rock armadillo is 5 meters tall, yet it was turned into a spinning top by a little white dog. On the arena, little AI Lei Wang shook its tail and then plopped down on the ground. Its body shrank from 40 centimeters to 20 centimeters. If it originally was the size of a corgi, now AI Lei Wang had turned into a small eel. Chen Yuan also covered his chest. No way, I guess it's really over for me today. As he spoke, he snatched the mental potion from Xiao Pang's hand. Just as Chen Yuan was about to announce the end, another voice rang out. It was a boy wearing glasses, looking gentle and refined. Although it one-shot the armadillo just now, you're in its state are obviously worse than before. Summoning a giant contracted beast definitely leads to huge mental consumption. Every time you force a command for it to attack, you are overdrawing your life. So, Chen Yuan, I challenge you. As he spoke, he pointed at the arena. Everyone followed his finger to look. Chen Yuan's face was already pale as paper, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. And that little AI Lei Wang had drastically shrunk to only 20 centimeters long like a little eel. After speaking, the glasses guy took out his mental potion and raised it high. Chen Yuan, do you dare to fight me? Come out, flame howling dog. He confidently summoned his contracted beast. A giant dog engulfed in raging flames appeared, the scorching heat wave hitting them. 3 seconds later, my little dog. Wake up quickly. Ding. Main quest, 6 The first glimpse of brilliance, completed. Quest requirement, defeat 3 beast masters. Quest progress, 3/3. Quest reward, points plus 1000, monster warehouse plus 2. On the arena, the glasses guy held his smoldering flame howling dog, crying as if one's heart was being ripped apart. The classmates below all opened their mouths wide, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The whole process was so fast that it left people unable to react at all. On the arena, Chen Yuan, after hearing the notification sound of task completion, finally felt the heavy stone in his heart drop. Ahem, this time it's really pushed to the limit. While speaking, Chen Yuan stretched out his hand to pass the mental potion of the glasses guy as well. This time, none of the classmates below believed anymore. Here we go again? Bro, stop acting, we know you're strong. Please, just give it a rest. If this continues, our special training class will be wiped out by you alone. Zhao cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the whole place. Alright, since no one dares to challenge anymore, then the class leader is Chen Yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent, no one opposed it. Chen Yuan, this is the class leader's extra reward, 2 bottles of mental potion, take them well. Zhao handed over 2 bottles of potion. Chen Yuan accepted them without modesty, quickly calculating in his heart. Including the 3 bottles sponsored by Lin Tian and the others, plus 1 bottle given to everyone by the school, and the 2 bottles for coming in first in the test match. Chen Yuan now had a total of 8 bottles of mental potion. 1 bottle is worth 10,000, so 8 bottles equal 80,000. If sold at an 80% discount in the black market, he could still get 64,000 in cash. Besides this, he also had the epic item golden scale snatched from Chi Wudi in his pocket. The value of this thing was beyond estimation. Epic items start at least in the hundreds of millions. Very good, indeed, this side mission not only earned points but also made money. Zhao clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Since the class leader is chosen, I have an announcement to make. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather at the school gate, we will head to Beast Island for special training. The students instantly became excited, their faces filled with expectations. Beast Island, that is the most famous official training base near Nanjing City. It feels completely different from battling classmates in the duel arena. Chen Yuan looked at the excited faces of his classmates but did not react much. Having soloed the boss in the IC, Beast Island held no attraction for him. However, it would be good to see and maybe trigger some tasks. Chen Yuan looked at this task's rewards. Current points, 1000. Now the system had the Spiam Beam and Quantum Stream, these 2 Ultraman skills available. Unfortunately, there are currently no monster carriers that can use these 2 major skills. The collection task for the 5 emperors is only 1/5 completed. However, with 1000 points, another exciting 10 consecutive draws could be made. Chapter 44, Jean Guqiao Special Type, Paidanam Rocket Launcher. After returning home from school, Chen Yuan lay on his bed and immediately opened the system interface. Looking at the glaring 1000 points on the panel, he felt a wave of ease in his heart. Points are useless if kept, it's best to quickly convert them into strength. System, give me a 10 consecutive draw. Points minus 1000. Performing 10 consecutive draws for the host. The familiar system notification sound rang out, and a virtual roulette appeared before Chen Yuan, starting to spin rapidly. A few seconds later, the roulette suddenly stopped, and 10 rays of light shot out, floating in midair. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Skill card, Jean Guqiao Separation Beam. Description, Jean Guqiao can separate into 4 independent flying devices, each capable of firing beams, and the 4 parts can also combine to unleash a stronger beam. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, this is awesome. One of the biggest features of Jean Guqiao is its ability to separate into 4 flying devices for high-speed maneuvering. With this skill, it means Jean Guqiao can simultaneously launch attacks from 4 different directions while in a separated state. Instantly transformed into 4 fighter jets. Whether in a one-on-one duel or a group fight, practicality is maxed out. Immediately after, the second beam of light dissipated. Congratulations, host has obtained. Equipment card, Golden Ancient Bridge, Pedanium Rocket Launcher. Description: equip a cannon to replace the right arm. It can continuously fire or unleash a powerful strike after gathering energy. This cannon can attack from a distance and also serve as a melee weapon, delivering heavy blows to enemies like a hammer. Pedanium Rocket Launcher, isn't this the special model of Golden Ancient Bridge from Galaxy S? With this equipment, Golden Ancient Bridge now has astonishing defense and maxed out attack power. Chen Yuan was originally considering if he could get a black Golden Ancient Bridge in the future. Now it seems this special version is also quite good. Chen Yuan now hopes that later, he can draw a customized version of Golden Ancient Bridge from the arsenal. This way he could directly unlock the final tank mode of Golden Ancient Bridge. 2 draws at the beginning, followed by 8 draws, and as expected, all were experience cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 100 experience. These experience cards add up to a total of 800 experience. Since Golden Ancient Bridge's skills are now quite complete, let's train Golden Ancient Bridge first. System: use all 8 of these experience cards on Golden Ancient Bridge. Golden Ancient Bridge has leveled up to LV5. With the infusion of experience points, Golden Ancient Bridge successfully advanced from level 4 to level 5. Chen Yuan immediately opened the attribute panel of Golden Ancient Bridge to check the changes after the upgrade. Monster panel. Name: Golden Ancient Bridge. Level: LV5. Experience: 300 out of 1000. Type: Cosmic Robot. Weight: 48,000 tons. Height: 55 meters. Life: 105000/105000. Attack: 9400. Defense: 9800. Agility: 6300. Skills: Destruction Beam, Flight Mode, Separation Beam. Form: None. Equipment: Pedanium Rocket Launcher. Seeing this panel data, Chen Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Defense is already close to the 10,000 mark. This truly deserves to be a famous cosmic robot in the Ultraman universe. Its body is incredibly tough. Without a doubt, Golden Ancient Bridge is now the strongest among all my monsters. Chen Yuan made a judgment in his heart. Whether it's Golzon or Eleking, though they are at higher levels, in base stats, they can't compare to Golden Ancient Bridge. Golden Ancient Bridge only has low agility. However, once flight mode is activated, that agility is likely to surpass 10,000. If he encounters opponents at level 60 or 70 in the future, when Golden Ancient Bridge appears, the enemy's attack might not even count as a scratch. After finishing up with the system, Chen Yuan contentedly exited the system panel. He glanced out the window, and night was deepening. Tomorrow he would go to Beast Island, so he needed to rest well and recharge his energy. Early the next morning, in front of the gate of Nanjing 3rd Middle School, a bus had been waiting there for a while, and the 25 students of the special training class arrived one after another. Chen Yuan boarded the bus. He looked around, and his gaze locked onto a familiar figure, Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian had a gloomy face, leaning against the window. Yesterday in the duel arena, not only did he lose face, but also lost a bottle of spirit potion, so it was no surprise he was in a bad mood. Chen Yuan smirked and walked straight to the empty seat, then sat down heavily. Lin Tian felt someone sit down beside him, and when he saw it was Chen Yuan, he nearly jumped out of his seat. "You've gone wild today, what's the deal being so friendly with me?" Just then, Chen Yuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously. "Bro, want some goods?" Lin Tian was stunned. "What goods?" Chen Yuan pulled out a small bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Lin Tian. "Spirit potion, genuine goods, fake it 10 times. Lin Tian's pupils shrank sharply at the sight of that potion. Isn't that the bottle he lost to Chen Yuan yesterday? This guy is trying to sell his own stuff to himself? Chen Yuan looked sincere. "I can see you're looking lethargic, you must have overexerted yourself yesterday. This bottle of potion can help you. So, how about it? Since we're classmates, I'll give you a friendship price. In the market, one bottle sells for 10,000. I'll sell it to you for 8,000, isn't that generous?" Lin Tian, after hearing this, was so angry he nearly spat out blood. "This is originally my stuff. I won't buy it, one bottle is not enough, it wouldn't even fill a gap between my teeth." After hearing this, Chen Yuan took out 7 identical bottles of the mental potion from another pocket, lining them up in front of Lin Tian. "I know, one bottle might not be enough since you have exceptional talent. So how about a package deal for 8 bottles, a total of 64,000? I'll throw in a 50 yuan discount coupon for you. 64,000, and you think 50 yuan off is going to matter?" Lin Tian couldn't help but retort. Looking at the 8 neatly arranged bottles of mental potion, Lin Tian was completely stunned. His mind raced. Yesterday he lost 1 bottle, and the chubby guy and the glasses guy each lost 1 bottle, that's 3 bottles. The school gave each person 1 bottle, and Chen Yuan had 1 bottle. The class monitor rewarded 2 bottles. And the last 2 bottles were. That's right, the champion prize from the last test match, for the first place in actual combat. Lin Tian's mind buzzed, filled with disbelief. You haven't used the rewards from the last test match until now? In Lin Tian's perception, mental potions are such valuable training resources, as soon as you get them, you would use them immediately. Especially for those like them who have just awakened and are in a period of rapid power enhancement, every bit of mental strength growth is crucial. But this guy Chen Yuan managed to keep 2 champion rewards until now? He hasn't used these potions and has already become this powerful. Chen Yuan must not have trained at all. Lin Tian fell silent. He always thought he was a genius who only lost due to his contract beast. Soon, a crisp notification sound rang from Chen Yuan's phone. Your account received a transfer on XX month XX day XX hour XX minute, 63,950 yuan. With this move, Chen Yuan cleaned out Lin Tian's wallet completely. The bus drove steadily along the road and soon arrived at the port of Nanjing City. After some time, they transferred from the bus to a boat, reaching Monster Island. After everyone disembarked, the class teacher Zhao began to arrange groups. Alright, now let's split into groups. However, just as everyone was eager to go, Chen Yuan at the end of the line suddenly froze. His footsteps stopped at the connection between the ship's board and the dock, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, standing still. Chen Yuan? What's wrong with you? A classmate next to him noticed his odd behavior and asked with concern. Chen Yuan didn't reply, his expression was somewhat strange. It was neither the pale face of seasickness nor the pain of a cramp, but a blend of surprise and oddness. Because. At the moment he stepped onto the land of Monster Island. A chilling system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind without warning. Chapter 45, Just a Bullfrog Man, your opponent is a cosmic robot. A light blue virtual screen appeared before Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan blinked, reading the task information back and forth twice. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at a special task location, Monster Island. Side quest triggered. Quest name, Fierce Battle. Monster Island. Quest description, the artificial mechanical monsters in the Central Research Institute of Monster Island are about to go out of control. Please assist the mayor of Nanjing City, Zhang Yuning, in resolving this crisis. Quest reward, 1 random monster, and 1 random skill card for that monster. Unexpectedly, the main quest had not been released, but the side quest popped up first. Chen Yuan initially thought this special training would just be a casual tour, and then he would take the boat home when the time came. Unexpectedly, the system gave a pleasant surprise. Looking at the reward, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. A random monster lottery card means that he can continue to expand his monster legion, and it also comes with a random skill card. These 2 items combined are far stronger than simple points rewards. Point lotteries require luck, but this time's task reward is guaranteed to be a grand prize. Indeed, this trip was not in vain. Chen Yuan raised his head and glanced at the classmates who had already started to form ranks, and an idea immediately came to his mind. If he moved with these classmates, when would they even reach the Central Research Institute? As Zhao Kuo was introducing the precautions, Chen Yuan walked over. Teacher Zhao, I want to take a look into the depths of the island. I heard the exotic beasts there are of a higher level, and fighting them is a bit more thrilling. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuo's gaze fell on Chen Yuan. If it were any other student, he would never agree to such a request. But Chen Yuan was different. He had single-handedly challenged the Kashan Mountain combined boss and captured the A-ranked wanted criminal Chi Wudi. Either achievement alone was enough to prove that Chen Yuan's strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary student. Chen Yuan was even stronger than him, the teacher. It was indeed a waste of time to let Chen Yuan follow these students. Alright, I approve. Zhao Kuan answered decisively. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded. He agreed just like that? Why? Just because he was strong, did that mean he could do as he pleased? After receiving the approval, Chen Yuan turned and quickly dove into the dense jungle. Chen Yuan's figure soon disappeared from the classmate's sight. The system task says the artificial mechanical exotic beasts are out of control, and the location is at the Central Research Institute, but it didn't provide a specific position. As Chen Yuan hurried along, he took out his phone. After all, this exotic beast island is an officially developed training base, so there is still network coverage. Chen Yuan opened his phone map and indeed saw a clear label in the center of the map, Nanjing City Exotic Beast Gene and Mechanical Engineering Research Institute. This is it. Chen Yuan confirmed the direction and put the phone away. After about half an hour, a huge white building finally appeared in Chen Yuan's sight. Chen Yuan slowed down and walked towards the research institute's main gate. Before he got close, he heard a series of crashing sounds and explosive roars coming from the direction of the research institute. Who was fighting in the research institute? Following the sound, Chen Yuan entered the research institute and soon found a huge open-air testing ground. The testing ground was separated by a glass wall. Standing outside the glass wall, Chen Yuan could see a fierce battle happening inside the field. That's the Ice Crystal Phoenix, Jiang Yuning's contracted beast. Chen Yuan recognized it at a glance. Opposite the Ice Crystal Phoenix, however, was a monster that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That thing was about 30 meters tall, shaped like a human silhouette, but the skin was a dark green like a toad, covered in bumps. Its head was big and round, resembling a flattened bullfrog, with two electronic eyes flickering red light. There were many cables and hydraulic lines on its limbs and torso, making it look like a forcibly welded patchwork creature. Damn, this thing is way too ugly. Chen Yuan looked at the half-mechanical half-flesh bullfrog man and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This design is simply a highlight of spiritual pollution. Without saying a word, Chen Yuan walked into the open-air testing ground. As soon as he entered the testing field, he saw a large crowd gathered around. Many people had press cards hanging around their necks, pointing and discussing the battle occurring inside, at least 50 people at a glance. This is Dr. Guo's latest masterpiece, a half-mechanical exotic beast. It's incredible, it can actually fight on par with Mayor Zhang's Ice Crystal Phoenix. I heard that the materials for this brutality #1 were. It is the corpse of a monster dragged out from a high-end copy. Through our cutting-edge technology, it has been transformed to regain its combat power. This is epic-making technology. The reporters chattered in excitement, their words filled with praise for this new technology. Chen Yuan listened to these comments, his lips involuntarily curling up. Naive. Based on his many years of watching Ultraman, Chen Yuan summarized a law about robot malfunctions. It mainly depends on 2 points. First, see if it is a mechanical Ultraman. If it is, it will definitely malfunction, and only a real Ultraman can solve it. Second, see if it looks ugly. If a robot is designed to be grotesque, it will also definitely malfunction. The bullfrog man in front of him perfectly fits the second point. With that appearance, if it doesn't malfunction, it would not live up to the designer's unique aesthetics. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd, quickly locking onto Jiang Yuning. Chen Yuan took a step forward and walked to her side. Are you testing the bullfrog man here? Jiang Yuning was focused on the battle and was startled by this question. Turning around and seeing Chen Yuan, her face instantly filled with surprise. However, Jiang Yuning quickly realized that Monster Island is one of the designated training sites for major universities. It is normal for Chen Yuan to appear here. Before Jiang Yuning had a chance to respond, an old man in a white lab coat, Dr. Guo, turned to look at them. What bullfrog man? This is our research institute's powerful creation, brutal #1, after 3 years of hard work. Dr. Guo looked Chen Yuan up and down, a hint of a playful smile on his face. Suddenly, he had a great idea for increasing his visibility. This student, you seem very interested. How about trying it yourself? I can lower the power a bit and let you have some fun, just to give you young beast tamers an eye-opening chance. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Yuan. The reporters found the doctor quite humorous and interesting, actually inviting a student to challenge an advanced weapon. This would make for a great sensational news story. Jiang Yuning's expression changed, she was about to speak up to stop this. But Chen Yuan had already started to smile and took a step forward. Still at the peak of technology, my cosmic robot hasn't even spoken yet. Just this bullfrog man, even in Ultraman, there are various Earth defense teams. Among ordinary humans, there are many scientists who can control monsters and revive them. But even so, those technological levels still can't compare an Ultraman. However, since they actively invited him to try, it would be just right. The Golden Old Bridge had just equipped the Padanium rocket launcher and had not seen actual combat yet. Just take this bullfrog man as a target for firing. Chapter 46, when given a choice of 3, you insist on picking the strongest. Sure. Chen Yuan's answer came without the slightest hesitation. As soon as he spoke, not only Dr. Guo, but even the reporters nearby were stunned. A high school student, going to challenge that monster which can fight evenly with the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Which school is this young man from? He has some guts. He probably wants to show off in front of the mayor, it's understandable for a young person. What a shame, he chose the wrong opponent, that brutal #1 can't be approached just with passion. Chen Yuan shrugged, not wasting words, and directly took out the combat device from his pocket. Dr. Guo's eyes flashed with curiosity when he saw Chen Yuan pull out a blue flip phone. Is this your beast taming tool? Quite unique. Chen Yuan ignored his teasing and simply turned the screen of the combat device outward, casually handing it to Dr. Guo. I have 3 contract beasts here, you can choose one. As soon as he said this, the whole place erupted in an uproar. Not enough to challenge, he actually wanted the other party to pick the opponent first? What kind of confidence is this? What kind of ignorance is this? Alright. Alright. Then I will just pick one at random. Dr. Guo said, not angry but smiling as he leaned forward, his gaze landing on the battle device. He wanted to see what kind of shocking contract beast a high school student, still wet behind the ears, could have. It was nothing but some flashy but useless little tricks. On the screen, 3 clear images of monsters were arranged in order. King Ale, Flame Gorgons, Golden Ancient Bridge. Dr. Guo's gaze swept quickly over them. The first one looked like a malnourished electric eel, with thin arms and legs, it was clearly fragile. The second one looked quite imposing, muscular and all, but such a creature would definitely be a heavy and slow target. As for the third one, Dr. Guo's eyes were instantly glued to it. It was fully golden, sharply defined, filled with a cold metallic feel. A metal-type contract beast? Good. Excellent. Dr. Guo rubbed his hands together excitedly, a sense of arrogance rising once again in his heart. In his eyes, this was simply a divine opportunity. Using technology to crush a metal-type creature, is there any better way to prove the greatness of his brutality number 1? I'll choose it. Dr. Guo pointed his finger at the Golden Ancient Bridge. Chen Yuan looked at his expression, the corners of his mouth curving up in a smile. You had 3 options, yet you had to pick the most powerful one. Chen Yuan stopped talking nonsense and raised the battle device towards the open test field. Cosmic Robot Golden Ancient Bridge. Chen Yuan began to summon, and the battle device emitted a series of sounds. Battle device start. Cosmic Robot Golden Ancient Bridge. Dr. Guo's playful smile grew more intense. It seemed like quite the thing, what more could a blue flip phone show? However, at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. A white light group shot out from the battle device, racing straight to the center. The next second, the light group erupted violently. Boom! With a huge bang, a massive object, 55 meters tall, crashed heavily to the ground. The entire research institute shook violently. The shockwave's fierce winds knocked all onlookers off balance. Everyone's breath seemed to be caught at that moment. They looked up. That sharply defined body, and the completely steel-like cold texture. What is this? A metal-type contract beast? No, this doesn't seem like a contract beast, this is a pure robot, a senior reporter shouted out, his voice filled with shock. They had seen mechanical-type contract beasts, but those were essentially living creatures, just covered with a skin resembling metal. But this one, from head to toe, inside and out, was pure steel. This completely exceeded their understanding. How could a beast master summon a real robot? Zhang Yuning stood in place, gazing up at the Golden Ancient Bridge. From Gorgons to King Ale, and now to this giant robot. In just a few days, where on earth did he get this monster from? Chen Yuan didn't give anyone any time to think, he directly raised the battle device and issued the command. Golden Ancient Bridge, use the Penadinium rocket cannon. The moment the command was given, the Golden Ancient Bridge lifted its right arm. People then realized in horror that its right arm was not a hand at all, but a gigantic cannon. The next second. Boom. 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 No charge time. No wind up. The cannon raised up and fired, not even giving the bullfrog man a chance to react. From the cannon mouth of the Golden Ancient Bridge, light projectiles poured out, instantly covering the bullfrog man completely. The bullfrog man didn't even have time to react before its left arm exploded into flying metal fragments. Then came the right arm, left leg, right leg. Boom 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 boom. The booming sounds connected into one, resonating thunderously across the open test field. The audience of more than 50 interviewees were completely dumbfounded. Everything happened too fast. From the appearance of Golden Ancient Bridge to the attack, the whole process took less than 2 seconds. The upper body of Savage Number 1 had turned into a sight too terrible to behold. Their cameras didn't even have time to focus. That was Savage Number 1, able to fight evenly with the strongest contractual beast in Nanjing City, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. In front of this mysterious robot, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. Everyone watched in horror as Savage Number 1 was gradually dismantled, the steel armor on its surface shattered to pieces. If this continued, the main body of Savage Number 1 would be blown to a puddle of meat. This also meant complete death. Stop, quickly stop. My camera isn't aimed yet. You must be joking, right? Wasn't it said that Mayor John's beast was the strongest in Nanjing City? But I feel this robot is clearly more ruthless. Damn, this firepower is a million times more terrifying than the beast tide. Did you capture it? It was too quick just now. Capture what? I was too busy dodging. Jiang Yuning stood there, watching the yellow and white robot standing tall in the arena. Waves of shock surged within her heart. She was clearer than anyone about the strength of the ice crystal phoenix. That was a genuine level 65 contractual beast, the guardian of Nanjing City, and her confidence as the mayor. But even so, it only had a back-and-forth battle with that bullfrog man. And this robot, which had just been casually pulled out, could perform one-sided slaughter. On the other side, Chen Yuan saw that the armor on the surface of the bullfrog man had been blown to pieces. He felt he was warmed up enough, raised the battle device, and issued the final command. Golden Ancient Bridge, destroy the light. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Destroy the light? What is that? A reporter instinctively asked, isn't he just now using his normal attack? This question sent a shiver down everyone's spine. That torrential bombardment just now was merely a basic attack? Just as everyone was confused, Golden Ancient Bridge stopped shooting. Then, the robot's eyes suddenly lit up with a blinding white light. Two white lines converged before their eyes, forming a thicker destructive light. A wave of energy far exceeding the earlier bombardment swept across the entire testing ground. Not good. Retreat quickly. Jiang Yuning's face changed drastically, and she sensed the horror of that attack immediately, shouting a warning. However, it was already too late. The next second, a blinding white beam shot out of the eyes of Golden Ancient Bridge. The light instantly crossed hundreds of meters and hit the remaining flesh of Savage Number 1. Boom! This time, it was truly world-destroying. A violent explosion enveloped the entire testing ground, shock waves spreading outward. The explosion plowed a trench into the ground. When the dust settled, only a huge pit remained in its place. The Savage Number 1, which Dr. Gua had praised to the skies, was now completely erased from this world, not even a trace left. Golden Ancient Bridge defeated Savage Number 1, gaining 1,000 experience points. Golden Ancient Bridge leveled up to LV6. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, defeating a bullfrog man and still leveling up, this is a win. Chen Yuan waved his hand, and Golden Ancient Bridge transformed into a light orb and flew back into the battle device, disappearing from sight. The entire world finally quieted down. Only that group of reporters remained, each stunned as if turned to stone. Their brains had completely crashed. An epic-making technological marvel, Savage Number 1, was so easily defeated by a high school student's contractual beast. And it was a complete annihilation, not leaving a particle behind. A reporter swallowed hard, turned to his colleague beside him, his voice dry. Just now, did you capture it? It's captured. A colleague nodded blankly. After a brief moment of silence, everyone erupted. In an instant, dozens of reporters broke through the security guards and rushed towards Chen Yuan. Countless microphones were shoved in Chen Yuan's face. That number 1 tyrant who could match the mayor has actually been blown to pieces. Could you tell us which school you are from? What exactly is that robot of yours? Is it the latest contractual beast? Various questions were thrown out one after another. Chen Yuan was startled by the scene, and he hurriedly waved his hand, showing a look of fear and trepidation. Hey, don't take pictures, don't take pictures. I am Chen Yuan from the senior beast training class of Nanjing No. 3 High School, I can't handle such a big reputation. Hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up even more with excitement. Nanjing No. 3 High School. Senior students. So young and promising, destined to be a world-famous super powerhouse in the future. At the same time, Dr. Gua's old face flushed red. This is an absolute shame. No. It can't end like this. I still have number 2 tyrant, its power is several times that of number 1, it will definitely defeat him. However, at this moment, no reporter cared about what he said. Come on, old man, first put your number 1 back together before we talk. All the reporters' attention was now on Chen Yuan. Before long, it was noon. Chen Yuan followed Jiang Yuning to the internal cafeteria of the Research Institute, and the two found a quiet spot to sit down. Chen Yuan was not polite, he took a large plate of braised pork and chicken legs and began to eat. While eating, he checked the system panel. Side quest, Fierce Battle. Beast Island, in progress. Quest summary, the artificial mechanical beasts in the Center Research Institute of Beast Island are about to go out of control, please assist Jiang Yuning, the mayor of Nanjing City, to solve this crisis together. The quest status was still in progress, indicating that the matter was not concluded. It seems that Dr. Gua's number 2 tyrant really exists, and it is the true culprit behind the chaos. Chen Yuan wasn't surprised by this at all. After all, according to the law of events, how could a major incident be easily resolved upon first encounter? Immediately after, Chen Yuan opened the attribute panel of the Golden Ancient Bridge. Monster panel. Name, Golden Ancient Bridge. Level, LV6. Experience, 300 out of 2000. Type, Cosmic Robot. Weight, 48,000 tons. Height, 55 meters. Life, 106000/106000. Attack, 9,600. Defense, 10,000. Agility, 6,500. Skills, Destructive Ray, Flight Mode, Separation Ray. Form, None. Equipment, Pedonino Rocket Launcher. Defense has gone over 10,000. Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy inside. As expected of the Golden Ancient Bridge, the attribute growth from leveling up is solid. With this kind of build, standing there to let a level 70 beast hit him, he'd probably hold up just fine. The attack power is also close to breaking 10,000, and after a few more levels, just relying on basic attacks could crush most opponents. Not to mention that the Golden Ancient Bridge itself is a mechanical monster. It can repeatedly separate into 4 components and then combine again. This move not only dodges most attacks, but the 4 components can even actively fire rays. Who can withstand that? Just as Chen Yuan was enjoying his meal, a commotion came from the cafeteria door. A group of students dressed in the same school uniforms walked in. From the style of the uniforms, they were students from Nanjing No. 1 High School, No. 2 High School, and No. 4 High School. They must also be here for special training on Beast Island, just arriving a bit later than the No. 3 High School team. Quick look, isn't Mayor Jian sitting over there? It really is, the mayor is actually here. The students quickly spotted Jian Yuning and cast curious glances. Then, they noticed Chen Yuan, who was sitting at the same table with Jian Yuning, buried in his food. Who's that wearing the No. 3 High School uniform? How dare he sit at the same table with the mayor? I don't know, he looks unfamiliar. When did No. 3 High School produce such a figure? For a moment, various discussions echoed throughout the cafeteria. In their eyes, being able to eat together with this protector of Nanjing City. This represents itself as quite powerful. At that moment, Lin Tian walked over with a tray of food. Lin Tian puffed out his chest, a hint of pride on his face, and pointed at Chen Yuan, loudly introducing him. This is Chen Yuan from our Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. The legendary Toilet Monster King, the mysterious powerhouse who single-handedly tackled the Kaiser Mountain dungeon, the fierce man who captured an A-rank wanted criminal. He is also the top of the school in practical tests. As for me, Lin Tian paused, I am the second in the school. Although Lin Tian was not pleased with Chen Yuan. But for some reason, in front of so many students from other schools, introducing Chen Yuan's glorious deeds gave him a strange sense of pride. It felt like saying, did you see that? This is my classmate, he is amazing, right? Even though I can't beat him, we are in the same class. The cafeteria fell silent in an instant. Students from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th schools were all dumbfounded. They may not have heard all these incredible titles. But combined together, they truly resembled an unfathomable, peerless powerhouse. No wonder he could sit with the mayor. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Chen Yuan changed. Lin Tian reveled in the envious looks around him, proudly finding a seat to sit down and eat. He felt that today's display was a great success. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was a bit confused by all this praise. As the atmosphere in the cafeteria became subtle, he suddenly looked up. Chen Yuan noticed several researchers with badges, who were too anxious to even finish their meals, running past him in a panic. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, is it out of control? Damn, can't it wait until I finish my meal to go out of control? Chapter 48, Chen Yuan, finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Chen Yuan put down his chopsticks and stood up. Mayor, let's go take a look. Jian Yuning looked serious and nodded, standing up as well. Chen Yuan glanced at the in-progress task prompt on the system panel. The brutal No. 2 that Dr. Gua had hidden is finally going to appear. As long as it is dealt with, the 5th monster will be easily handled, and it might even provide additional corresponding skill rewards. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but quicken his steps, heading towards the cafeteria door first. As soon as he stepped out of the cafeteria, a violent tremor came from beneath his feet. Boom, boom. Chen Yuan looked up in the direction of the sound. He saw a huge figure smashing through the isolation net on another testing ground in the distance, barreling towards them. It was a monster resembling a giant loach, its entire body covered in metal armor. Although it wasn't as tall as the previous brutal No. 1, measuring only about 10 meters. But this loach monster's body length was terrifying, nearly 100 meters. Chen Yuan frowned, yet another masterpiece that challenged human aesthetics. This loach monster charged forward in a savage manner, completely ignoring any terrain obstacles in a straight line. All buildings and facilities along its path were crushed. The more than 50 reporters in the cafeteria heard the commotion and couldn't sit still, rushing outside. What the hell is that? It looks even more terrifying than the previous bullfrog man. The path it passed through is plowed into deep trenches. At that moment, Dr. Gui came rolling and scrambling from afar. He no longer wore the arrogance from before, only panic was left on his face. Mayor, it's bad. There's an error in the program for Brutal number 2, it started on its own, and we cannot connect to the control room, it's out of control. Zhang Yuning's face instantly fell upon hearing this. Brutal number 2? What are its stats? It's modified from a level 63 deep-sea variant beast, its strength is greater than number 1. Dr. Gui's voice trembled. Chen Yuan looked at the giant loach in the distance. Could this be the culprit for the chaos? Level 63, seems like nothing too serious. With the Gerzon in hand, Chen Yuan's confidence surged. In the realm of Eleking and Jingu Bridge, just pulling one out could crush it repeatedly into the ground. At this moment, Dr. Gu was in a panic, beads of sweat on his forehead, looking at Zhang Yuning. Mayor Jiang, please take action quickly. While it hasn't caused more damage yet, I beg you. However, it's best to keep its integrity as much as possible. As soon as the words fell, the other middle school students who followed behind relaxed upon hearing Dr. Gu's words. Oomph, it's only level 63, I thought it was something powerful. Exactly, Mayor Zhang's Ice Crystal Phoenix is level 65, with a level suppression, this is definitely a win, no problem at all. Looks like we were overreacting, let's go back to eat, the food is getting cold. Some students said, preparing to turn back to the cafeteria. In their eyes, when the mayor took action, it was a sure thing, there was no suspense at all. However, Zhang Yuning glanced at the direction where Brutal number 2 was moving, her brows tightly knitted. Its target was just this way. Not only was this the data center, but more importantly, there were more than 50 reporters on site, along with over 100 elite students from 4 universities. If it charged over, the consequences would be unimaginable. There was no time to hesitate. Zhang Yuning decisively raised her hand to summon the contract beast. Suddenly, with a flash of light, a level 65 Ice Crystal Phoenix appeared in the air. The Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a clear cry, flapping its wings, and the surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees. It's the Ice Crystal Phoenix, this is our guardian beast of Nanjiang City. The reporters instantly became excited, raising their cameras. Quick, record this, it's a real combat footage of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Yuning gave the command. Ice Crystal Phoenix, block it. The Ice Crystal Phoenix received the order, flapping its wings fiercely, turning into a streak of icy blue light as it flew towards Brutal number 2. As it flew, the ground formed a frosty path. That speed filled everyone present with awe. This was the power of the strongest in Nanjiang City. However, just as the Ice Crystal Phoenix was about to hit Brutal number 2, an unexpected change occurred. Ziz! A purple lightning bolt, without warning, shot out from behind a nearby mountain. Boom! The electric light flashed and vanished, accurately hitting the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which was flying at high speed. Where did this attack come from? Is there another beast? Zhang Yuning cried out in shock. Her attention was completely on Brutal number 2, not expecting another beast to be hiding behind the mountain. Moreover, that beast's attack energy was extremely high, clearly not something a level 65 Ice Crystal Phoenix could withstand. What level was that thing? It was able to injure the Ice Crystal Phoenix with a single hit. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Phoenix let out a mournful cry, its body falling straight from the sky. Bang! With a loud sound, the Ice Crystal Phoenix crashed to the ground, raising dust everywhere. Everyone was stunned, their minds blank. Those students who were preparing to return to the cafeteria also stopped, staring in disbelief at the Ice Crystal Phoenix lying on the ground. The strongest contract beast of Nanjiang City was defeated with one blow? Just a moment ago, they were praising the Ice Crystal Phoenix's power, expecting a victory with no suspense. In the next moment, the guardian beast of Nanjiang City was struck from the sky by an unknown attack, its fate unknown. What was that just now? It was purple lightning, there's a second beast behind the mountain. Chen Yuan also raised his head and looked in the direction where the lightning had come from. He saw a figure slowly walking out from behind the mountain. It was a black panther, 35 meters long, also covered with metal parts. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, realizing that there was not just one out-of-control mechanical beast. It made sense, the system's task name was Intense Battle. Beast Island. If only Brutal number 2 was out of control, such a one-hit knockout wouldn't fit the term Intense Battle at all. Facing the new enemy, Chen Yuan not only was calm but instead felt more excited. His Golden Ancient Bridge has endured many vigorous battles until now. The Golden Ancient Bridge has 3 core skills. Now, there are finally suitable enemies to showcase them. Chen Yuan turned his head and asked, Dr. Gua, what is this black leopard, Brutal number 3? Dr. Gua stared at the black leopard, his face drained of color. That is a semi-finished product still in the testing phase. Its base form is a level 72 boss-type exotic beast, purple lightning black leopard. Level 72. As soon as this number came out, everyone present gasped in shock. What kind of joke is this? The strongest beast tamer in Nanjing City, Mayor Jiang Yunning, is only level 65. Level 65 is a sure win against level 63, but level 65 against level 72 is simply not on the same level of battle. The higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. This 7-level difference is like a chasm. The teacher from Nanjing First High School also recalled something, and his face turned extremely pale. Chapter 49, Golden Ancient Bridge Special Model. The debut is a barrage without any prior preparation. The teacher leading the team from Nanjing First High School instantly went white. The purple lightning black leopard, isn't that the dungeon boss that appeared 3 years ago? I remember at that time, our Nanjing City and Shaiyang City, the two major base cities, had to work together to defeat it. A level 72 boss that required two major base cities to defeat, now it has been transformed into a stronger mechanical exotic beast and it is out of control? As soon as this was said, fear quickly spread through the crowd. If the earlier brutal number 2 was just a hassle, then the level 72 purple lightning black leopard in front of them was a disaster. At that moment, the purple lightning black leopard moved. The purple lightning black leopard completely ignored the immobile ice crystal phoenix on the ground. It locked onto the entrance of the cafeteria, the place with the densest crowd. The next second, it exerted force in its limbs, and its entire body turned into a purple blur, rushing toward the cafeteria. Its speed was so fast that it tore through the air, leaving a series of thunderous booms. Run! It's coming! The crowd erupted into chaos. Students, reporters, and even the security personnel from the research institute were terrified, turning to flee for their lives. Who could stop a level 72 exotic beast charging at full speed? Anything that stood in its way would be crushed to pieces. As the purple lightning grew closer, the shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. In this critical moment, Chen Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Golden Ancient Bridge, stop it! Somehow, Chen Yuan had already taken out the combat instrument. He raised his hand and aimed the combat instrument at the rushing purple lightning black leopard. Combat instrument activate. Cosmic Robot Golden Ancient Bridge. The familiar sound effect rang out, and a golden light sphere shot out from the combat instrument. But this time, the light sphere did not spread out in mid-air. Instead, it shot forward like a cannonball, colliding directly with the purple lightning black leopard. Boom! With a loud noise, the purple lightning black leopard never expected anything to dare intercept it head-on. By the time it reacted, the golden light sphere had already hit its face. The purple lightning black leopard was knocked backward by the light sphere, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The golden light sphere finally revealed its true form in mid-air. As the light dissipated, a giant robot standing 55 meters tall and entirely golden slammed to the ground. The earth shook violently again. Cosmic Robot Golden Ancient Bridge. Everyone who was preparing to flee stopped in their tracks, looking up at the Golden Ancient Bridge. Dr. Gua also looked up, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The process of summoning a contract beast could knock a level 72 exotic beast away? He had studied exotic beasts his whole life and was considered a top expert. But the scene in front of him completely surpassed his understanding. Isn't the process of summoning a contract beast just an entrance animation? How could it have an attack judgment? Chen Yuan, however, remained calm. This entrance impact move was something he used to bully opponents of lesser strength. If the opponent's strength is too strong, rushing in will end in being slapped away like Rei's Gamora by my sister's fiery Gulzan, landing upside down. At the cafeteria entrance, the students from the first, second, and fourth schools have completely changed the way they look at Chen Yuan. They listened to Lin Tian boast about Chen Yuan's titles and felt a bit skeptical in their hearts. They thought, how amazing can a high school student really be? It's mostly exaggerated. But now, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. It turns out everything Lin Tian said was true. He even understated it. That student from the third school isn't bragging. Do they really have a being like this in their school? Lin Tian stood among the crowd, straightening his back, hearing the amazed voices of students from other schools. On the other side, more than 50 reporters also reacted. They instantly shifted all their cameras from the fallen ice crystal phoenix and the distant rampaging number 2 to the golden old bridge. Chen Yuan looked at the LV-72 purple lightning black panther in front of him, unable to hold back from complaining. The beast tamer's highest level in Nanjing City is only 65, and they dare to raise a level 72 beast? Jiang Yuning sighed, this is not something Nanjing City can decide, this project was directly ordered from above. Otherwise, just the research funds would be enough to train several high-level beast tamers. Jiang Yuning took a deep breath and looked at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, we can handle that level 63 rampaging number 2, but that 72 level purple lightning black panther. Just leave it to you. Jiang Yuning knew that even if they requested support from other cities now, it would be too late. Right now, only Chen Yuan could handle that purple lightning Black Panther on the spot. Teachers and students from other schools were all astonished to hear this. The mayor actually let a student deal with a level 72 monster? That's something she herself can't even defeat. Chen Yuan ignored the discussions around him, his gaze fixed on the system panel. Side mission, Fierce Battle. Beast Island, ongoing. Mission reward, 1 random monster and 1 random skill card for that monster. For that unknown random monster card and skill card, I have to dive into this murky water. Alright, Mayor, you and the others focus on the rampaging number 2, I will handle the purple lightning Black Panther. Chen Yuan decisively replied. Chen Yuan once again raised the combat device and gave orders to the Golden Old Bridge. Since we're going to fight, let's not waste time. Strike fast and end it quickly. Golden Old Bridge, fire. As soon as Chen Yuan's command was given, the cosmic robot Golden Old Bridge immediately sprang into action. It swiftly raised its right arm, aiming the Padanium rocket cannon at the purple lightning Black Panther. No aiming, no charging, not even any unnecessary movements. The instant the cannon was raised, the attack began. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense booming sounds echoed through the skies. Light projectiles burst forth from the cannon, forming a barrage that instantly covered the position of the purple lightning Black Panther. Boom. 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 Explosive fire and smoke shot into the sky, completely engulfing the silhouette of the purple lightning Black Panther. The entire ground trembled under this bombardment, as if a great earthquake had occurred. At the cafeteria entrance, everyone was frightened and stepped back repeatedly due to this terrifying firepower. This is opening fire already, this firepower is too fierce. Is this really an attack from a contract beast? Are you sure it's not dozens of cannon fire covering the area? Most of the contract beasts present could only unleash a small fireball after building up their skills. But looking at others, when they raise their hands, it's a sea of flames, how can this be compared? Teachers from other schools, including Chen Yuan's homeroom teacher Zhao, had already summoned their contract beasts, preparing to step forward to support. But upon seeing this scene, they all froze in place. Zhao was still thinking. As the class teacher, he had to step up and help Chen Yuan share some pressure. He had just rushed forward a couple of steps, ready to shout, Chen Yuan, I'm here to assist you, fulfilling my duty as a teacher. But as the words reached his lips, they were swallowed back by the disaster before him. Zhao glanced over at the battlefield near Golden Ancient Bridge, which was in chaos. Then he turned to the other side, where the mayor was battling alongside security personnel against the level 63 merciless beast, with strikes being exchanged both ways. To avoid being caught in the aftermath of the battle, Zhao decisively changed direction and shouted to the other teachers. We can't help here, let's go help the mayor. With that, Zhao dashed towards the battlefield against the merciless beast without looking back. The other teachers understood and quickly followed Zhao's lead, joining the fight against the merciless beast. At that moment, the battlefield was clearly divided into two halves. On one side was Chen Yuan's Golden Ancient Bridge, single-handedly battling the level 72 purple lightning Black Panther, shaking the ground and overshadowing the sun and moon. On the other side was Mayor Jiang Yuning leading a few teachers and a dozen security personnel, struggling to attack the level 63 merciless beast, with some back and forth, but it was slightly tough. At that moment, the purple lightning Black Panther let out a roar. A purple silhouette suddenly leaped out of the flames. The purple lightning Black Panther managed to withstand the first wave of firepower from the Golden Ancient Bridge. What incredible speed! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 50, the separation mode of the Golden Ancient Bridge not only has high attack and defense but also maximum speed. At this moment, the purple lightning Black Panther transformed into a zigzagging lightning bolt. With a speed that was almost impossible to capture by the naked eye, it dodged the frontal fire of the Golden Ancient Bridge and initiated a side ambush. Zap! Although the Golden Ancient Bridge's artillery was powerful, it showed significant weakness in speed. The Golden Ancient Bridge couldn't keep up with its movements, and for a moment, all the light projectiles hit nothing but air. Bang! 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 The purple lightning continuously struck the Golden Ancient Bridge, exploding into bursts of sparks. Seeing the tide of battle turn, the students who had just felt confident in Chen Yuan's abilities felt their hearts leap to their throats once again. Oh no! The speed is completely suppressed. We can only endure the beating, if this continues, we'll lose. To them, the firepower and defense seemed unbeatable, but facing such an opponent who maximized their speed was truly disadvantageous. However, as the owner of the Golden Ancient Bridge, Chen Yuan was not the slightest bit flustered. Chen Yuan simply observed the battlefield calmly. Lose? How could that be possible? The Golden Ancient Bridge was a cosmic robot, a masterpiece of the pedant people. In the Ultraman world, the Golden Ancient Bridge was famous for its defense. It could withstand the headlance of Ultraman 7 and create a dent. How could this purple lightning possibly break through the defenses of the Golden Ancient Bridge? Sure enough, just when everyone thought the Golden Ancient Bridge was about to falter, they quickly realized something was off. That robot, why does it seem completely fine? People focused their gaze and saw the Golden Ancient Bridge shining as if new, without a single scratch. The seemingly powerful lightning attacks from the purple lightning Black Panther, when hitting it, only produced beautiful sparkles without causing any real harm. The defense is indeed sufficient, but just taking hits like this isn't the solution. Although people were astounded by the defenses of the Golden Ancient Bridge, their worries did not lessen. In pet battles, being overly defensive would ultimately lead to exhaustion and defeat. Chen Yuan felt it was about time. There was no time to waste against this purple lightning Black Panther. To complete the side quest for that unknown monster card, I still need to increase the firepower. Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand and issued a new command. Jin Guqiao, separate. Almost at the same moment, the purple lightning Black Leopard completed the charging of its strongest killing move. Its entire body was filled with electric arcs that surged wildly, ultimately gathering in its mouth. A highly compressed thunder arrow was rapidly taking shape. This move is called Purple Lightning Spear. It is its strongest single-target attack. The team leader from Nanjing No. 1 School exclaimed again. The power of this move is more than 10 times that of regular purple lightning, it can't be stopped at all. Everyone, get down. Before the words even finished, the energy in the mouth of the purple lightning Black Leopard gathered to its peak. Whoosh! A lightning spear tore through the air, shooting towards Jin Guqiao. Everyone held their breath. Even if Jin Guqiao's defense was high, it would surely be pierced and heavily injured by the purple lightning spear. At that moment, the seemingly heavy Jin Guqiao did not make any move to dodge, not even a defensive posture. The team leader saw the scene and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Quick, get away. This attack must not hit. Chen Yuan heard this and did not react at all. Jin Guqiao indeed lacked speed compared to most monsters, but that was the overall form. After separating, Jin Guqiao's movement speed was such that even Ultraman would take a few hits while moving. Sure enough, before everyone's shocked eyes, Jin Guqiao suddenly burst forth with a golden light, its entire steel body trembling. Whoosh! In an instant, Jin Guqiao surprisingly split into 4 independent parts. And at the same time, moved at extreme sideways maneuvers in 4 different directions. Whoosh! The purple lightning spear narrowly passed through the gaps between the 4 parts, not even grazing the edge of Jin Guqiao. The lightning spear shot several kilometers away, eventually landing on a mountain in the distance. Boom! With a loud bang, that mountain was directly flattened, leaving only a deep pit behind. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in amazement, completely overturning their understanding. It's separated. Can contract monsters play like this? This robot isn't an attack type, right? Why do I feel like it's reacting so quickly? Dr. Gui was also dumbfounded, staring at the 4 floating parts. Modular construction, how is this possible? Human technology hasn't reached this level yet. Who made this robot? In the center of the battlefield, the purple lightning Black Leopard was obviously stunned as well. Its proud finishing move had just missed like that. Before it could react from its shock, its nightmare was just beginning. The 4 parts that Jin Guqiao separated into now moved like 4 high-speed drones. They drew 4 golden streaks of light, surrounding the purple lightning Black Leopard, unleashing dazzling high-speed maneuvers. Vroom 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 vroom. Before, the purple lightning Black Leopard had played with Jin Guqiao using its speed. Now, the situation had completely reversed. The purple lightning Black Leopard's proud speed seemed clumsy and slow in front of the 4 incredibly agile flying parts of Jin Guqiao. Its eyes spun wildly but could not lock onto any target. Those golden afterimages appeared and disappeared in its view, moving so fast they seemed to teleport. That Black Leopard, it can't keep up. Oh my god, this speed is too fast, it's completely playing with it. When combined, it was invincible in attack and defense, now separated, yet it's this fast. The students no longer knew what words to use to describe their feelings. Every twist in this battle was refreshing their definition of the word powerful. Chen Yuan looked at this scene and felt quite satisfied. Indeed, what the system produced must be top quality. The Jin Guqiao he drew was absolutely not some mass-produced trash. Its defense could compete with the Jin Guqiao in the battle literature Ultraman. The attack is equivalent to the special model of the Golden Ancient Bridge in Galaxy S. And this separation mode is almost identical to that ancient bridge in X-Space. Chen Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and issued a new command through the battle device. Golden Ancient Bridge, separate light beams. At the moment the command was given, the 4 components surrounding the Thunder Black Panther began to emit dazzling golden light. 4 components, 4 directions, all at the same time. The Golden Ancient Bridge wove a net of light attacks from 4 completely different angles, instantly enveloping the Thunder Black Panther. Boom! 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 Each time a beam was shot from the 4 components of the Golden Ancient Bridge, it immediately moved away at high speed. This speed, close to teleportation, was something the Thunder Black Panther simply could not keep up with. It wanted to dodge, but realized that no matter which direction it moved, it would collide head-on with a light beam. Boom! 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 Bang! However, to Chen Yuan, this battle had lost all meaning. It was almost done. Chen Yuan raised the battle device again. Golden Ancient Bridge, destroy light beams. At the moment the command was given, an abnormal change occurred. The 4 components that had been shooting at high speed suddenly stopped their attacks. Under the gaze of everyone in shock, the 4 suspended components flickered with golden flowing light and instantaneously moved to appear behind the Thunder Black Panther. The whole process was extremely fast. The 4 components of the Golden Ancient Bridge precisely aligned and combined behind the Black Panther. The towering 55-meter cosmic robot Golden Ancient Bridge quietly stood behind the Thunder Black Panther in perfect form. In the next moment, the eyes of the Golden Ancient Bridge suddenly lit up with blinding white light. That light was pure to the extreme, as if it intended to decompose everything in the world. Destruction light. At the same time, the Thunder Black Panther felt a deadly crisis from behind. It wanted to turn around, to distance itself as quickly as possible. But it was all too late. In front of the 4 components of the Golden Ancient Bridge that could move at high speed, its speed simply couldn't react in time. The Thunder Black Panther had just twisted its neck and saw only a pair of eyes bright to the extreme. G. A destruction light shot from the eyes of the Golden Ancient Bridge, directly hitting the Thunder Black Panther. In the next second, the whole body of the Thunder Black Panther was pushed backward by a tremendous force. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Finally, with a loud bang, the Thunder Black Panther was slammed back to its original hill. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the ground trembled violently. At this moment, a series of system prompts flashed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, your Golden Ancient Bridge successfully killed LV-72 exotic beast, Thunder Black Panther, gaining a large amount of experience. Golden Ancient Bridge leveled up to LV-7. Golden Ancient Bridge leveled up to LV-8. Golden Ancient Bridge leveled up to LV-9. Golden Ancient Bridge leveled up to LV-10. Leveled up 4 times, not bad. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was a LV-72 exotic beast, the experience was truly rich. The last time he encountered such a bounty of experience was at the Icy Bastion. Now that the Golden Ancient Bridge had reached LV-10, all attributes had significantly increased once again. Monster Panel. Name, Golden Ancient Bridge. Level, LV-10. Experience, 0/6000. Type, Cosmic Robot. Weight, 48,000 tons. Height, 55 meters. Life, 110000/110000. Attack, 10400. Defense, 10800. Agility, 7300. Skills, Destruction Light, Flight Mode, Separation Light. Form, None. Equipment, Padanium Rocket Cannon. Chen Yuan looked at the panel, with both attack and defense exceeding 10,000. Even the agility attribute rose to 7,300, already catching up to the once LV-1 Eleking. At that moment, the entire research institute fell into silence. Students and Dr. Gui were all frozen in place. Is this too fast? I feel like it won in the blink of an eye. The mayor is still fighting an LV-63 exotic beast with over 20 people, and it's not over yet. Here, just one person, and easily took down a LV-72 Thunder Black Panther? The reporters were even crazier. Their cameras were locked. Standing straight was Jin Guqiao. They had completely ignored the other battlefield, only wanting to document Jin Guqiao before them. 2 battlefields formed an incredibly stark contrast. On one side, Chen Yuan, 1 man and 1 beast, effortlessly obliterated a level 72 top disaster with a single move. On the other side, the mayor led a large group of elites, struggling to beat down a troublesome level 63 beast, flustered after a long fight. At that moment, Chen Yuan spoke up. Mayor, let me take care of the other one as well. Chen Yuan's voice reached everyone's ears. This sentence struck like a slap, hitting Jiang Yuning's face. As the dignified mayor of Nanjing City, a level 65 high-level beast master, she had first been taken down by the Black Panther in one move, and now her poor efficiency was about to allow a high school student to steal her thunder. She had never been so humiliated in her life and couldn't argue back. Zhang Yuning took a deep breath, planning to use her strongest skill to end the battle. Ice Crystal Phoenix used the extreme frost storm to freeze it. Then, the Ice Crystal Phoenix ignited with icy blue flames, spreading a wave of extreme cold centered on itself. Chen Yuan didn't pay attention to the battlefield at all, his focus was entirely on the mission panel. Side quest, Fierce Battle. Monster Island, in progress. Not completed yet, he needed to take down this violent number 2 as well. Forget it, Mayor, we've only finished half of the cafeteria meal. Chen Yuan was determined and raised the battle device again. However, in that instant, the unexpected happened. The violent number 2, under the attack of more than 20 people, was gradually losing its strength. As a beast with a high level of LV-63, it knew that continuing the fight would surely lead to its death. So, the violent number 2 suddenly bowed its body, spinning like a drill. Boom! The ground was drilled into a large pit, and the violent number 2 directly burrowed into the earth. In less than a few seconds, that nearly 100-meter-long violent number 2 disappeared without a trace, leaving only a black hole in the ground. It ran away, it actually dug underground to escape. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. That thing can dig underground? Of course, it's a muddiel beast, my goodness, this is a big problem. Everyone, who had just relaxed after the Black Panther was killed, felt their hearts sink again. Zhang Yuning's face turned extremely ugly, the massive move Extreme Frost Storm she had just commanded the Ice Crystal Phoenix to unleash hit the empty space, freezing a large area on the ground with no purpose. Oh no! If that thing runs to the city, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Yuning's expression became serious. Although the violent number 2 was already severely injured, it was still a solid level 63 beast. Once it entered a densely populated city, it would definitely be a disaster. Zhang Yuning looked again at Chen Yuan. Although she didn't know if he could solve it, he was her only hope. Chen Yuan. Can your robot chase it? Can it dig underground? As soon as this question was asked, everyone held their breath, listening intently. In their eyes, that robot was invincible in offense and defense, incredibly fast, almost omnipotent. Digging underground should be a piece of cake, right? Chen Yuan stared at the distant hole and stroked his chin. It can't dig. Jin Guqiao, come back. After saying that, Chen Yuan raised the battle device, and Jin Guqiao transformed into a stream of light, returning to the device. Chen Yuan immediately looked at the second slot of the battle device, Huahuayan Go Erjan. Go Erjan had not engaged in a real battle since obtaining its enhanced form. It's your time to shine, this situation is just right for you. Meanwhile, all the people present watched the fleeing violent number 2, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Jin Guqiao can't dig, what do we do? Just watch it run away? If it really runs to the city. A wave of desperate murmurs arose, spreading through the crowd. Just as Zhang Yuning had already taken out her phone, ready to notify the city to enter the highest state of combat readiness. Chen Yuan once again raised the combat device in his hand. How could he let the system reward slip away just like that? Gorzon. Combat device activate. Ultra Ancient Monster Giga Flame Gorzon. The combat device shot out a golden light, causing everyone to instinctively raise their arms. As the beam shot out from the combat device, it landed on the ground. In the light, an enormous figure appeared. Roar! Chapter 52, Volume 1, Capture the Light, Metal Lifeform Mimos appeared. In the open space of the Research Institute. A deep blue giant beast, burning with lava patterns, suddenly appeared, raising the air temperature by several degrees. Ultra Ancient Monster Giga Flame Gorzon. The lower-level students even felt a pause in their breathing. What kind of monster is this again? How many of these contract beasts do you students from Class 3 have? This pressure, it doesn't feel much weaker than that 72-level purple lightning Black Panther from earlier. The students murmured, their eyes filled with awe and disbelief. One person possessing a robot of gold ancient bridges scale was already enough to overturn common sense. Now, he summoned a beast with an equally frightening presence. As fellow third-year students, how could anyone else live? In the crowd, Zhang Yuning was also stunned upon seeing Gorzon. Is that Gorzon? But she remembered that the Gorzon on the ICC had skin that was earth yellow, giving a heavier and more brute feeling. Yet the one before her now. Its skin was a deep dark blue, like tempered steel after countless refinements. Did it evolve? Chen Yuan completely ignored the discussions around him. His monster card was still waiting for him to retrieve. Chen Yuan immediately raised his hand and gave a concise command to Gorzon. Gorzon, chase that brutal number 2. Roar! Gigaflame Gorzon let out a roar, then lowered its head sharply. Clang! 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 Its huge claws, comparable to those of an excavator, were the most powerful digging tools. A large amount of soil, rubble, and concrete chunks were wildly flung away. In just a few breaths, it followed the trace of brutal number 2, expanding the entrance several times and digging a tunnel downward. As Gorzon's massive body continuously descended, its figure quickly vanished from everyone's sight. At that moment, everyone noticed that Chen Yuan was also running towards the tunnel entrance. "Teacher Zhao, I've taken leave for this afternoon's class," Chen Yuan shouted back. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan leaped directly into the tunnel entrance. His figure landed precisely on Gorzon's shoulder, which was digging the ground. "Gorzon, let's go." He squatted steadily on Gorzon's shoulder, patting its tough rock-like skin. Thus, only a huge tunnel entrance was left on the ground. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the entrance, their minds in disarray. Wait, he just jumped down like that? He won't fall to his death, right? This is the first time I've seen a Beastmaster personally go into battle. The leading teacher from Nanjing First High School walked over to Zhao Kuo's side and spoke. "Teacher Zhao, tell me the truth. How did you teach that student?" Meanwhile, deep underground, it was pitch black. Only the deep blue patterns flowing on Giga Flame Gorzon and sparks flying from the rocks provided the only source of light. The sounds of rocks shattering and soil rolling echoed in the ears. Gorzon was like a super tunnel boring machine, frantically carving out a path underground. Chen Yuan was steadily crouched on its shoulder, relying on the power of Reionics. "Gorzon, faster. My random monster card is about to disappear." Chen Yuan patted Gorzon's neck. "Hurry up. Roar." Hearing this, Gorzon quickened its digging speed, causing sparks to fly from the rocks on the tunnel wall. At that moment, a series of system prompts suddenly echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding. Side quest, Fierce Battle. Monster Island, completed. Quest evaluation, pass. The rampaging mechanical beast has left Monster Island's boundaries. The crisis on Monster Island is resolved. Ding. Quest rewards have been issued, random monster card X1, that monster's random skill card X1. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Just like that, it's completed? He was somewhat surprised and looked down at Gorzon, which was still crazily digging. It hasn't even been caught yet, how is this completed? As he reconsidered, he quickly understood. Of course, for the system, it only needs the final result. When I first triggered the side quest, the system just told me to go to the teacher and say, "I want to fight 100. I did say it, I just didn't actually do it, yet I could still receive rewards. Realizing this, Chen Yuan's mood instantly improved. Since the rewards are already in hand, why wait? Besides, Gorzon is still digging, I can't possibly spare a hand to help dig, right? Chen Yuan was now quite curious about what kind of monster card he could draw. System, immediately use the monster card in skill card. Ding. Using random monster card. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the monster, Metallic Lifeform Mimos. Monster, Mimos. Type, Metallic Lifeform. Description, a new metallic lifeform formed by recombining the two previously defeated metallic lifeforms after the source destruction invaded the geobase. It has absorbed data from Gaia Ultraman, allowing it to transform and use his abilities. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this new monster. Fake Gaia is still Gaia, and now my Leonis can control Ultraman. Furthermore, the monster given by the system always has a primary core skill. Chen Yuan examined the description closely, it stated he could transform into Gaia Ultraman. Without a doubt, this Mimos comes with the skill to transform into fake Gaia. Soon, the first Ultraman will appear in this world. Before Chen Yuan could think further, a second prompt followed closely. Ding. Random skill card used successfully. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained the skill Photon Ice Blade. Skill, Photon Ice Blade. Description, a specialized skill of the metallic lifeform Mimos. After accumulating energy, it shoots a whip-shaped ultra-high temperature light blade from its head. Chen Yuan's eyes widened instantly, this was a huge score. In his previous 10 consecutive draws, he had obtained 2 smaller skills of Gaia, Gaia Cutter and Quantum Stream, and he thought that was quite good. But he never expected happiness would come so suddenly. Now, he had even gained Gaia's ultimate skill along with him. Gaia Cutter, Quantum Stream, and now Photon Ice Blade. This skill set has already given him abilities very close to Gaia Ultraman's V1 form. Although Gaia's skill list is extensive, far beyond these 3 skills, these 3 he obtained are indeed the most commonly used skills of Gaia. The more Chen Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became, his strength had reached a new height. Just as he was immersed in the joy of obtaining new skills, the system's voice rang out again, pulling him back to reality. Ding. Detected that the host is pursuing a high-value target, a new side quest has been issued. Side quest, Ultraman Pursuit. Quest objective, chase and completely eliminate the escaping mechanical beast bully number 2. Quest rewards, 1000 system points. There's a follow-up task? 1000 points, isn't that a 10 consecutive draw? Chen Yuan had just been worried about how to gather enough for the next 10 consecutive draws, and unexpectedly, it was delivered directly to him. Even if this task hadn't been issued, I would have taken it down. But now, with 1000 points right in front of me, then the nature would be completely different. This metal mudloach, in Chen Yuan's eyes, was no longer a fleeing exotic beast, but a living creature, moving, worth 1000 points. Chen Yuan once again slapped Gorzin hard on the back of the neck. Gorzin! Emergency! Our 10 consecutive draws are about to run away. Use all your strength. Chase it down. Roar! The flame beast Gorzin once again exerted its strength, its speed suddenly increasing. The entire underground shook violently under its claw strikes. Chapter 53, Shock, Gorzin actually transformed into a big meatball. At the same time, Nanjing City, Yingsha Beach. This is one of the most famous tourist attractions in Nanjing City. At this moment, it was the afternoon, the sun shining brightly, and the sea breeze was gentle. The beach was filled with vacationing tourists, children building sandcastles, couples walking along the shore, a scene of peace and tranquility. However, this tranquility was soon broken. What's happening? The ground is shaking? A man sunbathing suddenly felt his beach chair vibrating slightly beneath him. At first, he didn't pay it any mind, but the vibrations grew stronger and more intense. Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Someone shouted, and the entire beach instantly fell into panic. People dropped everything in their hands and began to run away from the coastline. Quick, everyone, get away from the beach! Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the center of the beach, a large area of sand suddenly bulged upwards, as if something huge was about to burst forth from underground. Everyone stared in horror at this scene, forgetting to escape. The next second, boom! The sand shot into the sky. A giant, snarling metallic head burst up from beneath the beach. The tourists who had just been screaming and fleeing were now frozen in place. They widened their eyes, mouths agape, disbelief written all over their faces. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the grating sound of metal and collapsing sand, the entire body of the giant beast broke through from underground. About 100 meters long, its body was half metal, half flesh, resembling an enlarged mudloach. It was covered in scratches and dents, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. But the fierce aura emanating from the exotic beast showed no sign of weakening. It's an exotic beast. A scream finally shattered the silence. The entire beach exploded with chaos. Everyone run! Exotic beast! An exotic beast is invading. Help! Help! Where is IC base? Why didn't they sound the alarm? Panic spread like wildfire, and people ran madly toward the city. The brutal beast that had burrowed up from the ground opened its mouth, big enough to swallow a truck. Then, screech! A visible sound wave burst forth from its mouth. This was not a roar, but an extremely piercing, high-frequency shriek. Buzz! On the beach, the glass curtain walls of the resort hotel shattered under the impact of this sound wave. Countless shards of glass rained down like a storm, causing a new wave of panic. And the tourists who were closer pressed their hands to their ears in pain, collapsing to the ground. This sound was itself an indiscriminate, large-scale attack. However, at this critical moment, boom! Another earth-shattering sound erupted. This time, the sound did not come from elsewhere but from right beneath the brutal beast. As the brutal beast was screaming, the sand beneath it suddenly caved in without warning. A grotesque monster, pitch black with flowing lava patterns, forcibly broke through the sand from below. Chen Yuan also burst out of the ground with Gorzin, and as soon as he hit the beach, he heard this scream. This sound made Chen Yuan extremely angry. What are you screaming for? It's so noisy. Gorzin, make it shut up. The next second, the brutal beast didn't have a chance to think about what was happening. It only felt an irresistible, immense force coming from its face. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The massive body of Brutal 2 was directly slapped into the air, half of its body flying up into the sky. Roar! The roar of Gugu Flame Golzin instantly overshadowed Brutal 2. Everyone on the beach turned back in shock. They witnessed a scene that would remain unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Another beast emerged from underground. But what was this situation? Did the beast factions start fighting among themselves? As everyone looked on with suspicion, someone with sharp eyes noticed something on the shoulder of the blue giant. Look! There's a person up there! A shout rose among the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly focused their gazes. Indeed. A figure was standing steadily on the shoulder of the blue giant. It looked like a not-so-old human. This big lizard is not a beast, it is the contracted beast of a beastmaster. Oh my god, does our Nanjing city have such a powerful beastmaster? Wait, it feels like something is wrong. Did that beastmaster come from underground too? The crowd's panic gradually shifted to a wave of shock. And the deep blue giant Gugu Flamebulzen slowly crouched down. In the next moment, Chen Yuan jumped directly off its shoulder, landing lightly on the beach. Chen Yuan patted the dust off his body and then looked up at Brutal 2. Earlier, he could hear the thing's piercing shrieks from a distance underground. Chen Yuan did not want to make too much noise under everyone's watchful eyes. He just wanted to end things quickly, take the points, and leave. So, Chen Yuan pointed at Brutal 2, which had yet to get up from the ground, and gave a simple and rough command. Golzen, take it down. Get me back 1,000 points. Hearing Chen Yuan's command, Flame Golzen let out a low growl. In the next second, its strong hind legs suddenly pushed with force. The massive body instantly exploded with power, charging toward Brutal 2. All the tourists on the beach held their breath, anxiously watching this scene. They all thought this powerful blue giant would tear that metal monster apart with brute force, just like before. However, what happened next once again overturned their understanding. On the way toward Brutal 2, Flame Golzen did not directly launch an attack. Instead, after running a few steps, it suddenly made a move that left everyone perplexed. It suddenly lowered its head, bringing its front limbs and hind legs inward, and its tail tightly pressed against its body. In the next moment, Gugu Flame Golzen slightly jumped, and its legs left the ground to soar into the air. At that instant of soaring, its towering 62-meter body curled up and combined, transforming into a gigantic sphere. Gugu Flame Golzen's exclusive skill Sphere Impact. The citizens on the beach had their brains completely short-circuiting at this moment. Damn! It turned into a ball? What the hell is this skill? I've studied Beastmaster for so many years and never heard of this. No way, is this even reasonable? You're telling me such a big contracted beast can compress into a ball? Everyone's worldview was on the brink of collapse. Amidst the shocked gazes of all, that massive Golzen ball had already begun to roll rapidly on the beach. Boom, boom, boom. As it rolled by, it carved a deep trench into the sand. The sphere picked up speed, the whirlwind it created made it hard for people to stand. The Golzen ball performed no fancy tricks. It simply charged toward Brutal 2, which had just raised its head. Bang! Again, a muffled thundering sound echoed. Brutal 2's body, made of alloy, was flimsy like paper in front of the Golzen ball. Its head was crushed inward by a large chunk. Once again, it was uncontrollably sent flying. Chapter 54, One Shot to the Soul, he cleaves the sea 3,000 meters in public. The brutal beast number 2, nearly 100 meters long, flew out uncontrollably once again. It tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the distant beach, stirring up clouds of dust. All the fleeing tourists on the beach stopped at this moment, each one staring at the scene. Most of them were ordinary people. In the past, they would have never had the chance to witness a battle of this level. And now, the battle was happening right in front of their eyes. At the same time, the hurled brutal beast number 2 clearly wasn't dead yet. It lifted itself from the sand pit, seemingly wanting to get back up. Without Chen Yuan needing to say much, that giant sphere made of Gugu Flame Golzen, after crashing into brutal beast number 2, drifted, spun around, and charged back at high speed. The just raised head of brutal beast number 2 didn't even have time to issue a second scream. Bang! Another dull crash sound. Crack! The sound of metal fracturing rang out, as brutal beast number 2's head instantly deformed and caved in, countless parts and organic fluids spraying out from the cracks. Brutal beast number 2 was once again smashed into the beach, lying there motionless. Endless sand was also lifted by the shockwave, sweeping across the entire beach. Cough, cough, cough. The tourists on the beach, at this moment, instead of running, were frozen in place. This battle was without suspense. This beast master is at least level 65, right? Feels as strong as the mayor. You're talking nonsense, this kind of overwhelming pressure must be at least LV 70 or above. LV 70? Such strength could serve as a commander in many base cities. However, Chen Yuan was not very satisfied with the current battle situation. He wasn't interested in wasting too much time in this fight. So far, he hadn't even eaten much for lunch, all to face that level 72 purple lightning black leopard. He had chased it all the way from Beast Island to the sandy beach in the city. Therefore, Chen Yuan planned to finish it off quickly to earn those 1,000 points and leave. He lifted his combat device and shouted, "Golzen, Sonic Wave Beam!" As soon as his words fell, the rapidly rolling Golzen ball suddenly paused, the sphere quickly expanding. In less than a second, that towering 62-meter beast appeared before everyone again. Golzin stepped forward, quickly crossing to Brutal Beast number 2, and grabbed it fiercely. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, Goo Flame Golzin exerted force at its waist. It held Brutal Beast number 2's nearly 100-meter-long tail and swung it in the air. Whoosh! A huge tearing sound erupted. In the next second, Brutal Beast number 2 was directly hurled towards the sea. At the moment when Brutal Beast number 2's body was thrown to its peak height, Golzin's head began to glow. A visible golden energy began to gather. The next second. Boom! A thick golden beam shot out explosively from Golzin's head. Sonic Wave Beam. The speed of this beam was incredibly fast, accurately hitting Brutal Beast number 2 still in midair. But it did not explode immediately. Instead, it carried a force, pushing Brutal Beast number 2's body all the way toward the sea surface. Boom, rumble, rumble. All the people on the beach witnessed a sight they could never have imagined in their lives. That golden beam was physically pushing Brutal Beast number 2, splitting the surface of the sea apart to form a huge gap. The seawater parted to both sides, creating a 10-meter-high wall of water. The beam pushed Brutal Beast number 2's body, carving out a canyon over 1,000 meters on the sea surface. Finally, several kilometers away from the shoreline on the sea surface. Boom! A gigantic wave carrying flames surged up into the sky from the sea surface. The terrifying explosion instantly vaporized that LV-63 Brutal Beast number 2. Immediately after, the massive amount of seawater that had been displaced under pressure. Heading towards the explosion center, it created towering waves. A few seconds later, the seawater poured down on Silver Sand Beach like a torrential rain. Splashing. The tourists on the beach who had not yet escaped were instantly drenched like drowned rats. What the heck, did it take 3 minutes from the beast appearing to it being taken down? Who is this beast tamer? Just as everyone was still shocked by the recent scene. In Chen Yuan's mind, the long-awaited system prompt sound echoed. The Goga Flame Gorzin level has been upgraded to LV-11. The Goga Flame Gorzin level has been upgraded to LV-12. Ding! Side quest, Ultra Hunt, has been completed. Quest evaluation, perfect. The target has been completely eliminated, with no substantial damage to the city. Quest reward has been issued, 1,000 system points. Done. Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This 1,000 points were earned far too easily, it was almost like a gift. Then, Chen Yuan directly ordered Gorzin. Gorzin, return. With a flash of light, the 62-meter-tall Goga Flame Gorzin was directly recalled into the battle device. Since Chen Yuan had taken the afternoon off from class, there was no need to return to Beast Island. He now just wanted to find a quiet place to study what rewards he could draw with this 1,000 points. Would it be a monster or a skill card? So, while thinking, Chen Yuan left the beach without looking back. Watching Chen Yuan's departing figure, the citizens on the beach stirred up another wave of discussions. This is the first time a beast has invaded the city, and there were no casualties at all. Yeah, the battle was really too quick. Apart from some broken glass and a few more holes on the beach, there was basically no loss. You are thinking too small, just now the entire sea was split in half. As soon as Chen Yuan left the beach, several armored vehicles roared in. The vehicles bore the emblem of the South River Base City Guard. They jumped down from the vehicle, looking at the messy beach in front of them. And at the scene where all the tourists were gathering along the coastline to take pictures. Where is the beast? No one could have imagined that just moments ago, a harmonious base city suddenly suffered a beast invasion. Yet within minutes, the crisis was resolved on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan quickly passed through the crowd and left the range of Silver Sand Beach. He walked through several streets and arrived at an outdoor commercial plaza in the city center. Chen Yuan casually found a milk tea shop, ordered a cup of iced lemonade, and sat down under the shade of an umbrella at the shop entrance. Chen Yuan took a sip of lemonade, feeling that sour refreshment rushing straight up to the top of his head. I have to say, this brutal number 2 escaped just perfectly. Not only did it let me skip class in the afternoon, but it also gave me a point reward, and even Gorzin leveled up 2 levels along the way. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to count the spoils. System, open personal panel. Host, Chen Yuan. System points, 1,000. Battle device March 3rd, Eleking, Goga Flame Gorzin, Golden Giant Bridge. Monster Warehouse February 3rd, Melba, Mimos. Chen Yuan looked at that shining 1,000 points. For him right now, nothing was more exciting than a 10-time draw. Chen Yuan had no habit of hoarding, when he had points, he used them directly. After all, side missions triggered quite frequently. From small school tests to large-scale 70-level mechanical beast rampages, missions can be triggered. Using the points early and improving strength quickly is the real deal. As a Reionics, Chen Yuan was going to use the ultimate battle device to control 100 monsters in the future. Now he only had 5 monsters, how could that be enough? So, system, give me a 10-time draw. Ding. Consuming 1000 system points. Conducting 10-time draw. The familiar blue light screen unfolded in front of Chen Yuan, and the virtual images of 10 cards slowly emerged. Chen Yuan's heart jumped to his throat. Come on, something good. Even a skill monster would be fine. As long as I don't pull 10 experience cards in a row, I can accept it. A few seconds later, the light of the first square lit up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining skill card, Ultraman Barrier. Skill, Ultraman Barrier. Description, exclusive skill of the metal life form Mimos. Gaia Ultraman gathers all his energy to create an enormous barrier with a radius of about 20 kilometers. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this skill card. At that time, Agura detonated a monster with the mass of an asteroid, and Gaia used this move to protect the entire city of Tokyo. A radius of 20 kilometers is equivalent to 176,000 football fields. Or nearly the size of 2 Singapores combined. But Chen Yuan thought carefully, this was just a skill description. Even if Mimos can transform into Gaia Ultraman, it would only be at LV1. Whether it can release an enormous barrier with a radius of 20 kilometers is really hard to say. But even so, the skill's release range can cover most cities, that's for sure. Chen Yuan lowered his head, took another sip of lemon water, and began to think. Having just awakened Reionics, his monster skill already linked with the word asteroid. I hope the enemies in this beast world can be a bit stronger. Otherwise, if I get a star-destroying monster later, I won't have anywhere to test my strength. I can't just fight myself, right? Chen Yuan felt satisfied, this batch of 10 draws, just this one card already made up for it. With an expectant heart, he looked at the second card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining experience card, 100 points, x1. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded, an experience card is an experience card. Third card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining experience card, 100 points, x1. Fourth card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining experience card, 100 points, x1. 8 cards in a row, all 100-point experience cards, totaling 800 points of experience. His face fell a bit. Start with 1 gold, and the rest are all white bars. Now, only the last card is left. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and silently prayed in his heart. Give me something useful, a skill card or an equipment card, just not another experience card. So, as the last card slowly flipped over, it once again erupted with the same golden light as Ultraman Barrier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining equipment card, Ultraman Bracelet. Equipment, Ultraman Bracelet. Description, exclusive weapon of the other dimensional superhero Ace Killer. In the execution grounds of High God Star, Ace Killer seized the Ultraman bracelet of Jack Ultraman, who was nailed to the cross. Additional skills, Ultraman Cross Gun, Bracelet Dart, Bracelet Light Wheel. The moment Chen Yuan saw this card, he almost jumped off the bench. In fact, when he drew the bracelet, Chen Yuan didn't have much reaction inside. But looking down, he found that all the additional skills he should have were there, with functions bursting with power. Ultraman Cross Gun, pierces the opponent and delivers a fatal blow. Bracelet Dart, slashes and cuts the enemy, able to slice monsters into multiple segments. Bracelet Light Wheel, the bracelet transforms into a gear-like light wheel. Chen Yuan looked at these skills, they were simply born for ruthless kills. No, for efficiently resolving battles. When he draws Ace Killer later, he must try to see if the Bracelet Light Wheel can be swung like a weapon. Sigh, when clearing dungeons in the future, it would be best if the boss had no pain sensation. Chen Yuan looked at the rewards from this 10 consecutive draws. 1 Ultraman Barrier, 1 Ultraman Bracelet, plus 8 experience cards. This is simply a massive profit. But the urgent task now is to convert the freshly acquired resources into immediate combat power. System, use all 8 experience cards on Mimos. Using experience card X8 for Metal Life Form Mimos. Mimos level increased to LV3. In an instant, Mimos jumped 2 levels. Chen Yuan immediately opened Mimos' attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Mimos. Level, LV3. Experience, 300 out of 500. Type, Metallic Lifeform. Weight, 52,500 tons. Height, 52.5 meters. Life, 102,000/102,000. Attack, 9,000. Defense, 7,600. Agility, 8,500. Skills, Transformation Ability, Photon Ice Blade, Quantum Streamline, Gaia Cutter, Ultra Shield. Form list, none. No wonder it is a monster comparable to Gaia, this value panel is very high. Its skills are also the most numerous among all of Chen Yuan's monsters, with a total of 5 skills. Fake or not, this world is about to see the first giant of light. Just as Chen Yuan was immersed in the joy of strength improvement, his stomach unceremoniously growled twice. Only then did he remember, at noon in the cafeteria on Beast Island. The meal had just been served for a short time when brutality number 2 went out of control and hardly ate anything. Later, it was a chase that consumed a lot of stamina. Better fill his stomach first. Chen Yuan stood up, patting his pants, ready to find a restaurant to solve his hunger problem. So, Chen Yuan walked toward the small shop next door with the sign Longjiang Pork Trotter Rice. Chapter 56, Small Goal, Level Up to 20. Inside Longjiang Pork Trotter Rice, the aroma filled the air. Chen Yuan was shoveling rice while calculating in his heart. What a pity, there are no cameras underground. Otherwise, moving through several kilometers underground would be a great opportunity to gain fame. Why is there not a high-definition camera following me underground? At this moment, the television in the restaurant was broadcasting the local noon news of Nanjing City. Breaking news, our city's famous scenic spot Silver Sand Beach suddenly faced a high-level exotic beast threat. However, within 3 minutes of the crisis, a powerful beast master of unknown identity appeared and completely eliminated it. On the TV screen, videos shot by citizens with mobile phones were being played. The diners in the restaurant were all looking up, letting out bursts of amazement. The host introduced, "Next, we invite a special professor from the Nanjing City Beast Master Association to analyze this incident for us." The professor cleared his throat, facing the camera, and began his professional analysis. Based on the information we currently have, I personally estimate that this Beast Master's level is at least LV 70 or higher, and may have even touched the threshold of LV 80. As soon as these words were spoken, a gasp echoed throughout the Pork Trotter Rice shop. Level 80, it should be support from other big cities. We have never heard of such a strong Beast Master in our small place. Wait, look at the screen, that Beast Master looks particularly young. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Yuan simply stuffed the last bite of rice into his mouth and then stood up and stretched. LV 80? Since such an authoritative professor said his level might have reached LV 80, then there is no time to lose. The goal is to first raise the level of his first monster to LV 20. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan wiped his mouth and stood up to head out of the restaurant. But just as he reached the door, he stopped. A very realistic problem lay before him. Chen Yuan did not have a permit to leave the city and could not go out alone to hunt monsters. He hadn't paid much attention to instances and wasn't sure which instance had high monster spawning efficiency. He couldn't just randomly pick an instance and go in to bully a bunch of level 10 or 20 small monsters, could he? That would take ages to level up. Chen Yuan frowned, stood in place for a few seconds, then took out his phone and began searching through his contacts. Although he had no connections, others did. His finger slid across the screen a few times and soon stopped at a name, Li Yan. Last time when he went to support the IC base, Chen Yuan added him on WeChat. Li Yan was at least a somewhat well-known beast master, asking him was definitely not wrong. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan directly made a WeChat call. After a few rings, the call was quickly connected. "Hey, Chen Yuan, why did you suddenly think of calling me?" Chen Yuan spoke straightforwardly, "I want to ask you about something. I want to find a place to train this afternoon. Do you have any efficient dungeon recommendations?" Li Yan on the other end of the phone paused for a moment. Isn't it just easy to find a dungeon online to train? But thinking about it, with Chen Yuan's strength, ordinary dungeons really don't mean much to him. You asked at just the right time. We discovered a new dungeon the day before yesterday, and we are preparing to go in to evaluate its level. If you're interested, you can join us. The rewards are negotiable. Chen Yuan readily agreed. Okay, I'll come find you. A glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. Even though a new dungeon doesn't necessarily mean the beasts inside will be stronger. But a new dungeon means he would be among the first to go in and fight the beasts. Elite monsters or beast tides are all within Chen Yuan's experience. After hanging up, Chen Yuan quickly received the location sent by the other party. South Jiang City Beastmaster Association headquarters. Chen Yuan glanced and found that the place was only 2 streets away, just a turn and he would arrive. That certainly saved him a lot of trouble. Chen Yuan put away his phone and took the half-finished lemonade with him, heading towards the Beastmaster Association. The streets in the city center were far more bustling than other areas, with high-rise buildings everywhere. As Chen Yuan walked, he opened his system panel. He planned to adjust the monsters he would take into battle before departing. The newly acquired Mimos was only LV3, exactly at the time when it needed a lot of experience. Also, he wanted to find a place soon to test the fighting power of fake Ultraman. System, return goals into the warehouse and adjust Mimos into the battle device. Ding. Monsters adjusted. Battle device March 3rd, Eleking, Mimos, King Ancient Bridge. Monster Warehouse 2/3, Melba, Ancient Flame Golzon. After completing all this, Chen Yuan had almost reached the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. The association building was a very modern structure, resembling a commercial office building. As soon as Chen Yuan arrived at the entrance, he saw Li Yan leading 15 people exiting from inside. They were all wearing the combat uniforms of the Beastmaster Association, looking energetic and impressive. Li Yan spotted Chen Yuan at a glance, laughed heartily, and patted his shoulder heavily. "You finally made it. We were just about to set off." Chen Yuan also greeted him back. The 15 team members behind Li Yan all sized up Chen Yuan. They had seen Chen Yuan's skills outside the city. Now they were all eager to see what kind of grand scene Chen Yuan would create this time. "Alright, everyone is here, let's get in the vehicle." Li Yan waved his hand, and everyone immediately walked toward the armored vehicles parked by the roadside. Chen Yuan followed behind the crowd, ready to get on the vehicle. However, just then. Buzz 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 buzz. A series of urgent text message notifications almost rang out at the same time from Li Yan and all his team members' pockets. A total of 16 phones, the sound converging, was particularly piercing. "Ha!" Li Yan paused, stopped, and pulled out his phone. The team members behind him also had confused expressions, quickly pulling out their phones to check. "What's happening? What task is so urgent?" one team member mumbled. Chen Yuan looked at their serious expressions as they all lowered their heads to look at their phones, thinking as well. Such a unified alert only happens in urgent situations. But Chen Yuan understood that dangerous dungeons rarely occurred within South Jiangbei City. And if a dungeon were dangerous, the first thing to do would be to contact the stationed Beastmaster army. How could it possibly be the Beastmaster Association like Li Yan? Just as Chen Yuan was about to ask what was happening. Buzz buzz buzz. His own phone rang at that moment. The caller ID flashed 3 words, Jiang Yuning. A call from the mayor? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Yuning's anxious voice came through. "Chen Yuan, something big has happened. The IC base has detected a large-scale beast tide, approaching from the IC to Nanjing City. The initial estimate is that there are at least over 3,000. Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment. So suddenly? Didn't the IC base used to give us a 1 or 2 days warning? Jiang Yuning's voice carried a sense of helplessness. This time, there was no warning for the beast tide. We suspect it's related to Brutal Number 2, its screech at Silver Sand Beach was a signal to summon its kind. Hearing this, Chen Yuan began to understand. So that's what it was. Chen Yuan had been wondering, how could a LV-63 mechanical beast be harmless? It let out a roar on the beach, and aside from shattering a few glasses, it caused no casualties. It turned out that it wasn't a sonic attack but was actually calling for others. Just as Chen Yuan was contemplating this, Li Yan beside him also hung up the phone, his expression turning extremely serious. The situation has changed, all personnel cancel their outdoor missions. Li Yan ordered his team loudly. We just received the highest directive from the association. Our guard squad will immediately return to our posts and wait in the city center area, ready to respond at any moment. Yes. The ease vanished from the team members' faces in an instant. At that moment, Chen Yuan heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. A light screen unfolded before his eyes. Ding! Detected special scene, beast tide attacking the city. Side mission triggered, please make your choice, host. Choice 1, Light of Hope. Summon the metal life form Mimos, transforming into a giant of light to face off against the beast tide and protect the city. Completion reward, 1000 system points, random monster card X1. Choice 2, Strategic Retreat. Summon flying monster Melba to quickly evacuate Nanjing Base City before the beast tide arrives, preserving the remaining forces. Completion reward, a pair of always shiny white shoes. Choice 3, King's Arrival. Summon monsters to assist in destroying Nanjing City, beginning conquest of Earth, ruling the universe, making everyone know who the sole heir of Libulando is. Completion reward, title Evil God. Wearing effect, when your enemies attempt to attack you, they have a chance to transform into a shining form. Chen Yuan looked at the 3 options in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. What on earth is choice 2? A reward of a pair of white shoes? What use is that? It's better than getting a backpack, at least it can hold something. As for choice 3, this move is ruthless. This forces the enemy to cheat by default. In battle, all of a sudden, the opponent is shining with golden light. Who can withstand that? These system choices, the second one is useless, and the third is a huge pitfall. Clearly, only the first option is the choice a normal person would make. The reward is also the most generous. Moreover, this beast tide is just a perfect experience pool, isn't it? Why go to any dungeon when you can directly intercept the beast tide? Isn't that great? I choose 1. Chen Yuan silently thought. Ding. Choice successful. After making his choice, Chen Yuan hung up the phone and looked at Li Yan, who was preparing for action. Where is your guard squad's waiting location? Li Yan happened to be looking at him as well. It's at the outdoor shopping plaza nearby, it's open and easy to support at any time. It's very close, just a turn away. Okay, I'll go with you. Thus, Chen Yuan followed Li Yan and his guard squad, starting to head out. In less than 10 minutes, the group arrived at the outdoor shopping plaza. Chen Yuan looked up at the familiar Longjiang pig's foot rice. How come we're back here again? Looking at the familiar scene before him, he realized he had come full circle. Chen Yuan sighed and casually sat down on the steps of the plaza. In his hand, he still held that cup of unfinished lemonade. Forget it, the beast tide hasn't arrived yet. Let's just treat it as a change of place to continue our afternoon tea. Just as Chen Yuan sat down, the screen in the center of the commercial plaza suddenly changed. The screen, which was originally showing fashion advertisements, instantly switched to the news channel. The beast tide is expected to arrive in 30 minutes. The host's urgent report shattered the peace in the plaza. What? Beast tide? How can it be so fast? There were no signs at all. Run. Every time the beast tide appears, many beast masters sacrifice their lives. Support requests have already been sent to surrounding base cities, but it won't arrive that quickly. The originally leisurely commercial plaza was in chaos in an instant. Chen Yuan watched this scene and took a sip of his lemonade. Meanwhile, the news footage had switched to the coastal defense line. Tens of thousands of beast masters built a defense line on the beach. Zhang Yuning's injured ice crystal phoenix circled right above the defense line, clearly serving as the core of the defense. Li Yan quickly walked to Chen Yuan's side, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Brother Chen Yuan. The Gorzon you summoned before, and that Eleking. Are they good at dealing with the beast tide? In Li Yan's view, Chen Yuan's contracted beasts were huge and incredibly destructive. Moreover, he could summon two beasts for battle at the same time, which no one else could do. However, Chen Yuan shook his head, giving an unexpected answer. They probably aren't good at it. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and answered seriously. Those two seem to be better suited for destroying cities. After saying that, Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, thinking he wasn't wrong. And according to Chen Yuan's experience, if monsters come out to protect humans, they have a high chance of not surviving past one episode. The kind that can't be revived. Li Yan. Why does this sound so awkward? Though he knew that Chen Yuan was joking, looking at his casual demeanor, Li Yan inexplicably felt a bit more at ease. While the two were talking, the battle on the coastline had already begun. Silver Sand Beach. A group of crow-like monsters pressed in like a dark cloud. Attack! On the coastline, Zhang Yuning's voice spread across the battlefield. In the next second, countless contracted beasts launched their attacks, soaring into the sky from the ground. The crow monsters at the front were instantly shredded into pieces. However, the number of monsters was simply too many. There were always a few fish that slipped through the net, breaking through the firepower and rushing towards the city. Zhang Yuning's heart sank as she watched those monsters rushing into the urban area. In the open-air commercial plaza, Chen Yuan placed the empty cup of lemonade he just finished on the stone steps. They're here. A teammate next to Li Yan suddenly pointed at the sky. Everyone immediately looked up. Right above the plaza, three huge crow monsters appeared out of nowhere. Li Yan's face changed, and he immediately shouted. Attack! With Li Yan's command, more than a dozen contracted beasts simultaneously launched their attacks toward the sky. However, the effect was minimal. Their contracted beasts were all ground units with limited attack range, and could not reach the flying monsters high in the air at all. Instead, they angered the three crow monsters. They headed directly towards the crowd and buildings in the center of the plaza. Quick, scatter! Li Yan's eyes widened in rage. There wasn't enough time. Watching the crow monsters descending from the sky, everyone fell into despair. Just three beasts could cause such a huge problem. If this continues, both they and the civilians in the city would be used as targets by these three monsters, and would be killed. However, at this critical moment, Chen Yuan, who had been sitting on the steps, finally started to act. He stood up and raised the battle device in his hand. Battle device activated. Metal lifeform Mimos. In an instant, a dazzling red light shot out. This red light shot straight into the sky at an unimaginable speed, never stopping for a moment. Chapter 58, Gaia Ultraman, Perfect Landing. That red light appeared without warning, shooting straight into the sky. Li Yan only felt a white blur in front of him and instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. The teammates behind him moved in perfect unison as well, all of them unable to open their eyes against the sudden bright light. What is that? Is it an attack? Whose contract beast is it? It's Chen Yuan releasing it, he is summoning a contract beast. Amid the exclamations, Li Yan grit his teeth against the discomfort in his eyes and looked toward Chen Yuan through his fingers. He saw Chen Yuan standing on the steps, still holding that familiar summoning tool. That red beam, piercing through heaven and earth, was shooting out from his hand. Is Chen Yuan summoning a contract beast again? This thought popped into Li Yan's mind instantly. But the next second, he froze completely. The straight red light shooting toward the sky did not unfold like a regular summon to form the shape of a contract beast. Instead, it shot straight upward at an unbelievable speed, targeting the three throat-slashing crow beasts diving down. Caw! A piercing scream echoed. The leading crow beast didn't have a chance to react, it was directly pierced by that red light. Boom! After a blast, there was no flying flesh and blood as expected. That massive crow beast rapidly vanished in the red light, leaving not even a feather behind. One strike, instant kill. The entire outdoor commercial square fell into a deafening silence. Everyone looked up in a daze, staring at the sky. What just happened? That huge crow, which seemed so fierce, just disappeared like that. That was a creature of at least level 40 or above. Li Yan's arm froze in midair, still staring at the sky. After so many years as a beastmaster, traveling far and wide, he had seen many summoning rituals for contract beasts, at least 8,000 of them. Some grand, some simple, some with tremendous grandeur. But he had never seen a summoning ritual that could effortlessly defeat an enemy with a single blow. The summoning process shouldn't sparkle and then introduce the contract beast? How could the summoning process here also include an attack? And so shockingly powerful? What does this mean? Is the summoning process accompanied by a free attack? Captain! Captain! A team member's voice sounded beside him. Look at the sky! Li Yan suddenly looked up. He saw that the red light that had pierced the crow beast, after eliminating the enemy, did not disappear. Instead, it gradually fainted in the air, and then, within that red light, a blurred human shape was rapidly taking form and growing, visible to the naked eye. Legs, torso, arms, head. Becoming clearer and larger. A sense of indescribable pressure descended from the sky. The teammates behind Li Yan were utterly stunned. What is this contract beast? Why does it look a bit like a person? Not like, it's clearly a human shape. Wow, I've never seen this type of contract beast, is it a new breed? Brother Chen Yuan's contract beast is truly, always so surprising. They had previously witnessed Gulzan and Avery King, thinking they were already prepared enough. But this scene once again refreshed their understanding. Just as everyone was in doubt, the red light in the air finally dissipated completely. A huge figure, primarily red, with a blue diamond crystal embedded in its chest and glowing eyes, appeared before the citizens of Nanjing. It hovered in the air, standing 50 meters tall, like a god. Gaia Ultraman. This is... Li Yan swallowed but couldn't muster a word. He felt his brain had completely crashed. And the citizens in the square, who had been fleeing in panic, stopped in their tracks. Each person looked up with open mouths, blankly staring at the giant in the sky. What is this? Is it a new strange beast? But why did it save us just now? At this moment, Chen Yuan, who had been silent, finally moved. He lowered his hand that was holding the combat device and looked at the people on the ground. Then, he spoke. Everyone, get down. As soon as the words fell, the red giant in the sky moved. The fake Gaia did not slowly float down as everyone imagined. Instead, its legs bent slightly, and its massive body shot down like a cannonball, straight towards the commercial square below. It crashed heavily to the ground. What the hell? What is he going to do? Run. It's going to crash down. Don't come over here. The crowd, which had just calmed down from the fear of the crow beast, instantly erupted again. Everyone could only watch helplessly as that giant red figure got bigger and clearer. Boom! A deafening sound swept across the entire outdoor commercial square. The ground tiles shattered in an instant. At the center of where the fake Gaia landed, countless fragments of stone and dust were thrown high into the air. A circular wall of smoke, over 10 meters high, enveloped the center of the square completely. The whole ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The crowd in the square staggered and screamed in waves. Ah! I can't stand still. Earthquake! Get down! Li Yan and his team of guards were able to barely steady themselves because they had heard Chen Yuan's warning in advance, get down. Li Yan, however, was fixated on the area shrouded in dust. Is this Chen Yuan's third contract beast? Just its appearance caused such terrifying destruction. This is no longer just power, it's practically a walking natural disaster. Where exactly did he find so many monsters to be contract beasts? Li Yan frowned. This contract beast is strong, but won't the side effects of summoning be too great? No wonder Chen Yuan didn't use it before. Meanwhile,
Chen Yuan stood still on the stone steps, unmoving. As Reionics, this little commotion did not affect him.
Besides, this high-altitude summoning was something Chen Yuan had deliberately created.
Since he was making an entrance, it naturally had to be shocking enough.
In Gaia TV, Mimos transformed into fake Gaia, landing very lightly. A 0-point landing. But for me, it's full marks. Now that the fake Gaia has been successfully summoned, it's time to tackle the side mission. As long as he successfully repels the beast tide, he would earn 1,000 points and a new monster card. For the monster army, Chen Yuan needed to hurry up. Then, Chen Yuan looked up at the sky.
The remaining 2 crow beasts, seeing their companion eliminated by an unknown beam of light, had begun to retreat towards the beach.
You came all this way only to run? Mimos, take them out.
Chen Yuan's command reached Mimos' mind. In the sky, the 2 crow beasts were trying to escape. They instinctively felt that the giant red being that had just emerged was an opponent they could not contend with. However, just as the thought of escaping arose, death came. At the center of the square, that 50-meter-tall red giant, fake Gaia, raised its right hand.
There was no earth-shattering energy gathering. No unnecessary movements whatsoever. Fake Gaia simply brought its hands together, casually waved upwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 red blades of light shot out from the edges of its palms. Gaia Slash. The speed of these 2 blades was extreme, leaving 2 red afterimages in the air, striking first. Almost the instant they were released, they crossed hundreds of meters. Bang! Bang! The crow beasts didn't even have time to let out a scream. The 2 crow beasts in the sky. The explosion burst into 2 brilliant sparks, completely vanishing without leaving a single hair behind. In the center of the square, the smoke began to slowly settle. Li Yan and his teammates behind him all still held their heads up, mouths half open. The 2 red light blades were incredibly fast. Their power was completely unreasonable. With just a casual wave, 2 beasts at least level 40 exploded into 2 fireballs in the air. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Li Yan himself, with his elite team of 15, couldn't even land a single attack on the 3 beasts. But Chen Yuan casually made a move and instantly killed 3 flying beasts above level 40. This difference in strength once again made Li Yan feel the boundary. At the same time, the citizens who had scattered in panic earlier were now stopping in their tracks. At first, they were almost scared to death by the summoning process of the fake Gaia. Now hiding in various corners, they were sizing up this fake Gaia. What kind of contract beast is this? I've never seen anything like it. Look at its appearance, it is completely different from those bizarre monsters. Indeed, it looks very reassuring, but the entrance fee is a bit high. A citizen pointed to the ruins under the fake Gaia's feet and spoke with lingering fear. Whispers arose one after another, and people's gazes moved back and forth on the fake Gaia. Among the murmurs of the crowd, Chen Yuan's mind once again sounded the system prompt tone. Ding! Mimos has leveled up. Current level, LV4. Only 1 level up? Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows. These 3 fierce beasts only allowed LV3 Mimos to level up by 1. The experience gain ratio was lower than expected. However, Chen Yuan thought for a moment and then felt relieved. The number of beasts this time was over 3,000. 3 little monsters level up, so what about those 3,000? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. This wasn't just a beast tide, this was clearly a steaming experience pool. He had been worried about where to find efficient dungeons for the monsters to level up, but now, it was delivered right to his door. That distant level 20 small goal, at this moment, became within reach. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan felt enlightened. It was time to meet the beast tide at the front line. But just then, the huge screen in the center of the square emitted a warning. Emergency alert! The main body of the beast tide has arrived. As the picture changed, everyone's heart in the square sank to the bottom. A dark sea of beasts crazily surged from the horizon. On the surface of the sea, there were countless fish-shaped, crab-shaped, and snake-shaped monsters stirring up the water, creating towering waves. In the sky, countless flying beasts obscured the sunlight, preventing it from breaking through. The entire ocean had been completely occupied by the monsters. At the same time, at Silver Sand Beach, over 10,000 beast masters built a defensive line along the long coastline. The faces of everyone were filled with seriousness and determination. In the center of the defense line, Jiang Yuning looked up at the direction of the sea. Mayor, the beast tide is about to arrive at South River Base City, a beast master reported. What is the number? The IC base reports that the total number of beasts in this beast tide has risen to over 4,000, of which more than 500 are above level 40, and over 100 are above level 50. Over 4,000. As soon as this number was announced,
the faces of several beast masters around turned pale. This quantity had exceeded the defensive capacity limit of South River City. In the past, a beast tide with 1,000 beasts was already considered a large disaster and needed to seek help from surrounding base cities to barely resist. And this time, the number had directly quadrupled. What was even more terrifying was the proportion of high-level beasts. More than 100 beasts above level 50, what concept was this? This meant that the majority of beast masters on their defense line might not even withstand one round of the enemy's attack. There were a total of 10,000 beast masters present, but most were low-level beast masters. Their strength didn't even exceed LV20. Jiang Yuning looked into the distance, her eyes sharp like a knife. Inside her heart, she had already sunk to the bottom. An image involuntarily flashed through her mind. If Chen Yuan were here, could his giant beasts block these 3,000 strange beasts? A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Jiang Yuning's mouth. It's hard to fight against many, this is an unchanging truth throughout history. At that moment, Jiang Yuning was monitoring the beast tide through the scout drone screen. She saw the hundreds of strange beasts charging in the front suddenly stop in their tracks. They varied in shape, some looked like giant octopuses, others were spiky beetles, and some were jellyfish-like creatures floating on the water's surface. The next second, these strange beasts suddenly lit up with colorful lights on their bodies. Red was for fire. Blue was for frost. Purple was for lightning. Green was for poison. Countless energies began to converge, resonating, causing the air to tremble. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuning's pupils shrank suddenly. Not good. They are going to launch a remote concentrated attack. She exclaimed in shock. In the next moment. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, tens of thousands of cannons fired together. Countless fireballs, ice spikes, lightning arrows, poison projectiles. Thousands, even tens of thousands of differently colored beast attacks soared into the sky as a barrage. There was no unified command, yet there was astonishing consistency. Meanwhile, at the open-air commercial plaza, everyone was watching the despairing scene on the central screen, facing the coastline. Those monsters, they are attacking. So many strange beasts attacking at once, how can we stop this? It's over. Nanjing City is finished. Panic spread like a plague, the hope that had just been established instantly crumbled. These beast attacks did not target the beast masters on the coast. Instead, they were arcing toward the urban area of Nanjing City behind. People screamed, trying to find a place to hide. But deep down, they all knew that in the face of this overwhelming saturation attack, it didn't matter where they hid. Li Yan looked up, staring blankly at the sky. This was a force they couldn't resist. Li Yan and the others could let their contract beasts protect themselves, but it was meaningless. As soon as these tens of thousands of beast attacks landed, the entire Nanjing City would be destroyed. Humans were going to lose another base city. Li Yan sighed, he could only place his hope on Chen Yuan. Even though he didn't quite believe that Chen Yuan could protect the city, after all, the attacks in the sky were extremely scattered, it was not something one person could stop. Li Yan turned his head and spoke. Chen Yuan, with your strength, can you protect this open-air commercial plaza? At that moment, Chen Yuan also looked up at the sky. He had even frowned. What the hell, is this for real? If this really falls, won't my home be gone? All of Chen Yuan's assets were in Nanjing City. Although the money in the bank card could still be withdrawn in other cities. But what about the house? You can't take that with you. Beast tide attacking the city destruction, in his view, this absolutely could not be tolerated. These evil strange beasts, don't even think about touching my property deed. You already have a path to death. Chapter 60, with a radius of 20 kilometers, can you withstand this ultra barrier? In Chen Yuan's mind, only that bright red property deed remained. That was the adult gift his father gave him on his 18th birthday. Damn it, my property deed hasn't even warmed up yet. Skill, Ultra Barrier. Description, exclusive skill of the metal life form Mimos. Gaia Ultraman gathers all his energy to open an ultra-large barrier with a radius of about 20 kilometers. Chen Yuan looked at this newly acquired skill. In this situation, only the power of Gaia Ultraman could handle it. The other monsters in Chen Yuan's hands. Each one excels at destroying cities. Only Mimos, a monster that can transform into a fake Gaia Ultraman, can protect his property certificate. So, it's time for everyone present to witness the battle system in the Ultraman world, where cities and planets can be destroyed over a disagreement. Mimos. With a command from Chen Yuan. Ultraman Barrier. With Chen Yuan's order, the giant red figure standing in the middle of the square finally made a new move. The fake Gaia suddenly kicked the ground with its powerful legs, and its massive body transformed into a red blur, launching skyward. Its speed reached its peak. amidst the astonished gazes of countless people. Its body shot straight into the clouds above, vanishing from sight.
Ah! It flew away? What the heck? That giant ran away? No way, it abandoned us at such a crucial moment. We're right in the city center.
On the ground, the crowd witnessing this scene felt the hope that had just ignited in their hearts plummet.
Despair engulfed every single person once again. Li Yan was also taken aback. It ran away? Chen Yuan's contract beast just abandoned him at the most critical moment? But Li Yan quickly reconsidered. Running away seemed unlikely since the master was still waiting for death on the ground.
But why did it fly into the sky? At that very moment, just as the fake Gaia penetrated the clouds, Chen Yuan's voice sounded again.
Mimos, Ultraman Barrier. These 4 words completely activated the energy within the fake Gaia. The fake Gaia, soaring above the cloud layer, did not flee as the people on the ground imagined.
It hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with thick clouds below and the vast universe above. In the distance, a deathly sky composed of thousands of attacks was rapidly approaching. The fake Gaia swiftly opened its arms.
The diamond-shaped timer on its chest began to emit a dazzling brilliance unprecedented before.
In the next moment, its body leaned slightly forward, pulling its arms close to its chest, posing as if to embrace the sky. Then, boundless red energy surged wildly from its body. A massive wave of light energy burst forth, spreading outwards to all directions.
Silver Sand Beach. Jiang Yuning looked up at the sky.
That colorful assault was crossing the coastal defense line, heading for the city center. Her nails dug deeply into her palm, yet she felt no pain at all.
It was already hopeless. She could already imagine that in the next second, skyscrapers would collapse, streets would shatter. The entire city would turn to ruins, countless lives lost in this catastrophe.
Open-air shopping plaza. The crowd stood still, awaiting the approach of death. Li Yan and his teammates had summoned their respective contract beasts, each raising a shield that could only protect themselves. This was their last stand as the guard team. The sky darkened. Not from dark clouds blocking the sun, but from those thousands of attacks, like a dense rain of meteors, already reaching the city's sky, casting a massive shadow. Everyone's hearts felt utterly finished. However, at that moment just before the multitude of attacks was about to hit the ground, a ray of red light, without any warning, seeped down from the clouds. Then a second thread, a third thread. It was as if the sky had opened a crack, and red sunlight poured down. This blinding red light made Li Yan instinctively raise his arm to shield himself.
What is this? Is it the attack from the alien boss?
This red light gave no one any time to react. The previous second, all the residents in the city were seeing various colors of alien attacks before their eyes. In the next second, all that remained before their eyes was a sea of red. A giant, semi-transparent red barrier suddenly formed above the entire city of Nanjing.
It stretched from one end of the city to the other, tightly enveloped within. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. At that moment, the attacks from tens of thousands of otherworldly beasts finally arrived. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning arrows, venom shots.
Colorful attacks crashed down like a torrential rain on the massive red barrier.
Boom! 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 In an instant, the sound of explosions connected into one.
The entire sky was completely covered by the fire and smoke produced by the explosions.
The citizens in the square instinctively let out a scream and covered their heads again. Li Yan and his teammates instinctively let their contracted beasts protect them. However, the expected city destruction did not happen.
The entire city felt not a hint of tremor. People cautiously lifted their heads, and through the translucent red barrier, they saw a scene they would never forget. They saw that the tens of thousands of attacks that could level Nanjing City, the moment they touched the barrier, only stirred up a ripple before losing any effect. Outside the barrier was a hellish sea of fire and roaring chaos. Just a barrier apart, two worlds. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the sky, their minds blank. The saturation attack from tens of thousands of otherworldly beasts was stopped? On the coastline, Mayor Jiang Yuning was about to give the order to all high-level beast tamers to intercept the attacks heading for the city at all costs. But before the command could leave her lips, she saw the red barrier covering the city. When did Nanjing City get a defense system of this level? A commander asked. Jiang Yuning just shook her head. This is not the base's defense system, it's a skill of the contracted beast. Jiang Yuning stared at the red barrier, knowing that this was unleashed by Chen Yuan. Only he could create such a spectacle. What exactly is his contracted beast? She once thought that a steel giant beast like Jingukyo was Chen Yuan's limit. But now it seems, she had underestimated him too much. How many more trump cards is he hiding? The attacks lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the last energy bomb exploded on the barrier, the fire in the sky gradually faded away.
That massive red barrier showed no signs of cracking at all. Then, under the watch of hundreds of thousands of people in the city, it finally dissipated into the air. The sunlight poured back down on the city.
As if the last 10 minutes were merely an illusion.
Chen Yuan looked at the unscathed city and nodded in satisfaction. For Chen Yuan, those 10 minutes were just the first phase of this battle. Mimos still had plenty of energy, another intense battle was no problem at all.
Chen Yuan also knew that the Ultra Barrier he just released could withstand star-level explosions in the hands of Gaia Ultraman. Even if Mimos was just a level 4 fake, the skill's foundation was solid. Dealing with the remote attacks from just a few thousand otherworldly beasts was more than enough.
The continuous 10-minute attack looked terrifying, but in reality, it only made Mimos sweat a few drops.
Chen Yuan's gaze once again turned to the big screen in the square. On the screen, the otherworldly beasts that had just launched their long-range attacks showed obvious signs of agitation and chaos. Clearly, a round of full-force output lasting 10 minutes had taken a toll on them as well. At this moment, they were at their weakest.
Chen Yuan's mouth slightly curled up.
Just now, I was passively taking hits, now, it's my turn.
You damn otherworldly beasts have attacked my home for a while, now you want to rest? No way. With that thought, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated.
He raised the combat device in his hand and gave instructions to Mimos above the clouds.
Mimos, it's time to counterattack.
Chapter 61, 4,000 otherworldly beasts, such a huge pot of experience.
Above the clouds. Suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Mimos received the instructions from Chen Yuan.
It retracted its energy-releasing arms, and the timer on its chest glowed brightly before calming down.
In the next second,
its massive figure, 50 meters tall, plunged vertically downward, breaking through the clouds once again. At the same time, at the Silver Sand Beach defense line, Mayor Jiang Yuning and the over 10,000 beast tamers beside her also witnessed the appearance and disappearance of that red barrier.
Is it reinforcements?
Which base's top expert has arrived?
So powerful.
To unleash a shield covering the entire city must be at least LV-80, no, above LV-90 in defensive contract beasts. The beast tamers' morale surged. The despair caused by the number of beasts was swept away by this sudden powerful support.
But Jiang Yuning did not join in her subordinates' cheers.
She just raised her head, her gaze directed towards the center of the city. Others did not know, but Jiang Yuning was very clear in her heart. This power, without a doubt, was once again the work of Chen Yuan. When facing Chen Yuan, she had tried her best to overestimate his strength. But reality repeatedly told her that her imagination was still too poor. Chen Yuan's trump cards seemed endless, as if they would never run out.
In the open-air shopping plaza,
everyone still maintained the posture of looking up at the sky.
Is it over? Did it really block everything? It's that red giant, it stopped the beast tide's attack.
Look, its appearance is unlike other contract beasts, it has an aura of divinity. The cheers echoed in the sky, expressing the excitement of escaping death. Everyone's eyes turned to the sky, searching for what power had stopped this attack. At that moment, a figure broke through the thick clouds. The towering 50-meter-tall red giant, False Gaia, slowly descended from 10,000 meters above.
It no longer landed like a cannonball as it did when it first appeared. This time, its movement was steady.
A young team member behind Li Yin murmured.
Is this its true strength? I thought it had escaped just now. Li Yin said nothing, only stared at the red giant.
His mind was filled with that enormous protective shield.
What does that concept mean? As long as this contract beast is willing, it can protect an entire city.
This level of defensive capability had completely surpassed his understanding of Beast Tamer's power.
Li Yin even doubted whether this had reached the legendary LV-90 Supreme Strongman. What exactly was this contracted beast?
In the center of the plaza.
When False Gaia descended to a certain height, it immediately made a new move.
It turned its head and leaned forward.
Whoosh! Its body transformed into a red flash and flew towards Chen Yuan's direction. This scene stunned everyone in the plaza. What is it going to do?
It's flying towards a person. A stir arose among the crowd, but this time, no one fled. Everyone curiously watched the massive figure.
However, the next second, they understood.
The red giant landed on a corner of the plaza. Then, it crouched down and extended its palm.
The target of its palm was none other than Chen Yuan among the crowd.
And in the plaza, the citizens who had just been cheering were now utterly stunned. They never dreamed that the mysterious strongman who saved the entire city had been mixing in among them from the beginning. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Yuan seemed exceptionally calm. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already jumped onto False Gaia's hand.
Let's go to the seaside, said Chen Yuan.
False Gaia received the command.
Immediately, it shot into the sky, flying towards Silver Sand Beach. Soon, the city of Nanjing beneath Chen Yuan was rapidly shrinking in the view.
Chen Yuan stood in the palm of false Gaia,
looking towards the distant beach.
In just a few seconds of flight, the coastline was already in sight.
And the scene on the sea was simply a boiling pot of monstrous soup. Countless strange beasts were crowded together, wriggling. My goodness, how much experience points is this?
Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled, and his heart raced uncontrollably.
His mind even began to automatically calculate.
Not to mention completing the subtask of repelling the beast tide, the reward of 1,000 points and a monster card.
If so many monsters were cleared, wouldn't Mimosa's level shoot up on the spot?
This was not a beast tide attacking the city, it was clearly a special feast prepared by Brutality No. 2 before its demise. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately brought up Mimosa's attribute panel.
Monster panel. Name, Mimose. Level, LV4. Experience, 480 to 500. Type, metal life form. Weight, 52,500 tons. Height, 52.5 meters.
Life, 103000/103000.
Attack, 9,200. Defense, 7,800. Agility, 8,700.
Skills, Transformation Ability, Photon Ice Blade, Quantum Stream, Gaia Cutting, Ultra Barrier.
Form list, none. After a battle, none of the life points were lost. Moreover, after leveling up to LV4, all attributes had improved significantly.
Chen Yuan was very satisfied with this value. Having just endured over 10,000 attacks, it was reliant on skill mechanics, but the support of his own attributes was also indispensable. The Ultra Barrier skill was simply the guardian angel of property certificates. Chen Yuan muttered in his heart and confirmed the skill introduction again.
Skill, Ultra Barrier. Description, a skill exclusive to the metal life form Mimose.
The Gaia Ultraman gathers all body energy to open a supergiant barrier with a radius of about 20 kilometers.
Not bad, very strong.
Chen Yuan closed the panel, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something.
He turned to look at the sky behind him.
In the distance, a team was rapidly flying towards this side. It was a formation consisting of more than 10 flying contract beasts. At the forefront was a gigantic griffin, its feathers shimmering with a metallic luster, clearly not an ordinary creature. The whole team was neatly arranged, clearly an elite force well trained. Looking at this situation, it was likely reinforcements sent by other base cities.
They just arrived now?
The flowers are already wilted. If it weren't for my ultra barrier during that last wave of bombardment, you would only be collecting corpses in Nanjing City by now.
No, I can't let them get ahead. Chen Yuan's sense of crisis skyrocketed.
This team looked well-equipped and numerous. The person leading them was even unfathomable, obviously a high-level beast master like Zhang Yuning. If they rushed into the beast tide, the experience points might be snatched away by others. Chen Yuan made a snap decision and gave a new command to the fake Gaia beneath him.
Mimose, accelerate. Let's seize the advantageous terrain. Whoosh.
The fake Gaia, receiving the order, flashed with light on its red body, and its flying speed suddenly increased a notch.
Chapter 62, Don't talk tactics with me, I can take them out in one move.
While Chen Yuan was on the way in the air, his gaze crossed over the beast tide and looked towards the distant sea.
There, a gigantic figure flickered in and out of view. It was a giant sea snail far larger than all the surrounding monstrous beasts. Just by looking from afar, Chen Yuan could feel a powerful aura. That must be the boss.
Chen Yuan immediately made a judgment in his heart. For the beast tide to attack the city, it was impossible not to have a leader in command. And this giant sea snail, both in size and aura, was undoubtedly the leader of this beast tide. As long as it was defeated, this subtask, beast tide attacking the city, would be considered completed. 1,000 points and a random monster card would be within reach.
Moreover, such a boss-level monster was sure to provide a lot of experience points. Chen Yuan was calculating, Mimose was only at LV4 now. If he could take down this giant sea snail, wouldn't his level rise several times? Meanwhile, Silver Sand Beach. Mayor, look in the sky.
A Beastmaster pointed at the sky. Zhang Yuning turned her head and looked in the direction the Beastmaster was pointing. In the distance, two teams were rushing over quickly. One team had only one figure, but the red light was particularly eye-catching under the sunlight. It was Chen Yuan and his contracted beast. The other team was a formation led by a griffin.
It's the reinforcements from Xiaoyang City. Zhang Yuning recognized them at a glance.
As soon as her voice fell, the griffin formation had already landed on the beach. The leading griffin landed steadily, stirring up a storm. A rugged-faced middle-aged man jumped down from the back of the griffin.
He was the mayor of Xiaoyang City, Guan Shanhai. Mayor Jiang, we are late. Not too late, Mayor Guan. Guan Shanhai nodded and cast his gaze toward the distant sea. The intelligence from the icy base was still too conservative. It's not just 3,000, I see at least 4,000. And also, on the way here, I found it strange, what is that red shield over your city? As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Shanhai's gaze was attracted by a red figure in the sky. A humanoid creature, completely crimson, looked completely different from any contracted beast Guan Shanhai had ever known. That's our beastmaster from Nanjing City, Chen Yuan. Jiang Yuning's answer was a bit vague. It's his contracted beast that released the protective shield. At that moment, the fake Gaia had already arrived over the beach. The fake Gaia halted at a height of several dozen meters, slowly crouching down and extending its palm toward the ground. Chen Yuan jumped down, landing on the sandy beach. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guan Shanhai looked at the young man, then glanced at the red giant, and his head buzzed. Is it the colossal protective shield released by that red giant? How could such a young beast master control such a powerful contracted beast? Guan Shanhai looked shocked. He instinctively thought that Chen Yuan might be a rookie sent from a big city for training. And that red giant was perhaps the trump card for survival. Yes, it must be so. Chen Yuan had no time to care about the gazes around him. He walked straight to Jiang Yuning and said straightforwardly. Mayor. That large seashell in the distance, leave it to me to handle. You just need to hold the defense. Side mission, Beast Tide Siege. Completion reward, 1000 system points, random monster card X1. Chen Yuan looked at the mission panel, there was no need to waste time setting tactics with them. Completing the mission early to obtain new monsters was the priority. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Guan Shanhai spoke up as well. He stepped forward, standing between Chen Yuan and Jiang Yuning, sizing up Chen Yuan. Based on years of workplace experience, he judged that it was best not to talk recklessly before understanding the other party's background, lest he hit a brick wall. I'm Guan Shanhai, the mayor of Sheiyang City. According to the intelligence from Icy Base, the deep-sea demon snail is level 74, the absolute core of this beast tide, and extremely dangerous. We only need to hold it back for half an hour, and the main forces of the alliance will arrive. Chen Yuan merely responded softly. However, he was feeling apprehensive inside. He was not clear about Mayor Guan's strength, and based on his years of top competition experience, it was best not to speak too much before the opponent revealed their ranking in national standard. Chen Yuan remembered that the purple lightning black leopard he had previously defeated was level 72. This level 74 snail was 2 levels higher than that black leopard. Just as Chen Yuan was deep in thought, a roar suddenly echoed over the sea. Roar! The deep-sea demon snail stirred up massive waves. Countless low-level monsters surged toward the beach like a tide under its command. They attacked. Jiang Yuning's face changed, and she shouted sternly. All units, heed. Prepare for ranged attacks. With Jiang Yuning's order. Tens of thousands of beast tamers, who had long been ready, responded in unison. Seeing this, Guan Shanhai immediately ordered the griffin guard behind him. Take off. More than a dozen elite beast tamers answered together, riding their flying contract beasts and soaring into the sky. Guan Shanhai also flapped his griffin's wings and charged towards the boss. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan's heart raced with alarm, and he could no longer care about being Loki. Chen Yuan not only needed to complete the mission, but he also couldn't fall behind in leveling up. The highest level monster he had was only LV12, which was it was still hungry for growth. He couldn't let them steal his EXP. Chen Yuan made a quick decision, raised the combat device in his hand, and gave instructions to the foe Gaia behind him. Mimos. Use Quantum Stream. Upon receiving the order, the foe Gaia crossed its arms to store energy. The preliminary move for Gaia Ultraman to unleash Quantum Stream was underway. A huge visible energy began to gather between its arms, emitting a dazzling red light. This sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. On the beach, the beast tamers who were preparing to face the beast tide all looked up at the red giant. What is it going to do? Is it about to amplify? In the sky, Guan Shanhai, leading the charge, also sensed the skill fluctuation behind him. He instinctively turned back, and his scalp went numb in an instant. He saw that between the arms of the red giant, a light so bright it was blinding had already gathered. An extremely unsettling thought flashed through Guan Shanhai's mind. This red giant could unleash that enormous protective shield, this move would surely pack a punch. If the shockwave hit him, he was sure to suffer considerable damage. Scatter! Quick, scatter, he shouted. However, it was too late. At the moment he shouted, the quantum stream had charged completely. A beam of light, dazzling like the sun, swept out. Quantum stream. Its target was not Guan Shanhai in the sky, nor the distant deep-sea demon snail. But rather, the beast tide that was surging towards the beach. Boom!
Everyone could clearly see that the red beam of light sliced from one end of the coastline to the other. From left to right, across a coastline several kilometers long. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. The hundreds of beasts charging in front didn't even have time to scream before turning to ashes. The waves were violently split apart, creating a tidal wall dozens of meters high. The chaotic battlefield fell into a dead silence at that moment. On the beach, tens of thousands of beast tamers stood with their mouths agape. And in Chen Yuan's ears, a series of system notification sounds rang out.
Chapter 63, I asked you to restrain the boss, not to eliminate it. Mimos has leveled up to LV5. Mimos has leveled up to LV6. Mimos has leveled up to LV7.
A series of system notifications sounded, and Chen Yuan felt quite satisfied.
This wave of clearing exceeded expectations.
This was only the second-tier ultimate move of Gaia Ultraman in V1 form. With just one quantum stream, it had directly jumped 3 levels. If he could take down that LV74 boss, his level would surely skyrocket on the spot. The more Chen Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't waste such a great leveling opportunity. Just as Chen Yuan was planning how to maximize his gains, the entire Silver Sand Beach finally regained its senses. Among the crowd, gasps of shock arose one after another. At this moment, the most confused was none other than Guan Shanhai, who was still hovering in midair. Riding on the griffin's back, he was completely petrified. Just a few minutes ago, he had been racking his brain, thinking about how to lead the team to restrain the beast tide in by precious half an hour for the main force.
And what happened? Someone had just solved it with one skill.
Guan Shanhai felt as if his face was burning, like he had been publicly slapped. He had been talking so grandly about tactics, and now it seemed utterly ridiculous. Guan Shanhai's old face immediately turned bright red.
I wish I could find a crack in the ground to hide in.
Just when he felt utterly shamed, he saw that young man move again. Chen Yuan didn't care about others' thoughts, his gaze was already locked onto the massive deep-sea magic snail behind the beast tide.
The task panel showed that 1,000 points and a random monster card reward were flashing towards him. It was time. Mimos.
Chen Yuan's voice rang out again, this time filled with excitement about acquiring a new monster.
Target, that big sea snail. Use Photon Ice Blade. Chen Yuan wanted to see if this LV74 boss could withstand the signature ultimate move of Gale Ultraman. Receiving the command, the fake Gale rushed toward the boss on the sea without any hesitation. Its speed was faster than any previous flight. He truly rushed in alone. He wants to take on the boss one-on-one.
The beast masters on the beach erupted into gasps at this scene again.
At that moment, Guan Shanhai's expression in midair was even more complex.
He had just been thinking about how to restrain the boss, and now the young man directly prepared to get up close and personal. At this time, he heard Chen Yuan's voice calling out from afar.
Mayor Guan. Don't move. I'm coming to help you.
Chen Yuan stood on the beach, facing the raging wind, shouting towards Guan Shanhai. He thought that since this old man was here to support, he should give him some face. After all, he was still the mayor of a base city. On the surface of the sea. In just a few seconds, the fake Gale arrived before the beast tide. It ignored the small fish in the front, its target had always been one.
The deep-sea magic snail.
The beast snail also turned its attention to this fake Gale. A crack opened on its huge shell, revealing a single, glowing purple eye.
Roar! The top of its shell began to release electric energy. It was gathering power. It was about to unleash its strongest attack. Almost simultaneously, the fake Gale also sprang into action. The fake Gale floated in the air, leaning slightly back, arms raised high above its head, accumulating immense red energy. A red light blade appeared above its head, shining brilliantly. It's coming.
In the distance, Guan Shanhai's pupils contracted, instinctively ordering his griffin to retreat a few hundred meters.
He had a premonition that what was coming next would be a devastating blow. The next second,
the head of the fake Gale suddenly hurled the red light forward.
Photon Ice Blade.
At the same time, down below, the deep-sea magic snail completed its power gathering.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning shot out from its pointed horn, surging toward the red light in the sky.
Quick! Defend!
On the coastline, tens of thousands of beast masters were blown to and fro by the wild wind, barely managing to steady themselves.
Everyone watched that distant scene, their minds blank. Was this the power of the boss clashing head-on with that red giant? So terrifying. Is this the battle of true top-tier experts?
Guan Shanhai, who had just barely escaped to the side, was even more frightened. He was closest and felt it most vividly. At that moment, he felt he could be torn to pieces at any moment. A single thought lingered in his heart.
Thank goodness I hid quickly.
At this time, the energy wave in the center of the battlefield was still ongoing.
However, the battle did not seem to unfold as everyone had anticipated, tilting overwhelmingly in one direction. Not good. Jiang Yuning suddenly exclaimed. The purple lightning was slowly pushing the red light backwards. How could this be? The attack of that red giant is being pushed back? Could it be that the LV-74 boss is really this strong?
The surrounding beast masters also sensed the danger and voiced their worries. Chen Yuan stood on the beach and naturally saw this scene. His brows slightly furrowed. Chen Yuan truly did not expect that this LV-74 deep-sea magic snail could withstand the photon iceblade head-on. Indeed, the level 7 Mimos, when faced with monsters above level 70, could not completely crush them. However, Chen Yuan was not the least bit panicked. He remembered that in Gaia TV, Mimos had clashed with Gaia. At that time, Gaia's photon crusher, after being unleashed, could still charge up a second time, instantly increasing its power and defeating Mimos in one blow. This fake Gaia, although transformed from Mimos, had the skill pool of the authentic Gaia.
The photon iceblade and photon crusher were essentially not much different. A cold smile crept onto Chen Yuan's lips. Mimos, use your full power. Upon receiving the command, the fake Gaia's body shook violently. It hovered in the air, and its previously straight arms slowly raised again, preparing to execute the photon iceblade's starting pose once more.
What?
What is it doing? Charging up a second time? Charging up while clashing with energy? But in the next second,
the fake Gaia's arms pulled wide again.
The originally dazzling red light exploded with a surge of brilliance in that instant.
What was even more shocking was that, around that beam of light, a layer of rapidly rotating spiral light appeared.
The photon iceblade unleashed its full power. In an instant, it turned the tide.
That bolt of lightning could not even hold for a second before it shattered into pieces, collapsing and disintegrating. The deep-sea demon snail below seemed to sense its impending death.
It wanted to cut off its skill output and flee.
But it was already too late.
The fully powered photon iceblade swept away its lightning attack in an unstoppable force.
Then, without pausing, it crashed into its body.
Boom!
Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted on the surface of the sea. The explosion sent seawater from miles around soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's mind was once again flooded by system notifications.
Ding!
Your contracted beast Mimos has killed the LV-74 leader-level monster Deep-Sea Demon Snail.
Gained massive experience points. Mimos level increased to LV-8. Mimos level increased to LV-9. Mimos level increased to LV-12.
Just from this monster tide, Mimos skyrocketed from LV-3 all the way to LV-12. Chen Yuan felt 1,000 emotions. Ultraman's skills were truly useful. The only drawback was perhaps the lack of diverse attack methods.
If only it could get an 8-spoke wheel as well.
It seems he needed to find a way to quickly draw the Ace Killer. The Ace Killer's stolen Ultraman bracelet had a wide variety of skills.
One had to admit, the Yabo people were discerning.
Other Ultramen only stole a big light move, but only Jax was snatched as a bracelet.
By the way, why not take Seven's headband as well? Isn't that more useful than that broken fork in Ace Killer's hand?
Just as Chen Yuan was dreaming of the future, the system's notification sounded once more.
Chapter 64, Use monster cards to obtain new monsters. System notice, the Monster Tide leader has been killed, and the Monster Tide has begun to flee. Ding! Side quest, Monster Tide Siege has been completed. Task rewards are being distributed.
Congratulations, host has gained, system points * 1000. Congratulations, host has gained, random monster card * 1.
Here it comes. Chen Yuan's spirit lifted, this was the part he looked forward to most.
1,000 points meant he could do another 10 consecutive draws. Also, a random monster card, he wondered what good stuff he would get this time.
After exiting the system panel, Chen Yuan looked into the distance.
He saw that those originally fierce monsters on the sea had completely lost their organization.
They began to turn around and frantically flee back into the deep sea. You think you can escape just like that? A cold smile graced Chen Yuan's lips.
Although each little monster had little experience points, their sheer number was overwhelming.
Just a single quantum stream wiped out at most a few hundred monsters. But this monster tide had thousands. If he consumed them all, wouldn't the monster levels rise again? Wasting it would be shameful.
With that thought, Chen Yuan resolutely lifted the battle device in his hand again.
This action instantly drew the attention of everyone again. What is he going to do now? Is the battle not over yet? Could there be hidden enemies?
Guan Shanhai's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the griffin beneath him.
The boss was clearly dead. Why was he summoning the contracted beast again? Were there more enemies?
Under everyone's gaze, Chen Yuan activated the battle device again.
Battle device activated. Cosmic Monster Eleking. Cosmic Robot Jingukyo. Two beams of light shot out from the battle device, landing on the beach. As the light faded, two giant monsters appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. One was a monster with black and white interlocking patterns covering its body. The other was made of metal, exuding an indestructible aura. Chen Yuan looked at the two monsters in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Eleking was an expert in underwater combat, perfectly suited to deal with these sea monsters. Jingukyo separated into 4 flying components, agile in the water, they were a perfect match. You three, go down and hunt them all. Chen Yuan pointed at the beast tide and issued a clear command. On the beach, everyone stared blankly at the scene. They watched as the 3 massive creatures charged into the army of thousands of monsters. The next moment, screams and explosions echoed from the sea, creating waves one after another. The thousands of beast masters, who had been ready to risk their lives to fight the beast tide to the end, had now become spectators. Is this too fierce? A single beast master, stands against more than 10,000 of us? I've been standing here for more than an hour, and I haven't taken down a single monster. They had gathered here with the determination to die. In the end, they were just standing here watching the battle. First, that red giant opened a shield that covered the entire city, enduring the beast tide's overwhelming attack for 10 minutes. Then a beam that cleared out the first wave of the beast tide swept across several kilometers. Next, a powerful light blade instantly killed the level 74 beast tide leader. Now, with the leader dead and the beast tide fleeing, he released 2 more monsters to chase them down. From the looks of it, he didn't plan to let the remaining monsters escape. Zhang Yuning's pupils suddenly constricted as she witnessed the scene. She had already lost her surprise at Chen Yuan occasionally summoning a new contracted beast. But now, he was actually able to summon 3 contracted beasts to battle at once. Normally, a beast master could only summon one unless using a special item. At first, Zhang Yuning thought the blue item in Chen Yuan's hand could summon 2 contracted beasts simultaneously. But now, he had summoned 3 at the same time? Zhang Yuning knew that Chen Yuan had secretly hidden the golden balance, which also allowed double summoning as an epic item. But he only had that blue item in his hand. Zhang Yuning couldn't even imagine what level that blue item was. Guan Shanhai also flew back to the beach at this moment. He jumped down from the griffin. Just a few minutes ago, he had confidently told Chen Yuan that as long as they stalled the boss for half an hour, they would wait for the main force of the alliance to arrive. But the opportunity never came. Mayor Jiang. Guan Shanhai's voice was a bit dry. Zhang Yuning came back to her senses and looked at him. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, and the atmosphere became uncomfortably awkward. Why did you call us for support in the first place? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan had already turned and left the beach. His mind was filled with thoughts of that 1,000 points and that random monster card. He needed to quickly find a place to claim the rewards, and then have an exciting 10 consecutive draws. 1,000 points, last time's 10 consecutive draws netted him the Ultra Barrier, which was already a delightful surprise. I wonder what good things can be drawn this time. And that random monster card is even more full of uncertainty, which monster will it be? Just as Chen Yuan was pondering, a series of system prompt sounds rang in his ears again. Mimos level has increased to LV13. Air King's level has increased to LV13. Golden Ancient Bridges level has increased to LV11. This feeling is like being on autopilot, and the 3 monsters are leveling up by themselves. Chen Yuan just needs to find a place, drink a milk tea, and sit back to wait for the upgrades. Before long, Chen Yuan returned to the open-air commercial square. Although the huge pit made by the fake Gaia in the center of the square was still there, the tense atmosphere was gone. The people in the square had emerged from their panic. Chen Yuan walked straight to the door of the milk tea shop from before. Sure enough, the rolling shutter of the milk tea shop was tightly pulled down, obviously closed for refuge, not yet back to open the store. Chen Yuan looked around and directly sat on the chair at the door of the milk tea shop. This spot is nice, it's just right for him to draw cards. Chen Yuan thought for a moment, but still decided to use the random monster card first. The uncertainty of drawing 10 at once is too great. What if it's 10 experience cards? It could easily ruin his mood. It's safer to first secure this tangible reward. System, use the random monster card. Chen Yuan silently recited in his heart. Ding. Using random monster card. The next second, the random monster began to emit dazzling light. Chapter 65, Interdimensional Superman Ace Killer. The light slowly faded away. A clear human shape appeared before Chen Yuan. It was a figure with a red and gold body, with a timer resembling Ultraman on its chest. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the monster card, Interdimensional Superman Ace Killer. Chen Yuan's spirit lifted, and the stone hanging in his heart finally settled down. This monster is absolutely perfect for Chen Yuan's current lineup. This is a biological weapon specially created by the Yabo people to deal with Ace Ultraman. The most eye-catching part is that it can use Ultraman's skills. The previously drawn Spatium Ray and that Ultraman bracelet can now be perfectly utilized. With just these two skills, its combat power will be off the charts. Moreover, the potential of Ace Killer goes far beyond this. There are still Dream Bayou's Killer, Victorly Killer. The skill library is simply too rich. Chen Yuan immediately opened the panel for Ace Killer to take a quick look. Monster Panel. Name, Ace Killer. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Type, Interdimensional Superman. Weight, 43,000 tons. Height, 40 meters. Health, 100,000/100,000. Attack, 8,800. Defense, 9,000. Agility, 8,600. Skills, Energy Absorption, Spatium Ray. Forms list, none. Equipment, Ultraman Bracelet. Standing at 40 meters, it is a standard Showa Ultraman size, considered small among the monsters in Chen Yuan's hands. But height never represents strength. The skill and form growth of Ace Killer is quite impressive. Having dealt with the random monster card, it's time for the exciting part. System, do a 10-time draw. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and directly used all of his just received 1,000 points. Maybe he could strike gold again and draw a powerful monster. Even if luck isn't on his side, getting some experience cards to level up Ace Killer wouldn't be so bad. Points minus 1,000. Performing 10-time draw for the host. The familiar system prompt sound rang out, and 10 cards appeared before Chen Yuan, all facing away from him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 300 points experience. Chen Yuan froze for a moment, 300? He remembered very clearly that the experience cards drawn before were all worth 100. This time it directly tripled. Could it be that the leveling up of the monsters under him has caused the system to upgrade as well? Doesn't that mean that in the future, when he draws a new monster, the leveling speed will quickly keep up with the old monsters? Chen Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and continued to look at the next card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained experience card asterisk 300. Congratulations, host. You have obtained experience card asterisk 300. 9 cards were flipped over in a row, all showing 300 experience cards. Although no new monsters appeared, Chen Yuan was not too disappointed. A total of 2,700 experience points, used for Ace Killer, would raise the level instantly. Now, only the last card remained. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards that 10th card. Hope for a surprise. The card slowly flipped over, revealing a unique flash of light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Monster Fusion card asterisk 1. Another one. Chen Yuan used this card last time to fuse Golzon and Myurba into Galba, drastically increasing its combat power. Now with another in hand, there were too many tricks to play. Countless combination plans flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. First is Lightning Killer, formed by the fusion of King Ale and Ace Killer, needing the key material of Belial's gene. This one is a bit tricky, it's clear as day it's rare and probably hard to get. But good things are worth the effort, the strength of Lightning Killer is undeniable, absolutely on point. Then there's the 3 Emperors. Chen Yuan already had Golzon and Myurba, and as long as he drew Super Gob there, he could create the 3 Emperors directly. This fusion card is simply a future investment with unlimited potential. It all depends on whether the luck comes first with Belial's gene or drawing Super Gob. Chen Yuan happily stored the rewards. This time, the loot from the Monster Tide Siege exceeded his expectations. Just then, a series of dense system alert sounds rang in his ears again. Mimos level has risen to LV14. King Ale's level has risen to LV14. Jingukyo's level has risen to LV12. Mimos level has risen to LV17. King Ale's level has risen to LV17. Jingukyo's level has risen to LV16. This kind of passive income without doing anything and just listening to experience points soaring feels a bit satisfying. Leveling up is not just a number increase, it represents an upgrade in system rewards, just like this round of experience cards, forming a positive cycle. Chen Yuan glanced at the experience bars of the 3 monsters, noticing that the growth speed had become very slow. It seemed that the group of fleeing alien beasts in the sea had been cleared out almost completely. Come back. Chen Yuan stood up and recalled the 3 monsters still in the sea back to the combat device. Now, the rewards were collected, and the monsters' levels had increased, it was time to go back. So, Chen Yuan turned and left the open central square. But just as he reached the roadside, before he could hail a taxi, someone recognized him. Look, it's him, a sharp-eyed young man pointed at Chen Yuan.
He's the Beast Master controlling the Red Giant.
What? Is it true? It's really him?
No mistake, and the Beast Masters who came from the seaside said that it was that Red Giant who single-handedly destroyed the entire monster tide.
In an instant, the previously sparse crowd surged towards Chen Yuan.
Surrounded him tightly, making it impossible for him to move.
Big shot, which base city are you a genius Beast Master from? What is the name of your red contract beast?
Curious faces squeezed in front of Chen Yuan.
Countless excited faces crowded around Chen Yuan, asking all kinds of questions.
Chen Yuan was overwhelmed by this situation. Everyone, step aside, step aside. Chen Yuan pushed through the crowd, trying hard to squeeze out.
I need to go back to do my homework.
I have assignments from the Beast training class at Nanjing No. 3 High School that I need to finish, or my name Chen Yuan will get called in class tomorrow.
Let me through, let me through.
As he walked forward, he loudly said. Finally, he squeezed out of the crowd, leaving without looking back.
Leaving a group of people standing on the street.
Everyone was stunned, exchanging glances, their minds struggling to process what just happened.
Nanjing 3rd Middle School? Senior 3 Beast Tamer Training Class? This is a high school student from Nanjing City, who single-handedly drove away beast tamers that could endanger the entire base city. This information is more unbelievable than seeing the fake Gaia descend with my own eyes.
Chapter 66, The Undead Beasts Have No Sense of Pain. The next day, Nanjing 3rd Middle School. When Chen Yuan arrived at the classroom, he was just in time as usual.
In an instant, dozens of eyes landed on him at once. Everyone in Nanjing City knew about the beast tide attacking the city yesterday. Lin Tian shrank his neck, feeling a chill run down his back.
He realized that at the previous test match, when Chen Yuan burnt his steel moth to ashes, he had already shown considerable mercy.
Just then, the homeroom teacher Zhao Kuo walked in.
Tomorrow, all Senior 3 students from our school will head to Xiaoyang City for a 3-day special training in a dungeon.
The location is the famous dungeon in Xiaoyang City, Pale Forest.
As soon as this news came out, the classroom erupted in discussion.
Go to Xiaoyang City? That's so far away? Doesn't Nanjing City have many dungeons as well?
Zhao Kuo explained, the guarding power in Xiaoyang City is extremely strong, and they can provide close protection for all students throughout the entire trip.
Hearing the words close protection, many students breathed a sigh of relief.
Chen Yuan quietly pulled out his phone and searched for information about this dungeon.
Soon, relevant details appeared on the screen. Dungeon name, Pale Forest. Level, LV5 LV40. Type, Undead. Main monsters, skeletons, vengeful spirits, ghouls. An undead dungeon.
As Chen Yuan browsed the basic information, he suddenly raised his hand. Seeing Chen Yuan raise his hand, Zhao Kuo felt a strange tightening in his heart.
Chen Yuan, do you have a question? All eyes in the class turned back to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan stood up and asked earnestly, Teacher, do the monsters in Pale Forest feel pain? Huh? Zhao Kuo was taken aback by the question. What does it mean to feel pain or not? How is this related to special training? Zhao Kuo looked at Chen Yuan with confusion and hesitated to answer.
Most of the monsters there are mainly skeletons and zombies, undead monsters that should not feel pain.
Oh, that's good. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction after receiving the answer, then sat down.
This left the classmates and Zhao Kuo on the stage looking at each other, completely bewildered by the intent behind his question.
No sense of pain is good? What's good about that? At that moment, the long-awaited system prompt finally sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Main quest has been issued.
Chen Yuan's spirit lifted, the main quest had finally arrived.
He immediately checked the quest details. Main quest, 7 small scale.
Quest description, as a Leo Nexus with ambitions for the universe, your monster army has taken shape. But the number remains an important measure of strength.
Please continue to expand your team and have more monsters serve you. Quest requirement, own at least 5 monsters of level LV10 or higher. Quest reward, system points *1000. Current progress, April 5th. Chen Yuan glanced at the quest requirements. Isn't this just a leveling quest? The monsters in his hands, Mimos LV17, Air King LV17, Golden Old Bridge LV16, Gorazan LV10, were exactly 4 qualified ones.
That is to say, Chen Yuan only needs to raise the level of one more monster to level 10 to receive these 1000 points.
Perfect.
Chen Yuan recalled the new monster he just acquired yesterday. And the 9 experience cards, totaling 2,700 experience points, which had yet to be used.
System, use those 9 experience cards on Ace Killer. Ding.
Using experience card, 300 experience.
A series of prompt sounds went by. Ace Killer has leveled up to LV7.
Nice, starting at level 7 saved a lot of trouble.
Chen Yuan casually opened Ace Killer's attribute panel to check. Monster panel. Name, Ace Killer. Level, LV7. Experience, 200 out of 3000. Type, interdimensional superhuman. Weight, 43,000 tons. Height, 40 meters. Life, 106000/106000. Attack, 10,000. Defense, 10,200. Agility, 9,800. Skills, energy absorption, Spion Ray. Form list, none. Equipment, Ultra Bracelet. Chen Yuan looked at the attributes of Ace Killer and secretly calculated.
With one level up, agility would break 10,000, becoming the first monster with all three attributes over 10,000. Chen Yuan had already made up his mind. This time, he would take Ace Killer as the main force to the Pale Forest. It was just right to use the feeling-less undead monsters as practice partners for Ace Killer. As long as he leveled up 3 more times, he would complete the main quest, and 1,000 points would be credited. By then, he could have an exciting 10 consecutive draws.
After school. In the afternoon, as soon as the school bell rang, the whole Nanjiang No. 3 high school exploded with excitement.
All the third-year students rushed to the nearby supermarkets.
Boss, give me 10 bottles of healing potions.
Also buy more recovery potions, the undead monsters' attacks are troublesome. We also need to bring flashlights. I've heard the Pale Forest is always night, without day.
Everyone was preparing to enter the dungeon.
Chen Yuan passed by them and headed straight into the supermarket spice section. Cumin powder, chili powder, barbecue seasoning, pepper salt. After checking out, Chen Yuan went to an empty corner and stuffed them all into his Ultraman backpack. This backpack was really useful. Chen Yuan patted the backpack, feeling quite satisfied. This Ultraman backpack not only held things but could also directly store them in the system space, very handy indeed.
Early the next morning. At Nanjiang City Airport, all third-year students from Nanjiang No. 3 High School gathered here.
This special training was in groups of 5. Chen Yuan glanced at the grouping list in his hand. Out of the 4 people, 3 had been taught a lesson by King Ailer, including that Lin Tian.
This is interesting.
As the class leader, he had to teach them what a Beastmaster's battle really was. After a few hours, everyone finally arrived at the training destination at Noon Pale Forest. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the dungeon entrance, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the surroundings were filled with twisted, grotesque white trees. No wonder it's a dungeon that only has night, the atmosphere was remarkably rich. Zhao Kuo stood at the front, conducting the final mobilization. Remember, behind each of your teams, 3 guards from Xianyang City are watching you in the shadows. They will also be responsible for recording your performance, counting towards your usual grades. However, the guard's protection is not foolproof, you must be cautious. Zhao Kuo was still passionately speaking, trying to inspire the students' fighting spirit. However, before he could finish, an unexpected change occurred. In the crowd, Chen Yuan's 5-member team suddenly took action.
Chen Yuan pulled out his combat device. Combat device activate. Super Ancient Dark Monster Gorba.
A beam of light flashed, and a monster combining the features of Gorzon and Melbat appeared.
Gorba's huge shadow overshadowed everyone.
All the third-year students, along with the teachers from other classes, looked up at this giant creature.
Before they could react, they saw Chen Yuan wave to his 4 starry-eyed teammates. No problem, as class leader, I will reluctantly fulfill your little wish. Today, I'll let you all fly.
After saying that, Chen Yuan commanded Gorba, taking 4 classmates soaring into the sky, disappearing into the mist of the Pale Forest under everyone's gaze.
The entire square fell into a deathly silence.
Meanwhile, in the distance, the guard team responsible for monitoring, 3 guards just assigned to Chen Yuan's team, panicked upon seeing this scene.
Ha!
Where did these bandits come from? Kidnapping people right under our Griffin team's noses.
Let's chase them.
The 3 guards immediately summoned their flying contract beasts. The Griffin flapped its wings high in the air, as the guard looked at the figure of Gulba ahead. While urging the Griffin to speed up, he complained to his teammates. My gosh, this is the first time I've seen a Beastmaster flying, holding onto a contract beast's hand. One hand holding 2, and another one standing on his head.
Captain, look, the one on top is also wearing a school uniform, not a bandit. If he's not a bandit, then is he also a student? Can a senior in high school control such a huge contract beast?
Just looking at the size of the contract beast, it's at least 60 meters long, bigger than our Mayor Guan's. Chapter 67, Reward Random Monster Cards. I will definitely kill the elite monsters.
Gulba was flying in the sky, the swirling air currents made the trees below sway endlessly.
Before long, they arrived at the depths of the Pale Forest, beside a strange pond. Chen Yuan's main task was to increase the monster level, so coming directly to the depths of the instance was definitely not wrong. Since the instance entrance is regularly cleaned by staff, there are hardly any high-level strange beasts. The Ace Killer could level up by 3 levels and complete the main quest to gain 1,000 points.
This remote core area is truly a good place to gain experience. Alright, let's stop here.
Chen Yuan's voice came from the top of Gulba's head.
Gulba landed steadily and placed the 4 classmates from its claws onto the ground. Chen Yuan also jumped down from Gulba's hand and landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Gulba transformed into a beam of light and was recalled into the battle device.
Lin Tian and the other 3 classmates felt a bit weak in the legs as soon as their feet touched the ground. Being gripped in the hand of a giant beast dozens of meters high flew like that, it was more frightening than thrilling.
Yesterday on Monster Island, they could only watch Chen Yuan summon contract beasts to fight from afar.
Now being able to experience it closely, they realized just how shocking it actually was. At this moment, Chen Yuan put his hands behind his back and slightly raised his chin.
Alright, classmates, our special training officially begins now. Chen Yuan cleared his throat, revealing a serious expression befitting a teacher. From this moment on, I am no longer your class leader.
Lin Tian and the 4 others were dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion.
What does this mean? The special training is on, and the class leader won't do it anymore?
As they pondered, Chen Yuan immediately spoke in an undeniable tone.
From now on, you will call me Teacher Chen.
Ha!
The 4 of them were collectively stunned. Teacher Chen?
Lin Tian looked at Chen Yuan, hesitated for a long time, and finally swallowed his words of rebuttal.
After all, his power was evident. If he upset Chen Yuan, being tied to a contract beast and flying around again wouldn't be a joke. Given the situation now, it wouldn't matter if they called him Teacher Chen or even Dad, they would accept it.
Seeing that no one objected, Chen Yuan felt satisfied and began his teaching. Now, let me explain the current environment we are in. Chen Yuan pointed to the lifeless pond in front of them, floating with strange green plants.
This is the Wailing Pond.
It gets its name from the lingering vengeful spirits that roam here, making sounds like crying.
The underwater terrain is complex and hides many dangers.
Chen Yuan spoke as if he were a local expert.
Wow, Teacher Chen, you really know a lot, a classmate couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, you explain it in more detail than our homeroom teacher, another classmate echoed.
They were genuinely impressed. They originally thought Chen Yuan was just strong in battle, but didn't expect his theoretical knowledge to be so solid. This title of Teacher Chen was called with true respect.
Upon hearing Teacher Chen, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. A talented mind to teach. Chen Yuan discreetly reached into his pocket. He pushed the handbook entitled Beginner's Guide to the Pale Forest, which he had just casually taken from the instant's entrance, deeper into his pants pocket. How could he not prepare lessons if he was going to be a teacher? Only Lin Tian. Always feeling something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lin Tian looked at the lifeless pond, frowning. This time, the score is based on the level and quantity of the beasts killed. But there's nothing here, how are we supposed to get a score? Chen Yuan was about to speak when suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The current environment detected, side quest triggered. Please choose one of the following 3 options to complete. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, finally. He immediately focused on the system panel. 3 options, each glowing differently, appeared before him. Option 1, as the leader of the team, you need to create the most favorable competitive environment for your teammates. Summon monsters and use brute force to destroy all paths leading deeper into the dungeon, blocking all other senior classes outside the entrance to delay your opponents. Task reward, system points *100. Chen Yuan's mouth twitched as he looked at the first option. Destroying the only way and blocking other classmates outside? It sounds quite harmful, but the reward is too stingy. Only 100 points, that's barely enough to beg for. Besides, this task isn't so easy. Halfway through, he'll definitely be discovered, and the difficulty doesn't match the reward at all. Moreover, Chen Yuan is now Teacher Chen, how can he do something so immoral? He decisively skipped it and looked at the second option. Option 2, sometimes, wisdom is more effective than brute force. Lead your 4 teammates to dig a huge spike trap on the only path leading deeper into the dungeon and disguise it. Let other arriving teams fall into the trap, effectively reducing the number of competitors. Task reward, a bottle of unlimited refill sugar-free cola. Unlimited refill sugar-free cola? What's the use of this? After selling the epic item Golden Scale for billions, I could drink forever without finishing. He placed his last hope on the third option. Option 3, a true strongman never stoops to using cunning tricks. True strength is the only shortcut to victory. Please lure out and defeat the elite beast Dark Giant Frog from the depths of the Wailing Pond to achieve the first excellent score of this training. Task reward, Monster Warehouse +2, random monster card ×1. The moment he saw this option, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. A random monster card, now that's a true reward.
Point uncertainty is too high, I might get a bunch of experience cards. But a monster card, such a guaranteed item, is truly rare. Moreover, the task content aligns perfectly with what I need. I need to kill beasts to upgrade the ace killer level. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. I'll choose this one, Chen Yuan decided in his heart. He then turned to look at the four puzzled classmates. Who says there are no beasts here? Chen Yuan raised his hand, activating the battle device. Come forth. Ace killer. Battle device, activate. Other dimensional superhuman, ace killer. A flash of light appeared, and a brand new figure emerged before everyone. Ha! Is this a new contract beast? Lin Tian exclaimed. It looks a bit like yesterday's red giant, but the form is completely different. Class monitor. No, Teacher Chen's contract beast never repeats daily. The four classmates eagerly commented on Ace Killer's appearance, their eyes sparkling. To them, it was natural for Chen Yuan to summon any powerful monster. They were long used to it. All they wanted to see now was how Chen Yuan would bring out the so-called beasts. Was it a world-shaking skill to dry up the pond? Or was it a mighty punch that would smash the earth open? However, Chen Yuan's next command left the four people completely confused. Chapter 68, Elite Monster, perfect timing to make my move. Chen Yuan was also pondering how to lure that frog out. As the thought struck him, Chen Yuan immediately called up the skill list of the Ultra Bracelet. Ultra Spark, Bracelet Bomb, Planet Destruction Ability. A long list of skill names stood before him. Chen Yuan's gaze quickly scanned through, and finally, it landed on Water Evaporation Ability, next to Planet Destruction Ability. This is it. Ace Killer, evaporate this pond. Lin Tian and the others were once again left dumbfounded. How to dry it up? However, in the next second, Ace Killer took action. Ace Killer raised his left arm, and immediately, a beam of light shot up into the sky from the Ultra Bracelet. The beam of light hovered in the air, refracting downwards and enveloping the entire whaling pond. Lin Tian and the others could clearly see that the water surface of the pond began to evaporate. As the water level continued to drop, the entire bottom of the pond was completely exposed. Roar! The mud was swept aside, and a massive shadow stood up from the muddy pit, revealing its full form. It was a giant frog, its eyes glowing with blood-red light. Monster, dark giant frog. In the distance, 3 guards from the Griffin squad watched this scene clearly. Captain, that thing, is it an elite monster? No kidding, look at its size, it's a LV-40 elite monster, dark giant frog. The man called Captain furrowed his brows, but the internal turmoil he felt was no less than that of his subordinates. A special training session for a senior high school student actually provoked an elite-level monster. This was completely beyond the scope of the special training and belonged to a deadly accident. According to regulations, they must immediately step in to rescue. But the captain looked at Ace Killer's 40-meter height, then looked at the 15-meter griffins under him. He felt that if he charged in, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow. What puzzled this captain even more was how this student knew that there was an elite monster hiding beneath this pond. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the dark giant frog, Lin Tian and the others felt almost suffocated. However, Chen Yuan turned around instead, seriously starting a field lesson. Any creature will feel pain, fear, or show weakness when attacked. But the undead monsters won't have such feelings. So, Chen Yuan raised the battle instrument and gave a new command to Ace Killer. Ace Killer, use Ultra Slash. Once the command was given, Ace Killer immediately used the Ultra Bracelet to enhance, with the left hand coming together like a knife, shining with a layer of white light. The swamp giant frog finally responded. It sensed the threat coming from Ace Killer, and its eyes glinted with fierce light. Rib bit. Accompanied by a roar, it suddenly leaped off the ground, charging directly at Ace Killer. That momentum seemed like it would smash the Ace Killer to pieces. It's coming. It's about to fight. The 4 students' hearts instantly leaped to their throats, watching the 2 massive figures about to collide. Facing the swamp giant frog, Ace Killer did not dodge or evade, but simply raised its glowing palm. Just as the swamp giant frog was about to crash into it, Ace Killer moved. Its movements were as fast as lightning, the left arm cutting through a sharp arc, that shimmering white hand knife slashing down towards the front limb of the swamp giant frog. Shwa! There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any spectacular light effect. Only the soft sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh and skin. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the swamp giant frog's thick front limb was severed just like that. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed stump. Thud! The severed limb fell to the ground, still twitching neurotically for a moment. And the massive body of the dark giant frog, having lost its forward support, crashed heavily to the ground. The impact made it roll on the ground several times before it finally stopped. Quack! Quack ah ah ah! The next second, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire pond. The scene was once bloody and brutal. However, Lin Tian and the other three were all frozen in place.
I think I just heard it scream.
Yeah, I heard it too, it sounded quite tragic.
But didn't Chen Yuan just say that undead beasts don't feel pain?
Lin Tian shrank his neck and thought for a moment before speaking.
Is there a possibility that this big frog isn't an undead type? Chen Yuan was also stunned.
He reached out his hand and quietly searched in his pants pocket, his fingertips touched the Pale Forest Newbie Guide.
Chen Yuan secretly flipped it open, his gaze swept rapidly. Name, Dark Giant Frog. Type, Beast Tribe. Wow, it's really not an undead type.
Chen Yuan remained expressionless as he pulled out his hand and then suddenly pointed at Lin Tian.
Lin Tian. Don't doubt Teacher Chen.
Beasts are best at manipulating hearts, making you feel sympathy.
You've already fallen for it. Ha! Lin Tian was immediately dumbfounded.
The other three classmates had a suddenly enlightened expression, casting scornful glances at Lin Tian.
So that's how it is, what a sinister beast.
Lin Tian, your thoughts are very dangerous.
How can you sympathize with a beast?
We almost got tricked, luckily Teacher Chen woke us up in time.
Chen Yuan successfully confused everyone and breathed a sigh of relief.
That was close, I managed to turn it around.
Chen Yuan turned around and gave the final command to the Ice Killer. Ice Killer, use the bracelet dart.
The Ice Killer raised his left hand, and the Ultra Bracelet shone with brilliance again. Then, the bracelet instantly transformed into a dart, spinning rapidly.
The Ice Killer waved it forward at the Dark Giant Frog.
In the next moment, the bracelet dart shot towards the Swamp Giant Frog.
Whoosh!
Almost the next second after the Ice Killer made his move, the bracelet dart had already zipped past the Swamp Giant Frog's body.
The entire process was smooth and incredibly fast. Ice Killer's level increased to LV8. Ding! Side quest completed.
Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the elite undead beast Dark Giant Frog.
Quest reward, Monster Warehouse +2, random monster card ×1. Here it comes. This quest reward is just as valuable as 1,000 points for a 10-time draw.
Monster Warehouse increasing by 2 means the maximum number of monsters can now rise from 6 to 8. The main quest's 1,000 points haven't been obtained yet, but the side quest's monster card is already in hand. Chen Yuan felt delighted and immediately thought.
System, immediately used the random monster card.
Chen Yuan couldn't wait to see what new monster he would draw this time. Chapter 69, Full and Ready, Undead Boss, you go first.
Ding! Using random monster card.
A card's phantom appeared in the center of the panel, gradually becoming clearer from blurry. Finally, with a snap, it flipped over.
A strange figure occupied the entire screen.
It looked like a deformed giant bird, but with 2 heads, a thick neck, no wings, and the upper body covered in spikes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining.
Monster card, 2-headed monster, Pandon.
Description, has the ability to spray flames from both mouths.
Chen Yuan looked at the new monster. Isn't this the final monster that appeared in the TV version of Ultraman 7?
The characteristics of Pandon are very distinct, especially its powerful flame attacks. Flame attacks are very useful in many situations, especially against plant-type beasts, where the effect is outstanding.
The appearance of Pandon perfectly fills the gap in the monster army's lack of flame attack. Chen Yuan immediately opened Pandon's detailed panel. Monster panel. Name, Pandon. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Type, 2-headed monster. Weight, 15,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Life, 100,000/100,000.
Attack, 7,800. Defense, 6,400. Agility, 6,400. Skill, flame projection. Form list, none.
Chen Yuan looked at the skill description, the normal Pandon with 2 heads sticking together.
Indeed, there is only this one skill. However, Chen Yuan has already begun to calculate longer-term matters.
In the future, if he is lucky enough to draw some shape card,
perhaps it could evolve into Pang Dun Wang. If he thinks bolder, could he possibly create an ultimate fusion demon beast, Jia Pang Dun? The more Chen Yuan thinks, the more satisfied he becomes.
This time, the side quest reward is worth much more than 1,000 points 10 consecutive draws.
The new power is already in hand, how could I not take it out to try?
Chen Yuan is now eager to see what the real thing looks like. With this thought, Chen Yuan once again raises the battle device in his hand.
Come out. Pang Dun. Battle device activate. 2-headed monster, Pang Dun.
A beam of light shoots out from the battle device and gathers in midair. In the distant woods, the 3 members of the Griffin-mounted guard team finally come back to their senses from the shock of Ace's instant kill of an elite monster. The 3 of them stare at that beam of light, and a huge wave stirs in their hearts. A student, unexpectedly able to summon 2 different contracted beasts in such a short time.
And judging from the momentum, this new giant looks very powerful. How many contracted beasts does this guy have?
In the astonished gaze of the 3, the beam of light gradually dissipates, and a brand new giant beast appears in the wailing pond. Lin Tian and the others no longer know how to face the scene before them.
Chen Yuan's contracted beast really changes 2 in a day, and they don't even repeat.
The 4 of them huddle together, chattering quietly. Just when the 4 thought Chen Yuan was about to give some attack command, Chen Yuan, however, speaks up. By the way, everyone was in a hurry to take off at noon and didn't eat.
Chen Yuan announces seriously.
Pang Dun, go over there and find some logs to make a fire. The 4 of Lin Tian express collective confusion.
You want this seemingly formidable 40-meter giant beast to start a fire?
Pang Dun strides over to a giant dead tree and effortlessly snaps off a pile. After doing all this, it lowers its 2 heads and aims at the firewood pile.
Everyone holds their breath. In the next second, a small flame ejects from one of Pang Dun's mouths, accurately igniting the dry branches.
The captain of the guard team in the distance widens his eyes instantly.
That thing was summoned to be a lighter?
While Lin Tian and the others are still immersed in the shock of the 40-meter giant lighter, they turn their heads and see even more outrageous scenes. Chen Yuan pulls out a flashy small backpack from somewhere.
The backpack has a huge figure wearing red and purple clothing printed on it. Then, Chen Yuan opens the Ultraman Diga backpack and begins to take out things from inside. A bottle of cumin. A can of chili powder. A kitchen knife. A folding stool.
And even a bunch of green onions, ginger, and garlic. The completeness of the equipment makes Lin Tian doubt whether Chen Yuan had planned this long ago and was just waiting for a place to picnic.
By the way, when did Chen Yuan bring a backpack into the instance? I've never seen it. Little Fat asked curiously. It must have been stored in a storage item. Have you never heard of the item hunter Chi Woody? I see, no wonder he can carry so many things.
Keep it down, Chen Yuan's items probably have an unclear origin. They speculate, linking this Diga backpack to spatial storage items. Chen Yuan ignores them, walking over to the corpse of the dark giant frog, and with a swift cut, he slices off the 2 most succulent thighs. He sets the frog legs over the fire and sprinkles on some seasoning.
Since this frog isn't undead, let's eat it directly.
Soon, a rich meaty aroma mixed with spices wafts through the air.
If you want to eat, you can cut and roast it yourself.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian silently swallows and steps over too.
With one person leading, the other 3 also join in this barbecue.
Chen Yuan was eating while pulling out the manual beginner's guide to the Pale Forest from his pocket.
His gaze fell on an area marked with a red circle. Forest C-Zone, hidden boss spawning area, small beast wave gathering spot. Chen Yuan now had 2 tasks. One was the senior year test at South River No. 3 Middle School.
The other, more important one, was the main quest released by the system.
Main quest, 7 small scale. Task requirements, own at least 5 monsters with a level of LV10 or above. Task reward, system points *1000. Current progress, April 5th. As long as he could level up the ace killer from LV8 to LV10, he could complete the task. Moreover, the goals of the 2 tasks were highly aligned. The higher the level of the hunted beasts, and the more there were, the faster he could complete it. The boss and beast waves were undoubtedly the most efficient places. Once I'm full, we set off. Next stop, Forest C-Zone. This time, I will really fight against the undead beasts.
Chen Yuan raised his head and looked at a few classmates who were still focused on munching frog legs.
None of them paid Chen Yuan any attention.
Seeing their lack of response, Chen Yuan cleared his throat and added a line.
This time, you 4 go first. Chapter 70, you guys fight the small monsters, we go straight for the boss.
Chen Yuan cleared his throat and repeated himself.
This time, you 4 go first. This time, the voice clearly reached everyone's ears. No way, are we really going? Of course, you came for training, right? How can it be called training if you don't personally handle a few beasts? The expressions on Lin Tian and the others visibly drooped. After all, they were students in a special training class, dealing with small monsters was not a problem. But according to Chen Yuan's usual style, he would most likely throw the boss right in their faces. The suggested level for this dungeon was 5 to 40, how could they possibly defeat it? However, the 4 quickly reassured themselves. What are we afraid of? Anyway, Chen Yuan would back us up.
Chen Yuan would definitely not just watch them get ripped apart by the beasts, he would be there to support them at worst. So, the 4 nodded in agreement.
Alright then, where do we go to fight?
Chen Yuan saw their fearless expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you are teachable. Chen Yuan pointed to the distant forest.
We'll go to Forest C Zone to fight the hidden boss. Alright, let's get ready to set off.
Chen Yuan stood up and clapped his hands. With a wave of his hand, he called back Pang Dun to the battle device. Pang Dun instantly transformed into a beam of light and returned to the battle device, leaving behind a pile of still burning campfires. Next, Chen Yuan picked up the beginner's guide to the Pale Forest again and studied it carefully. The 5 of them had been riding the Gulba for a long time from the entrance, and their current position was already the core area of the Pale Forest. Just now, that LV-40 elite monster Dark Giant Frog had leveled up the Ace Killer from LV-7 to LV-8. Therefore, as long as they went to C-Zone and took down that hidden boss,
the Ace Killer could easily reach LV-10, and there would be no problem. Once the Ace Killer reached LV-10, he could finish the main quest and get that 1,000 points. At that time, he could come for a wave of 10 draws, hoping to pull an interesting monster this time. Meanwhile, high in the sky,
3 members of the Griffin Team's guard were silently observing everything.
Captain, they seem to be heading towards Forest C-Zone. Isn't that the boss spawning point?
He had been in this profession for many years, and the previous students always brushed up low-level monsters on the outskirts. But this group was good, they directly airdropped into the core area, killing elite monsters and now heading for the hidden boss spawning zone. Sigh, today's young people have such outrageous talents.
The captain sighed.
As for Chen Yuan, he had already walked a good distance towards Forest C-Zone with the 4 classmates. After passing through a grove, the scene before their eyes suddenly opened up. A huge open space appeared before them, surrounded by trees, forming a natural circular arena. At that moment, more than 100 people had gathered in the center of the venue. Looks like this is the place. Chen Yuan looked at the crowd and determined that this was the boss's spawning point, so he led the 4 others over. Before they got close, a loud voice rang out from the crowd.
Brothers, listen up.
When the boss spawns, it will summon 2 elite monsters at the same time. A man was standing on a big rock, loudly addressing the beast masters around him.
Our strategy is simple, eliminate the elite monsters as quickly as possible, then go after the boss.
As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding beast masters erupted in cheers and praises. Some of them were members of other small guilds. Others were lone wolf beast masters. No wonder he's the vice president of a large guild, he's so professional. Sticking with the 7 Stars Guild was definitely the right choice.
Is this the 5th time we've done this, boss? Just for that dropped item?
Of course. I heard that skeleton heart is a fine grade item, following the big shots means we get to enjoy the soup. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow as he listened to their conversation.
7 Stars Guild, done it 5 times? This team sounds like professionals.
But Chen Yuan turned to Lin Tian and the 4 others beside him, speaking softly.
Our school's assessment requires us to independently defeat the exotic beasts. So when the boss spawns, let's bypass those elite monsters and go straight for the boss itself.
We don't want our score to be nullified after all this effort. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian and the others immediately felt it made a lot of sense. They came to participate in a special training from their school. If they worked hard for half a day only to have their scores not counted and even helped others get items, that would be a huge loss.
You're right, let's go for the boss. We can't let them take our scores.
Seeing his classmates looking indignant, Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then patted Lin Tian on the shoulder.
Since all of you are so motivated, then Lin Tian, you go first. Lin Tian's expression froze instantly. What do you mean, Chen Yuan looked at Lin Tian with a disappointed expression. You are the second best in the school, if you don't go first now, then who will? Show your sense of honor and responsibility as a student from the Beast Master Special Training class at Nanjiang number 3.
After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he took out the Pale Forest Beginner's Guide again. He turned directly to the page about hidden boss monsters.
Name, Skull King. Type, Undead. Level, LV-40. Description, the hidden ruler of Area C in Pale Forest, made up of countless resentful thoughts. If the skeleton heart is not destroyed, it will revive infinitely. Warning, newbie beast masters are prohibited from entering this area. Chen Yuan looked at the information with satisfaction, it was indeed a genuine undead exotic beast. That big frog was purely an accident, who would have thought it looked so unappealing and full of undead vibes, making him mistakenly identify it. This time, the Skull King was perfect for a live lesson for the 4 of them. A good demonstration of how to fight a painless undead creature. Just as Chen Yuan was contemplating, a violent tremor suddenly shook the center of the venue. Boom! The ground began to crack, and beams of ghostly green light surged from the cracks, gathering in the center of the open space. It's here! The boss is about to spawn. The vice president of 7 Stars Guild shouted, and all the beast masters instantly entered battle mode.
In the center of the glowing mass, a massive figure slowly stood up. It was the Skull King, looming at a height of 25 meters. At the same time, beside the Skull King, 2 slightly smaller green lights also appeared, transforming into 2 skeletal elite monsters. One was completely black, wielding a stone sword. The other was pale white, holding a bow and arrow. Everyone, pay attention, focus fire on the 2 elite monsters first. The vice president of 7 Stars Guild issued another command. Their team members immediately sprang into action. Over 100 contract beasts in the arena charged toward the 2 elite monsters. At that moment, Chen Yuan waved his hand to the 4 people beside him.
Now is the time. Let's go together, all 5 of us. Show your spirit. Let these people see what the Beast Tamer Special Training Class is all about. Chen Yuan passionately inspired their morale.
Lin Tian and the 4 looked at each other, and finally, they gritted their teeth and summoned their contract beasts.
Charge. Chapter 71, Stop. That's not a chainsaw. Under Chen Yuan's lead,
the 5 of them, with 4 contract beasts that didn't look very strong, charged straight towards the Bone King. Their peculiar combination instantly became the focus of the whole arena.
The vice president of the 7 Stars Guild couldn't help but laugh.
Seeing 5 high school students ignore 2 elite monsters and rush straight for the boss, he smirked with disdain.
Where did these young fools come from? They really don't know what death is, he said to the team members beside him. Did you see? This is a typical case of what not to do. Those 2 elite monsters, one can give the boss a 50% attack boost and the other a 50% defense boost. To not clear the elite monsters first and head straight for the boss is simply seeking death. Other beast tamers around were also casting looks of amusement. Ha, this must be a special training group from some school. Just like a young calf not afraid of tigers. Don't worry about them, they won't die anyway. Didn't you see the guards in the sky watching?
One sharp-eyed beast tamer pointed towards the sky.
Everyone looked up and indeed saw 3 griffins circling overhead.
However, the 3 members of the guard in the sky each had a phone in hand, quietly turning on the recording function.
Get ready to record, this is a once-in-a-century moment of killing a boss in a dramatic way. This will definitely go viral on social media. The captain is brilliant. Just as everyone was waiting to see the joke of Chen Yuan and his team, they had already gotten close to the Bone King.
Iron Feather Swallow, use steel wings.
Rock Armored Pangolin, rolling impact. Sonic Dog, flame charge. Lightning Scorpion, thunder strike. Lin Tian and the 4 gritted their teeth and commanded their contract beasts to attack. But they couldn't even get their attacks off.
Their contract beasts had just rushed to the front of the Bone King and hadn't even had the chance to touch him. The Bone King simply pulled out the bone sword that was stuck in the ground.
Buzz.
A visible wave of overwhelming energy spread out with the drawing of the bone sword. The 4 contract beasts were lifted into the air like fallen leaves, crashing heavily several meters away.
Crushed in an instant. The vice president of the 7 Stars Guild couldn't help but snicker at the scene. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious, not even able to cast a skill and they were eliminated. With such strength, they even dared to challenge the boss? The young are indeed ignorant and reckless.
However, before his laughter faded, it suddenly got stuck in his throat. Because he saw the leading student, after his 4 companions and their contract beasts were blasted away, not only didn't retreat, but instead pulled out something. Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand.
Ace Killer. Battle device activate. Dimensional superhuman Ace Killer. A beam of light shot into the sky. Before the 25-meter-tall Bone King, an even larger figure suddenly descended. A 40-meter-tall red golden giant appeared out of thin air.
In that moment, over 100 people in the open space were drawn to the commotion on this side. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sudden gigantic being.
What is that thing? Where did this giant come from? How is he even bigger than the boss?
The Ace Killer, just summoned, didn't even give the Bone King a chance to assume a fighting stance. At Chen Yuan's command, it raised its hand and directly slapped down.
Smack! A crisp sound echoed.
Just a moment ago, the Bone King that had blasted away 4 contract beasts. With a single slap, it was sent flying out, rolling on the ground several times before finally stopping. Seeing this scene, over 100 beast masters in the open space of Forest Sea Zone were all frozen in place.
The hidden boss was just slapped away like that? The vice president of the 7 Stars Guild's expression instantly froze. Is this a student? Which school student can summon such a contract beast? Yet Chen Yuan appeared very calm. He even had the leisure to open the skill list of the Ultra Bracelet, starting to select the next attack method. Ultra Spark, Bracelet Bomb, Bracelet Blade, Planet Destruction Ability. A long list of skill names dazzled Chen Yuan's eyes.
This skeleton king is of the undead type, its bone structure is quite hard, must use cutting skills to be effective. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the skill list. Finally, his attention fixed on the skill bracelet blade to the left of planet destruction ability. This skill transforms the ultra bracelet into a high-speed rotating cutting blade thrown out, just perfectly able to counter this bony structure. It's you! After selecting the skill, Chen Yuan then issued a new command to the Ice Killer. Ice Killer, use the bracelet blade. Upon giving the command, the Ice Killer immediately raised its left arm. The ultra bracelet on its wrist instantly shone brightly, detaching from its wrist. In midair, it transformed into a rotating cutting blade. Everyone was captivated by this astonishing scene, instinctively holding their breath. What skill is this? Just looking at it makes one feel chills down their spine. Meanwhile, the Skeleton King, who had been slapped into the ground, was now struggling to rise. Several ribs in its chest had broken, clearly suffering a serious injury. As soon as it steadied itself, it saw Ice Killer swinging a spinning blade towards it. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in its heart. The Skeleton King raised the bone sword in its hand, wanting to make a final resistance. However, it was already too late. Under Chen Yuan's mental command, Ice Killer swung its hand fiercely. Whoosh! Ice Killer thrust the bracelet blade directly towards the Skeleton King's neck. The blade hummed ominously. But the Skeleton King had no time to make any defensive moves. It could only watch helplessly as that blade cut towards it. Crack! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the painful sound of bones shattering. Before everyone's eyes, the bracelet blade sliced through the Skeleton King's neck bone. Countless bone fragments and dust flew everywhere, instantly dyeing the ground a ghostly white. Ice Killer did not stop there. It manipulated the blade on the Skeleton King's neck, pressing down hard, pulling back and forth. That scene looked like a butcher with a chainsaw, mercilessly dissecting pork on a cutting board. Chop chop chop! The sounds of bones breaking were incessant, making all the beast masters present feel a chill down their spines, all instinctively retracting their necks. Hiss! What fighting style is this? Fortunately, the boss is an undead monster, otherwise, one swing would have drenched the ground in blood. Ultimately, under the dazed gaze of everyone, Ice Killer easily sawed off the Skeleton King's skull. Then, Ice Killer lifted its foot and kicked the skull on the ground away. Bang! The skull arched through the air, disappearing into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. After finishing all this, Ice Killer retracted the bracelet blade, transforming back into the ultra bracelet on its wrist. Then, like nothing had happened, it quietly stood in place. The entire area again fell into silence. Everyone was completely shocked by this simple and brutal fighting style. Was this really fighting a boss? This was clearly a one-sided slaughter. At that moment, an untimely voice broke the eerie silence. Did you see that? This is the strength of the elite from our South River No. 3 Beast Tamer Special Training Class. Lin Tian didn't know when he straightened his back. A mere hidden boss is simply no match for us 5 elite members working together. His extremely showy words made the more than 100 beast tamers around him twitch their lips wildly. Elite cooperation? Your cooperation is just rushing in and getting taken out by the boss's entrance move in one hit. Then having a big guy come out with a chainsaw to fix the problem? Your skin is thicker than the bones of the Skeleton King. Chapter 72, Sphirum Ray, and it's a massive explosion. However, as the instigator, Chen Yuan, he just quietly looked at the corpse of the skeleton that was beheaded by the Ace Killer. Why hasn't the Ace Killer leveled up yet? Ace Killer. Level, LV8. Experience, 1040/4000. Not a bit of experience has risen. Chen Yuan glanced back, more than 100 people were still entangled with 2 elite skeleton monsters. Chen Yuan's gaze swept between the headless Skeleton King and the skeleton head that was kicked away in the distance, and his heart suddenly understood. It's that the skeleton heart hasn't been destroyed. This cunning alien beast actually wants to play dead and sneak attack. Looks like I need to use the Sphirum Ray to blow you to pieces. As Chen Yuan was analyzing, a new unexpected change occurred on the field. The remains of the dismembered Skeleton King suddenly began to glow with a rich green light. At the same time, the 2 elite monsters that had been held back in the distance, the Skeleton Swordsman and Skeleton Archer, their bodies suddenly stiffened, then turned into 2 beams of green light, flying towards the remains of the Skeleton King. 2 beams of green light precisely merged into the pile of remains of the Skeleton King. Buzz! After absorbing the energy of the 2 elite monsters, the remains of the Skeleton King emitted an aura that instantly enveloped the entire clearing. The vice president of the 7-Star Guild also saw this scene. I told you, I said we should strike the elite monsters first. Now the boss has absorbed all the attributes of the 2 elite monsters, both attack and defense have greatly strengthened, and its level has at least risen by 10. Now we're in big trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast tamers around also reacted, their faces changing greatly.
What the hell? It can do that? Then the difficulty just skyrocketed. Brothers, we should retreat, let the guards handle this LV-50 boss. I agree, let's get out of here.
In an instant, almost all the beast tamers prepared to retreat. However, Chen Yuan's face showed no signs of panic.
Having defeated an LV-74 alien beast, what is a mere LV-50? Then, Chen Yuan raised his battle instrument and spoke. Ace Killer. Use Sphyrum Ray.
The moment the command was issued, the Ace Killer immediately reacted.
The Ace Killer casually bent its knees, its body slightly sinking, aiming at the massive reassembling Skeleton King.
Then, the Ace Killer suddenly raised its arms together.
The whole process was smooth and as fast as lightning, with no skill wind-up at all. Stop.
A beam of light instantly shot out from the palm of the Ace Killer.
Sphyrum Ray.
Meanwhile, the Skeleton King, having just completed its evolution thanks to the sacrifice of 2 elite monsters, was rapidly reassembling. It was about to stand up in a more powerful form. However, just as it stood up and hadn't had time to feel its surging power,
the Sphyrum Ray was already in front of it. Direct hit.
Under the impact of the Sphyrum Ray, the Skeleton King's freshly reassembled body, along with the ground around it, was instantly vaporized.
Boom! After a huge roar, a deep pit appeared at the original spot.
Inside the pit was scorched black, not even a complete piece of bone remained. After the light faded, the Ace Killer slowly lowered its arms. The whole world fell silent once again. The vice president of the 7-Star Guild stared blankly at this scene.
This person actually killed the LV-50 Skeleton King with one move.
Although he had defeated the Skeleton King 5 times, each time it was through teamwork, and they had to prioritize attacking elite monsters.
But this person in front of him didn't care about any boss mechanics, he just lifted his hand and killed it instantly?
The vice president of the 7 Stars Guild felt his face burning with pain. The more than 100 beast tamers around him didn't even dare to breathe.
What level of beast tamer is this? At the same time,
a series of system notification sounds rang in Chen Yuan's mind.
Assassin level raised to LV-9. Assassin level raised to LV-10. Ding. Main quest, 7 small scale, completed. Quest requirement, have at least 5 monsters with level LV-10 or above. Current progress, May 5th.
Quest reward, system points *1000, already issued.
Here it comes.
Chen Yuan felt a thrill in his heart, 1000 points in hand, and he could perform a 10 consecutive draw again.
What boss's respawn mechanism? Isn't it just getting up again to be killed?
Just as he happily calculated his points, a flash caught his eye. At the edge of the pit blasted by the Sphyrum Ray, it seemed there was something shining.
Chen Yuan's heart moved, and he walked over.
There, a ghostly green light was seeping out from the ground.
Oh? There are still loot?
Chen Yuan cleared away a layer of scorched earth, and a fist-sized, completely black crystal appeared before him.
Name, Skeleton Heart. Type, Item. Level, Fine Quality.
Effect, once every 24 hours, randomly summon 1 to 3 skeleton soldiers, level 1 to 20.
There is a 5% chance to summon an elite skeleton. Is this the item that they said the boss dropped?
Chen Yuan held the skeleton heart and weighed it in his hand, feeling its coldness and solid texture.
This thing doesn't seem very useful to Chen Yuan. Even if all 3 summoned skeleton soldiers are elite monsters, they would still be too weak.
As Reionics, he could summon 3 monsters at once. He also had the Eleking, which could shrink down to 20 centimeters. This item indeed seemed quite hard to put to use. However, this thing could be bundled with the golden scale to sell, and he would probably make a large sum of money. Chen Yuan happily put the skeleton heart into his pocket. And this action was clearly seen by the vice president of the 7 Stars Guild not far away.
He took the skeleton heart.
The vice president's eyes turned red. Their guild had worked so hard, farming it 5 times just for this item. Now, it was actually snatched away by a student who appeared from nowhere. What made him even more desperate was the boss mechanism. Once an item drops, it meant this boss would not respawn again. The vice president looked lost, as if all strength was pulled from him.
Even if he wanted to snatch it back, just thinking of that shining chainsaw made his neck feel cold.
Chen Yuan didn't care about his thoughts, he took the benefits and completed the quest. Now he just wanted to find a place to quickly spend the 1000 points he just received. He turned around and prepared to leave with Lin Tian and the others. However, just at that moment, a series of dense sounds suddenly came from the surrounding forest.
What's going on? What kind of sound is that? It's a small beast tide, everyone quickly retreat.
In the crowd, an experienced beast tamer suddenly shouted.
Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale.
They had used up a lot of their contract beast's stamina to fight the elite skeleton.
Facing this kind of tiring small beast tide, it's more important to protect their lives. Run!
All the beast tamers became chaotic, hastily summoning their flying contract beasts. Those without flying contract beasts desperately ran toward the edge of the forest. However, Chen Yuan stood still, not moving at all.
Beast tide? In his eyes, that was not a beast tide. That was an experience package.
Just right, the Pangdun he had just summoned was LV1, perfect for leveling up with this wave of beast tide.
Director, first count our scores.
Chen Yuan simply raised the combat device in front of the small beast tide. Chen Yuan could easily pierce through the thousands of beasts in the ocean. This mere instance of beast tide could be extinguished with a snap of his fingers.
However, the ace killer had already leveled up to LV10, and using it to clear these low-level monsters did not yield much experience growth.
Then let the new incoming monster come out and stretch its muscles.
Come out, Pondon. Combat device activate. Two-headed monster Pondon. In a flash of light,
a monster with 2 heads, covered in hard red skin, descended onto the open ground.
It was the previously drawn two-headed monster, Pondon. Pondon. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100.
Chen Yuan looked at Pondon, still at its initial level. This wave of beast tide was just right to indulge. The beast tamers fleeing for their lives paused, all turning their attention to this side.
Look, that one in the school uniform has summoned another contracted beast. Where did he get such a big contracted beast? He doesn't think he can face the whole beast tide alone, does he?
Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at Chen Yuan standing still. Even the griffin guards in the sky held their breath instinctively. They had a feeling that what was about to happen would refresh their understanding of the world. Under the dead silence of the crowd, Chen Yuan finally moved. Chen Yuan did not issue any complex tactical commands, he just casually spoke.
Ace killer, use spam beam. Pondon, use flame blast. As soon as the words fell, the two-headed monsters next to Chen Yuan moved in unison.
The ace killer maintained its iconic posture, arms crossed over its chest, showing no signs of a wind-up.
Zo! A beam of light shot out. Wherever it passed, whether it was skeleton soldiers or zombie dogs, they instantly turned to ashes.
On the other side, Pondon's 2 heads released flames in relay.
Whoosh!
Flames erupted from its mouth, instantly turning the other side of the forest into a sea of fire. The spam beam combined with Pondon's flame blast devastatingly increased the destructive power exponentially.
Boom, boom, boom. The entire Pale Forest Zone C seemed to face a doomsday disaster.
The beast tide of the undead, under these 2 kinds of attacks, was as fragile as paper. In the intertwining of light and fire, they were utterly erased.
The whole cleansing process lasted less than 3 minutes.
The forest, once filled with strange beasts, had turned into a charred, blazing ruin. The more than 100 beast tamers who had been preparing to flee stood frozen in place, watching this scene.
The beast tide just vanished like that?
A lone beast tamer turned to the vice president of the 7-Star Guild and said, "So, your guild is researching tactics, pulling elite monsters, calculating boss skills. But it seems that he just wiped them all out with one move."
The vice president sighed silently upon hearing this, muttering,
"Sigh, times have changed. The young people today are truly too terrifying." Chen Yuan, indifferent to the reactions around him, quietly listened to the system notification sounds.
Pondon leveled up to LV2. Pondon leveled up to LV3. Pondon leveled up to LV4. Not bad. As a monster, Pondon could unleash its flame attack almost freely as long as it had enough stamina.
The ace killer posed no clear limits either. Using the Ultra Brothers' big move was as easy as regular attacks.
Combining the two for area clearing was simply a perfect match. Chen Yuan opened Pondon's panel to take a look. Monster panel. Name, Pondon. Level, LV4. Experience, 0 out of 500. Type, two-headed monster. Weight, 15,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Life, 103000/103000.
Attack, 8,400. Defense, 7,000. Agility, 7,000.
Skill, Flame Blast.
Form list, none.
The ace killer did not level up from fighting these small monsters due to its higher level. But Pondon shot from LV1 to LV4 in just a few minutes, with a significant increase in attributes. Chen Yuan closed the panel and looked ahead. There were no strange beasts rushing out from the forest, they were probably trapped inside. Chen Yuan was too lazy to chase them down. This experience point really doesn't need a chase.
If the boss is dead, then let's go back.
So, Chen Yuan recalled the ace assassin in Pangdun, preparing to leave this place with Lin Tian and the 4 others.
Ace assassin, Pangdun, return.
As soon as the words fell, Ace Assassin and Pang Dun turned into a group of white light and flew back to the battle device. However, as soon as Chen Yuan turned around and was about to leave, he heard a gasp from the crowd.
Look! It's on fire! My god! The forest is burning!
Chen Yuan looked back and saw that the area previously sprayed by Pang Dun's flames had already spread flames. The entire forest was engulfed in a raging sea of fire, and it was continuously spreading. If this continues, the entire forest zone C is likely to be burned to the ground.
Cough, cough.
Chen Yuan cleared his throat and said to the four behind him, Lin Tian and others.
Remember, setting fire to the mountain could mean heavy consequences. This place is not suitable for long stays, we should withdraw. Battle device activating. Ancient Dark Beast Gulba.
After saying this, Chen Yuan rode Gulba and left without looking back, under the gazes of the crowd. The 100 Beast Masters took the chance to escape before the fire spread further. In the sky, the three guards watched the ignited forest.
Captain, what do we do about the fire? The captain silently put away his phone inside. What else can we do? Withdraw the team. If a monster's den burns, so be it. Do you want to save the fire?
After all, the instance has a time limit, and once the time is up, it closes permanently. These guards are only responsible for the safety of beast masters and are not responsible for protecting the ecological environment of monsters. So, the guard captain decisively changed the direction of the griffin and led the team away.
At 7 in the evening, all senior 3 students left the Pale Forest. In a gymnasium, all senior 3 students gathered together. Chen Yuan and the 4 of Lin Tian naturally sat in the front row.
The experience of this day was more extraordinary for Lin Tian and others than the past 10 years combined.
Chainsaw decapitation. Laser instant kill. Fire burning beast tide.
This was something Lin Tian and the others witnessed with their own eyes, far beyond what a phone video can compare to.
At this moment, there was a commotion on the podium. Zhao Kuo and the Director of Education walked onto the podium facing the microphone. First, I announce an urgent notice.
Due to the Battle of the Beast Masters, a major forest fire broke out in Pale Forest Zone C, and the fire is now out of control. From now on, all forest zones are prohibited from approaching.
As soon as the director's words fell, the students below exploded in noise. That's the boss spawning point. Who is so amazing that they can burn the map just by fighting a monster?
What a pity, I wanted to go to Forest Zone A tomorrow to fight the three-headed dog. The discussion was quieter when the director continued.
Now, let's start counting today's results. Let's start with Class 1 of Senior 3. Wait.
A voice suddenly interrupted him.
Lin Tian stood up from his seat, brushing off the dust from his clothes.
In front of the gazes of his classmates, he swaggered to the front of the Director of Education and Zhao Kuo. Lin Tian cleared his throat, stood tall, and spoke with the tone of an experienced person.
Director, why don't we count our results first?
The director glanced at him, his eyebrows slightly raised.
What? I remember you are from the special training class, did you gain a lot today? Lin Tian waved his hand. Not much, not much. It was just a so-so, just messing around.
As he said this, Lin Tian turned his head and signaled to the captain of the guard team on the side of the podium. The guard captain's mouth twitched at this scene. He helplessly took out a USB drive from his pocket and stepped forward to hand it to the director. This is the battle record of their group in the afternoon. We estimated it based on the video, so it may not be very accurate, but it's about right. The Director of Education took the USB drive with confusion, plugged it into the laptop. The next second, the battle data was directly projected onto the big screen. Chapter 74, Draw a Skill Gift Pack, advances in 1 step. All the senior students in the audience stared at the big screen. The scores of Chen Yuan and his 4 companions on the first day were soon displayed. Target Group, Nanjing 3rd High School Senior Special Training Class, Chen Yuan, Lin Tian.
5 people. Hunting Record. Elite Level Exotic Beast Dark Giant Frog, LV40, *1. Hidden Boss Level Exotic Beast Bone King, LV40, *1. Elite Level Exotic Beast Bone Swordsman, LV35, *1. Elite Level Exotic Beast Bone Archer, LV35, *1. Ordinary Exotic Beasts, estimated quantity 200 to 300, level LV5 LV20. Total points estimated, 15,800 points. The director looked at the data on his computer, his eyes widening more and more. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, thinking he must have read it wrong. They killed 3 elite exotic beasts, and even a boss. This is practically wiping out everything that could be killed in the entire Pale Forest. The big fire in Forest Area C, could it have been caused by you? Instantly, all eyes in the room focused on Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not answer immediately, instead, he looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Classmates, actually, the process was far more brutal than the result.
The boss was even stronger than I anticipated. My iron feather swallow was heavily injured while battling it and can't fight anymore. Sigh, I think our team's points won't change much for the next 2 days. So, everyone, work hard, make good use of these 2 days, and surpass our 15,800 points. After saying this, Lin Tian said no more, slowly walked down from the podium, and sat back in his spot, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. For a moment, the entire gym was silent.
Everyone was captivated by Lin Tian's passionate post-war summary.
It sounded quite tragic indeed.
But every student present knew Chen Yuan, who was on the team list.
You're talking nonsense, your iron feather swallow can't even withstand a single blow from the boss, let alone the boss's entrance animation. He probably just went up to taunt the boss for a moment, and the rest was all done by Chen Yuan. At least 99.9% of their group points were earned by Chen Yuan controlling the giant beast. Lin Tian is probably in charge of the post-war literary performance. The director was still in shock, just dazedly urging everyone to be quiet. Then the scores of other groups continued. The second-place group was still the special training class, with a score of 921 points. Compared to Chen Yuan's 15800 points, there was still quite a gap.
1 hour later. In an internet cafe in Xiaoyang City.
Chen Yuan and his companions sat in a row of 5. Since their score was already a staggering first, and not a single boss remained in the Pale Forest.
Even if other groups killed all the exotic beasts in the entire instance, they couldn't break 15,800 points.
So, Chen Yuan planned to spend the next 2 days here. After starting the computer, Chen Yuan didn't rush to play the game.
System points, 1,000.
Chen Yuan looked at the points he just earned, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. It was time for a 10 consecutive draw. There was still an empty spot in his monster warehouse, hoping for a strong new monster. A good draw would make his gaming experience much better later.
System, start the 10 consecutive draw. Points minus 1,000. Performing 10 consecutive draws for the host.
In front of Chen Yuan, 10 card shadows slowly appeared, then flipped one by one.
Obtained, experience card, 300 points, *1.
Obtained, experience card, 300 points, *1. 9 consecutive cards, all experience cards.
Chen Yuan's heart sank. It wouldn't just reward him with 3,000 points of experience for 10 draws, would it?
Chen Yuan's gaze was tightly fixed on the last card. If the last 10 cards were all experience cards, then he would have lost those 1,000 points for nothing.
Chen Yuan took a deep breath and clicked on the last card. The card instantly flipped over, shining brightly.
But what appeared was not any monster he had imagined. Instead, it was a line of gilded letters. Obtained, Ace Killer Skill Gift Pack *1.
Chen Yuan was stunned. Skill gift pack? What is this thing?
In the past, the lottery rewards were either monster cards, experience cards, or item cards. This kind of big gift package was something he had never seen before.
But since it was a big gift package, it definitely wouldn't contain anything bad.
Chen Yuan curiously opened this big gift package. In the next second, a series of system notification sounds rang out in his mind.
Ding! Open the ACE Killer Skill Big Gift Package. ACE Killer has mastered the skill, M87 Ray. ACE Killer has mastered the skill, Emilium Ray. Detected that ACE Killer already possesses the skill Spatium Ray, skill Duplicated Acquisition, has automatically converted to system points. Gained, system points *100.
Chen Yuan looked at this long list of skills.
He actually obtained all the skills of the ACE Killer directly, isn't that amazing? Chen Yuan immediately opened the ACE Killer's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, ACE Killer. Level, LV10.
Experience, 2075/3000.
Type, Other Dimensional Superhuman. Weight, 43,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Health, 109000/109000.
Attack, 10,600. Defense, 10,800. Agility, 10,400. Skills, Energy Absorption, Spatium Ray, M87 Ray, Emilium Ray. Form list, none. Equipment, Ultra Bracelet. The skills list was already filled. The 2 newly added skills were all major killing techniques of Ultraman. Chen Yuan was originally worried that with so many skills of the ACE Killer, he would have to draw them one by one. Unexpectedly, today's skill big gift package directly got him everything at once. He hoped that the skills of the subsequent Dream Bias Killer and Victory Killer would also be a direct big gift package. Then, Chen Yuan touched the keyboard. It seemed that as the level of Chen Yuan's monster continued to rise, the rewards from the system also began to upgrade. At first, the experience cards increased from 100 to 300, and now a skill big gift package appeared. So, as long as he could find ways to raise the monster's level, he would eventually be able to obtain the ultimate battle device?
What thrilled Chen Yuan even more was that, because he had repeatedly obtained the spatium ray, the system refunded him 100 points. Although it wasn't much, it meant
he could draw again.
Chen Yuan looked at the shining 100 points, and without hesitation, chose to draw again.
System, draw once. Ding.
Consumed 100 points, single draw opened.
A card's phantom reappeared before Chen Yuan's eyes. Chapter 75 New Monster, Ancient Monster, Gamora.
The card slowly flipped over, and golden light burst open instantly. On the card face was a monster with 2 long horns, looking incredibly strong.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained monster card, Ancient Monster, Gamora. Gamora.
Chen Yuan had been waiting for this monster for a long time, and he finally drew it.
As a Reionics, how could he do without Gamora in his battle device?
What's more important is that Gamora has extremely high growth potential.
In its first appearance, it defeated the original Ultraman with its immense strength. And Gamora has many forms, such as Virtual Gamora, Gamora Berserk Type, EX Gamora.
Each form significantly enhances its power. Then, Chen Yuan looked at his monster storage. Now with Gamora taking the close combat position, the monster configuration became increasingly perfect and comprehensive. There were still the 9 experience cards he had just drawn in the storage.
Chen Yuan planned to use all 9 300-point experience cards for the new monster. System, use all experience cards on Gamora. Chen Yuan silently thought.
Experience card, 300 points, *9, using.
Gamora level increased to LV2. Gamora level increased to LV3. Gamora level increased to LV7.
After a series of upgrade notifications rang, Gamora's level finally stopped at LV7.
Monster panel. Name, Gamora. Level, LV7.
Experience, 600 out of 3000.
Type, Ancient Monster. Weight, 20,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Health, 106000/106000.
Attack, 9,800. Defense, 8,200. Agility, 7,500. Skills, Ultra Vibrational Wave. Form list, none. At level 7, the attack power reached 9,800. With that tail, it could probably knock out most of the alien bosses. But unfortunately, it was not yet the most violent Gamora Berserk type. He clearly remembered. How terrifying are the stats of the brutal type Gamora? The highest attack power of a regular Gamora now doesn't even match the lowest defense value of a brutal type Gamora. That form is true violence.
It seems I need to find a way to trigger a side quest in the system, preferably one that rewards a form card. But there haven't been any events in the last 2 days. The calm weather makes it impossible for the system to trigger a side quest. The main quest has just been completed, and who knows when the next one will trigger. Chen Yuan thought for a moment and decided to just play a couple of games first.
2 days passed in an instant. Chen Yuan and his group trained hard at the internet cafe for 2 whole days. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the 5 of them reluctantly left the cafe.
The gym was filled with noise, as all the senior students had gathered. On the big screen, the score rankings of each group were refreshing in real time.
Chen Yuan and his group strolled in, timing it perfectly as they entered. The intense esports training over 2 days left Lin Tian and the others with dark circles under their eyes. Oh, the final ranking is out. Lin Tian quickly spotted the glaring 15,800 points at the top of the screen. His gaze slowly moved down to the second-ranked group. Lin Tian shook his head, a look of regret written all over his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a shame, really a shame. A fellow student overheard and curiously leaned over to ask. What a shame. Aren't you way ahead in first place?
Hearing this, Lin Tian let out a heavy sigh and gazed up at the rankings. Look at that second place, 3,652 points. They are only 12,148 points behind us. If only they were just a bit closer, they could have taken first place. Once this was said, the area fell silent in an instant. The student who had spoken twitched at the corners of his mouth, momentarily unsure how to respond. Other students were equally stunned by his shocking statement. Is this even a human thing to say? Chen Yuan carries him, he's just there to decoy, right? The role assignment is quite clear. Amidst the complex gazes of students and teachers, the dean still announced the final results. Chen Yuan quietly found a corner to sit down, preparing to take a nap. There was no helping it, the esports training was just too exhausting. I'll just close my eyes for a moment. However, just as Chen Yuan's eyelids were about to close, an unexpected change occurred. A familiar electronic voice quietly rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the phased growth target, main quest, 8, has been triggered. Here it comes. Hearing the system's notification sound, Chen Yuan instantly woke up. Main quest, 8 crisis survival. Task requirement, survive for over 24 hours outside any base city. Task reward, system points *1000, random form card *1. Looking at the brand new task on the system panel, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. 1000 points mean another 10 draws. What excited him more was the reward of the random form card. He immediately thought of the Gamora he had just obtained and its brutal type. If this form card could be used on Gamora, its power would increase dramatically. Even if it couldn't be used on Gamora, it would work on Ace Killer or Alien King as well. Anyway, form cards are a guaranteed win. As long as it's not a pure skin change type, it'll be worthwhile. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, carefully analyzing the task requirements. Survive for 24 hours outside of base city? This task sounds easy. He had already experienced leaving the city before, to support the IC base. The system's main quests have always been gradual and aimed at promoting his growth, so they won't suddenly ramp up the difficulty explosively. Chen Yuan immediately made a decision. For the 1000 points and the form card, he would act now. But the problem then arose. How to leave the city? Even with the simplest Beastmaster exit permit, it states that the Beastmaster must have at least one contracted beast at level LV40. This is a hard threshold, meant to ensure the self-defense ability of Beast Tamer. However, Chen Yuan's current official identity, with the highest level of contracted beast, is only LV17 Mimos. He hasn't even reached half of the threshold. Ordinary channels, this path is blocked. Chen Yuan thought for a moment. It seems he could only take a backdoor route. A suitable candidate suddenly appeared in his mind. With this thought, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated and quietly slipped out of the crowd. He found a quiet corner and pulled out his phone to dial Jiang Yun-Ning's number. After a few rings, the call connected. Jiang Yun-Ning's voice came through the receiver. Chen Yuan, why are you suddenly looking for me? I want an exit permit. I need your help to get one. Exit permit? Just apply at the Beast Tamer Association. It costs $50 each. Chen Yuan sighed. My contracted beast level is only LV17. The association won't issue it. There was a long silence on the other end from Jiang Yun-Ning. Jiang Yun-Ning really couldn't believe that Chen Yuan's level was only 17. After all, the LV74 Purple Lightning Black Panther couldn't withstand a few moves under Chen Yuan's control. Even the wave of over 3,000 exotic beasts had been repelled by Chen Yuan alone. Now he claimed his contracted beast level was only LV17? This huge contrast made it hard for Jiang Yun-Ning to believe that number. But the problem was, every time Jiang Yun-Ning used an instrument to check, it indeed showed a very low level. In the end, Jiang Yun-Ning agreed. After all, the strength Chen Yuan displayed was undoubtedly several times stronger than her, the mayor of Nanjing City. There was no reason to refuse. Fine, I'll help you with it. Okay, thank you, Mayor Jiang. Within a minute after hanging up, Chen Yuan's phone received a message. Dear Mr. Chen Yuan, your exit permit has been approved, and the authority has been recorded in your personal identity information. Wishing you a safe journey. Nanjing City Beast Tamer Association. Chapter 76, The Limit of 24 Hours, a main mission falls 3 times. Chen Yuan first pulled out his phone. It was only a little after 2 in the afternoon. So, Chen Yuan immediately sent a message to Zhao Qua. Teacher Zhao, I have an urgent matter. I need to take a leave today. Concise and straightforward. This was not a request but a notification. Then, Chen Yuan scanned a shared bike by the roadside and rode toward the exit of Xiaoyang City. On the way, Chen Yuan conveniently turned into a supermarket. Since the mission required outdoor survival for 24 hours, he still needed to prepare necessary supplies. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan appeared at the exit checkpoint of Xiaoyang City, holding an oversized shopping bag. As soon as he arrived, he could see the fully armed guard team at the entrance. There were more than 100 of them just within sight. As soon as Chen Yuan walked to the checkpoint gate, 2 guards stopped him. One of the guards scrutinized Chen Yuan from head to toe, then looked at the bulging shopping bag in his hand, frowning. Are you alone? Yeah. Where's your team? According to regulations, you must be accompanied by a mid-level beast tamer to leave the city. This regulation is also for everyone's safety. After all, the outside is not a peaceful place. But Chen Yuan remained calm. He held the shopping bag in one hand and pulled out his phone with the other, displaying a QR code. This was the exit permit he just obtained, directly linked to his personal information. Chen Yuan pointed the QR code at the scanner beside the turnstile. Ding! In the next second, the checkpoint turnstile emitted a crisp sound, and the green light lit up. The 2 guards were stunned on the spot. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the information displayed on the instrument's screen.
Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 18. Authority, exit permit. Approval unit, Nanjing City Beast Tamer Association. LV-40 Beast Tamer? So young.
These two guards could hardly imagine. In their impression, most people who could cultivate their contracted beasts to LV-40 were in their 30s. This young man in front of them, he seems just barely an adult.
Isn't this age just newly awakened to become a beast master? Chen Yuan didn't care what they were thinking. When the turnstile opened, he walked straight through.
As Chen Yuan stepped out of the base city's gate, a wave of fresh air filled with grass scent rushed towards him.
This place was different from the ruined city outside South River City, ravaged by beasts.
Outside of Shaoyang City, there was endless green grassland. In the distance, rolling mountains created quite a beautiful view.
The air is really nice. Chen Yuan took a deep breath and felt much more relaxed. Then, under the astonished gaze of the two guards, he looked around and stopped on a patch of grass about 50 meters from the city gate. He bent down and pulled out a picnic mat from that supermarket shopping bag. Chen Yuan laid the picnic mat on the grass.
Then he pulled out an eye mask and a U-shaped pillow from the bag. Finally, he took out his phone and set a 24-hour alarm clock.
After doing all this, Chen Yuan lay back on the picnic mat, wearing the eye mask, satisfied.
Alright, the 24-hour outdoor survival officially begins. The system only said to survive outside the base city for 24 hours, but it didn't specify how far away. Being just a few dozen meters from the city gate is very safe. It's simply a perfect task location. When the alarm rings tomorrow, the task will be completed, and points and a form card will be in hand. How delightful. Chen Yuan glanced at the task timer on the system panel that had begun the countdown.
Main task, 8 crisis survival. Task requirement, surviving more than 24 hours outside any base city. Task reward, system points *1000, random form card *1. Task countdown, 23 hours 58 minutes and 6 seconds. Nice, the countdown has already begun. By this time tomorrow, he could get a form card and 1,000 points for free. For tasks like this, I really hope the system can bring more.
Then, Chen Yuan closed his eyes, preparing to take a good nap. There's no choice, 2 consecutive days of esports training have really worn him out.
Meanwhile, at the city gate, the two guards were completely petrified. They looked at each other, full of bewilderment in their eyes. What is he doing? It seems he's sleeping. No way, for a mid-level beast master, going through so much trouble to get an exit permit, and just running 50 meters outside the city, just to take a nap? This operation had completely exceeded their understanding. They really couldn't make sense of it.
Chen Yuan's astonishing behavior immediately attracted the attention of all the guards at the city gate.
Though they didn't understand, out of respect for the strong, no one approached to disturb him. One of the guards thought for a moment but still couldn't resist. He quietly took out his phone, zoomed in, and took a picture of Chen Yuan peacefully sleeping on the picnic mat, posting it to their internal work group. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
that guard was still standing at his post. For the whole day yesterday, he had kept his eyes on the figure lying on the picnic mat outside the city.
That guy could really sleep.
Since lying down yesterday afternoon, he only got up once to eat takeout and hadn't moved since.
He even took another nap after midnight.
During that time, several groups of beast masters passed by. Seeing this scene, all looked upon him with pity. Many thought he had encountered some sort of trouble and wanted to help. They pulled out their money, but when they got close enough to hear the soft snoring, everyone understood he was not in trouble, he was just sleeping. In an instant, the tale of the sleeping guy at the gate started to spread in a small circle within Shaoyang City.
Just then,
several cars roared from inside the city, stopping near the exit. The car doors opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out, surrounded by a group of people. The guards saw the person and immediately stood up straight, their bodies stiffened.
Mayor Guan. The person who arrived was the mayor of Shaoyang City, Guan Shanhai.
Guan Shanhai nodded at him, but his gaze was fixed outside the city on a patch of grass.
When he saw Chen Yuan lying on the picnic blanket, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch.
He had originally wanted to ask Zhang Yuning for Chen Yuan's contact information. However, a bizarre report from the guards at the door led him directly to Chen Yuan. They said someone was camping and sleeping at the city gate, and had been sleeping for a whole day. At first, he didn't believe it, until he saw the photo with his own eyes. Now that he saw the real person, Guan Shanhai only had one thought in his mind. For a master, actions cannot be judged by common sense.
Maybe this is some special training method. Guan Shanhai took a deep breath and stepped towards the city outskirts.
The 10-member guard team behind him immediately followed, each with serious expressions, vigilantly scanning Chen Yuan. At this moment, Chen Yuan was still wearing an eye mask, taking a nap. He had no defenses at all. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. 3, 2, 1.
Beep 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 beep. The phone alarm went off.
Almost at the same time, in Chen Yuan's mind, the system's notification sounded as well.
Ding. Main quest, 8 crisis survival. Completed. Quest reward, system points *1000, random form card *1, awarded. It's here. Chen Yuan jolted awake from his dream. He quickly pulled off the eye mask, ready to check the rewards, but felt the light in front of him dim and seemed to see several figures standing in front of him. Chen Yuan looked up and saw a middle-aged man watching him with a group of others. Chen Yuan immediately recognized him. He had seen him during the Beast Tide event in Nanjing. At that time, he had let a fake Gaia use a powerful attack to quickly deal with the Beast Tide, fearing this man would steal the experience. How did he wake up to find the mayor of a base city in front of him? What's wrong? Isn't this lawn at the entrance allowed for sleeping? Chen Yuan sat up and asked.
Guan Shanhai looked at the sleeping man in front of him. He found it very hard to connect this person with the beast tamer who had single-handedly defeated a level 74 deep-sea demon snail.
Hello, I am Guan Shanhai, we have met before. What do you want from me?
Chen Yuan began to pack the picnic blanket.
Guan Shanhai was not embarrassed and got to the point.
Well, to be honest, a level 76 Lord-level mutant beast has recently appeared outside, and I would like to ask for your help. Chen Yuan began to calculate in his heart. Indeed, being too famous easily brings trouble. This person was probably introduced by Zhang Yuning. However, Chen Yuan thought for a moment, and it seemed there was no harm in going to take a look. He had just gotten Gamora and hadn't fought a proper battle. He needed a real combat experience to test his strength.
Moreover, it was a level 76 Lord-level mutant beast. The experience points would be astronomical. If he solo fought, Gamora's level could possibly rise several levels.
Besides, who knows, he might trigger a new side quest. If he could get a new monster or a new form card, it would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan had already made a decision in his heart.
Alright, I'll help with this. Guan Shanhai was overjoyed. Great. So when are you free to set off?
Guan Shanhai had thought that he would have to persuade him extensively, but didn't expect Chen Yuan to agree so readily.
Right now is fine, let's go. A moment later. In an instant, the entire entrance was shimmering brightly.
The 10 golden griffins of the mayor's guards appeared in front of everyone. Guan Shanhai also summoned his contracted beast, which was also a golden griffin but was much larger in size, clearly of a higher level. Chen Yuan took out his battle device and summoned his exclusive mount.
Battle device activate. Ancient dark monster Gulba. Roar. With a roar, a huge figure appeared out of thin air. Gulba appeared in front of everyone. Chen Yuan easily jumped onto Gulba's palm and found a comfortable spot to sit down. Gulba, take off. Gulba let out a low growl.
With a powerful flap of its wings, the body slowly ascended into the sky.
Chen Yuan had no choice.
Who let the flying monster choose 3 options at that time, and to gather all 5 emperors, chose Melba.
The capable and proper mount, Lidola, was thus missed.
Now he could only use this forced riding method to get by. In the high sky, the wind howled fiercely.
Guan Shanhai rode the golden griffin, flying at the front of the team.
The 10 guards behind Guan Shanhai were now whispering among themselves.
It's my first time seeing someone fly on a contract beast. Yeah, this is simply impossible to ride, but he just forced it. And this giant beast, what level is it? Just by its size, it is larger than any Lord-level beast I've seen. At this moment, Chen Yuan was counting his new gains. His consciousness had already entered the system interface. Chen Yuan's gaze first fell on that random form card. He currently only had 2 forms of Golzon. One was Flame Golzon, and the other was Gugu Flame Golzon. Both forms offered a significant boost in strength. Chen Yuan was really looking forward to what this card could draw. System, use the random form card. Ding.
Using random form card. Detected host has monsters, King Ale, Golzon, Melba, Jean Guqiao, Mimos, Ace Killer, Pang Dun, Gamora.
Randomly drawing. Congratulations host, you have obtained form, Gamora Brutal Type. It's here. Chen Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This is Gamora's most violent enhanced form.
The Brutal Type Gamora has explosive increases in attack, defense, and speed.
This form card is a big win. He drew a highly cost-effective brutal form.
Now that the form card has ended, it was time for the 1000 system points. According to tradition, it was the exciting 10 draws phase. I hope to get a powerful new monster or some useful skills.
System, start 10 draws. Points minus 1000.
Performing 10 draws for the host. In front of Chen Yuan, 10 cards slowly emerged, then flipped over one by one. Obtained, experience card, 300 points, *1.
Obtained, experience card, 300 points, *1. Another familiar opening.
Chen Yuan's mood remained calm, his eyes steadily watching each experience card flip over. A total of 8 cards, all experience cards.
A total of 2,400 experience. Not bad, not too much loss. After all, he just got Gamora, and it's only LV7, really needed experience. Then, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the last 2 cards. These 2 cards emitted a light completely different from the experience cards, 1 blue and 1 gold.
Chen Yuan first clicked on the blue card.
Obtained, Monster Warehouse +2. This is good too. As Chen Yuan had more monsters, the slots in the Monster Warehouse began to become tight.
Now he had a total of 8 monsters, and the warehouse was just full.
This time he added 2 more, finally easing up a bit.
That way, when he drew a new monster next time, he wouldn't have to worry about not having space. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction, directing his gaze towards the last golden glowing card.
Gold always represents good things. With a hint of anticipation, Chen Yuan clicked it open.
The card flipped, dazzling light bursting forth.
But what appeared was not the image of any monster, but a line of text. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained skill card, instant teleportation. Skill, instant teleportation. Description, exclusive skill of the cosmic dinosaur Jeton. Move to any position on the battlefield in an instant.
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, this was actually Jeton's skill card.
Without even having drawn Jeton yet, he first drew its skill.
And it was one of Jeton's core skills.
Without instant teleportation, Jeton's combat power would be halved at least.
Jeton, as the first monster to kill Ultraman, had unquestionable strength. Chen Yuan thought for a while, the system's draws are related. The level of the composite monster increases as it upgrades. Just like the experience card has tripled compared to before.
And now, the system lottery can draw the Jeton skill.
This means that Jeton and monsters of similar strength have entered the lottery pool.
This is fantastic news. But at the same time, Chen Yuan still needs to keep raising monster levels, striving to obtain Hepa Jeton and Glyza as soon as possible.
Chen Yuan gathered his thoughts and took out the blue combat device from his pocket, which looked like a bull's horn.
When will this combat device awaken? Have I fought so many battles these days, and you still can't be satisfied? Chen Yuan sighed, awakening still requires continued efforts. Just as Chen Yuan was preparing to close his eyes and rest until they arrived at their destination,
a sudden change occurred. A cold electronic voice sounded in his mind without any warning.
Ding!
The host is about to be attacked by a contract beast from the ground, a side mission has been triggered.
Please choose one of the following 3 options. Option 1, scare them off.
Immediately command Gorba to change direction, leading everyone to escape towards Down City and report to the police, letting these daring attackers witness the power of a united front.
Reward, a piece of soap that never runs out. Option 2, sell friends for personal gain.
Immediately part ways with Guan Shanhai and others, telling them boss, you guys handle it. I suddenly remembered I left the gas on, I'm leaving first. Let Guan Shanhai and the others continue to attract fire while you escape safely.
Reward, experience card, 300 points, *1. Option 3, face them head-on.
With your powerful strength, defeat the 2 beast masters below who are above level 70 and their contract beasts.
Reward, system points *1000.
Chapter 78, 2 beast masters above level 70 are actually ambushing.
Here we go again?
Chen Yuan looked at the 3 options that popped up on the system panel, his eyelid couldn't help but twitch.
Why does this system always offer useless rewards? Option 1, just run away and get a piece of soap? What's the point of that? It's not even as good as the previous unlimited refill of sugar-free cola. Not to mention whether this soap is for laundry or bath.
It's meaningless and suspicious, he skipped over it. Looking at option 2, selling friends for personal gain, the reward is a 300-point experience card.
This reward is simply too stingy.
Letting Chen Yuan betray his teammate to escape is out of the question, and even that 300-point experience reward is impossible to choose.
Chen Yuan is now outside the city, it's hard not to encounter exotic beasts. Killing a few exotic beasts would easily bring in 300 experience points, right? One must have some bottom line in life.
The reward is too small, it's not worth ruining his character.
Chen Yuan's gaze naturally fell on option 3.
Face them head-on, defeat 2 beast masters above level 70, reward 1000 points.
Now that sounds reasonable.
1000 points means another opportunity for 10 consecutive draws. If luck is good, he might draw a new powerful monster or a new form. The system mall has upgraded, and the available rewards will be better than before. As for the opponents being 2 beast masters above level 70. The strongest enemy Chen Yuan has encountered so far is level 74, and he has still managed to defeat them using just one monster. Even if both enemies are level 79, Chen Yuan fighting 3 against 2 is unlikely to lose.
System, I choose 3.
Chen Yuan made his choice without hesitation.
Ding. The host has chosen option 3, face them head-on. Please complete the task and claim the reward.
After the system prompt sound disappeared, Chen Yuan's gaze became sharp. He stood up from Gorba's palm and gazed down at the ground. Actually, not long after leaving Down City, he had already caught a glimpse. From the grassland right after exiting the city, to now just flying into the valley.
He noticed 2 dark figures had been following them all along. At first, Chen Yuan thought they were wild exotic beasts. After all, this kind of situation is very common in the wild. So Chen Yuan didn't pay much attention to it.
It was only after the system task was released just now that he realized. That was not a wild monster at all, but a human contract beast. These 2 guys had been eyeing them since they left the city. This is easy to understand, after all, even with their powerful beast tamers, their real bodies are still very vulnerable within the city. At that time, Shi Wudi dared to cause trouble in the black market only because he relied on the props to hide in the bathroom and command from a distance. Otherwise, his real body would have been easily taken down by the security guards. Chen Yuan turned his head and shouted loudly at Guan Shanhai, who was riding on the golden griffin.
Hey, Mayor Guan. Chen Yuan, what is it? I want to ask you a question. What are the levels of your group?
Guan Shanhai was momentarily stunned, not understanding why Chen Yuan suddenly asked this.
I am a LV-72 beast tamer. All 10 of my subordinates are above LV-50. What's the matter? LV-50, that's fine, not enough to be instantly killed. Chen Yuan nodded, then pointed down, the boss hasn't arrived yet, some ambushers are coming. Ambushers? Guan Shanhai was startled, looking down in the direction Chen Yuan pointed.
But below, besides 2 ground monsters that seemed to be migrating, there was no sign of any ambush.
He looked at Chen Yuan in confusion, wanting to ask for more clarification. However, in the next second, the abnormality erupted.
In the valley below, 2 shadows suddenly emitted light. Immediately afterward, dozens of water cannons shot up from the ground like cannonballs, targeting every living thing in the sky.
Enemy attack. Everyone scatter.
Guan Shanhai reacted quickly. The moment he saw the water cannons, he immediately commanded everyone.
He himself narrowly dodged 2 water cannons simultaneously.
His 10 bodyguards were also seasoned elites. Although the incident was sudden, they did not panic. They quickly maneuvered the griffins and flew apart. At the same time, everyone activated their contract beast shield skills.
Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed in the air.
Those who couldn't dodge the water cannons were heavily struck by them, exploding into huge splashes of water on the energy shields. Although most of the attacks were blocked, the massive impact still caused the griffin group to sway in the air. The beast tamers on top also turned pale. Steady the formation. Prepare to counterattack. Guan Shanhai shouted commands, while his heart was filled with horror. What kind of attack is this? The power is so immense. Yet it was a simultaneous barrage of dozens of shots, even he might not be able to achieve that. While everyone was scrambling to fend off the first wave of attacks, Chen Yuan remained remarkably calm. Chen Yuan stood on Gorba's palm, locking onto the 2 figures below. One was a massive turtle, as large as a small mountain. The other was a long, completely black giant python. The water cannons just now were clearly the work of that turtle. Can a turtle run this fast, chasing after their flying formation? It seems it's not an ordinary contract beast. Chen Yuan did not think much, giving orders to Gorba below. Gorba, use the ultrasonic wave to interrupt it. Roar! Gorba let out a roaring dove toward the ground, its entire face glowing with golden light. The next second, a dazzling golden ultrasonic beam shot out. The beam descended from the sky, accurately targeting the giant turtle on the ground. The giant turtle sensed the danger and could only hit the water cannon to neutralize this attack. Boom! On the ground, the 2 people standing on the contract beast showed surprise on their faces at this scene. What a quick reaction speed! That beast is indeed not simple, just like on TV. Stop talking nonsense, finish it quickly. At the same time, Guan Shanhai quickly made a new command. We can't fight in the sky, we will be treated as live targets. All units land. Prepare for ground combat. The air battle was too unfavorable for them. The opposing giant turtle had ultra-long-range cannon capabilities, making them flying targets in the sky. Guan Shanhai's Griffin squad was skilled in mid-to-close combat and was not advantageous in long-range battles. They had to land on the ground, use the terrain and speed, and fight them in close combat. There were 11 of them, and as long as they could attack the opponent's beast master, they could achieve an immediate victory. Hurry, follow Chen Yuan.
Guan Shanhai took the lead, riding the golden griffin, diving downwards. The other guards immediately followed.
Chen Yuan stood on Galba's hand, slowly descending into the valley. Soon, he landed on a patch of ground 100 meters away from the opponent. Chen Yuan jumped off Galba's hand. His gaze fell on the two people opposite him. The leader was holding a glowing red orb in his hand. Chen Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. That orb looked like some sort of special item.
Could this also be some kind of beast master item?
Chapter 79, Chi Wudi's accomplices, their target is actually my 200 million cash. In the valley. Guan Shanhai and his 10 guards landed steadily on their golden griffins. They gathered around Chen Yuan, vigilantly watching the two unexpected guests in the distance. When Guan Shanhai saw the appearance of the two men and his contracted beasts, his expression immediately darkened.
It's them.
Guan Shanhai's voice was heavy with seriousness.
Item hunters, Wang Bo Lai and Tanging.
Are they both famous?
Chen Yuan turned his head, a bit curious.
Chen Yuan had previously encountered the item hunter Chi Wudi and didn't expect to run into his accomplices here.
Guan Shanhai quickly explained.
These two are national wanted criminals, extremely powerful, especially the leader Wang Bo Lai, whose contracted beast is a LV-77 deep-sea dragon turtle, with astonishing defense and terrifying attack. The other one, Tanging, is a LV-74 beast master with a black water python as his contracted beast, equally tough to deal with.
After hearing this, Chen Yuan stroked his chin. So they came all the way from the entrance of the Shaoyang city just for a robbery? Just as Chen Yuan was pondering, Wang Bo Lai spoke up from across the way.
His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. Chen Yuan, we know you captured Chi Wudi in Nanjing.
You should understand why we are here. The golden balance is in your hands, right? Hand it over along with that item that can merge your contracted beasts.
After hearing this, Chen Yuan finally figured out the reason. The golden balance was indeed with him, and he hadn't found the chance to sell it yet. As for the battle device, they actually thought it was an item that could make contracted beasts merge.
That makes sense.
Last time, when Galba disintegrated, Golzan came down from the sky and crushed the dark rapid dragon. That scene was truly stunning.
It received quite a lot of likes online.
It seems that the epic items on him have already caught the attention of this group of people.
Chen Yuan spoke calmly. What if I say I'll sell you the golden balance for 200 million? Do you want it?
If you find it too expensive, I'll throw in an excellent level item, skeleton heart. How about that?
Wang Bo Lai's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. You dare to insult me? Then don't blame us for being rude.
Although you have some skills, we are not the kind of trash like Chi Wudi. He turned to his companion and commanded. Tanging, take care of him. I'll finish off this group of Griffin Beast Masters and come to help you.
After hearing this, Chen Yuan laughed. What does it mean to insult? Chen Yuan was just speaking the truth. The two items meant nothing to him.
His Reionic system was far more powerful than their Beast Master system. Reionics came with a battle device that could summon 3 monsters at the same time.
According to their rating, that would have to be a legendary item, right? Is that ultimate battle device going to burst out of the earth and reach a cosmic level? In his thoughts, Chen Yuan had already seen that beast master named Tanging, riding the black water python, circling to the valley's flank, locking down his position. It seems the battle is inevitable. Chen Yuan raised the battle device. Who should take the stage this time?
It mainly depends on the beast master's battling. Even if he slaughters the other party's contract beast, he gets no experience at all.
In that case, let the newly acquired Gamora have some practice. A level 74 beast master is just the perfect sparring partner, a good way to test Gamora. Even if Gamora can't gain experience, the system mission still rewards 1,000 points, so this round can't be a loss.
Thinking this way, Chen Yuan was too lazy to chat with them. With a thought, he recalled his companion Galba.
Galba, come back. The massive Galba transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the spot.
Then, Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand again.
Gamora. Battle device activate. Ancient monster Gamora.
The battle device shot out a glowing orb, which then spread and revealed itself in the air.
The orb in the air instantly transformed into the ancient monster Gamora, towering at 40 meters. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, Gamora heavily crashed down to the ground. A monster more robust and powerful than Galba appeared on the battlefield. Its thick legs steadied on the ground, with crescent-shaped horns on its head, and a long, strong tail swaying behind it. As soon as Gamora appeared, a primitive aura swept through the valley. Tang Ying's pupils shrank. He hadn't seen this contract beast online.
From its momentum alone, it was definitely not a good match.
Do you think just changing a contract beast means you can win against me?
Tang Ying, nimble as ever, leaped down from the python's head as it moved, landing steadily on the ground. He swung his arms and shouted sternly. Black water python, attack the lizard monster over there. Hiss. The black water python let out a hiss, its body suddenly sprang, mouth wide open. Seeing this, Chen Yuan remained calm, even raising a hand.
Wait a minute. Tang froze upon hearing this. In the middle of a fight, you call for a pause? Kid, what the hell are you doing? Want to surrender?
Then hurry up and throw your item to me. But Chen Yuan ignored his shouting, just looking at him with an extremely serious gaze, slowly speaking.
I just want to confirm, my beast master level is 80, are you sure you want to fight me? Put. Tang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 80 level? What the hell are you talking about? I've seen the video of you battling Chi Bailey. Don't think I don't know, your strength maxes out at around LV 75, what 80 level? Why not say you're level 100 and invincible? Tang felt this kid was simply insulting his intelligence.
He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to raise the level of a beast master. He had been stuck at LV 74 for several years, unable to break through. A young punk who could defeat LV 61 Chi Wudi was already considered a genius, a monster.
And now he talks about being level 80, that's just absurd. However, facing Tang Ying's anger and mockery, Chen Yuan stayed silent.
He said nothing more and made no movements, just quietly stood there. Chen Yuan stared at Tang Ying with a deep, sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through his body and penetrate his soul.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Tang Ying felt his heart race under the intense stare, goosebumps all over his body. What do you want? If you're not surrendering, then let's fight. Seeing the other party unresponsive, Tang Ying's inner alarm bells rang. Is this a trick? Did he use some beast master device to attack me?
Tang Ying's mind raced, his mental energy focused, alertly guarding against any possible attack that might come. He carefully sensed the spiritual fluctuations around him, but there was nothing unusual.
There were no signs of any beast-controlling devices being activated. So why was this guy glaring at me after summoning his contracted beast? Tang Ying felt that everything was eerily calm.
Only Chen Yuan's gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything, felt like two sharp knives stabbing into him, making him uneasy and causing his scalp to tingle.
Stalling for time? But what good would it do him to stall for time? Did he really expect those griffins to defeat Wang Boli?
The more Tang Ying thought about it, the more wrong it seemed, and his anxiety grew stronger. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Chen Yuan was fully immersed in the system interface.
The moment Chen Yuan opened his mouth to say, I'm level 80.
Chen Yuan had long since given instructions to the system.
System, use all 8 300-point experience cards on Gamora. It's about to fight, so let's level up Gamora first. Ding. Using experience cards, 300 points, *8.
In an instant, 2,400 experience points were injected into Gamora's body. A series of notification sounds rang in Chen Yuan's mind.
Before Chen Yuan's eyes, Gamora's attribute panel refreshed. Gamora level increased to LV 8. Monster panel. Name, Gamora. Level, LV 8. Experience, 0 out of 4,000. Type, ancient monster. Weight, 20,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Health, 107,000/107,000.
Attack, 10,000. Defense, 8,400. Agility, 7,700. Skill, Ultra Vibration Wave. Form list, Gamora Brutal Form.
With the attack power exceeding 10,000, Chen Yuan felt a wave of satisfaction.
This 2,400 experience was worth it.
Though it was just from LV 7 to LV 8, the attribute increase was substantial.
Now, with Gamora's strength, dealing with that black water python wouldn't be an issue.
After doing all this, Chen Yuan pulled his consciousness out of the system.
Meanwhile, Tang Ying, after enduring the death stare for over 10 seconds, finally couldn't hold back.
Being stared at like this by a kid and nothing happening felt worse than getting beaten up.
Still playing mind games? Let me show you how I can take you down. Tang Ying finally erupted, roaring at Chen Yuan. I'm ready, Chen Yuan responded.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he tightly gripped the combat device.
Gamora, attack. Hit it. Roar.
Gamora, who had been ready to spring into action, let out an angry roar the moment it received the command. The black water python across from it clearly hadn't yet reacted from the strange standoff that had just occurred.
It only saw Gamora suddenly move, without time to react. In the next second, Gamora swung its tail, striking it hard on the head. Boom! A huge sound echoed. The python's head was hit directly.
Its entire body was sent flying by that force, crashing heavily against the mountain wall, causing another loud sound.
The entire valley shook.
Tang stood frozen, staring in shock.
His black water python was a genuine level 74 contracted beast, and it was knocked away by just one swing? This power was definitely not something his black water python could match. You actually did a sneak attack.
After a few seconds, Tang finally reacted, pointing at Chen Yuan and cursing.
However, Chen Yuan just glanced at him. Sneak attack? Didn't I already remind you? You just didn't respond. You. Tang was left speechless.
At that moment, Tang sensed something was wrong. He felt the aura emanating from Gamora was significantly stronger than it had been when it was just summoned. As a high-level beast master, his senses were incredibly sharp.
He would not be mistaken.
That contracted beast had grown stronger in the brief standoff just now. A ridiculous but singular possibility surged in Tang Ying's mind.
Tang Ying's eyes widened as he stared at Chen Yuan.
You've been staring at me to secretly buff your contracted beast.
That's right. Tang Ying finally understood. This guy has been acting from the very beginning.
Claiming to be level 80 and calling for a pause, all of it was to attract my attention and secretly strengthen his contracted beast to buy time.
No wonder he kept staring at me.
He acted so mysterious just to make me wary, preventing me from taking action.
So shameless. Tang Ying trembled with anger. Sneaking points before a fight, do you have no shame?
He had seen treachery, but he had never seen treachery like this. Calling for a pause before battle to boost his monster's stats right in front of his opponent, this was simply unheard of.
Chen Yuan looked at his flustered expression and simply shook his head.
Chen Yuan didn't bother explaining anything to him and just turned to look at the battlefield. The black water python was shaking its dazed head, struggling to crawl out from the rubble.
Gamora, don't give it a chance.
Chen Yuan decisively issued the command to chase.
Roar. Gamora let out a roar, using its tail for support while pushing off with its powerful hind legs.
Its massive body suddenly leaped up, jumping dozens of meters high, and slammed down onto the struggling black water python.
Boom! Gamora's 20,000-ton weight landed solidly on the black water python's head. But
the black water python suddenly spat out a mouthful of clear liquid. Its body convulsed violently for a moment, then slowly went limp.
And this wasn't over yet. Gamora slightly shifted its rear to adjust its sitting position, still pressing down on the black water python. The next moment, Gamora raised its palm and began throwing a series of powerful punches at the black water python. Bang! 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 Bang!
The sound of punches continued endlessly, each hit causing the ground to tremble. The poor black water python had no chance to resist, its head smashed to a pulp, clearly on the brink of defeat. Chen Yuan watched this violent scene and nodded in satisfaction. Having fought against different enemies above level 70, Chen Yuan naturally understood the approximate strength. Now, when a monster faced a level 70 enemy, it didn't necessarily mean total domination.
For example, on Monster Island, the level 74 Purple Lightning Black Panther. Its speed was faster than most monsters Chen Yuan had.
Of course, this was because the Purple Lightning Black Panther was extremely speed-focused, lacking in other areas.
Thus, Gamora's initial tail attack had already landed, and now it was pinning the snake down.
The snake had essentially no chance to turn the tide.
Then, Chen Yuan turned to Tang Ying and said, I say, your contracted beast isn't strong enough, it's too fragile, and it feels even weaker than Chi Woody's Skywing Dragon. That guy at least held on for a bit.
You're talking nonsense.
Tang Ying exploded with anger upon hearing this. I am a level 74 beast master, what level is that useless Chi Woody? How can he compare to me? Tang Ying shouted while feeling extremely anxious.
The black water python was his strongest contracted beast. If it was killed just like that, all his years of hard work training would be in vain.
No way, he must recall it.
Tang Ying immediately focused his mental energy, trying to force the summon back. He wanted to retrieve the dying black water python back into his beast space. As long as he could bring it back, even if it was severely injured, it would be better than direct death. So, Tang Ying stretched out his right hand toward the black water python.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Just as Tang Ying was trying to recall the black water python, Chen Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Tang Ying was startled and turned back, only to see Chen Yuan walking towards him.
Chen Yuan continued speaking with an air of certainty. The battle between contracted beasts hasn't been decided yet, how can you recall it midway? Now, it's time for us beast masters to fight. Chapter 81, Close Range Fatal Strike Super Vibration Wave.
Tang Ying watched as Chen Yuan closed in step by step, a wave of crisis surged in his heart. He could sense that this kid not only had an absurdly powerful contracted beast.
Now he even wanted to play a beast master fight? Is he crazy?
The battle between beast masters, although not as earth-shattering as contracted beasts, was equally perilous. The important thing is, once the Beast Master is defeated, the contracted beast will also disappear forcibly.
Tang Ying instantly understood Chen Yuan's intention. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am a high-level beast master with the ability to regenerate my contracted beast.
Driven to the brink, a hint of madness flashed in Tang Ying's eyes.
He knew that today it was either you die or I die. Black Water Python. Tang Ying abandoned the idea of recalling the Black Water Python, instead pouring all his mental strength frantically into the Black Water Python's body. This is a high-level beast master's technique, mental amplification.
By consuming his own mental strength, he enhanced the attributes of his contracted beast.
Buzz.
The Black Water Python, which was pinned down by Gamora, erupted with waves of energy. Its snake head, already bloodied, suddenly glowed with a terrifying red light. Its formerly limp body was once again filled with strength. Hiss. The Black Water Python let out a piercing shriek, its massive body twisting violently.
A terrifying force erupted in an instant.
Gamora, pressed down by it, was staggered by this sudden surge of power and couldn't help but step back 2 paces.
The Black Water Python had actually broken free. Well done. Tang Ying was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face.
Black Water Python, use your strongest move.
Python Strangle. Tang Ying commanded the final killing move. Hiss. The amplified Black Water Python had now entered a state of rage.
It rushed towards Gamora, trying to strangle it to death with its steel-like body.
The strangulation of snakes was their most deadly attack method.
Once entangled, no matter how large the creature, it would be crushed to death, suffocated, and broken. As the furious Black Water Python came charging, Chen Yuan's expression remained calm.
Want to play for your life?
Chen Yuan raised the combat device in his hand and issued a new command.
Gamora, Ultra Vibration Wave. Roar. Gamora let out a low growl, showing no intention of dodging as the Black Water Python swept toward it.
Its muscular hind legs bent slightly, then burst forth with power. Gamora, weighing 20,000 tons, charged forward. It lowered its head, pointing the horn on its nose at the Black Water Python, boldly rushing to meet it. No fancy techniques, no complex strategies.
It was just the most primal collision. Then,
in the valley, the 2 massive creatures collided violently, as if 2 mountains had crashed into each other.
Boom!
The shockwave spread wildly around, centered on the 2 beasts, kicking up clouds of sand and stone.
Whoosh!
The hurricane carried fragments, sweeping through the entire valley.
Tang Ying's eyes widened as he stared intently at the center of the battlefield. But the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. In his mind, he had envisioned his Black Water Python tightly coiling around Gamora, slowly tightening, and strangling it to death, but that scene didn't happen. On the contrary.
In the moment of contact, the charging momentum of the Black Water Python stopped abruptly as if it had smashed into a wall. And Gamora, with its head lowered, firmly held the Black Water Python in place with its horn, pushing it back with great force.
The ferocious smile on Tang Ying's face completely froze. He sought his Black Water Python, after accepting his level 74 mental strength amplification, still losing in pure strength against the opponent? How terrifying is this monster's power? Black Water Python, quickly wrap around it.
Tang Ying frantically released mental strength, trying to stabilize the Black Water Python.
However, everything is in vain. Gamora's footsteps grew faster and steadier.
It pushed the Black Water Python, carving 2 trenches in the ground, forcefully pushing it to the edge of the valley's rock wall.
Boom!
The rear half of the Black Water Python crashed heavily against the wall, producing a loud sound.
Tang Ying watched the scene, feeling shocked yet inexplicably relieved.
Thankfully, the opponent's skill was just a collision. The damage wasn't severe. As long as the Black Water Python wasn't dead, there was still a chance to turn things around. Before Tang Ying's thoughts could finish, he heard Chen Yuan speak again from across the battlefield.
Gamora, Ultra Vibration Wave. What? Tang Ying suddenly froze. Ultra Vibration Wave? Hadn't it already been used? Could it be? On the battlefield, Gamora maintained its stance. But it was clear that Gamora's horn was deeply embedded in the Black Water Python's body. In the next second, the tip of Gamora's horn suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A high-frequency, visible light wave began to gather at the horn's tip. Boom, boom, boom. Not good. Tang Ying's pupils suddenly contracted, he finally understood.
Earlier, Gamora's attack was not the Ultra Vibration Wave, it was merely a collision.
This move now was the real Ultra Vibration Wave.
At such a close distance, being hit by this move.
Get down! Tang Ying almost shouted this line.
But it was already too late.
Roar! Gamora let out a roar. The energy gathered at its horn erupted fiercely at that moment. The Ultra Vibration Wave exploded into the Black Water Python's body at point-blank range. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly occurred.
In Tang Ying's view, the black water python violently burst apart. Fragments of scales and bones splattered in all directions.
Puff!
At the same time, Tang Ying coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turned white as paper. The death of a contracted beast was a deadly backlash for a high-level beastmaster who used mental power to empower it. Tang Ying clutched his painfully aching chest, his body swaying as he looked at Chen Yuan before him.
You, adding a buff before the battle, even ambushing, a despicable person. He used his last bit of strength to point at Chen Yuan, stammering this insult. Then, his vision went dark, and he fell backward, completely losing consciousness. Chen Yuan cast a glance at the unconscious Tang Ying on the ground. What's going on? You should have insulted me one more time before you fell. This battle had already been decided the moment Chen Yuan gave Gamara a buff. That snake had nothing exceptional besides its high level. Next, Chen Yuan's gaze turned towards the other side of the battlefield. This glance revealed a shocking scene.
Chapter 82, My Awakening, just a step away from you.
Guan Shanhai and his 10 so-called elite guards could only be described with one word, miserable. Chen Yuan saw the 11 golden griffins. They completely lost the coordinated formation seen in Nanjing City before. They now resembled a swarm of flies, crashing about in the air. Some even accidentally harmed their own teammates. Many kept releasing skills, but those attacks had no effect on the deep-sea dragon turtle. It was clear the deep-sea dragon turtle had activated its shield. Why attack while holding a shield? Chen Yuan couldn't help but want to complain in his mind. Just wait for the opponent's stamina to run out, such a sturdy shield must consume a lot. Chen Yuan noticed several griffins even collided with each other while dodging, tumbling in the air and appearing utterly awkward. The entire griffin team was chaotic, with no cooperation whatsoever. Where was the so-called elite griffin team from Xianyang City, known for its teamwork and capable of challenging creatures of higher levels? This was simply a group of rabble. Chen Yuan could even faintly hear the frantic roars from Guan Shanhai and others coming from that side. Charge! Everyone, charge! Tear that turtle apart! Why are you hiding? Rush up and catch it! Use the hurricane cannon! Blow it apart! Listening to these commands filled with useless rage, Chen Yuan frowned. Something seems off. Guan Shanhai was at least a high-level beast tamer at LV-72, experienced in battle. How could he lack even basic combat sense? For a beast tamer in battle, staying calm and issuing the most precise commands based on the situation is crucial. Now, just blindly sending the contracted beasts to fight doesn't make any sense. The anger of a beast tamer does not stack any damage buffs for the contracted beasts. Chen Yuan turned his head, his eyes on Wang Boli, who stood on the back of the deep-sea dragon turtle. And the orb in his hand that was radiating an increasingly eerie red light. So that's what it is. Chen Yuan immediately understood. The problem lies with that strange red orb. It affected the minds of Guan Shanhai and the 10 guards. It made them lose their rational judgment, leaving only useless rage. Just as Chen Yuan realized this, Wang Boli across the way seemed to have lost patience as well. He looked at the chaotic golden griffins in the sky, a cold smile on his face. A bunch of brainless fools, it's over. Deep-sea dragon turtle, fire all cannons. Roar! The deep-sea dragon turtle, which had been passively taking hits, let out a roar. 2 cannon barrels on its shell suddenly activated. In the next second, blue water energy crazily gathered at the cannon's mouth. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of water cannons shot crazily towards the sky. Boom! 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 Faced with such a dense saturation attack, the already chaotic griffin formation had no time to evade effectively. A series of explosions echoed in the air. One golden griffin after another was precisely hit by the water cannons, their shields shattered, plummeting from the sky. The beast tamers on their backs also cried out as they fell. Only Guan Shanhai, due to his higher level, barely steadied himself amidst the explosions, but he appeared extremely disheveled. However, he only lasted a few more seconds. Wang Boli sneered and commanded the deep-sea dragon turtle for another round of fire. Several water cannons sealed all Guan Shanhai's escape routes. Boom! Guan Shanhai's golden griffin let out a cry, unable to hold on any longer, and crashed heavily to the ground. Guan Shanhai himself rolled off the back of the griffin, falling in a disheveled heap. Seeing Guan Shanhai and his group being wiped out, Chen Yuan immediately shouted at them. That orb in his hand is a beast-taming tool, directly attacking the minds of beast tamers. This shout startled the guards, bringing them back to their senses. When they recalled their completely chaotic state just moments ago, they broke into a cold sweat. What happened to them earlier? Their minds were filled only with the urge to kill, with no other thoughts. Wang Boli watched them retreat in a disorganized manner, his face filled with disdain.
He still stood on the turtle's back, his gaze turning to the one remaining standing in the arena, Chen Yuan.
So what if you know? This rage orb of mine can bypass contracted beasts and directly affect you beast tamers. At this moment, Guan Shanhai also limped over, holding his chest.
His face was pale, and a trace of blood was on his lips, clearly injured from the recent fall.
Chen Yuan, he's right.
Guan Shanhai said, still shaken. Just now, I had no battle strategy in my mind, completely relying on anger to command the Golden Griffin in battle. Chen Yuan heard this and felt deep down that the Rage Pearl was indeed quite troublesome.
Beast tamers have a huge impact on the strength of their contracted beasts.
A calm and experienced commander can make the contracted beasts perform far beyond their own capabilities. But a beast tamer who only knows how to rage without any skill. Forget about enhancing their power, it's a blessing if they don't drag their feet. After all, when a beast tamer is angry, it does not give the contracted beasts any boost.
Instead, the chaos in commands could prevent the beasts from showing their true strength.
In the end, they could be exploited by the enemy and defeated in one go.
This item is simply the nemesis of beast tamers.
But Chen Yuan was not without a way to handle it. That thing clearly has a limitation of distance. At worst, he could summon the Golden Ancient Bridge and bombard the enemy from outside its range. The fully maxed out stats of the Golden Ancient Bridge would hold a significant advantage against such a stationary turret. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan raised the battle device once again. However, a thought suddenly crossed his mind.
Wait. Anger? Rage?
A sudden idea flashed in Chen Yuan's mind. He turned his head and looked at Guan Shanhai, asking for confirmation.
Mayor Guan, do you mean that the effect of that item is to force you to get angry?
Pretty much, it puts you in an uncontrollable state of rage, just wanting to fight, just wanting to kill.
I see. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up in an instant.
His gaze fell on his hands, on the blue battle device that looked like a bull brand power strip.
Awakening of Reionics. As Reionics, Chen Yuan could go berserk if provoked or stimulated even slightly.
But the problem was, Chen Yuan was not a person who got angry easily by nature.
Except when playing games. Moreover, Chen Yuan had always thought that his fights were not high-end enough. Or rather, he won too easily. There was no feeling of life and death pressure, so he couldn't trigger the awakening. But now, Chen Yuan seemed to have found a new approach.
If he could not actively trigger that pure combat desire of Reionics,
then how about using external forces? For example, that Rage Pearl in Wang Boli's hand that could force someone to get angry. If so, would that indirectly satisfy the conditions for going berserk?
As long as he awakened through berserk mode, he could touch the threshold of awakening. And once he fully mastered the awakened form,
the combat power of all monsters in Chen Yuan's battle device would have a leap forward. As this thought emerged, it rapidly grew in Chen Yuan's mind.
It was worth a try. There was definitely risk, he might temporarily lose his rationality like Guan Shanhai and the others.
But Chen Yuan thought carefully about the worst-case scenario of losing his rationality. He might just lose control of the primal power within him. And uncontrollably bring out all three monsters, Gamora, Golden Ancient Bridge, and Ace Killer, and unleash a barrage on the enemy. In that case, the enemy would suffer even more, right?
Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's heart began to race.
He looked at the invincible Wang Boli in the distance.
What that guy held was not some cursed item. It was clearly a forced awakening device for Reionics sent right to his door.
Mayor Guan, you all step back.
Chen Yuan's voice became exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of excitement.
This guy, leave it to me.
Before Guan Shanhai could respond, Chen Yuan took a step forward and moved towards Wang Boli and his deep-sea dragon turtle.
Chapter 83, this is what Reionics is all about.
Chen Yuan, be careful and don't step into the range of his item. Guan Shanhai covered his still painful chest and hurriedly shouted a warning. He watched Chen Yuan step by step approach Wang Boli, his heart rising to his throat. Chen Yuan, if you get caught, it will be tough for us to win.
Several griffin guards also looked pale and anxious.
They heard the mayor's words. Everyone followed suit and urged.
Yes, that thing is too weird. Just attack from a distance, definitely don't get close.
They were just living examples of that. After being enveloped by that strange red light, it was as if their brains had short-circuited.
All tactics, all strategies, forgotten completely.
In the end, they were shot down one by one from the sky like targets. It was an absolute humiliation. Now, Guan Shanhai could even see that Chen Yuan was going up voluntarily.
This kid, could it be that he just won a match and is feeling high?
However, Chen Yuan seemed to have not heard their words, his footsteps showed no signs of stopping.
Chen Yuan was now hoping that the opponent would quickly use the Fury Pearl. Whether the Reionics bloodline in his body could awaken today depended on this opportunity.
Then, Chen Yuan raised the combat device in his hand.
Gamora, go. Roar.
At the other end of the valley, Gamara, who had just blasted the Blackwater python into pieces, moved at the sound. Its heavy footsteps crushed the ground, each step making the earth tremble violently. Finally, Gamara stopped only a few dozen meters in front of Chen Yuan, like a mountain blocking the way between Chen Yuan and Wang Bolai. Wang Bolai stood on the turtle's back, looking at Chen Yuan, who approached him with a disdainful smile on his face. He raised the Fury Pearl in his hand, the red light shone even brighter. It seems you have a lot of confidence in your strength. Wang Bolai completely underestimated Chen Yuan. In his eyes, just because Chen Yuan could beat Tang, it doesn't mean he was qualified to challenge him. He was a high-level beast master at LV-77. Moreover, he held the unbeatable Fury Pearl in his hand. As long as he was enveloped by the pearl's light, even the calmest genius would turn into a mindless brute. At that time, this kid would be just like Guan Shanhai just now, commanding his monster to go to its doom. At the same time, Chen Yuan stopped his steps and raised the combat device again. Gamara, Super Vibrational Wave. The moment the command was given, Gamara lowered its head, aiming its nose horn at the distant deep-sea dragon turtle. The next second, the tip of its horn flashed with light. A high-frequency vibrating beam of energy quickly gathered. Boom, boom, boom. A visible beam of light instantly shot out from Gamara's horn, heading straight for the deep-sea dragon turtle. What? Wang Bolai's pupils constricted. This monster, isn't this move a close-range type? How can it still attack from a distance? He knew Chen Yuan was tough, so he had been observing the battle between Chen Yuan and Tang Ying. Wang Bolai barely had time to think. Seeing the beam getting closer, he shouted urgently. Deep-sea dragon turtle, water stream heavy cannon. Roar! The two cannons on the back of the deep-sea dragon turtle immediately aimed at the incoming super vibrational wave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two water cannons shot out, meeting Gamara's super vibrational wave. Boom! A loud explosion erupted in the center of the valley. Light and water fiercely collided, the explosion sending waves of air blowing stones and sand into the air. The two forces were in a stalemate in the air, ultimately canceling each other out. Guan Shanhai and the few guards who had just recovered saw this scene and all started discussing. Chen Yuan can actually stand up to the LV-77 deep-sea dragon turtle? He can win. As long as he isn't hit by that weird item, he can definitely win. On the other side, Wang Bolai's face darkened, rising tension filling his heart. This kid was far more troublesome than that waste, Guan Shanhai. His contract beast had an unbelievable strength too. If this dragged on, who would win or lose was truly uncertain. Must end it quickly. A ruthless look flashed in Wang Bolai's eyes as he glanced at the Fury Pearl in his hand. Since you want to play, let's play big. Wang Bolai decided to no longer conduct meaningless tests but to concentrate all the power of the Fury Pearl. He intended to make Chen Yuan completely lose control first, then strike for a fatal blow at the right moment. However, just as Wang Bolai was about to take action, he saw that Chen Yuan, instead of retreating, took a few steps forward. At the same time, Chen Yuan's voice rang out again. Gamora, charge forward. What Chen Yuan wanted was to push the opponent into a corner. Only by doing so would Wang Bolai abandon all distractions and pour the full power of the gem into himself. Whether Leonis's rampage could succeed depended on this moment. Roar! Gamora received the command and immediately charged towards the deep-sea dragon tortoise. Seeing this scene, Wang Bolai was first stunned, and then filled with joy. This kid actually allowed the contracted beast to get close? Doesn't he know that the deep-sea dragon tortoise's greatest strength is its close-range defense and power? And more importantly, Chen Yuan had just stepped forward a few steps, successfully entering the optimal attack range of the furious gem. This is simply looking for death. Ha! Wang Bolai sneered, frantically pouring all of his mental energy into the red sphere in his hand. Buzz! The furious gem glowed fiercely. A more dazzling red light instantly locked onto Chen Yuan, who was walking towards him. Chen Yuan! Get back! Guan Shanhai saw that blinding red light and was scared out of his wits. He could feel that Wang Bolai was serious this time. The energy contained in that red light was more terrifying than the sum of all 11 of them just moments ago. If hit by this thing, the consequences are unimaginable. However, it was all too late. The speed of that red light was beyond imagination. Almost the instant Guan Shanhai shouted, that light had completely enveloped Chen Yuan. In that moment, Chen Yuan's figure actually froze in place. At this moment, everyone's heart in the valley sank to the bottom. Guan Shanhai looked at the densely packed red light around Chen Yuan, his face drained of blood. Oh no! He murmured, his eyes full of despair. He knew too well how terrifying that red light was. Once hit, a person's rationality would instantly vanish. Even he, a battle-hardened beast master, couldn't withstand it.
How could Chen Yuan, a young man who had just awakened, possibly resist?
The few guards also looked ashen.
Why did Chen Yuan walk into it by himself? This is bad. If he loses his rationality too. However, in stark contrast to the despair of Guan Shanhai and others was Wang Bailai.
Wang Bailai looked at Chen Yuan, frozen in place, and let out an unrestrained laugh.
Ha 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 ha. It worked.
Kid, I admit you have some skills, but you're too inexperienced. No matter how strong your contracted beast is, your own body will still lose its sanity.
Wang Bailai laughed proudly, as if he could already see victory. However, just at that moment when his laughter was the wildest,
the Chen Yuan shrouded in red light slowly raised his head. His gaze changed. Chen Yuan's eyes turned incredibly fierce, filled with unmasked killing intent.
Chapter 84, Leonis Rampage Form. Gamora, attack. This roar sounded nothing like Chen Yuan's usual calm. Roar.
Receiving the command, Gamora's body bent sharply, charging vigorously at the deep-sea dragon tortoise. The ground trembled violently under its tread, dust rising everywhere.
Nice move.
Wang Bailai saw this scene, and the smile on his face became even more brutal. Indeed, it has turned into a brutish fool that only knows how to rush blindly. Deep-sea dragon tortoise, activate the water curtain shield. The next second, a blue shield instantly surrounded the deep-sea dragon tortoise tightly. Almost at the moment the shield formed, Gamora's giant claw slammed down hard.
Boom! A loud bang exploded.
However, to Guan Shanhai and the others' shock, Gamora's claw surprisingly left no marks on the shield. The shield merely rippled like the surface of water, dissipating all the force entirely.
Gamora was under Chen Yuan's frantic orders.
It continuously whipped with its tail, charged with its body, attacking the shield again and again. Each attack, apart from a loud bang, did not achieve any effect.
Ha ha ha, did you see that? Wang Boli pointed at the futilely attacking Gamora and laughed at Guan Shanhai in the distance. This is the result of being influenced by my Fury Orb. It only wastes the strength of its contract beast.
Wang Boli's laughter echoed in the valley, filled with pride. Meanwhile, Guan Shanhai's face turned pale, he anxiously shouted.
Chen Yuan, calm down, stop the attacks.
That shield strength is useless, create some distance. But Chen Yuan, with bloodshot eyes, didn't hear his voice at all.
Guan Shanhai felt a chill in his heart. The young man he had high hopes for still couldn't hold on, after all? Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided.
A griffin guard who was closest suddenly seemed to see something extremely terrifying.
He widened his eyes in shock, trembling fingers pointing towards Chen Yuan. Mayor, why you look at Chen Yuan, his body?
The griffin guard's voice trembled uncontrollably, filled with a deep fear.
His legs were even unconsciously moving back. Guan Shanhai's heart tightened, and he quickly looked in the direction he was pointing.
Just one glance, and his pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment, dark red mist was seeping out from Chen Yuan's body.
What is happening? Guan Shanhai's mind went blank. Did he get hit?
But when they were struck by that red light before, they only became rational. There had never been a situation where someone was surrounded by black mist.
Could it be that Wang Boli's item was powerful enough to affect someone like this? Did he hold back when dealing with his 11 people earlier?
Thinking of this, cold sweat immediately appeared on Guan Shanhai and his guards' backs.
On the other side, the ever-proud Wang Boli also noticed Chen Yuan's abnormality.
His smile froze instantly, replaced by a face of shock.
What the heck is going on?
Wang Boli stared at Chen Yuan, who was surrounded by black smoke, completely stunned.
What is this situation? Wang Boli's Fury Orb was supposed to make Beast Masters fall into a rage, losing their reason.
But he had never heard of it having a surface special effect or color change function. He had used this treasure for over a decade, harming hundreds of Beast Masters. But he had never seen anyone react like this after being hit. What the heck is this kid going through? A sense of inexplicable unease began to spread within Wang Boli. At that moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Yuan finally slowly raised his head.
Ah! Along with this roar, the black mist around Chen Yuan suddenly shrank inward and then exploded. Boom!
Under the gaze of Guan Shanhai and the others, they watched as Chen Yuan's body underwent a huge transformation. His skin changed in an instant to a bizarre black and red mix, losing any human features. His eyes turned completely blood red, devoid of any emotion, only filled with the primal desire to kill. Even the level 77 high-level Beast Master felt a soul-shaking thrill.
No. It's impossible. Wang Boli murmured, cold sweat instantly soaking his back.
He could swear to the heavens that his rage orb had no ability to turn people into monsters. For more than a decade, the Beast Masters attacked by this item only went mad and lost control, eventually exhausting themselves. But to directly transform from human form into a ferocious beast like this.
What on earth is this kid? He isn't human.
A terrifying thought flashed through Wang Buli's mind, making him shiver all over. Guan Shanhai and his 10 bodyguards were in a situation no better than Wang Buli's.
Mayor, am I seeing things? Chen Yuan, has he turned into a strange beast?
Guan Shanhai didn't answer, his brain was blank, completely unable to understand what was happening before him.
How could a human turn into a strange beast? And just when everyone was at a loss, scared by Chen Yuan's transformation, Chen Yuan made a new move.
The blue battle device in his hand, resembling a bull's horn, also began to change. In a burst of light, the battle device started to restructure.
The original blue and white colors were quickly replaced by gold and yellow.
As the light flashed, the entire battle device's form became more ferocious. Its shape was strikingly similar to Chen Yuan's current form, that of a strange beast. Wang Boli watched as the battle device also transformed in Chen Yuan's hand, swallowing hard.
He could now be 100% certain.
Everything happening before him had nothing to do with his rage orb.
This kid has a serious problem of his own. Fear surged in Wang Boli's heart.
He looked at Chen Yuan, who radiated an aura of slaughter, and didn't dare to speak loudly as before.
Hey, kid, what happened to you? Are you still human?
His voice carried a tremble. However, the completely rampaging Chen Yuan ignored his question entirely.
Those blood-red eyes just coldly glanced at him.
That glance held no human emotion, only pure killing intent. Under that gaze, Wang Boli felt a cold wave rush up to his head, with every hair on his body standing on end. A few golden griffin guards beside Chen Yuan were also frightened into retreating. One quick reacting guard rushed to Guan Shanhai's side and grabbed his arm.
Mayor, get back.
It was only then that Guan Shanhai awakened from his daze and, pulled by the guard, retreated more than 10 meters. At that moment, the rampaging Chen Yuan roared again.
Gamora. Kill it. Chapter 85, Drastic Increase in Power, Gamora the Brutal Type.
Wang Boli heard this command, and although he was filled with fear, he still refused to back down verbally.
So what if you turned into a strange beast?
Don't think that just because you look different, you can boost your contracted beast's attack power. In Wang Boli's eyes, no matter how bizarre Chen Yuan became, he was still just a beast master.
A beast master himself couldn't directly influence his contracted beast. However, as soon as his words fell, the abnormality happened again. Roar. In the arena, Gamora suddenly threw back its head and let out a furious roar. With this roar, its massive body began to undergo dramatic changes.
Its originally dark gray skin was instantly covered by a layer of fiery red flames.
Boom. With a loud explosion, Gamora's entire body transformed into a blood red. Gamora Brutal Type. Wang Boli stared fixedly at the changing Gamora. He could clearly feel that in just 1 second, the monster's aura surged dramatically. Before he could react from the shock, Gamora, in its brutal form, casually swung its tail, striking the water barrier ahead. Bang!
A crisp sound echoed throughout the valley. The previously indestructible water barrier was directly shattered.
It transformed into countless blue lights in the sky. In the moment the shield shattered, an invisible shock fiercely struck Wang Buliang's chest. He was directly thrown off the back of the deep-sea dragon turtle, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Buliang lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood.
How is it possible?
Wang Buliang's mind was blank, completely unable to understand everything happening before him. Why? Wasn't it impossible to break the water curtain shield before? Why could it shatter with a single blow after its body turned red?
How many times had the power of this red giant beast surged?
However, before Chen Yuan could issue an order, the brutal type Gamora had already taken the initiative to attack. It lifted its right leg and kicked at the deep-sea dragon turtle's head, which hadn't had time to retract. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The deep-sea dragon turtle was hit head-on, and its entire shell was kicked back several meters.
The deep-sea dragon turtle could only let out a mournful cry, retracting its limbs and head completely into its shell. It had given up on resistance completely, choosing the most helpless form of defense.
Seeing this scene, Wang Buliang felt not relief but deeper despair.
He knew that the moment the deep-sea dragon turtle chose to retract into its shell, it had already lost. What remained was just a matter of time. The brutal-type Gamora stretched out its 2 front claws and directly grabbed the 2 cannons on the turtle shell used for firing water cannons.
Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds.
Those 2 cannons were indeed ripped clean off the turtle shell.
However, this was just the beginning. Gamora casually tossed away the 2 cannons, lowered its head, and aimed the tip of its horn at the torn opening on the turtle shell. Wait! Wang Buliang instantly understood what it wanted to do and screamed. But it was all too late. He didn't even have time to sever the mental link with the deep-sea dragon turtle. The front end of the brutal type Gamora's horn glowed with faint red light again. Close range release super vibration wave. Boom boom boom.
A muffled explosion sounded from within the turtle shell.
The entire turtle shell exploded from the inside. Pooh. Wang Guolian, not far away, spat out a mouthful of blood.
His body was also affected by the shockwave from the explosion, sending him crashing against the mountainside. The rage orb in his hand also slipped from his grasp, falling not far away. The eerie red light quickly dimmed.
With the disappearance of the rage orb's power, the furious emotion imposed on Chen Yuan finally receded. Huff. Huff.
Chen Yuan gasped for breath, the blood-red glow in his eyes gradually returning to clarity. He looked down at his hands. The bizarre skin that was a mix of black and red began to fade, replaced by a blue-silver color. Immediately, this layer of blue-silver Reionics awakened state quietly faded away.
Chen Yuan finally transformed back into his human form completely.
It seems that after going berserk, it is the awakened state. Chen Yuan felt reassured. Although this time was only a brief experience using external power. This process had already brought him to the threshold of awakening. As long as he experienced it a few more times, he believed he would surely master it completely in no time.
By then, he would truly be, in every sense, a Reionics.
Chen Yuan lowered his head and looked at the combat device in his hand. That golden combat device after awakening had already disappeared. It had returned to being the original, unremarkable bull rib insert.
Chen Yuan was not too disappointed. After all, it was the first time, successfully transforming once was already a huge gain. The second time, the third time, would they be far away? Speaking of which, this time he really had to thank Wang Guolian's rage orb. If that thing hadn't forcefully applied a rage buff to him, Chen Yuan thought he might have to wait a long time to find the opportunity to awaken. What a good person he was. Just as Chen Yuan was mentally sending a good person card to Wang Guolian. The concerned voice of Guan Shanhai came from not far away. Chen Yuan, are you alright? He carefully approached with the group of guards. Their eyes looking at Chen Yuan were filled with complex emotions. I'm fine. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the raging gem that had dropped to the ground not far away. Chen Yuan walked directly to the gem and bent down to pick it up. Good stuff. If he wanted to go berserk later, he could do it anytime and anywhere, it was simply too convenient. Chen Yuan's heart was overjoyed. This was no peculiar item, it was obviously the Reionics mandatory awakening device. So, with great nonchalance, Chen Yuan stuffed the raging gem into his pocket. The movement was as smooth as flowing water, completely natural. At that moment, Wang Boli shouted at the top of his lungs with his last bit of strength toward a figure not far away. Tanging, you bastard, hurry, come save me. Upon hearing his call, everyone immediately turned to look. They saw Tanging, who should have been half dead from the impact of Gamora, now getting up from the ground. This guy had been pretending to be dead all along. Tanging felt all eyes on him and suddenly froze. It's over. He had been found out. On the other side, Wang Boli, seeing his last hope, continued to shout desperately. Tanging, stop pretending. Hurry, don't you have a contract beast? Quick, release it and take me away. However, what responded to him was Tang Ying's action to summon his beast. In a flash of light, a strong black hunting eagle appeared beside him. Without any hesitation, Tang Ying swiftly climbed onto the eagle's back, his movements skilled. He glanced back at everyone, showing a slightly awkward yet polite smile. Actually, I've long wanted to wash my hands and retire from the world. These days of fighting and killing are not suitable for a peace-loving person like me. Brother Wang, I'm leaving first. Farewell. After saying that, he slapped the eagle's back. Go! Chapter 86, My True Identity? Mayor, you better hold on tight. At the moment the black hunting eagle took off. Tanging pulled out a wooden token from his pocket and snapped it in half. Snap. In the next second, the eagle's speed suddenly increased several times, turning into a blurry shadow and fleeing wildly. Guan Shanhai watched the figure disappear into the sky, slightly frowning. A one-time acceleration item. Looking at the effect, the quality is not low. Chen Yuan's gaze then returned to Wang Boli. He stepped forward, and Guan Shanhai and others immediately followed, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the valley. Chen Yuan stroked his chin, glancing at Guan Shanhai. If we're going to capture this person and bring him back to the base city, I think it's safer to seriously injure him. After all, a beast master cannot communicate with the beast space when seriously injured. If we just knock him out, what if he wakes up halfway and has some bad ideas? That would be a hassle. Upon hearing this, Wang Boli on the ground was scared out of his wits. I only have one contract beast. And I only seek wealth and never harm lives. If you don't believe me, check my arrest warrant, it only says robbery.
Guan Shanhai glanced at Chen Yuan, then nodded seriously. Chen Yuan makes sense, safety first, we must eliminate all hazards. As his words fell, a griffin guard beside him had already understood the task. The guard flexed his wrist, his face showing a cold, businesslike indifference, and walked toward Wang Boli.
Wang Boli, is it?
Sorry, but you've offended us.
Ah!
Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the valley. Minutes later, the screams gradually subsided.
As Wang Boli fainted, the system's prompt tone rang in Chen Yuan's mind as expected. Ding! Side quest, head-on showdown. Completed.
Quest reward, 1000 system points, has been issued. With the points credited, this trip was not in vain. Recently, the rewards from the system lottery had become increasingly rich. With this 1000 points, he hoped to draw a powerful monster. Chen Yuan encountered another ambush this time, using props, and it was worth 1000 points, earning rewards far beyond expectations. The only regret is that fighting against beast masters does not grant experience points.
However, today Chen Yuan also successfully awakened Reionics once.
Although it was in a berserk state, it was still a beginning. The berserk state isn't something to worry too much about.
After all, there is no second Reionics in this world, so it cannot trigger Reionics fighting. Under normal circumstances, Chen Yuan wouldn't easily fall into a berserk state.
Being able to touch the threshold of awakening is already a huge gain. Chen Yuan had a plan in mind. Next, he had to find a way to actively trigger the second awakening. Meanwhile, Guan Shanhai waved his hand and ordered the griffin guards beside him. You four, take him back to Xiaoyang City. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 guards stepped forward and quickly tied up the unconscious Wang Boli.
Chen Yuan also raised his battle device and recalled Gamora. Gamora, come back.
In the arena, the violent form of Gamora turned into a white light and returned to the battle device.
Chen Yuan looked at the image of Gamora in the battle device.
As expected of the violent type, its combat power saw a qualitative leap compared to its normal state.
If EX Gamora gets unlocked later, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Then, with a thought, Chen Yuan pulled up Gamora's panel. Monster panel. Name, Gamora, violent type. Level, LV8. Experience, 0 out of 4000. Type, ancient monster. Weight, 20,000 tons. Height, 40 meters.
Life, 107000/107000.
Attack, 12,400. Defense, 11,000. Agility, 11,800. Skills, Ultra Vibration Wave. Form list, normal state. Seeing these luxurious numbers, Chen Yuan couldn't help but praise himself.
This battle did not level up, merely switched forms.
But at this moment, Gamora's attributes had sharply soared. Originally in the normal state, Gamora's attack power was just over 10,000.
Now even the lowest defense of the violent type reached 11,000.
If Gamora's level were to be raised further, what would happen then?
Chen Yuan felt a fire burning in his heart.
Next, mastering the awakening form of Reionics as soon as possible is the way forward. Chen Yuan, we should leave now. Guan Shanhai's voice interrupted Chen Yuan's thoughts. Let's go. Chen Yuan nodded and put away the battle device. Dealing with these 2 item hunters was just a small episode. That LV-77 alien beast was the real deal of this journey. Chen Yuan was too lazy to call Galba out again. Constantly summoning was quite troublesome. The most important thing for Chen Yuan now was to calm down and go for 10 consecutive pulls. So, he simply walked over to Guan Shanhai, leaped up, and jumped onto the back of the golden griffin. Mayor Guan, I'll ride on your contracted beast.
Chen Yuan found a spot to sit down and patted the griffin. Guan Shanhai was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. No problem, you've dealt with the 2 high-level beast masters, it's time for you to rest. Except for the 4 guards who had taken Wang Boli back to Xiaoyang City, the remaining 6 guards also jumped onto their respective griffins. With a command from Guan Shanhai, 7 golden griffins spread their wings and soared high into the sky.
Carrying everyone, they continued forward.
In the high altitude, the griffin formation flew steadily in the sky. Guan Shanhai piloted his griffin. He turned his head to look at Chen Yuan beside him, hesitated several times, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity.
That Chen Yuan, what was that transformation you just did? It didn't look like a human or a beast, it was like an alien.
Guan Shanhai would never forget that scene. A living person, right under his nose, transformed into a black and red, horned humanoid monster.
This kind of thing had completely exceeded Guan Shanhai's understanding.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if you killed him. Chen Yuan didn't feel surprised at this question, he had long expected it. Chen Yuan had long been ready with a super strong argument, otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to attempt going berserk.
He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. Mayor Guan, since you asked, I won't hide it from you.
As soon as Guan Shanhai heard this, he perked up, his ears standing straight. The several guards nearby also quietly drove their griffins a little closer, clearly wanting to hear the answer. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Chen Yuan slowly started to speak.
Actually, I.
Guan Shanhai and the guards around him all held their breath at this moment. They felt they were about to hear a big secret.
Chen Yuan deliberately lengthened his tone, keeping everyone in suspense.
In fact, my true identity is...
Guan Shanhai nervously swallowed and asked, what is it? Chapter 87, Graduation Level Lottery, the Cosmic Dinosaur with All Skills.
Chen Yuan was silent for a moment, as if making a difficult decision.
Then, he lowered his voice and said in an extremely serious tone to Guan Shanhai, I hope that every word I say next, you can keep it a secret.
Guan Shanhai and the guards around him felt their hearts leap to their throats.
Here it comes. Is the mystery about to be revealed?
Chen Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes becoming incredibly sincere.
Yes, I'm laying it all out. Actually, I am an Olarian.
The air instantly fell into silence.
Guan Shanhai's expression completely froze. The eavesdropping guards all had their mouths agape. They were dazed for several seconds before they finally reacted.
Did they seem to have been played by this kid?
You brat, are you messing with me?
Guan Shanhai said unhappily but did not continue to question.
He was also aware that Chen Yuan's identity background was quite extraordinary. With his father's identity, getting an epic or even legendary item for self-defense would not be an exaggeration.
Only this could explain the unbelievable scene from earlier. After thinking this through, Guan Shanhai's gaze towards Chen Yuan returned to its initial admiration. A small storm quietly dissolved in this laughter.
The atmosphere in the team became relaxed again.
And Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
Finally, he had gotten through it.
Next time, if someone asks, he'll say he is a cyborg or from the Rock Kingdom.
Chen Yuan completely relaxed, opening the system interface. It was time to check the gains from this trip.
First, the hard-earned 1,000 system points. Chen Yuan had only one thought in his mind.
Lottery, must do the lottery.
What he needed most now was a powerful new monster. Facing increasingly strong enemies, he urgently needed to expand his monster army.
System, give me a 10 consecutive draw. Chen Yuan silently thought. Points minus 1,000. Starting 10 consecutive draws for the host. A familiar lottery wheel appeared in front of Chen Yuan on the system interface. The wheel spun rapidly, its light flickering unpredictably. Chen Yuan's heart raced along with it.
These 1,000 points were earned by facing down 2 experts above level 70. If he ended up with nothing but a pile of useless junk from the 10 draws, he would really cry on the back of the griffin. Finally, the wheel began to slow down. The pointer slowly glided over the boxes, and Chen Yuan's heartbeat grew faster. Finally, under Chen Yuan's anticipation, the pointer gradually stopped at the first box.
It was a box radiating golden light. In the center of the box was a silhouette of a monster he was incredibly familiar with, even one that could be said to be well known. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the monster card Cosmic Dinosaur, Jaden. Monster, Jaden. Type, Cosmic Dinosaur. Description, known as the strongest cosmic dinosaur, with outstanding balance in attack and defense. His combat ability is immeasurable. It was actually Gentun.
As soon as Chen Yuan saw this card, he almost jumped off the griffin.
The monster that was the first to kill Ultraman in history.
He never expected to pull such a bomb right on the first draw of 10.
The power of Gentun is unquestionable.
Teleportation, 1 trillion degree fireball, Gentun barrier. Especially its ability to absorb light, able to take in the opponent's attacks and return them with double the power. This is simply a hexagonal warrior combining attack, defense, mobility, and counterattack. More importantly, Gentun also possesses endless potential.
Its various enhanced forms, like EX Gentun and Hyper Gentun, are all notorious existences. Who wouldn't want a handsome and strong Hyper Gentun?
Now it was just the first draw of 10, and there were still 9 chances left.
He hoped to pull something good next.
Chen Yuan calmed his inner joy and looked at the lottery wheel, eagerly awaiting the next draw. The first draw yielded Gentun, the next 9 couldn't possibly be too bad, right? However, reality soon gave him a lesson.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn an experience card, 300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn an experience card, 300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn an experience card, 300 points. In the next 8 draws, the pointer seemed to be locked onto the experience card, stopping solely at that slot. 8 consecutive 300-point experience cards.
Chen Yuan's face slowly turned expressionless. Although a total of 2,400 points of experience isn't small, the huge gap still left him feeling a bit uncomfortable.
This system understands balance, Chen Yuan couldn't help but complain in his heart.
Having given one golden prize, it had to compensate elsewhere.
However, he wasn't too disappointed.
After all, exchanging 1,000 points for a Genton was already a big win.
Now, only the last straw was left. Chen Yuan took a deep breath, focusing his gaze back on the wheel.
Please give me something useful. The pointer slowly turned and finally stopped at a square that emitted a purple glow. It was the pattern of the gift package. Although it wasn't as dazzling as the previous golden light, it was still definitely a good thing. What Chen Yuan needed now were things that could directly increase combat power.
The next second, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have received a skill card, Genton Skill Big Gift Pack. Genton Skill Big Gift Pack. After opening, you can obtain all skills of Genton. If obtained repeatedly, 100 points will be refunded.
Seeing the description of this gift pack, Chen Yuan's earlier gloomy mood was instantly cleared away. Another all-skill big gift pack.
Chen Yuan had been worried about pulling Genton but not knowing how to obtain those signature skills. And now, this big gift pack solved everything in one go. If Genton the monster lacked a key skill, its strength would be greatly diminished.
This 10 draw could be said to be a bountiful harvest.
One monster Genton, 8 cards totaling 2,400 points of experience, plus a gift pack that directly graduated Genton.
This luck was simply off the charts.
Chen Yuan unhesitatingly silently thought, open the Genton Skill Big Gift Pack.
Ding! Opening Genton Skill Big Gift Pack.
Genton has acquired skills: Genton Barrier, Light Absorption Ability, Genton Light Bullet, Genton Ultimate Light Beam. Detected that Genton already possesses the skill Teleportation, skill duplicated, automatically converted to system points.
Received, system points *100. A series of skill lists flashed by Chen Yuan's eyes, leaving him dazzled.
And not acquiring the 1 trillion degree fireball was easy to understand.
Because monster cards come with an initial skill, and this skill wasn't counted. Genton's initial skill was obviously the 1 trillion degree fireball. Then Chen Yuan looked at the additional 100 points in his account, and his mood was extremely pleasant.
Chen Yuan decided to strike while the iron was hot and use up his points.
Chapter 88, that boss, I'll take it all by myself. Give me its position. System, give me another single draw.
The lottery wheel reappeared, spinning rapidly before slowly coming to a stop.
This time, the pointer landed on a blue square. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the item, Monster Warehouse +3. Ha! Monster Warehouse?
Chen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had drawn this item before, but it had always been +2, this time, it was +3. The quality of the system's lottery pool is indeed closely related to the total level of all monsters. As long as he keeps raising the levels of the monsters, the quality of items he can draw in the future will get better and better.
Monsters at the extinction level may not be so far out of reach. With that thought, Chen Yuan's gaze became more determined than ever. He glanced at the 8 experience cards in the warehouse, totaling 2,400 points, and then looked at the newly acquired Jayton, who was still at level 1. A decision was instantly made in his heart. System, use all 8 experience cards on Jayton.
Experience card, 300 points, *8, using. Jayton level increased to LV8. 2,400 experience points, neither too much nor too little, was just enough to raise Jayton from level 1 to level 8.
Chen Yuan immediately opened Jayton's attribute panel. Monster panel. Name, Jayton. Level, LV8. Experience, 0/3000. Type, Cosmic Dinosaur. Weight, 30,000 tons. Height, 60 meters.
Life, 107,000/107,000.
Attack, 10,400. Defense, 9,000. Agility, 7,700.
Skills, 1 trillion degree fireball, instant teleportation, Jayton barrier, light absorption ability, Jayton light bomb, Jayton ultimate light beam.
Form, none. Seeing this panel, Chen Yuan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The attack and defense attributes were indeed very high.
Although the agility was a bit low, that was hardly an issue. Now, Jayton had all skills, and with the instant teleportation skill, who needs agility?
No matter how fast his movement speed, can it be faster than teleportation?
Now, Jayton undoubtedly became a new trump card in Chen Yuan's hands.
It was also a versatile monster that could be used in any scenario.
Just as Chen Yuan was excited about Jayton's strength, a brand new task prompt suddenly popped up before his eyes.
Ding!
Main quest, 9, has been triggered.
Quest name, kill the wild leader. Quest description, outside the dungeons, kill any lord-level exotic beast. Assisting in the kill also counts as completing the task. Quest reward, all skills monster card *1. The main quest has come again.
Chen Yuan carefully read through the task description and rewards. The quest rewards not only provided a monster card but also an all-skills one, just like Jayton.
This reward was indeed extremely generous.
Moreover, the objective of this quest perfectly matched the purpose of Guan Shanhai's outing this time.
The group's original purpose was indeed to deal with a LV-76 exotic beast boss.
Now, not only for the task reward, but also to find a suitable opponent for Jayton to test its abilities. At this moment, beside him, Guan Shanhai pointed towards the undulating mountains ahead and said, "The highest mountain ahead is Bearway Mountain.
Our target, the LV-76 King Bear, is in that area."
Chen Yuan followed his direction and looked, seeing the distant skyline dominated by a majestic mountain range. The Golden Griffin was incredibly fast, and in just a few minutes, Bearway Mountain appeared close at hand.
"Mayor, look ahead."
At that moment, a griffin guard at the front of the team shouted, pointing ahead.
Everyone immediately looked in the direction he was pointing.
They saw a clearing on the mountainside ahead where a group of people had gathered.
Guan Shanhai recognized their identity at a glance. It's the Beast Masters Association of Zaizushi.
He urged the Golden Griffin to speed up and flew towards that area. As they got closer, Chen Yuan also saw the situation of the people on the ground. There were about 30 people, all looking tense, many of them injured and wrapped in bandages.
It looks rather awkward.
On his way, Chen Yuan had received a brief introduction from Guan Shanhai. It was precisely because the Summer State base city was helpless against this beast boss that they sent a distress call to them in Yang City. Chen Yuan also saw a middle-aged man standing at the very front of the crowd.
Guan Shanhai was introducing him to Chen Yuan. That is Zhou Hao, the president of the Beast Masters Association in Summer City. He is also a LV-72 Beast Master. While speaking, the Golden Griffin formation had already flown to the sky above the open ground. The crowd on the ground had long noticed them. The president named Zhou Hao also looked up. Seeing Guan Shanhai was like seeing a savior, he quickly approached. "Mayor Guan, you finally made it."
Guan Shanhai and the others jumped down from the griffin's back, and he hurried to Zhou Hao's side.
"Where is the king of mountain bears you mentioned? Where is it now?"
As soon as business was mentioned, Zhou Hao's expression became extremely serious, pointing in the east direction.
"It's that way, my people have been monitoring it. Behind this mountain is our Summer State base city. We must block it here." Guan Shanhai nodded solemnly, "I understand. Rest assured, since we are here, we will absolutely not let that situation happen."
After hearing this, Zhou Hao finally felt relieved. He glanced at Guan Shanhai, ready to discuss the specifics of a joint strategy. But at that moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out.
Chen Yuan stepped forward slowly. All eyes instantly focused on him.
Zhou Hao frowned, looking puzzled at this young man following Guan Shanhai.
Who is this person?
He looks young and doesn't seem like Guan Shanhai's griffin protector. Chen Yuan continued speaking, engrossed in his own thoughts.
Let me handle that bear alone. Just tell me its current location.
As soon as these words came out, the members of the Summer City Beast Masters Association behind Zhou Hao erupted in disbelief.
He wants to handle it alone?
Our association has gathered over 200 people, launching 3 waves of ambush and fire coverage, yet we couldn't defeat the King of Mountain Bears. He hasn't even seen the King of Mountain Bears and dares to challenge it alone.
However, Chen Yuan showed no reaction to these comments. He has so many monsters under his command and has always relied on soloing bosses to level up. Getting rid of the King of Mountain Bears to obtain that monster card is the real priority. Chapter 89, The Cosmic Dinosaur Jeten appears. Handle it alone?
Zhou Hao furrowed his brows upon hearing Chen Yuan's words. As the president of the Summer City Beast Masters Association, he had a duty to ensure nothing went wrong. He took a deep breath, turned to Guan Shanhai, his tone filled with confusion.
Mayor Guan, the King of Mountain Bears is a LV-76 Lord-level beast. Its brute strength aside, its defense is terrifyingly high. Even with our association giving it our all and adding your Golden Griffin team, I wouldn't dare say we have a 100% guarantee to stop it. He paused, his gaze returning to Chen Yuan. Is it too dangerous for your friend to go alone? The members behind Zhou Hao nodded in agreement. No matter how talented, he looked like just a newbie who had recently awakened. To let a newbie beast master challenge a LV-76 Lord-level beast alone is simply a fantasy. However, contrary to everyone's expectations.
Guan Shanhai showed no signs of wavering in the face of Zhou Hao's almost questioning tone.
Let him try, we can just watch from the side.
Guan Shanhai had witnessed it with his own eyes. Just recently, Chen Yuan alone took down a LV-77 beast master, Wang Bailai, who wielded an epic-level artifact. A Lord-level beast may be stronger in physique and vitality. But in terms of overall strength, compared to Wang Bailai in that state, it wasn't a lot different.
I'm afraid it's just about evenly matched. In Guan Shanhai's eyes, Chen Yuan didn't even need to transform into that monstrous form. This. Zhou Hao was completely stunned. Just when Zhou Hao's mind was a tangled mess, suddenly a bird's call echoed from the distant sky. A beastmaster riding a flying contract beast was diving towards them. Everyone pay attention. The king of mountain bears will arrive in this area in 3 minutes. As soon as the words fell, everyone present felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble. Boom. 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 The sound was heavy and oppressive, each tremor seemed to make a person's heartbeat skip a beat. Chen Yuan looked up, his gaze fixed on the ridge to the east. The tremors were coming from that direction. Just right, saving time from searching all over the mountain. Chen Yuan raised the combat device in his hand, his eyes landing on the image of Jaden's monster on the screen. This LV-76 King of Mountain Bears was just the right first opponent for Jaden. Not only could it test Jaden's various skill effects, but it could also conveniently harvest a lot of experience. Undoubtedly, Jaden could be the main monster for a lifetime. Training levels now was definitely a good decision. Killing this boss would at least boost Jaden's level to over level 10. And the main quest, 9, could also be completed along the way. The quest reward was a monster with all skills, which must be obtained. Rumble. In the midst of his thoughts, the ground tremors suddenly became incredibly intense, rocks rolling down from the steep slopes. The first to stir were thousands of birds startled from the forest, fleeing in all directions. On the ground, those small monsters that were originally lurking in the grass also surged out wildly. Members of the Summer City Beastmaster Association had worried expressions on many faces. It's coming. This noise is even bigger than last time. Everyone prepare for battle. In contrast, Guan Shanhai's Golden Griffin Guard was much calmer. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of the tremors stopped. The shouts of birds and beasts vanished, the rumbling of rolling stones ceased, and even the sound of the wind seemed to freeze at that moment. A dead silence enveloped the entire mountain range, making it hard for people to breathe. The next second. Boom! A tremendous explosion suddenly occurred. The mountain peak at the end of everyone's sight erupted outward in an instant. Countless rocks and dirt were blown into the sky by an immense force, pouring down towards the spot where everyone stood. Defend! Zhou Hao immediately reminded everyone. However, for most members of the Summer City Association, everything happened too fast. They didn't have time to react at all. Ah! Many stones fell, and chaos erupted among the crowd. Many association members couldn't even summon their contract beasts before being injured and knocked down to the ground. At the center of the chaos, Zhou Hao was frantically directing the defense. He turned his head and caught a glimpse of an unforgettable scene out of the corner of his eye. He saw Chen Yuan not reacting at all, still standing in place, without dodging or avoiding. And a chunk of dirt and rock precisely smashed down towards him. Zhou Hao's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart leapt to his throat. It was over. Bang! A dull thud rang out. Zhou Hao didn't know what happened, he just blinked. But when he opened his eyes again, that dirt and rock had actually shattered, scattering at Chen Yuan's feet. Is this still a human? Such a massive rock fell on him, and it only got the corner of his clothes slightly dirty? Zhou Hao felt his worldview collapsing. At that moment, a king of mountain bears nearly 40 meters tall slowly walked out from behind the peak. As soon as Chen Yuan saw this bear, he immediately raised his combat device. Although he had just withstood that blow with the strength of Reionics' body, he couldn't just stand there getting hit. For the sake of the quest reward, that full-skill monster card, he had to kill this bear. Jaden. Battle instrument activate. Cosmic Dinosaur Jet done. With a surge of sound effects, a white light shot from the top of the battle instrument. The white light quickly transformed in midair, and an even larger figure suddenly appeared. It was a uniquely designed humanoid monster. It seemed to have no eyes, only a face that constantly flickered with bright light. And its height was a staggering 60 meters. The 40-meter-tall mountain bear king looked like an infant in front of it. As soon as Jeddon appeared, it let out a unique shriek, resembling an electronic synthesized sound. In the next moment, it took a step forward. Jeddon's massive body turned into a black shadow and charged fiercely toward the mountain bear king. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the two colossal monsters collided violently. In everyone's eyes, the mountain bear king was actually forced to retreat over 200 meters. In the entire valley, Zhou Hao and the more than 30 beast tamers behind him felt it was unbelievable. 60 meters tall? What level of contract beast could achieve such a size? Guan Shanhai had long been mentally prepared, but when he saw Jeddon with his own eyes, he couldn't help but gasp. This contract beast. Guan Shanhai didn't know how to describe Jeddon. He simply felt that the giant beast before him, just by its appearance and the unique sound it emitted, brought an overwhelming pressure. It was a strange and irresistible oppression. Chapter 90, Absorb, Rebound. Your strongest move, I've taken it.
On the Bearway mountain range. The knockdown mountain bear king roared, pushing off the ground with its limbs, and its massive body instantly sprang up. As the ruler of this mountain range, it had never experienced such humiliation. Roar! The mountain bear king bellowed, opening its large mouth as a stream of colorless energy rapidly converged, forming a massive energy shell over 5 meters in diameter.
It's the shockwave heavy cannon. Quickly dodge.
Zhou Hao's face changed at the sight, instinctively shouting a warning. He had personally witnessed the power of this move. A defensive structure previously set up by their association was directly flattened by this cannon. However, Chen Yuan had no intention of letting Jeddan dodge. Jeddan, use a million-degree fireball. As soon as Jeddan received the command, it crossed its arms in front of its chest, then suddenly spread them wide. A fireball that resembled a miniature sun instantly shot from its face. At the same time, the Mountain Bear King's shockwave heavy cannon was also fired.
Boom! 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 The dense explosions resonated throughout the valley.
The million-degree fireball launched by Jeddan violently collided with the Mountain Bear King's shell in midair.
In an instant, the shockwaves from the explosions expanded, lifting up the ground.
Both sides exchanged attacks back and forth. Jeddan's million-degree fireball intercepted all of the opponent's attacks. Some fireballs even broke through the defenses, striking the thick fur of the Mountain Bear King and exploding into flames, jarring the bear's skin black. Seeing this scene, the beast tamers from Xiazhou began to worry again.
This is resisting the waves?
Even though all the attacks were intercepted, it seems like they can't break through the Mountain Bear King's defense. The Mountain Bear King's defensive power is notoriously monstrous, and it has strong recovery abilities.
If this keeps going, it won't be good for that Chen Yuan's contract beast.
Yes, a pure energy confrontation relies on who has more stamina. Whoever runs out of energy first loses. But summoning a contract beast requires the beast tamer's mental strength as support.
Clearly, Chen Yuan as a human will collapse first.
Zhou Hao's brow furrowed tightly again. As an experienced beast tamer, he saw the crux of the problem at a glance. The Mountain Bear King, as a rare beast, focused almost all its abilities on offense and defense, tough and resilient.
Incredible endurance.
Choosing to engage in a war of attrition against it is absolutely the most unwise decision. That monster called Jetton, although it looks very strong, if we keep trading blows like this, it will eventually wear out. He glanced at the nearby Guan Shanhai but couldn't help speaking up.
Mayor Guan, something doesn't feel right. Shouldn't we go up and help? Even if it's just to distract and restrain, we can ease some of the pressure on him.
The few association members behind him also echoed in agreement.
Yes, the president is right, we can't just stand by and watch.
We can organize a ranged attack team to target the joints and eyes of the Mount Bear King's weak points. As long as we can disrupt its attack rhythm, Chen Yuan over there will find a chance. Zhou Hao wanted to persuade them further, but the situation on the battlefield suddenly took another turn. Roar! The Mount Bear King suddenly stopped attacking, threw its head back, and let out a roar, breathing heavily. Immediately after, it stood upright on its hind legs, preparing to unleash its power. The energy in the surrounding mountains and forests began to gather crazily towards it. A massive energy cannon, even larger than before, started to take shape rapidly. Zhou Hao's face turned deathly pale upon seeing this scene. Not good. It's its ultimate move. Hearing Zhou Hao's cry, the members of the Summer Prefecture Beastmaster Association behind him instantly showed fear on their faces. The power of this move is enough to flatten a small hill in an instant. Zhou Hao took a deep breath. We need to retreat. Anyone below level 80 has defense that is like paper against this move. Everyone, retreat immediately. Zhou Hao couldn't care less about any obstruction now, the most important thing was to save their lives. At that moment, the Mount Bear King's power buildup finally reached its peak. That energy cannon, suspended in its mouth, had expanded to 30 meters, the energy inside roiling as if it was about to explode. Roar! With a roar, the Mount Bear King hurled the energy cannon towards Jetton. Everything in its path, whether trees or rocks, was turned to dust upon contact with the shockwave. However, just at this critical moment, Chen Yuan's voice penetrated everyone's ears. Jetton, find a chance to absorb its attack. Chen Yuan was not surprised that this giant bear could withstand a million-degree fireball. After so many battles, Chen Yuan had long discovered that enemies above level 70 could reach the level of his current monster in certain outstanding attributes. After all, Jetton was only level 8, a gap of a full 68 levels between them. And now the Boss Bear King was actually releasing such a massive energy attack, wasn't that seeking death? If they wanted to trade blows like before, it would take a lot of time to pull each other down. After all, this Mount Bear King did have quite high defense. But now, the opponent was going all out directly? Chen Yuan was waiting for this opportunity, a chance to absorb its attack and return it doubled.
At the same time,
the moment Chen Yuan's voice fell, they saw Jeton, which had been standing still, suddenly spring into action.
Jeton abruptly raised both arms to block in front of it. A visible translucent energy barrier instantly unfurled before it.
That barrier didn't look thick, just like a thin layer of glass.
The next second,
the energy cannon slammed against this barrier. Everyone saw that terrifying energy cannon, which was enough to flatten a hill. Upon touching Jeton's barrier, it actually came to a halt.
It blocked it?
Zhou Hao rubbed his eyes, almost unable to believe what he was seeing.
He had just said that no defense below level 80 could withstand it.
But now, it was actually blocked by this barrier.
Could it be that this human-shaped contract beast in Chen Yuan's hands reached level 80?
After a brief silence, within the crowd of the Summer Prefecture Beast Master Association,
cheers erupted in the air. Where did this person find such a master? This boss seems to be unable to hold out for 2 minutes.
However, their cheers had barely lasted a few seconds before stopping abruptly. Because they saw, under the continuous impact of the energy cannon, a crack appeared on the surface of the indestructible Jeton barrier.
Crack! Boom! A crisp explosion echoed.
In the crowd of beast tamers from Summer State, despair burst forth.
The barrier is broken.
He could almost foresee that Chen Yuan's Jeton was about to be torn to pieces.
But then, something unexpected happened. They saw that the expressionless Jeton, facing the incoming torrent of energy, surprisingly did not dodge at all.
It simply raised its arms at the moment the shield shattered, closing them in front of its chest.
Sizzle!
In the next second, that energy cannon powerful enough to destroy mountains was met by Jeton's palms at the moment of contact.
It was completely absorbed without any reservation. Chapter 91, The Ultimate Beam of Jeton.
Zhou Hao opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene, he broke out in cold sweat. He had never heard of any contracted beast capable of directly absorbing an opponent's attack. Although Guan Shanhai guessed that Chen Yuan had a backup plan, he never expected it would be this outrageous.
Absorbing the enemy's attack? What kind of contracted beast does this kid have? Each one is more freakish than the last.
As everyone was stunned beyond belief, only Chen Yuan's face revealed a smile.
Chen Yuan knew very well.
The Jeton barrier had indeed broken several times in Ultraman, it couldn't be seen as absolute defense.
However, its other signature skill, light absorption ability. This is what truly made Ultraman tremble in fear.
Chen Yuan had never seen any Ultraman or monster that could push Jeton's absorption limit to the max. As for this Mountain Bear King, it was still far off.
Chen Yuan looked at the gigantic bear, which was still desperately outputting energy.
As long as this Mountain Bear King dared to stop. Next, it would have to bear the Jeton's ultimate beam, which would be several times more powerful than its original skill.
Meanwhile,
the energy on the battlefield began to show signs of decay.
The Mountain Bear King's enormous body began to tremble slightly.
Finally, after holding on for a few more seconds, the Mountain Bear King could no longer maintain its output. The light gathering in its mouth suddenly dimmed. The energy attack connecting it to Jeton was completely interrupted.
Huff, huff.
The Mountain Bear King's massive body swayed, its huge paws drooping weakly, gasping heavily with its mouth wide open. It had entered a state of weakness.
And its opponent, the cosmic dinosaur Jeton, still quietly stood in place. The entire valley once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. It took the boss's strongest strike completely? Not just took it, it absorbed it all without any harm.
The Mountain Bear King seems to be done for.
No kidding, it released such a massive attack and got completely absorbed, it's surprising it lasted this long.
In the crowd of the Summer State Beast Taming Association, a wave of discussion erupted. Their tones were filled with relief and awe for Jeton's incomprehensible strength. Zhou Hao looked at the nearly lifeless Mountain Bear King. He finally understood why Chen Yuan had been so calm from the very beginning. Why Guan Shanhai had always stopped them from helping. In the face of absolute strength, their so-called tactics, experience, and war of attrition were just a joke. From start to finish, there was no suspense in the direction of this battle. At that moment, Chen Yuan finally issued the next command. He raised his combat device and addressed Jeton.
It's over. Jeton, use the Jeton ultimate beam.
As soon as Chen Yuan's voice fell, everyone instinctively focused their gaze on Jeton. Jeton slowly raised his arms, aiming straight at the Mountain Bear King.
In the next second,
a transparent beam, spreading like ripples, blasted out from Jeton's palms. This beam wasn't large, it looked no thicker than a hand. The weak Mountain Bear King, facing this attack, didn't even have time to dodge. It could only watch helplessly as the beam magnified in its eyes.
With no doubt, Jeton's ultimate beam hit the Mountain Bear King precisely. Time seemed to freeze at that moment.
The mountain bear king suddenly froze, its chest pierced through directly.
In the next second. Boom! A loud explosion.
That LV-76 mountain bear king exploded on the spot, leaving not a single hair behind. In the valley, a fierce wind howled. After killing the mountain bear king, Jaden's ultimate beam did not lose power and continued forward, crashing hard into a distant mountain wall.
Boom, boom, boom.
Accompanied by a series of loud sounds, a mountain peak in the back was directly pierced through by this attack, leaving a huge hole. As the dust settled, the valley returned to calm. All that remained was the pierced mountain peak and the shattered pieces of the giant bear on the ground.
Everyone present stared at all this, their minds blank. A LV-76 Lord-level beast was killed in one strike?
Zhou Hao gaped, feeling a chill rush to the top of his head. The beast masters from Summer City behind him were even more terrified, their souls nearly lost.
This contract beast named Jaden can not only absorb attacks but also kill the boss in one hit?
The mountain bear king is known for its defense, and yet it died like this. At this moment, a series of system alert sounds also rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Jaden killed LV-76 mountain bear king, gained a large amount of experience.
Jaden leveled up to LV-9. Jaden leveled up to LV-10. Jaden leveled up to LV-11. Jaden leveled up to LV-12. Jaden leveled up to LV-13. A LV-76 Lord-level boss was indeed a huge boost.
It directly helped Jaden level up 5 times, soaring from LV-8 to LV-13.
Ding!
Main quest, 9 Kill the Wild Leader, completed. Quest reward, All Skills Monster Card *1, has been sent to the system warehouse. The main quest was also successfully completed. Chen Yuan could say he had gained immensely this time. After finishing all this, Chen Yuan casually raised the battle device.
Jaden, come back. The Jaden on the battlefield transformed back into a light orb, returning to the battle device.
Chen Yuan secretly speculated that this group of people probably thought Jaden's strike was simply of immense power. If they knew that it absorbed the mountain bear king's full power strike and returned it doubled, he wondered what their reaction would be. After doing all this, Chen Yuan turned around to look at Guan Shanhai behind him. Chen Yuan looked up at the sky, the sun was about to set.
So, Chen Yuan asked. Mayor Guan, now that it's done, where are we resting tonight?
Chen Yuan had just obtained an all-skills monster card and wanted to find a quiet place to use it. Guan Shanhai was also dazed for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. He took a deep breath, forcing down the waves in his heart.
Let's go to Summer City. President Zhou and the others should have arranged everything. Oh, good. Chen Yuan nodded. President Zhou? Guan Shanhai turned to Zhou Hao. Ha? Oh. Oh. Zhou Hao, waking up from a dream, quickly nodded.
The accommodation has been arranged long ago, it's in the best hotel in our Summer City. Then, Chen Yuan leaped back onto the back of the Golden Griffin, preparing to head to the Summer City base. In the high sky, the Golden Griffin flew steadily.
The sunset's afterglow sprinkled on the clouds, dyeing them with a brilliant glow.
Chen Yuan leaned against the feathers, opening the system interface.
Chapter 92, Demon-type Alien Beast Galiobaros.
Chen Yuan thought and brought up the panel of Jaden, who had just gone through a fierce battle.
Monster panel. Name, Jaden. Level, LV-13.
Experience, 400/10,000.
Type, Cosmic Dinosaur. Weight, 30,000 tons. Height, 60 meters.
Life, 112000/112000.
Attack, 11,400. Defense, 10,000. Agility, 8,700. Skills, 1 trillion degree fireball.
Instant teleportation, Jieduan barrier, light absorption ability, Jieduan light bullet, Jieduan ultimate light beam.
Form, none.
Level up 5 times, Jieduan's various attributes have made a significant improvement. However, that battle just now, although it seemed earth-shattering. In reality, Jieduan's skills were not used fully at all. Things like teleportation, Jieduan light bullet, all didn't have a chance to be used. The entire time was just opening a shield, absorbing energy, and then firing back a cannon, and the battle was over. The opponent was too weak. That mountain bear king, although at level 76, was simply not enough against the monster. Recent enemies encountered, whether it was Tanging, Wang Boliang, or this bear, all had levels above 70. Although they could symbolically trade a few blows. But the outcome was determined from the very beginning without any suspense. Back then, Chen Yuan's level 7 ordinary Gulzin could still exchange blows with a level 70 Icefire giant crab. And now, the monsters in Chen Yuan's hands have already been replaced with Golden Ancient Bridge, Gamera Brutal Type, Jieduan. The level of monsters was already above level 10. It seems that I need to find a stronger opponent to properly test Jieduan's skill set. Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart. At this moment, Guanshan Hai suddenly spoke up beside him.
Chen Yuan, your contract beast is really a bit too strong.
Guanshan Hai's tone was filled with amazement and emotion, he still hadn't fully calmed down. One hit to wipe out a lord-level exotic beast, he had only seen this kind of scene from Chen Yuan.
And had seen it twice.
Guanshan Hai organized his words and said in a very affirming tone.
I dare say, just based on that skill just now, your contract beast is absolutely invincible below level 80. This evaluation cannot be called low.
Guanshan Hai felt that he was even being somewhat conservative.
Facing this unreasonable contract beast, what beast master below level 80 could withstand it?
Hearing Guanshan Hai's words, Chen Yuan casually asked.
Is level 80 very strong? Guanshan Hai was silent for a few seconds before he sighed and spoke.
Every 10 levels for a beastmaster can be considered a major realm.
A level 80 beastmaster can easily wipe out beastmasters like me.
Hearing this exaggerated comparison, Chen Yuan's brows slightly raised.
He hadn't paid much attention to this before.
After all, Chen Yuan was still just a high school senior. A student who had just awakened, was still unfamiliar with this top power. But now, hearing Guanshan Hai say this, Chen Yuan recalled something. Previously in Nanjing City, Zhang Yuning's level 65 Ice Crystal Phoenix was easily wiped out by enemies of level 70 several times.
And it was all just at the first appearance, instantly obliterated.
At that time, Chen Yuan thought, this was too much of a joke. Looking at it this way, the gap between level 60 and level 70 was already this huge.
The gap between level 70 and level 80 would only be even more terrifying.
It seems that raising the monster's level to level 20 as soon as possible is an imperative. Chen Yuan thought silently in his heart.
Meanwhile, Guanshan Hai patted Chen Yuan's shoulder inside.
But speaking of it, these contract beasts in your hands cannot be judged by common sense. I heard from Zhang Yuning that your contract beasts were detected to be at a very low level. Guanshan Hai shook his head, his tone filled with wonder and envy. If the levels are all true, then this terrifying capability to challenge levels, I have truly never heard of in all my years. The two chatted casually, and the Golden Griffin's speed was extremely fast. Soon, a city appeared in front of them.
This is the Xianzhou base city.
Under the prior notice from Zhou Hao, the Golden Griffin was not stopped at all and directly landed in the city center.
As soon as they landed, a woman in her 30s quickly approached with a group of people. Guanshan Hai, you've worked hard. Let's rest tonight. Tomorrow I will take you to get an epic level item.
The woman wore a passionate smile on her face.
This is the mayor of Xiazhou Base City, Su Niji. Guanshan Hai introduced Chen Yuan.
Su Niji exchanged a few pleasantries, and her gaze quickly fell on Chen Yuan. She had clearly heard from Zhou Hao about the incident at Xiongweishan.
During the following banquet, Chen Yuan just ate a little to fill his stomach before leaving early. As soon as Chen Yuan returned to the hotel, he locked the door immediately. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the dazzling night view of the city outside, and let out a long breath. Finally, it was quiet.
Chen Yuan's gaze turned to the system interface.
All skills monster card *1. It's here, it's here. The exciting blind box opening session.
Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together, hoping for something powerful.
Although Jeton was already strong enough, who wouldn't want more trump cards?
Moreover, different monsters have different traits and abilities, which can handle different battle scenarios.
Expanding his monster army was always the top priority. System, use all skills monster card.
Chen Yuan no longer hesitated and directly issued the command in his mind.
Ding. Using all skills monster card.
On the system interface, a card spun rapidly, its light flickering unpredictably. Finally, as the light faded, a brand new monster card slowly appeared before Chen Yuan's eyes. The background of the card was a vast red earth space. In the center of the image was a monstrous beast that looked extremely fierce and terrifying. It had 3 heads, but the main head in the center had no eyes at all. The eyes were distributed on the side heads. The mouths of the 3 heads were filled with sharp teeth, resembling a demon.
Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained monster card demon type otherworldly beast, Garabellos. Monster, Garabellos. Type, demon type otherworldly beast.
Description, capable of creating illusions, known for its tenacious vitality, can revive no matter how many times it is knocked down.
Garabellos. It's actually it.
Looking at the 3-headed monstrous dog on the card, Chen Yuan felt a surge of ecstasy.
Though in power, it might not match a monster like Jeton. But Garabellos' skill mechanism was certainly a unique ability in Ultraman. It was a creature that could create illusions and even had the vitality of immortality. Such a monster was extremely strange and tough. However, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered that not every Garabellos possessed immortality. Without that skill, it wouldn't be good. If it lacked that ability, then what if the illusions were seen through by the enemy? Wouldn't that lead to a beating? So, Chen Yuan wanted to open the monster panel to check if Garabellos had the immortality ability in its skill list. Chapter 93, Authentic Ultraman Cloak, facing a tough choice. With a thought, Chen Yuan aimed to look closely at the details of this new monster. The design of the otherworldly beast itself emphasizes strangeness and distortion. Just this appearance design was enough to make one feel chills down their spine. System, open Garabellos' monster panel. As Chen Yuan issued the command, a detailed data panel unfolded before his eyes. Monster panel. Name, Garabellos. Level, LV1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Type, Demon type otherworldly beast. Weight, 39,000 tons. Height, 52 meters. Life, 100,000/100,000. Attack, 7,200. Defense, 5,400. Agility, 6,500. Skills, Ultra High Heat Fireball, Hypnotic Wave, Regeneration Ability. Form list, none yet. Seeing this panel, Chen Yuan was first taken aback. Defense 5,400. Is this value too low? Compared to Jetton's initial panel, Garabellos' basic attributes were downright pathetic. Even the initial panel of Golzin at the time was better, at least Golzin's defense wasn't this low. However, Chen Yuan's gaze quickly fell on the skill list. Nothing else mattered. The key skill is the regeneration ability. No matter how many times knocked down, it can come back to life. But as long as this skill exists, even if Garabellos is fragile, its survival ability is maximized. Coupled with its core skill, Hypnotic Waves, the tactical value of this monster is simply immeasurable. Now, Garabellos can not only create illusions, making enemies kill each other. It can even create phantom monsters to battle with enemies, consuming their stamina. This constantly disturbing opponent with illusions makes anyone who encounters it feel a shiver down their spine. This is not a monster that relies on numbers for survival. It primarily focuses on one mechanism. Describing it in 2 words, underworld. Not bad, not bad. Another functional monster added. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Jia Dun primarily focuses on straightforward confrontation, while Garabellos emphasizes the bizarre and troublesome. These 2 monsters perfectly respond to different combat situations. After studying the newly acquired monster, Chen Yuan stretched. He glanced out the window at the dazzling night view of Xiaozhou Base City. Even with Garabellos in hand, he won't find a suitable opponent anytime soon. Forget it, no more thinking, time to sleep. Chen Yuan yawned and directly lay down on the big bed. The next morning, as Chen Yuan walked out of his room and reached the hotel lobby, he saw Guan Shanhai and Su Niji waiting there. Guan Shanhai, seeing Chen Yuan, immediately got to the point. Chen Yuan, I'm planning to go to the Beast Masters Association in the city. I need to get something very important from Mayor Su. It will take about an hour or 2, then we'll head back. Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. What is it? An epic item for researching mechanical beasts, Guan Shanhai explained. Hearing this, Chen Yuan instinctively frowned. He hadn't forgotten that in Nanjing City, due to a mechanical beast going out of control, the entire city almost suffered a disaster. If he hadn't dealt with it himself, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Still researching that thing? With Chen Yuan's remark, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Guan Shanhai's face. This is a requirement from above. We're just following orders. And after the last lesson, this time we'll start with the lower level ones, so it won't happen again. Chen Yuan curled his lips, feeling somewhat unconvinced. After all, the research site is in Nanjing City, and all his assets are there. However, Chen Yuan merely complained casually and didn't want to dig deeper. At this moment, Su Niji's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call and, after listening for a few moments, her expression changed dramatically. After hanging up the phone, Su Niji's face instantly became extremely serious. Seeing this, Guan Shanhai immediately asked, "What happened?" Su Niji took a deep breath and spoke at the fastest speed. The Beast Masters Association has been attacked by 2 high-level item hunters. Their target is very clear, they are after the items in the association's treasury. President Zhou Hao has rushed over to provide support, but he said on the phone that the situation is very grim. Guan Shanhai was also shocked upon hearing this. In broad daylight, directly assaulting a base city's Beast Masters Association? That takes a lot of guts. Moreover, even Zhou Hao, this LV-72 association president, felt uneasy. This indicates that the strength of these 2 item hunters is likely formidable. Guan Shanhai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. The epic item he wanted was stored in the association's treasury. If they got this item, it meant he would have made a trip for nothing.
Guan Shanhai decisively said, Mayor Su, I will go with you. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Chen Yuan planned to turn back to the hotel and get some more sleep. Chen Yuan had lost interest in item hunters. He had repeatedly fought 3 times, and none of his abilities stood out. It's better to rest well first, then check which city's dungeon bosses have higher levels, and then level up in a more realistic way. However, just as Chen Yuan took a step forward, a sudden system alert echoed in his mind. Ding! A sudden event detected, side mission triggered. Mission description: a group of powerful item hunters is attacking the Summer City Beastmaster Association, trying to steal items. As a passing concerned citizen, you face the following choices. Option 1, take advantage of the chaos. While Summer City Mayor Su Niji goes to confront the item hunters, sneak into her home and rob all her valuable possessions. Mission reward: a piece of chewing gum that always tastes sweet, no matter how long you chew it. Option 2, wait for the right moment. You wait in the hotel until the item hunters successfully steal the epic items from Summer City and leave the city, then ambush them halfway, stealing all their loot and completing a black-on-black feat mission reward, a licensed Ultraman cape *1. Wear effect, handsomeness plus 5%. Option 3, execute justice. Strike immediately and defeat the hunters attempting to steal the items. Mission reward, 1000 system points. Chapter 94, execute justice, this LV80 head, I'll take it. Chen Yuan looked at the 3 options that popped up on the system panel, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This system is really becoming more and more ridiculous. The first option, to take advantage of the chaos to steal from the mayor's home. Let's not even mention how unethical that would be, just the reward is absurd to the extreme. A piece of gum that can never be finished? Do I really need this piece of gum? I could buy a whole box at the supermarket and chew it until the end of time. If I actually did this, it would affect 3 generations. How would my grandma ever take the civil service exam? The consequences are too serious to choose this option. Then, Chen Yuan's gaze moved to the second option. Black on black, this does sound a bit interesting. The reward of the Ultraman cape, which grants plus 5% handsomeness, seems pretty cool. But Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, falling into thought. First of all, he had no interest in the local Beastmaster items at all. What he wanted were only the monster cards and the ultimate battle gadgets in the system. Even if he really managed to rob them, he wouldn't have any use for them, they might even be hot potatoes. Secondly, plus 5% handsomeness? Chen Yuan turned to the shiny pillar in the hotel lobby and felt pretty good about himself. Cut it out, what a redundant choice. Besides, sneaking behind others to pick up the scraps is not Chen Yuan's style. If he was going to do it, he would go big. Thus, Chen Yuan's gaze finally landed on the third option. Defeat the hunters attempting to steal the items directly, reward, 1000 system points. These 1000 points are equivalent to 10 consecutive draws. The last 10 draws had directly yielded the complete skill set for Jeddan, making his strength soar. The allure of 1000 points is far greater than any gum or handsome cape. Moreover, the mission description specifically mentioned item hunters of level 80. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Yesterday, Guan Shanhai had just told him that every 10 levels for Beastmasters is a significant hurdle. An 80-level powerhouse could easily kill someone in their 70s. He had just obtained Garabelios and was worried about finding a suitable opponent to test his strength. Isn't this just delivered to his door? I'll choose this one. Chen Yuan quickly made up his mind. While Chen Yuan was analyzing the system task, Guan Shanhai and Su Niji were already in a frantic hurry. No time to waste, let's hurry over. Guan Shanhai said as he dashed out of the hotel door, ready to summon the Golden Griffin. Su Niji followed closely behind, her face filled with urgency. Just as the two were about to summon their steeds, Chen Yuan's voice came from behind. Wait, add me in. The mission targets had appeared, so how could Chen Yuan just stand by and watch? Guan Shanhai was taken aback for a moment and suddenly felt that today's matter might just become simpler. Guan Shanhai said no more and quickly summoned his Golden Griffin in the open space at the hotel entrance. The giant griffin let out a roar, stirring up a gust of wind. Su Niji and Guan Shanhai jumped on first. Chen Yuan followed, leaping up with swift and decisive movements. Let's go! With Guan Shanhai's command, the Golden Griffin instantly soared into the sky, transforming into a beam of golden light, rapidly flying towards the other side of the city. High up in the sky, the wind howled fiercely. Chen Yuan sat on the griffin's back, his clothes flapping in the wind. He looked at the cityscape rushing beneath him and began to calculate in his mind. The system indicated that the enemy's level was LV80, which was not to be taken lightly. So, Chen Yuan turned to Su Niji beside him. In Xia Province, what is the highest level of beast tamer? Su Niji, hearing Chen Yuan's question, instinctively answered. It's President Zhou Hao of our Beast Tamer Association, and he is LV72.
After hearing this, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Only 72, then what if the enemy is level 80?
Su Niji smiled bitterly at these words.
If the enemy is too strong, we will seek help from the military district. If the situation is especially urgent, they can arrive in half an hour. Chen Yuan pondered after hearing this.
Half an hour was indeed quite a long time. However, to him, it was actually good news.
When reinforcements arrived, Chen Yuan would have no chance to act.
Just in time, there wasn't much time left for the National Beast Tamer College entrance exam. Based on the strength Chen Yuan had shown, it was a certainty he would be personally nominated by Jiang Yuning for admission to the capital. Practicing in advance against a level 80 beast tamer was also a rehearsal for adapting to the environment of the capital. After all, a place like the capital would definitely be filled with strong individuals. All the strong people from the entire country gathered there. The ones Chen Yuan encountered now, hovering around level 70, felt like cutting through vegetables, truly lacking in challenge. While flying, Chen Yuan, feeling a bit bored, casually opened Douyin. As expected, he hadn't played for 2 minutes before he came across a livestream from the Xia province base city. Chen Yuan clicked in, and the livestream clearly showed a reporter filming from a distance. In the footage, chaos erupted in front of the Beast Tamer Association building. A gigantic metal mantis-type contract beast was engaged in a fierce battle with another contract beast. The metal mantis shone with a silver-white luster, its 2 forelimbs were long blades measuring over 10 meters. Its opponent was a lion engulfed in flames. The livestream's comments section exploded. Wow! That's President Zhou Hao's flame lion. Is the opponent a metal contract beast? Can he win? Of course. President Zhou is our top expert in Xia province, a LV-72 powerhouse, he'll be fine.
Exactly. Smash those bastards daring to cause trouble in Xia province, those 2 little rascals are doomed.
The comments below were almost entirely praising Zhou Hao, filled with confidence in him. Beside him, Guan Shanhai also leaned over to take a look.
That's the Iron Giant Scythe Mantis.
A very rare metal-type exotic beast, known for its attack power, it's incredibly tough. After speaking, he patted the griffin's neck.
Faster.
The golden griffin let out a cry, and its flying speed picked up again. Chen Yuan turned off his phone, no longer looking at the brainless flattery in the comments. At this moment, only Chen Yuan knew through the system just how large the power gap between the two was.
LV-72 against LV-80, this was no longer something tactics could bridge.
Not long after, with the golden griffin flying at full speed,
Chen Yuan could already see the iconic Beast Tamer Association office building. However,
Chen Yuan looked down and saw Zhou Hao's flame lion, now covered in wounds, lying on the ground.
Meanwhile, the steel giant Scythe Mantis stood unharmed. Chapter 95, the cosmic dinosaur Jaden teleports directly into battle.
At the entrance of the Beast Tamers Association, chaos reigned. Citizens and staff members who had been watching from afar were now in a frenzy. When they saw the flame lion defeated in one blow, everyone's minds went blank.
President Zhou was defeated so easily. It's over, if even President Zhou lost, who in Xiaozhou City can stop him? What level is that guy? It's too terrifying. Run.
At this moment, the scene was chaotic to the extreme. Everyone was desperately trying to distance themselves from the Beast Tamers Association.
This building, once seen as the safest place in the base city, had turned into total chaos.
High above, Su Niji on her golden griffin also witnessed the scene.
Zhou Hao actually lost. That steel giant Scythe Mantis can't be above LV-80. A deep sense of helplessness surged within Su Niji.
Chen Yuan saw everything and asked Su Niji beside him.
Mayor Su Niji, are you going to make a move? Su Niji was taken aback by the question, and an awkward expression appeared on her face.
She opened her mouth and said with some difficulty, I'm only level 61, let's wait for support.
Su Niji's strength was quite good among ordinary beast tamers.
But facing that steel giant Scythe Mantis, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Chen Yuan responded with a no and then turned his gaze to Guan Shanhai. Guan Shanhai's expression was equally grave, already having made a judgment in his heart. His strength was on par with Zhou Hao's, and since Zhou Hao was defeated in one encounter, he knew his result would be no different. Feeling Chen Yuan's gaze, Guan Shanhai raised his hands. Don't look at me, my golden griffin is mainly a mount. It has no combat function.
Chen Yuan instantly understood the implication of their words.
In short, they were scared and didn't dare to fight.
No combat function?
But during the Beast Wave incident in Nanjing, you were the fastest to charge in.
However, Chen Yuan could understand.
Sending a level 70 to challenge a level 80 was indeed akin to seeking death. Chen Yuan was resolute in his decision. 1,000 points for a 10 draw, he had to have it.
Moreover, his Jaden still had several skills he hadn't used in battle, like teleportation. Not to mention, the newly acquired Garabellos hadn't made its debut yet.
It was the perfect chance to test how strong the top-tier battle force in this world really was against this level 80 loot hunter.
With this thought, Chen Yuan no longer hesitated. He directly raised the battle device. "Come out, Jaden." Accompanied by a low shout, a white light shot out from the battle device. Battle device activated. Cosmic Dinosaur, Jaden. A beast towering 60 meters tall and oddly shaped appeared in the sky. Su Niji's mouth dropped open, she was utterly stunned.
She had only heard Zhou Hao mention yesterday that Chen Yuan had an extremely powerful contracted beast that could defeat Bear Weishan's lord in one strike. But she never imagined this contracted beast would be so massive. Guan Shanhai had seen Jaden once before, but feeling its presence up close again left him in awe. However, this was not the end. After summoning Jaden, Chen Yuan simply raised his hand, pointing the battle device towards the battlefield not far away.
Jaden, use teleportation. The moment his words fell, Jaden, suspended in midair, suddenly turned transparent. The next second, whoosh! That 60-meter giant figure vanished before their eyes. It disappeared? Su Niji rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. Guan Shanhai wore a bewildered and shocked expression as well. What kind of ability is this, teleportation? He has lived all these years, yet never heard of any contract beast capable of spatial transfer with such a massive body. A contract beast that can master spatial power is not something at his level can ever encounter. How many cards does Chen Yuan still hold in his hand? Meanwhile, in front of the Beast Masters Association building, a man is standing at the feet of the steel giant mantis. He looks at the fleeing crowd and lets out a sneer of disdain. He is the mastermind behind this attack, the item hunter, Shen Mori. Steel giant mantis, don't waste time with these little fish. Hurry inside and get that thing from the treasury, then we'll leave directly. Hiss. The steel giant mantis lets out a hiss and turns its gaze towards the entrance of the association building. There, a group of association staff and reporters haven't had the time to escape. They are locked by the mantis's gaze, trembling and unable to stand steadily. Especially those reporters who were live broadcasting just moments ago, now they regret it deeply. To scoop a big news, they have put their lives on the line. Where can they reason this now? The steel giant mantis clearly has no intention of letting them go. In its eyes, everything blocking its path should be cleared away. It slowly opens its mouthparts, and crimson arcs of electricity start to compress inside. A destructive aura instantly spreads out. The people at the entrance of the association, looking at the ever-brightening light, are filled with despair. They know they are doomed. At this moment, time seems to slow down immensely. It's over. The words "it's over" flash in everyone's minds. However, just as the laser was about to engulf them, whoosh! A black shadow suddenly appears beside the steel giant mantis. Jaden strikes out his arm, accurately hitting the mantis's jaw. Bang! A great sound echoes. The metal head of the steel giant mantis is sent upward by this blow. The crimson laser it had just shot out now veers off, losing its aim. It grazes the top of the association building and shoots into the sky. Boom! A loud noise follows. A decorative peak at the top of the Beast Masters Association building is instantly blown to dust. Debris falls like raindrops, creating small craters on the ground. At the entrance of the association, those who were already closed-eyed and waiting for death slowly open their eyes. They discover they are completely unharmed. We are not dead. What just happened? Everyone looks up in confusion. They see, beside the steel giant mantis, a giant beast larger than it has appeared for some unknown reason. It was this giant beast that, at the critical moment, slapped the mantis's head aside, saving everyone. In the sky, Chen Yuan's voice suddenly sounds. Mayor Guan, fly a bit closer. Ah! Guan Shanhai is startled and turns his head instinctively. He sees Chen Yuan pointing to the battlefield below. I can't see clearly from this distance, it affects my operation. Guan Shanhai's eyelid twitches. He just wants to say something, like safety first type of cliché. But he recalls Chen Yuan's style of doing things. Once this guy makes a move, he always has it under control. In the end, Guan Shanhai pats the golden griffin's neck. Descend. Chapter 96, Instant Teleportation plus Mega Fireball, Jaden's rascally playstyle. The golden griffin lowers its altitude slowly under Guan Shanhai's command. The fierce wind rushes past his ears, and Chen Yuan finally sees the situation on the ground clearly. Beside the steel giant mantis, there are indeed two men standing. One of them is tall and has a stern face. The other appears a bit shifty-eyed. Isn't this the one who was just beaten up by Gamora? Should Tang, who abandoned his teammates and ran away with his tail between his legs? This bastard actually dares to show his face again, and it seems like he found a tougher backer. Beside Tang, that black falcon used for escape also stood next to him.
Chen Yuan has the teleporting Jiaduan this time, and he won't let anyone escape again. Even if Tanging uses last time's acceleration item again, he can't be faster than Jiaduan's teleportation. Guan Shanhai also saw the newcomer clearly. That man next to him is Shin Mo-ri from the item hunters, with a level as high as LV80.
Hearing this number made Su Niji's face turn pale instantly.
As the mayor of Xiazhou City, she certainly understands what it means to have a LV80 Beast Master.
LV80. President Zhou Hao was not unjustly defeated. At the same time, on the ground, Shin Mo-ri and Tanging also noticed the golden griffin circling low in the air.
Tanging looked up and met Chen Yuan's gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine.
Brother Shen. That's him. That young man is Chen Yuan. Tanging pointed at Chen Yuan up in the sky. Shen Mo-ri followed Tang Ying's direction, looked up, and locked his gaze on Chen Yuan.
His eyes scanned Chen Yuan and then landed on the battle device in his hand.
Kid, Tang Ying has told me everything. You have quite a few good things in your hands. You can transform, strengthen your contracted beasts, and even summon such a big guy. I won't make it hard for you, just hand over the Yi Golden Scale and Rage Pearl that you stole from us. Also, give me that thing for summoning contracted beasts in your hand. Shen Mo-ri stared at the battle device in Chen Yuan's hand, breathing a bit faster. Based on Tang Ying's embellished description, he immediately judged that what Chen Yuan held was definitely not an ordinary item. Being able to summon and recover such powerful contracted beasts without restriction. He could even grant the Beast Master himself transformation abilities. This was very likely to be a legendary great item.
Having mingled for years, Shin Mo-ri knew that once this level of item appeared, it would attract significant bloodshed.
Don't mention just him at LV80, even a LV90 powerhouse would be shaken. So, how about it? Use a few items you can't keep to trade for your life.
Shin Mo-ri had a look that suggested he had Chen Yuan in his grasp. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's voice came from the sky. If you want my things, come and take them. Chen Yuan was just worried he couldn't find a suitable opponent to test Jiaduan's true strength.
This LV80 Shin Mo-ri was simply a free training partner. Shin Mo-ri's expression darkened instantly. He commanded the steel giant mantis beside him. First, keep your distance. Although Shin Mo-ri was arrogant, he was not foolish. Jiaduan's sudden appearance earlier put him on alert. Then, he shouted to Tang Ying next to him. Have your black falcon come over to protect me, don't let my real body be ambushed. After doing all this, Shin Mo-ri turned his gaze back to the center of the battlefield. The strange giant beast summoned by Chen Yuan had remained still at its spot ever since that last strike. Pretending to be mysterious. Shin Mo-ri snorted coldly, deciding to test it first. Steel giant mantis, use slicing light. Hiss. The steel giant mantis let out a sharp hiss, crossing its scythe-like forelimbs in front of its chest, the blade glowing with dazzling energy. However, just as it was about to attack, an unexpected change occurred. Shin Mo-ri's pupils suddenly constricted. The giant beast Jiaduan, which had remained motionless until now, suddenly became blurry. In the next second. Whoosh! Jiaduan's massive body vanished into thin air. Not good. Shin Mo-ri felt a warning bell ringing in his heart. Before he could react, a shadow appeared above the steel giant mantis. Jiaduan had directly teleported right above the mantis. He saw it raise its right leg and deliver a kick to the back of the steel giant mantis. Boom! A loud sound. The metal body of the steel scythe mantis lost balance under this kick. Its massive body was brutally kicked down from the air by a tremendous force. In an instant, smoke and dust rose, and rubble flew everywhere. Shin Mo-ri looked at Jiaten in the distance, his expression suddenly frozen. Space power. This monster actually mastered such pure spatial force. At first, Shin Mo-ri thought it was using some kind of teleportation item. Now it seemed, it wasn't at all. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Shin Mo-ri's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected that his proud contract beast would be so easily toyed with by the opponent in just one encounter. That bizarre teleportation ability was simply unheard of. He could clearly feel that Chen Yuan's contract beast had a level and energy fluctuation that definitely did not reach LV80, and might not even be LV70. But despite being a contract beast so much lower in level, it possessed such unreasonable skills. Up high in the air, Su Niji and Guan Shanhai, on the back of the golden griffin, also watched this scene. Such a massive body can perform spatial teleportation. Facing a top-level powerhouse at LV80, it showed no fear at all and instead took the initiative from the outset. At the same time, Chen Yuan raised the combat device and began to command Jiaten. Jiaten, use a Mega-Degree Fireball. Chen Yuan wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly understand the level of an LV80 powerhouse in this world. Upon receiving the command, Jiaten let out a unique cry. Its yellow glowing organs on the face suddenly flickered. Then, Jiatan raised its arms in front of its chest, and a blazing fireball quickly took shape on its face.
Seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain.
Want to attack? Steel Scythe Mantis, charge forward.
As the words fell, the Steel Scythe Mantis exerted its legs with strength, rushing violently towards Jiatan in midair.
Its two forelimbs, over 10 meters long, vowed to cut Jiatan in two.
However, just as its massive scythe was about to touch Jiatan,
whoosh! Jiatan's figure vanished into thin air again. The Steel Scythe Mantis's full-force strike inevitably landed in empty space. Behind you!
Chen Yuan immediately spotted Jiatan's position and rushed to shout a warning. The Steel Scythe Mantis turned around, only to see a huge fireball whistling towards its face.
Mega-degree fireball. It was too close to evade at all.
The Steel Scythe Mantis could only instinctively cross its two giant sides to guard in front of itself.
Boom!
The fireball exploded, instantly engulfing the figure of the Steel Scythe Mantis.
The violent shockwave spread outward, lifting the ground once again.
The onlookers in the distance gasped, as they could only see a massive fireball erupt at the center of the battlefield, unable to see anything clearly.
Was it taken down? Such a powerful fireball. The temperature is too high. Those citizens and reporters, who were originally worried about the safety of Xiaozhou, were now completely captivated by this battle that seemed like a divine showdown. However, Chen Yuan's face showed no sign of panic. As expected. As the flames dispersed, the figure of the Steel Scythe Mantis reappeared.
Its two crossed sides in front had been charred black, but its body was unharmed.
This level of attack is useless against my mantis, Chen Yuan said with a cold smile.
The battle that followed became a ridiculous game entirely.
The Steel Scythe Mantis launched fierce attacks again and again.
But each time, Jiatan effortlessly dodged using instantaneous movement.
And Jiatan seized every opportunity after dodging to counterattack with a mega-degree fireball. Boom! 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 Fireballs kept exploding on the Steel Scythe Mantis. Though they couldn't cause fatal injuries, that terrifying high temperature continued to scorch its metal shell. Silent Day was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. His level 80 contracted beast had all the strength but couldn't touch anyone. If you have the guts, don't run. Fight me face to face. Silent Day couldn't help but curse loudly.
Chen Yuan, listening from the sky, almost laughed out loud.
You, an 80th level, want me, a barely teen level, to stop running? What about your face? Do you think I, like you, enjoy being beaten?
Chen Yuan thought to himself, but his actions didn't stop.
Jaden, keep going.
In the sky, Su Niji, looking down at the battle below, finally relaxed her tightly furrowed brows a little.
So strong, Chen Yuan's contracted beast is simply a nemesis to all melee-type exotic beasts.
Yes. Guan Shanhai nodded, but his eyes still remained serious.
But, you saw it too, right?
Although Jaden has an absolute advantage with its teleportation, its attacks seem unable to deal substantial damage to that mantis. Su Niji's joy faded when she heard this.
She had noticed it too. The defense of that steel giant sickle mantis was simply terrifying.
It had taken so many powerful fireball hits and still wasn't severely injured. Meanwhile, for Chen Yuan, each teleportation and each fireball release was consuming his mental power.
This kind of pure energy battle was extremely unfavorable to the lower level side.
If this drags on, once Chen Yuan's mental energy is exhausted, then
Guan Shanhai fell silent.
The huge gap in levels couldn't be completely erased by one or two powerful skills. Just as they were both worried for Chen Yuan, the battle below changed again. After being toyed with for a long time, Silent Day seemed to have lost his patience. He looked at the association staff and reporters in the distance who hadn't had time to run far, a fierce look flashing in his eyes.
Silent Day let out a sinister laugh. Steel giant sickle mantis, forget about it.
Silent Day planned to use hostages again to force Chen Yuan to endure the attack. The steel giant sickle mantis immediately stopped chasing Jaden. It turned around and opened its mouthparts.
Blood-red electric arcs began to gather and compress violently in its mouth.
A destructive aura instantly enveloped the entire Beastmaster Association building.
Not good. Run.
The people who had survived the earlier attack, looking at the increasingly bright blood-colored light, once again fell into despair.
They were too close to it and couldn't escape. A smile appeared on Silent Day's face. He spoke to Chen Yuan, who was in the sky. I'm not going to fight you anymore. After I finish looting, I'll leave. Let's see how you stop me.
I'll go back, call some people, and come to snatch your legendary items.
He was confident that Chen Yuan wouldn't dare to gamble with so many lives. Now, there were only two situations. The first, Chen Yuan would endure the attack to save people, inevitably getting seriously injured.
Then, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to counterattack.
The second, Chen Yuan wouldn't choose to save anyone.
Then, after Silent Day looted the precious items from the Beastmaster Association, he would leave, and no one could stop him.
However, the panicked expression he had expected from Chen Yuan didn't appear. Instead, Chen Yuan, facing the attack, simply raised his battle device. Jaden, absorb its beam.
In front of the Beastmaster Association building, the people were drenched in sweat. So despicable, directly attacking us.
We can't block the contracted beast's attack. At the same time, Silent Day seemed to already see Jaden teleporting in front of the trembling crowd to save them.
Then, Jaden would take the hit with its body and fall to the ground, heavily injured. However, just as the blood-red laser was about to hit, whoosh! Jaden's figure appeared in front of the trembling people after teleporting. It's here! Silent Day's heart lifted with joy, his eyes fixed on Jaden. But what happened next caused his smile to freeze instantly.
Jaden, after teleporting to the front of the crowd, it did not use its body to resist directly.
Instead, it raised its arms and brought them together in front of its chest.
That posture did not look like it was meant to defend. What is it trying to do?
This thought just flashed through Shin Emori's mind when the blood-red laser of the steel giant mantis arrived. The blood-colored laser crossed hundreds of meters, precisely aiming at the position where Jaden was located. That blood-colored beam, upon touching Jaden's closed arms, actually stirred not a ripple.
Instead, it was absorbed. Jaden's black body, in just a few seconds, absorbed all the attacks completely.
This. Shin Emori's smile froze, and his eyes were about to pop out.
It absorbed it?
Shin Emori completely could not understand the scene before him.
That was a full-strength strike from a LV-80 contract beast.
Let alone absorbing it, even a similar defensive contract beast would definitely not fare well if forced to take it. But this monster with an unclear level
actually just casually devoured it like this? Shin Emori couldn't believe it. What the hell kind of skill is this?
Only Chen Yuan remained unchanged in expression.
Jaden's light absorption ability is not that simple. The Jaden destruction ray that will be unleashed next is the truly terrifying skill. This is why there's a rumor that fighting Jaden shouldn't use beams. It's precisely due to the combination of these two skills. Absorbed, then transformed into one's own power, and returned doubled. On the field, Jaden remained completely unharmed. Chen Yuan once again raised the battle device, directing Jaden. Jaden used the Jaden destruction ray. As soon as the voice fell,
Jaden slowly straightened its closed arms, aiming at the distant steel giant mantis. At the tip of its palm, a light suddenly glowed.
Chapter 98 Jaden, Super Long-Range Cannon. Not good.
Shin Emori felt the deadly threat, his face drastically changed.
Quick, dodge. But it was already too late. A transparent wave-shaped light beam suddenly shot out from the front of Jaden's palm. Jaden Ultimate Beam.
The speed of this beam was incredibly fast. Almost instantaneously, it reached in front of the steel giant mantis. Hiss. The steel giant mantis could only let out a terrified wail before being struck by this wave-shaped beam on its massive left claw. The beam penetrated through without any hindrance, even maintaining its momentum, continuing to fly backward, and finally disappearing into the sky.
Shin Emori staggered back 2 steps. He looked at his steel giant mantis.
He saw that its massive left claw had turned completely charred.
How can this be? Shin Emori completely could not believe it. The fireballs released just now were not even enough to scratch his mantis. But why, after absorbing its own attack, did the counterattack become so terrifying? Steel giant mantis, take the chance to continue attacking. However, Tang, watching Shin Emori nearly scared out of his wits. Although he lacked strength, he still had his wits about him. Brother Shin, don't attack anymore. Tang reacted, shouting at Shin Emori. That guy's skill looks like it absorbs damage and then rebounds it back doubled. Doubled rebound?
Upon hearing this, the madness on Shin Emori's face instantly faded, replaced by horror.
Absorbing, then doubling the rebound. Shin Emori connected everything that had just happened in his mind.
Chen Yuan's contract beast's fireball attack was mediocre, unable to break through the defense of the steel giant mantis.
But after absorbing the steel giant mantis's blood-red laser,
the beam shot back effortlessly, easily penetrating the mantis's impervious metal body. All of this perfectly confirmed Tang Ying's guess.
Shin Emori thought of this, and couldn't help but frown. Teleportation, absorption, double rebound? How can there be a contract beast with all 3 of these unreasonable abilities? These 3 abilities, any one of which appearing on a contract beast, would be enough to make it a standout among its peers. And now, these 3 incredible abilities have actually gathered on one monster. How can we fight this? Long-range attacks will be absorbed and doubled back at us. The harder we hit, the faster we die. Close combat? We can't even touch its edge and will just be toyed with to death by its teleportation. It's simply unsolvable. If it weren't for Shinmori's level being as high as LV80, he would have lost long ago. High above in the sky, Su Niji turned to look at Guan Shanhai. Mayor Guan, where on earth did you dig up Chen Yuan? Su Niji really couldn't find suitable words to describe Chen Yuan. Guan Shanhai, hearing this, revealed a wry smile. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, "What you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Jetten's abilities are far more than this." As soon as he said this, Su Niji was indeed startled into silence. At this moment, Shinmoli's eyes below reignited with a desire to attack. Shinmoli knew that long-range attacks were a dead end. The only way to survive was in close combat. Although Chen Yuan's contract beast could teleport, as long as they got close enough, Shinmoli would have an absolute advantage in level and stats. Steel Giant Mantis, use your chaotic dance scythe for close combat. Shinmoli issued the final attack command. Hiss. The Steel Giant Mantis, despite having lost an arm, remained fierce. After receiving the command, it flapped its metallic wings. The body of the Steel Giant Mantis turned into a silver flash, dashing towards Jetten at an incredible speed. This time, it didn't use any long-range attacks but poured all its strength into its remaining right scythe. Want to engage in close combat? Chen Yuan looked at the rushing figure without any surprise. Jetten barrier. Facing the attack from the Steel Giant Mantis, Jetten remained in place, not dodging or avoiding. Just as that huge scythe was about to strike. Buzz. A barrier composed of transparent rectangles suddenly unfolded around Jetten, covering above as well. Jetten barrier. Clang. A sound of metal collision echoed across the battlefield. The Steel Giant Mantis's powerful strike landed solidly on Jetten's barrier. Though the Mantis was strong, it ultimately couldn't break through it. What? Shinmoli had not realized that, in addition to 3 outrageous skills, there was now a defense skill too. Does this contract beast really have no weaknesses? Before Shinmoli could recover from his shock, Jetten, having blocked the attack, had already launched a counterattack. Jetten's yellow glowing organ on its face lit up again. A barrage of light bullets, like machine gun fire, poured densely toward the Steel Giant Mantis, which was now so close. Jetten light bullet. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions were non-stop. The Steel Giant Mantis was instantly engulfed by countless explosions of fire. Though these light bullets were far weaker than the 1 trillion degree fireball and couldn't compare to the Jetten ultimate beam. Their sheer numbers and speed overwhelmed the Steel Giant Mantis, leaving it powerless to fight back. At the same time, Chen Yuan watched the battle from above, silently evaluating the situation in his heart. It seems, besides absorbing and rebounding the Jetten ultimate beam, other conventional skills had limited effect against this LV-80 contract beast with specialized defense. 1 trillion degree fireball could be fired once or multiple times but only pushed back the enemy. Jetten light bullet had too little power and could only serve to harass. Jetten barrier was astonishing in defense, but ultimately it was just passive defense. Teleportation was a divine skill, but it itself had no lethality. On the battlefield, it appeared that Jetten was suppressing the Steel Giant Mantis. But Chen Yuan knew in his heart, this was only temporary. Chen Yuan sat on the back of the Golden Griffin, appearing calm, yet his mind was highly focused, always paying attention to the battle below. Although Jetten's skill mechanics were powerful, his level was ultimately a hard shortcoming. LV-13 facing LV-80 was no longer a simple challenge of crossing levels. To reach the current stalemate relied entirely on Jetten's unreasonable skill combinations. But dragging this out was not a solution, it was truly a waste of time. Chen Yuan casually opened the system panel and took a glance at the side quest information. Option 3, defeat the hunters attempting to steal the items head-on and execute justice to the end. Quest reward, 1000 system points. It seemed that relying solely on Jetten to quickly take down this LV-80 guy was still a bit ambitious. 1000 points, that's a chance for a 10-time draw. For this precious 10-time draw, this battle must be won. And it must be a clean victory, leaving no chance for the opponent to escape. Otherwise, Chen Yuan would return to Nanjing City, and have to deal with these item hunters bothering him from time to time. Thus, Chen Yuan firmly decided to summon a second monster. In his mind, the figures of Jingukyo and Gamora flashed by. Jingukyo had strong defense and combat separation abilities. But compared to this LV-80 Mantis, Jingukyo's stats wouldn't do much better than Jetten's. Gamora, the fierce type, had sky-high attack power. He had toyed with that LV-77 Wang bully before. But this one in front of him was a genuine LV-80, stronger than the last by more than 1 tier. Chen Yuan recalled what Guan Shanhai had said, every 10 levels was a huge hurdle for beast masters. From Jetten's battle test earlier, this was absolutely true.
The hard strength of this steel giant scythe mantis was indeed much stronger than any opponent he had faced before.
If he summoned Gamora and Jingukyo together, perhaps they could win.
But it would likely turn into a hard-fought tug-of-war, and if something went wrong midway, letting that Shin Mori guy escape would be a huge loss. No, he had to take him down all at once, to prevent future troubles. Chen Yuan's gaze landed on a brand new card in the monster warehouse.
Demon-type exotic beast, Garubalus.
This three-headed dog, just obtained and not yet unleashed, possessed strange illusion abilities. Using it to work with Jeton could create an unexpected attack, possibly achieving a one-hit kill effect. And Jeton's 1 million degree fireball had a charged version. That is to say, ultra-long-distance cannon. With just one strike, it could destroy an entire town.
Chapter 99, you call this support? Garubalus's illusory ability.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield,
the calm Shin Mori also saw the situation clearly.
He pulled out a palm-sized, ancient-looking mechanical remote control from his pocket.
The remote control was emitting an ominous aura. Ancient mechanical amplifier. This was Shin Mori's trump card, snatched from an ancient mechanical ruin dungeon in the Adventurers Guild.
The effect was simple and brutal, it unlocked the limits. Once activated, it could instantly double the attack power of the contracted beast, and the agility would also soar. Of course, the cost of using it was equally huge.
Once the effect ended, his steel giant scythe mantis would be completely exhausted and lose its combat ability. But now, Shin Mori had no way out.
If he failed, he could still escape with Tang Ying's contracted beast. He could afford countless mistakes. But this guy named Chen Yuan would cause instant defeat the moment he got a single chance. At this moment, Shin Mori's finger was pressed tightly against the remote control, his palm slick with sweat.
Shin Mori patiently awaited.
Waiting for Jeton to reveal a flaw, then launching this all-in fatal strike.
Meanwhile,
Su Neiji furrowed her brows, feeling increasingly uneasy.
Mayor Guan, the situation doesn't seem optimistic.
Look, Jaden's attacks find it hard to cause lethal damage to that mantis. Its metallic shell has truly terrifying defenses.
And that mantis, though suppressed,
each of its slashes harbors the terrifying power of level 80. Every time Jaden evades an attack, he must rely on teleportation or barriers to cope. At this rate of exhaustion, it's likely that the first to break down will be Chen Yuan. Su Niji's analysis pierced the heart with every word. Chen Yuan, who was nearby, showed no reaction to this statement. He simply glanced silently at Garubaros in the battle console.
Before summoning the second monster, there was something he needed to confirm.
Chen Yuan turned to Su Niji beside him and asked, "If I want to defeat him in a short amount of time,
then my upcoming attacks may be uncontrollable in range. The surrounding buildings might be destroyed, do you agree?"
Hearing this, Su Niji froze for a moment.
As the mayor of Xiaozhou City, her instinct was to refuse. Although this place is remote, filled with association offices and warehouses, rebuilding later would cost a lot of money.
But then she immediately thought of those precious items stored in the Beastmaster Association.
Especially the epic-grade items. The value of epic-grade items cannot be measured by money at all. Once taken away by Shin Mori, the loss would be even greater. What is light and what is heavy was clear at a glance. A few seconds later, Su Niji raised her head and nodded to Chen Yuan. "Go ahead. As long as we can protect the association's items, any loss will be borne by our Xiaozhou City government." After finishing, Su Niji immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was almost immediately connected. "Zhou Hao."
Su Niji spoke quickly, relaying everything that might happen next. Zhou Hao on the other end immediately took action, organizing all personnel to evacuate the crowd as quickly as possible. Su Niji hung up the phone, watching Jaden still entangled with the steel giant scythe mantis below.
Su Niji really wanted to know. What kind of powerful attack could make Chen Yuan say uncontrollable range? With the mayor's approval, Chen Yuan felt no hesitation.
He raised the battle console in his hand, aiming it downwards. Chen Yuan intended to completely turn the situation around using Garubaros's illusion abilities.
Battle console activate. Demon-type extraterrestrial beast Garubaros.
The battle console emitted a sound effect, and a beam of light shot out from it. As the light dispersed, a massive creature appeared in everyone's sight.
It was a terrifying monster with 3 ferocious heads, resembling the Hellhound. The appearance of Garubaros instantly made the already tense atmosphere on the battlefield even more eerie and oppressive. On the other side, when Shin Mori saw Garubaros appear, he sensed something was wrong. He concentrated his mental energy, trying to analyze the information about this new monster. It was huge, and looked like a power type? No, wait. Shin Mori quickly frowned. Because he did not feel a powerful energy fluctuation matching the size of this 3-headed dog. In fact, one could say
The aura emitted by this three-headed dog was much weaker than that of the one next to it, which was continuously casting fireballs.
What's going on? Just for show? Or some kind of special hidden ability? Chen Yuan recalculated rapidly in his mind.
But he still firmly believed in his level advantage. His level 80 steel giant scythe mantis, as long as it could seize a single opportunity to strike, could completely turn the situation around.
So, when he saw Chen Yuan's next move, a faint smile of coldness crept across his lips. In the high sky, Chen Yuan once again raised the battle console. Garubaros, use hypnosis wave. Jitan, go to the sky, charge up a 1,000,000-degree fireball.
The two commands were issued almost simultaneously. On the ground, the eyes on the head of the newly summoned Cerberus suddenly lit up with an eerie red glow. At the same time, Jitan's figure flashed and instantly used teleportation to appear hundreds of meters high in the sky. Immediately, Jitan raised both hands in front of his chest. A fireball began to gather on his face. Chen Yuan saw this scene, and the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger.
So that's it, this is the tactic?
Chen Yuan almost instantly saw through Chen Yuan's intentions. This newly summoned three-headed dog was not the main attacker, but rather a support. Its role was to distract his steel giant mantis, buying time for the beast in the sky to charge up and unleash a powerful ranged attack.
How naive, Chen Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Do you think my steel giant mantis is easy to deal with?
The metal-type contract beast prides itself on its unparalleled defense.
Don't even think about being disturbed by a support contract beast that looks weak.
Even if another attack-type contract beast of the same level, LV-80, came, it could withstand a few hits. And that guy charging up in the sky is nothing but a live target right now.
So obvious, charging for so long, do you think I'm blind? It's a ridiculously stupid tactic.
Chen Yuan had already sentenced Chen Yuan to death in his heart. He issued a new command to his contract beast without hesitation.
Steel giant mantis, ignore that dog. Rush up as fast as you can, and chop that charging guy in the sky into pieces.
Hiss. The steel giant mantis, long angered by being toyed with by Jitan, had pent up frustration.
The moment it received the order, its metal wings suddenly flapped. Whoosh!
Its massive body turned into a silver streak of light, ignoring the three-headed dog on the ground and shooting straight up into the sky. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cerberus simply stood there quietly. However, the eyes on the two heads to its sides, glowing faintly red, watched the whole scene.
Chapter 100 I'm good at making mirrors, didn't you know? The steel giant mantis shot up towards the sky. Its target was clear, the one in the air gathering a powerful move.
Suanaiji looked at the orderly evacuating crowd below, feeling slightly relieved.
Zhou Hao's execution was quite strong.
After receiving her call, Zhou Hao quickly organized all the association's personnel to evacuate the thrill-seeking citizens to safety.
But when Suanaiji looked back at the battlefield, the relief she had just felt instantly turned into anxiety.
She saw that the steel giant mantis was charging up to the sky at a terrifying speed.
Yet the contract beast summoned by Chen Yuan, called Cerberus, was just standing there stupidly, not moving at all? Chen Yuan, why aren't you attacking? Suanaiji couldn't help but exclaim in urgency.
Guan Shanhai also looked serious, his brows tightly knitted together.
He completely didn't understand Chen Yuan's tactics.
Clearly, he had summoned a second contract beast, so why not let it hold off the enemy and instead leave it standing there like a fool?
Was this not wasting a great fighting force? Was this not delivering the charging, immobile Jitan right into the enemy's blade?
Meanwhile, the citizens who had retreated to a safe distance were standing further away, looking back at the battle. The murmurs of the crowd exploded at once, everyone's hearts rose to their throats.
That mantis has flown up. Wow, what's that dog on the ground doing? Your teammate is going to be ambushed. Quick, look at the one in the sky, why isn't it dodging? Still rubbing the fireball. You guys said, could it be that the fireball is too big, blocking our eyes, so we didn't see the enemy flying over? This sentence gained the agreement of many people.
The scene in front of them was too strange, making it impossible to judge with common sense.
On the ground, Shenmori's forehead also began to bead with sweat.
Although he had confidence in his contract beast, the energy waves emitted by that fireball in the sky made him more and more alarmed. The power of this fireball was still increasing.
It absolutely could not be allowed to succeed. Hurry! A little faster. Shenmori kept urging his contract beast. Don't worry about anything else, use all your strength to bring it down.
Shenmori stared at the battlefield, his eyes reddened. He saw the giant steel sickle mantis getting closer and closer to Jitan. On the giant steel sickle mantis's remaining right arm sickle, a layer of bloody energy light began to attach. That was its strongest single attack, the starting move of Bloody Beheading Slash.
500 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Now is the time.
At the moment when the giant steel sickle mantis was about to approach Jayden, a trace of resolve flashed in Shinmori's eyes.
He no longer hesitated and instantly activated the ancient mechanical amplifier. Restrictions lifted.
A low roar burst from Shinmori's throat. In midair, the giant steel sickle mantis slightly paused. Immediately after, the entire body of the giant steel sickle mantis burst forth with a blinding red light, like a red-hot iron. Its speed, at that moment, surged again. Whoosh! The figure, already fast to the extreme, was now so quick it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. It instantly crossed the last 100 meters and appeared at Jayden's side. That sickle, infused with all its power and doubled by the ancient mechanical amplifier. It swung down fiercely at Jayden, who was still charging and completely unprepared.
Be careful! Tsuniji couldn't help but let out a cry at this scene. So fast.
At this distance, at this speed, plus Jayden was in a charging state.
This strike, it would definitely be impossible to dodge.
Guan Shanhai's mind was also blank.
He couldn't understand, completely couldn't understand. Why did Chen Yuan summon a second contract beast, but didn't let it disturb the enemy? Why just watched Jayden fall into danger?
That three-headed dog named Garubalus had been like a statue ever since it was summoned.
Besides making the battlefield atmosphere a bit strange, what was its use? Guan Shanhai could almost foresee. The next second, Jayden would be cleaved in half by the giant sickle and fall from the sky. Once Jayden was killed in an instant, Chen Yuan would be left with only the three-headed dog still in a daze. Faced with the LV-80 giant steel sickle mantis, the outcome was already certain. He lost. This battle, in the end, would still be a loss.
On the ground, Shinmori's expression had turned to extreme excitement. The power of this strike from the giant steel sickle mantis had reached an unprecedented peak. This was a chance for a decisive kill. He bet right. That kid Chen Yuan, after all, was still too young, too arrogant. Shinmori stared at the sky as the giant steel sickle mantis swung its sickle.
Hiss! A bloody slicing sound.
Shinmori saw that sickle firmly chop down on Jayden's body.
Jayden's body was instantly cut in half. And the charging fireball also dissipated entirely.
Shinmori, seeing this scene, could no longer hold back the ecstatic joy in his heart and shouted.
We won! Sweat had already soaked his back. That short tense. Something's wrong. Why is this kid smiling? Did he not see his summoned beast has been hit? Could it be?
Shinmori suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky again. At a glance, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the sky, his steel giant scythe mantis was indeed in the act of swinging. That blood-red giant scythe had indeed struck its target. But there was no blood, no explosion, not even a sound.
The struck Jayden, his entire body began to show countless cracks from the place he was hit. Crack! Jayden's figure actually shattered into countless mirror fragments right before his eyes. Those fragments slowly drifted in the air, each one clearly reflecting a grim image.
It was indeed that creature, standing still the whole time, the Garabellos.
A mirror?
The color drained from Shinmori's face instantly, replaced by ashen terror. At that moment, the hair on Shinmori's body stood on end.
This is bad.
He turned his head sharply, trying to find Jayden's real body. But it was already too late. Chen Yuan looked at Shinmori, who was in shock below, and his smile grew even wider.
You think you're clever? You're still too young for this game.
Chen Yuan raised the combat instrument in his hand, his cold voice echoing in the heavens.
Now! Jayden, go, super long-range cannon.
The next moment, Shinmori's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black figure. In the space less than 50 meters behind his steel giant scythe mantis.
That place should have been empty. But Jayden had appeared there out of nowhere. Illusion technique? Quick, dodge. Shinmori used all his strength to emit a hoarse shout. He frantically gave commands to his summoned beast.
However, at that distance, facing the fully charged super long-range cannon, the steel giant scythe mantis was already too late to react.
Jayden's figure appeared behind the steel giant scythe mantis.
Between his raised arms, a massive fireball, swollen to the limit, like a sun, was emanating terrifying heat.
Even Jayden's body trembled slightly under the pressure of the million-degree fireball. Then, Jayden's arm swung down violently. Boom! Chapter 101, Barbara, you filthy dog.
The million-degree fireball was hurled out. At the moment of launch, a blindingly bright white light instantly lit up the entire sky. In the high sky, Guan Shanhai felt a blinding white out in front of him, seeing nothing.
Golden Griffin. Defend!
Guan Shanhai almost instinctively gave the command to the Golden Griffin beneath him. The Golden Griffin let out a high-pitched cry, and a layer of golden light shield tightly enveloped it and the three people on its back.
Almost at the moment the light shield formed. a shockwave swept down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The belated roar finally shook the city.
That sound made the entire Beastmaster Association headquarters tremble. In the face of this shockwave, the Golden Griffin was also knocked back repeatedly. Tsuniji desperately clung to the Griffin's mane, barely holding on against the force of the shock.
In Tsuniji's mind, there was only one thought. Is this the uncontrollable area attack Chen Yuan spoke of? This power, just the residual wave of the explosion, is already so terrifying. What would happen to the target at the center of the explosion? The white light lasted several seconds before slowly fading away.
When Guanshanhai and Tsuniji reopened their eyes and saw the scene below, both could not help but gasp. The original battlefield center, the surrounding buildings, had suffered devastating damage. The explosion clearly occurred in the high sky. But the buildings on the ground also crumbled, steel twisted, glass shattered. As for that level 80 steel giant scythe mantis, it was plummeting from the sky. The mantis fell less than 10 meters. Its body turned into particles of light and dissipated, erased from this world. Not even a trace was left. Chen Yuan looked at the result of this strike and nodded. An enemy at LV-80 truly has some skills. The enemies Chen Yuan had dealt with before were all completely crushed, rarely leading to a stalemate. But against an enemy at LV-80, it required all the trump cards of LV-13's Jaden to be revealed. It seems it's time to raise my level. It's over. Chen Yuan turned his head to look at Guanshanhai and Tsuniji.
Don't worry, my Garubalus is best at creating illusions. This sentence reached the ears of Tsuniji and Guanshanhai. In an instant, both of them understood the logic of the entire battle. From the moment Chen Yuan summoned the second monster, a trap had already been set. Garubalus was responsible for creating an illusion, making the enemy think that Jaden was charging up in the air, luring them to use their trump cards to attack a false target. And the real Jaden would launch a fatal strike at the moment when the enemy was most relaxed. Everything was interlocked, a flawless strategy. Even this illusion perfectly deceived Tsuniji and Guanshanhai. The scope was so vast, real enough that even they couldn't tell it was an illusion. Jaden's unreasonable fighting mechanism was enough to overturn their understanding.
And Garubalus's illusion-making ability could affect multiple beast masters, even toy with contract beasts of LV-80. What Chen Yuan displayed with his contract beasts was hard for both of them to comprehend.
Meanwhile,
Put. Shinemo-ri spit out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash from his contract beast being killed in an instant. But he didn't care about the severe pain in his body at this moment. He raised his head, staring at the hellhound in the distance. The eyes of the two heads of Garubalus had unknowingly turned blood red, coldly watching him.
It's that one. It's that damned dog that deceived him with an illusion. Shinemo-ri's heart bled.
His steel giant side mantis, which he had nurtured to LV-80 with countless effort and resources, was his ultimate trump card.
It was his greatest reliance as a tool hunter, dominating ruthlessly. Now, it's just gone? And it was killed in an instant by a method he couldn't comprehend at all. One that had teleportation, absorption, rebound, and barrier. Those unreasonable freaks were one thing. Now, another one that can create illusions appeared.
This kid's contract beast, clearly, their stats weren't impressive at all.
Why were they all full of these unreasonable mechanics? How am I supposed to fight? It's impossible to fight back.
A chill surged from the soles of Shinemo-ri's feet up to the top of his head.
Shinemo-ri realized he had to run immediately.
Shinemo-ri got up from the ground, turned around, and prepared to escape in the direction where Tang Ying was. As long as he could board Tang Ying's Black Falcon, there would still be a glimmer of hope. However, when he turned his head and saw the scene behind him, he was dumbfounded. It was empty. Originally supposed to be standing there to protect him, Tang Ying and the Black Falcon had already vanished without a trace. In the sky, there was only a small black dot growing farther away.
Tang Ying. Shinemo-ri's eyes widened. Tang Ying actually ran away alone at the most critical moment.
In the sky, Tang Ying was urging the Black Falcon beneath him.
Hurry!
Fly faster! Just now, the moment that blinding white light erupted, he knew he had to run.
That kid named Chen Yuan was definitely not human.
Tang Ying had come out to be a tool hunter to make money, not to seek death.
Tang Ying glanced back at Shinemo-ri.
He felt not an ounce of guilt, only a sense of relief after surviving a disaster.
Thank goodness I ran fast. Tang Ying muttered softly in Shinemo-ri's direction. Brother Shin, I'm sorry. I'm different from you, I'm just a petty robber.
Never thought I would get involved with someone like you, a killer and a treasure thief.
Goodbye. After that, Tang Ying didn't dare to look back and disappeared into the horizon.
On the ground, Shin Mariri watched the direction Tang Ying escaped, shaking with anger.
Tang Ying. You bastard.
However, before Shin Mariri's angry curses could travel far, they were drowned out by the sound of footsteps.
Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhou led dozens of figures descending from the sky, surrounding him tightly, completely subduing him. In the high sky, Tsuniji watched Shinmariri being subdued below and finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Chen Yuan, if it weren't for you, today's losses for Xia City would probably be unimaginable. A smile appeared on Tsuniji's face, but then her brows furrowed slightly again. It's just a pity that we still let that guy, Tang, escape. Tsuniji said with a hint of regret. Letting go of a treasure hunter like this poses a great risk to society. However, upon hearing this, Chen Yuan only chuckled lightly. Chen Yuan raised his head and glanced at the direction where Tang had disappeared. He can't get away. Chen Yuan opened the system panel and checked the task information. Option 3, defeat the hunter trying to steal the treasure head-on, and carry out justice to the end. Task reward, 1000 system points. Task status, in progress. The task is not yet complete. Last time, Tang slipped away, but this time with the teleporting Jeddan, there's no way he can escape. Moreover, this person is worth 1000 system points now. Since the system upgraded, the rewards have become more and more plentiful. Chen Yuan aims to win every lucky draw. What if the next spin draws some super monster? So, Chen Yuan raised his combat device once more. Jeddan. Catch up and bring him back. As soon as his words fell. Whoosh! Jeddan, which had been hovering in mid-air, suddenly became blurry. Jeddan's figure flickered several times in the air. In less than a second, it disappeared from sight. Chapter 102, Sending to a Top University? Sorry, my goal is to be number 1 in the country. At the same time, in the sky, Tang Ying's heart was still racing as he looked back at Xia City. Phew! Finally made it out. Tang Ying took a long breath, it was so damn scary. Thank goodness I was smart, I saw things were off and ran. Otherwise, I would have probably been captured like Shinmariri right now. But speaking of which, that kid has something that is definitely a legendary item. A flash of greed crossed Tang Ying's eyes. But this level of item is not something I can touch. Tang Ying felt that only those truly at the top could possibly snatch things from Chen Yuan's hands. At that time, as the one providing information, I could at least have a little share of the benefits. Thinking of this, Tang Ying's mood improved a lot. Tang Ying felt the wind by his ears, feeling incredibly comfortable. The sky is high enough for birds to fly, the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. As long as I run fast enough, no one can catch me, Tang. Before he could finish this thought, he suddenly felt the light in front of him dim. Tang Ying instinctively looked up. In the next second, he froze completely. Right in front of him, a huge and familiar figure had quietly hovered there. That black and white shell, that distinctive call. And the fireball lighting up between its arms. What the hell? Tang Ying let out a desperate scream. But it was already too late. Jeddan's arms waved gently. That 1 trillion-degree fireball was already roaring towards him. Boom! At the same time, at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association in Xia City. Mayor! At that moment, Zhou walked over, holding a metal box in his hands. Tsuniji took the box, opened it to confirm, and inside was the epic item that Guan Shanhai needed for this visit. She handed the item to Guan Shanhai. Still stunned by the shock just now, Tsuniji looked at Chen Yuan in the distance and finally asked the question that had puzzled her for so long. Mayor Guan, who exactly is that Chen Yuan? Is he a monster secretly trained by the military district or a genius from some family? Guan Shanhai was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Well, Chen Yuan is a senior student at South River No. 3 High School, and he will soon take the college entrance exam. What? Tsuniji's eyes widened in disbelief, she suspected she had misheard. A senior student? Taking the college entrance exam? At first, she only thought Chen Yuan looked young, but she never expected that he was really only 18. A person who could easily kill an LV-80 contract beast was just an ungraduated high school student? Isn't this world a bit too crazy? Tsuniji twitched the corner of her mouth. If he goes to take the college entrance exam, what will the other candidates do? They might as well go home. Guan Shanhai nodded in agreement. Just then, Jaden flew back from the sky and tossed the unconscious Tang Ying onto the ground. Seeing this, Chen Yuan also nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished, not a single one got away. Tsuniji glanced at Tang Ying on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. As for the citizens who had been evacuated to a distance, after confirming their safety, they couldn't hold back their curiosity and rushed back. When they saw the scene before them, everyone was stunned into silence. In front of the Beastmaster Association's headquarters, everything was in ruins.
The ground was covered with cracks and pits, and several tall buildings around looked utterly miserable. And in the center of the wreckage, Jaden was hovering in midair. Its huge body made all who saw it feel a jolt of fear.
That fireball just now, glowing like the sun, was released by it? What kind of contract beast is this? It's terrifying.
I was so far away, yet the brightness blinded my eyes, and the shockwave nearly blew me away.
Murmurs of discussion erupted among the crowd.
Not everyone saw the entire battle with their own eyes. But just the traces left after the battle were enough to imagine how fierce it was at the time. Chen Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs around him. At this moment, he was looking at his system panel. Option 3, defeat the hunters who came to seize the items and execute justice to the fullest.
Mission status, completed. Mission reward, 1,000 system points. 1,000 points received.
Since the system upgrade, the rewards for the lottery have become better and better. In the first 2 times, he drew Jaden and Garubaros. This time, with 1,000 points, he hoped to get something even more amazing. Chen Yuan was already looking forward to the subsequent 10 draws of points.
Chen Yuan. Guan Shanhai's voice interrupted Chen Yuan's thoughts.
I've resolved my side of things too, we should head back.
Chen Yuan nodded.
This time coming to Xiaozhou City, all the goals had been achieved. The outdoor boss had been killed, and Jaden's combat ability had been tested. The system task's 1,000 points had also been secured. There was indeed no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, after that battle, Garubaros also gained its first combat experience, which was quite a harvest.
Jaden, Garubaros, come back.
Chen Yuan raised his battle device, and with 2 flashes of light, the 2 monsters transformed into light orbs and returned to the device.
Then,
after a simple farewell, Chen Yuan boarded the Golden Griffin with Guan Shanhai and flew towards Nanjiang City.
On the way back, the atmosphere was much more relaxed.
Guan Shanhai seemed to remember something and spoke up.
By the way, Zhang Yuning has some good news to tell you.
What good news?
You'll know when you go. This is exactly what you need most.
What I need most?
Chen Yuan became even more curious upon hearing this. Could Zhang Ningyun be able to gift him an ultimate battle device?
Soon after, the 2 flew for a while and finally returned to Nanjing City. The Golden Griffin directly flew to the city center and landed on top of the municipal building.
Inside the mayor's office,
Zhang Ningyun slapped a document on the table with excitement on her face. Chen Yuan, take a look at this.
Chen Yuan, a bit confused, picked up the document and opened it. It was a list of schools. Special recommendation letter for key university admission quotas. Underneath were the names of more than 10 universities, all top-ranked institutions nationwide. Zhang Ningyun looked at the list and continued to explain.
Every year, Nanjing City has a few recommended spots, and you clearly exceed all the strict requirements.
With just a nod, you can directly apply to any of these universities.
Guan Shanhai, beside her, added with a smile. Chen Yuan, being exempt from the college entrance exam and getting direct admission to a top university is a great opportunity.
However,
Chen Yuan looked at the famous university names on the list, but felt no waves of emotion inside.
He traced his finger over each school name and finally looked up. Is there no Huaxia University on this list? Zhang Ningyun looked taken aback for a moment.
Huaxia University is different, it is the gathering place for all the talents across the country.
To enter Huaxia University, one must either achieve outstanding results in the college entrance exam or attain equivalent accomplishments. Nanjing City is just a third-tier city, and we don't have special admission spots for Huaxia University. Chen Yuan understood after hearing this.
However, under the gaze of everyone, he put the list back on the table. Forget it, I still want to go to Huaxia University.
Are you kidding? I've awakened a system, why would I go to a regular prestigious university instead of the best university in the country? That system wasn't awakened for nothing. If I'm going for the best. Otherwise, how would I show that I'm different from the others? Mayor, I'm leaving.
Chen Yuan didn't want to dwell on this matter, so he directly said goodbye.
Zhang Ningyun did not try to stop him.
She suddenly felt that her efforts might have been in vain. After all, with Chen Yuan's current strength, if he took the college entrance exam and didn't skip it, he would definitely be admitted to Huaxia University.
Zhang Ningyun was merely providing another option. She even felt that if Chen Yuan went to university, he probably wouldn't learn much anyway. Alright, be careful on your way home.
Chen Yuan nodded and turned to leave the mayor's office.
As he walked out of the municipal building, the sky had completely turned dark. The city's neon lights flickered, painting the night sky in colorful hues. Chen Yuan stretched lazily. After the fierce battle with LV-80 Shimmering Sun, he still felt a bit exhausted. He glanced in the direction of home. It was time. Go home. Unbox.
I'm coming for the 1000-point 10 consecutive draws. Chapter 103, 10 consecutive draws, obtaining new monster, King Red.
Chen Yuan returned home.
First, he finished dinner, quickly washed the dishes, and wiped down the stove.
Only after completing all this did he lie down on the bed.
Chen Yuan opened the system panel and looked at the 1000 points. It's time for another wave of draws.
System, let's go for a 10 consecutive draw.
Chen Yuan hesitated not at all and directly chose the most extravagant way to draw.
Points minus 1000.
Conducting 10 consecutive draws for the host. The familiar prompt sound rang out, and a prize wheel appeared before Chen Yuan. The wheel spun rapidly, shining bright. Chen Yuan's heart also began to race. A few seconds later, the wheel slowly stopped, and the first prize popped up.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for drawing a special authority card, Minimum Level Authority LV10.
Name, Minimum Level Authority LV10. Effect, all new monsters obtained by the host thereafter will have an initial level of no less than LV10. For monsters already owned, those below LV10.
What the hell? Seeing this reward, Chen Yuan sat up straight from his bed.
The system actually has such good things. The monsters Chen Yuan previously obtained all started at level LV1.
Every time, he had to laboriously take them to fight harder monsters to slowly raise the levels.
This process was both time-consuming and labor-intensive.
Now, with this permission card, all new monsters drawn in the future would start at LV10. This saves a lot of trouble. Just as Chen Yuan was filled with joy, the system's notification sound rang out continuously.
My Yerba level has been upgraded to LV10. Pangdun level has been upgraded to LV10. Galiobaro's level has been upgraded to LV10.
Very good. Chen Yuan was extremely satisfied with this reward. This 1000 points, just for this card, has already completely recouped its costs.
Chen Yuan eagerly opened Galiobaro's panel, wanting to see the changes after the upgrade. Monster panel. Name, Galiobaros. Level, LV10.
Experience, 0/6000.
Type, Demon type alien beast. Weight, 39,000 tons. Height, 52 meters.
Life, 109000/109000.
Attack, 9,000. Defense, 7,200. Agility, 8,600. Skills, Ultra High Heat Flame Ball, Hypnosis Wave, Regeneration Ability. Form list, none.
All the values had made a qualitative leap.
Now, Galiobaros' defense was finally not so low. Not bad, not bad.
Chen Yuan nodded with satisfaction, looking forward to the next 9 draws even more.
System, continue.
With Chen Yuan's command, the lottery wheel began to spin again.
Lights flickered as the pointer finally stopped at the second box. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a monster card, Skeleton Monster Red King.
Monster, Red King. Type, Skeleton Monster. Description, simple-minded, well-developed limbs. Regardless of whether the opponent is a monster, alien, or ordinary person, Red King will actively attack them, even if the other side means no harm. Corn stick?
Speaking of Red King, he is a classic worker in the Ultraman series.
Although he isn't very smart, he fights fiercely. Moreover, Red King has an EX form. He is even one of the components that make up the Tyrant monster, Tyrant.
Though there are still 6 monsters to go before reaching Tyrant, it is still a good start. As for Reionics, the 5 Emperor Kings in Tyrant are also essential. Chen Yuan then directly opened the attributes panel of Red King.
Monster panel. Name, Red King. Level, LV10.
Experience, 0/6000.
Type, Skeleton Monster. Weight, 20,000 tons. Height, 45 meters.
Life, 109000/109000.
Attack, 10,800. Defense, 8,100. Agility, 7,500. Skills, Rock Throwing. Form, None. Equipment card, Explosive Rock. Truly a pure power-type monster. At initial LV10, the attack power directly surpasses 10,000.
Chen Yuan's gaze landed on the skills section.
Skills, Rock Throwing. Description, Red King lifts the huge stone underfoot and throws it at the enemy with all his strength. Note, if there is no stone underfoot, this skill cannot be activated. Seeing this skill description, Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If in a fighting area, if there isn't even a brick beside him, wouldn't this skill be useless?
As expected of a cornstick, this simple skill is straightforward. Chen Yuan continued to look down and found that Red King actually came with an equipment card.
Equipment card, Explosive Rock. Description, Red King can spit explosive rocks from his mouth for long-range attacks.
Note, explosive rocks are stored in the abdomen. If the abdomen is attacked by missiles or other high explosive weapons, it may cause self-detonation. Chen Yuan was once again speechless. Although this skill made up for the fact that Red King had no means of long-range attack. But this side effect is indeed too deadly.
This skill was indeed useful in the Max Ultraman TV show.
After all, to prevent Red King's self-detonation from harming humans, many weapons can be restricted.
But if the opponent is an early Eagle, wouldn't he be instantly killed by a single sword? Of course, complaints are complaints. The addition of Red King undoubtedly enriched the tactical options for monsters. In the future, when encountering opponents that require powerful crushing power, Red King can be sent out. Anyway, the equipment card can be removed anytime without any impact. In the first 2 lottery draws, Chen Yuan got 1 god-level privilege and 1 powerful enforcer. Now, Chen Yuan was filled with anticipation as he looked at the 8 remaining lottery draws. System, draw all the remaining ones in one go. The lottery will spun rapidly, lights flashing continuously. Then, a series of system prompts rang in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 500 points of experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 500 points of experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an experience card, 500 points of experience. Chen Yuan's smile gradually faded.
7 times in a row, all he got were experience cards.
However, Chen Yuan soon noticed something different.
He remembered very clearly that the experience cards he got before were each worth 300 points. Now, they had changed to 500 points. It seemed that as the comprehensive level of the monsters increased, the experience given by the system would also rise.
This was good news.
Although he got 7 consecutive experience cards, the total experience value of 3,500 points was still a big number. It could raise Jedin's or other monsters' levels a bit more. Now, there was only 1 lottery chance left.
Chen Yuan took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the virtual wheel.
The wheel slowly turned, the pointer bouncing back and forth among the various slots, finally stopping at the last slot.
The light in the slot burst forth instantly. An item radiating an ominous aura appeared before Chen Yuan.
It was a badge. In the center of the badge was a fierce and familiar face, with blood-red eyes and a hint of an arrogant smile at the corners of its mouth.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have drawn a special item, Belial Badge. Chen Yuan's heart leaped when he saw the badge. Though he didn't know the specific effect of this badge, undoubtedly, it was a great item.
Chen Yuan opened the introduction page of that badge. Chapter 104, so terrifying, you can tell at a glance that there's no shortage of training. As Chen Yuan clicked to view, the detailed information of the item was displayed. Item name, Belial Badge. Type, non-consumable. Effect, can be used to merge Belial fusion beasts or other operations requiring Belial genes. Chen Yuan carefully looked at the introduction panel. He remembered that when he completed the previous task, he drew a monster fusion card from the system. At that time, because he didn't have a suitable monster to fuse, the card had been gathering dust in his warehouse. But now, with the Belial Badge, the situation was completely different. Several Belial fusion beasts flashed through Chen Yuan's mind in an instant. Skullgaramra, Lightning Killer, Pedanimum Jeddan. These 3 were all monsters that Chen Yuan could directly merge with at present. However, Chen Yuan soon thought of another point. The Belial Badge was a non-consumable item that could be used infinitely. But the monster fusion card, he only had 1. This meant that Chen Yuan could only choose 1 Belial fusion beast for now. No rush. Chen Yuan made up his mind. He would wait to use that card when he needed to fuse. Before a fight, he would see which one needed to be summoned and choose the fusion on the spot. Chen Yuan's 10 consecutive draws had far exceeded his expectations. The minimum level privilege, skeleton monster Laird King, and the Belial Badge. Chen Yuan felt that his strength had stepped up another level. Satisfied, he closed the system panel. The next day, at South River 3rd High School. Chen Yuan yawned as he walked into the classroom. As soon as he sat down at his desk, a female classmate curiously leaned over. Chen Yuan, as soon as the special training in the Pale Forest ended last week, we couldn't see you anymore. Where did you go? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan silently took out his phone. Then he opened a news app and pushed it in front of that girl. On the screen, the official news from Summer City was glaring. Mysterious strong man appears in Summer City, defeats LV-80 item hunter. Sigh, don't mention it. I had to go on a business trip suddenly. I had a one-on-one duel with an LV-80 Beastmaster in Xiaoshu City. The process, well, it was somewhat difficult, but I managed to win with a narrow margin. As soon as Chen Yuan finished speaking, the nearby classmates who had been eavesdropping froze in shock. What the hell? LV-80? A duel? And you won?
Damn, with Chen Yuan's strength, he could probably beat the exam invigilator in the college entrance exam. While everyone in the classroom was buzzing with shock over Chen Yuan's extravagant claims, the homeroom teacher Zhao Kuo walked in.
Class is starting.
Zhao Kuo glanced at the whispering students but didn't say much. After all, the college entrance exam was approaching.
I have an announcement.
Next Monday, the provincial league for the third-year students will be held in our Nanjiang city. The competition requires teams of 5 to register in units of schools. Teams that achieve a ranking will have all members receive extra points on the college entrance exam.
As soon as this extra points news came out, the whole classroom erupted. Getting an extra point in the college entrance exam can easily push you ahead of tens of thousands of candidates. We have to participate.
I'll fight for those extra points.
The students were instantly ignited with enthusiasm, each rolling up their sleeves, eager to try.
An extra point in the college entrance exam means knocking out thousands of competitors. The value of this extra point needs no explanation.
Zhao Kuo was pleased with the students' reaction and continued to speak.
Students who wish to participate can form teams freely. Just as Zhao Kuo finished speaking, Lin Tian suddenly stood up from his seat.
Teacher Zhao. Is there even a question? The team representing our Nanjiang Third High must be our Arson 5 brothers.
Me, Chen Yuan, Wan Lei, Li Gang, and Sun Hao, we 5 are the best team of Nanjiang Third High. When Chen Yuan heard this, he nearly spat out.
Arson 5 brothers? What kind of ridiculous title is that? I only accidentally burned down a small part of the forest in the Pale Forest, how did that get tied to arson?
Forget it, as long as they don't call me the Toilet Behemoth King, I'm fine with anything.
Zhao Kuo's gaze fell on Chen Yuan again. Chen Yuan, what's your opinion? In Zhao Kuo's view, whether this team would succeed mainly depended on Chen Yuan.
Chen Yuan originally had no interest in such competitions. However, after a moment of thought, Chen Yuan realized that although he was famous in Nanjiang City for repelling the beast tide on his own, he likely remained an unknown figure in other base cities. This provincial league was a great opportunity. It was the perfect chance to make a name for himself in front of the elites from across the province, and at the same time, he could also test out his newly obtained Thunder King and see how this brain-dead monster performed in real combat. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan nodded.
I'll participate.
Zhao Kuo waved his hand and finalized the roster for the Arson 5 brothers.
Alright, it's settled then.
Team from Nanjiang Third High, Chen Yuan, Lin Tian, Wan Lei, Li Gang, Sun Hao. Once this matter was settled, the day's classes quickly came to an end. After school, Zhao Kuo kept the students behind for a heartfelt mobilization.
There's not much time left before the college entrance exam.
Everyone needs to make the most of it and train hard. Especially the teams participating in the provincial league, you all must work doubly hard.
The students were stirred up and all promised they would train well.
However, just as everyone was ready to head to the training ground to sweat it out,
Chen Yuan took a turn and headed to a nearby internet cafe. Training? Why would someone with an awakening system still go and train hard? For Chen Yuan, the only way to level up was to take down higher-level bosses and gain experience. But where could he find high-level bosses in Nanjiang City? Since there were no monsters to fight, he might as well go play some games at the internet cafe, relax, and wait for the system to release a new main quest. So, for the next week, Chen Yuan lived an extremely routine life. Daytime was for classes, and nighttime was for esports. School, internet cafe. 2 points, 1 line.
1 week later, the provincial league of several base cities officially opened.
The competition's location is set at the largest beast duel arena in Nanjing City. Early in the morning, teams from various base cities across the province surrounded the venue tightly. Chen Yuan yawned as he walked into the venue. A week of intense esports training left him looking somewhat sluggish. The dark circles under his eyes were also very noticeable.
Chen Yuan's appearance naturally attracted quite a bit of attention.
Look, that's Chen Yuan from our Nanjing base city.
Which one? The one with the darkest circles under his eyes, the one who single-handedly repelled the beast tide before.
Is that true?
He looks a bit worn out, I could just take him down with a slide tackle.
What do you know?
A local teacher from Nanjing explained.
This is called focus.
This is called hard work. Look at those dark circles, they show he has stayed up for a whole week preparing for this competition. As such an extraordinary genius, he still works so hard, he is a model for us. The teacher's words immediately drew a wave of agreement from those around.
I see, that's truly terrifying. A genius works so hard, how can we ordinary people live?
No wonder he can repel a beast tide alone, this perseverance is not something ordinary people can match.
For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Yuan. Their eye expressions shifted from initial confusion to deep admiration and apprehension. Chapter 105, One against the whole province? One person from us is enough. inside the largest beast duel arena in Nanjing City.
Chen Yuan arrived at the exclusive rest area of Nanjing No. 3 Middle School. He looked around. The entire arena was divided into two levels, with the inner level for matches and the outer level for spectators. The competition area was very large, enough for Chen Yuan to summon 3 monsters to battle at once. Of course, it wasn't necessary to summon 3 monsters for just a provincial match. The audience seats were already filled with teachers and students from various schools and citizens who came to watch the excitement. On the large screen in the center of the venue, the draw results were rolling. First match, Shizhou No. 1 Middle School Team 3 vs Linjiang No. 2 Middle School Team 7. As the host's voice rang out, the two teams walked onto the match field. Chen Yuan glanced at them, noticing that most of these students had contracted beasts at level 20 or so. For someone who had fought against a level 80 beast master, this was like child's play. The earlier matches exchanged blows back and forth, although intense, there were no significant highlights.
Until a new matchup appeared on the big screen. Next match, Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 1 vs Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 6. However, just as Chen Yuan's 5 members were about to take the stage, a dramatic scene unfolded. The referee's announcement echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 6 chooses to forfeit. Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 1 wins this match.
Chen Yuan found this scene quite familiar. He had already anticipated this outcome. It might be said that the whole of Nanjing City is not easy to determine, but if just Nanjing No. 3 Middle School is concerned, who doesn't know him now? On the second day after Chen Yuan awakened, he summoned the 53-meter Eleking in front of all the senior year teachers and students. Then he repelled the beast tied by himself, followed by a dramatic lead in the special training scores at the Pale Forest. Any one of these 3 events would be enough to make opponents abandon the match. Surrendering in advance was also to avoid contract beasts from suffering serious injuries, affecting performance in the next match. However, the teachers and students from other base cities could not comprehend this at all. Why did they forfeit directly? They haven't even fought yet, how can they admit defeat? That's so spineless. Soon, the second round of draws began, but the results were no surprise. Nanjing No. 2 Middle School Team 2 chooses to forfeit. Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 1 wins. Third round. Nanjing No. 3 Middle School Team 1 against Nanjing Experimental Middle School Team 3. Nanjing Experimental Middle School Team 3 forfeits. For 3 consecutive rounds, as long as it was a team from Nanjing City. As soon as they drew Chen Yuan's team, without any consideration, they chose to forfeit. Now, the teams from other places were completely displeased. They traveled thousands of miles to South Jiang City, not to witness this kind of tacit agreement match. What's going on? This is shady. Why does the South Jiang City team forfeit as soon as they face them? Is this a pre-arranged plan to let them advance to the finals? Refund. The voices of dissent grew louder, and the whole venue became noisy. At this critical moment, the draw results for the next round of battles finally appeared on the big screen in the center of the duel hall. South Jiang No. 3 team versus Shaoyang No. 1 team. As soon as this matchup was announced, all eyes in the venue focused instantly. All the teachers and students from the outside teams focused on the 2 teams that were about to enter the stage. This time, let's see how they manage their shady dealings. Shaoyang No. 1 is the best school in our province. Perfect, let's let Shaoyang No. 1 expose the schemes of these local teams from South Jiang City. In the preparation area of Shaoyang No. 1, the captain, Himube, stood up, his eyes sharp as knives. He adjusted his team uniform, a cold smile on his face. Let's go. Himube led his 4 teammates toward the duel arena. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and his team were also heading toward the duel arena. It was a situation that didn't involve a direct vote. When the 2 teams faced each other in the arena, the discussions in the entire venue quieted down. However, just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Lin Tian scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the audience from out of town, and shouted to everyone. I think we shouldn't go through one match at a time, it's just a waste of time. Why not have all the remaining teams come out at once? Today, our South Jiang No. 1 team will fight 100. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire duel hall erupted. Never had anyone seen such arrogance. Too arrogant, it's simply boundless arrogance. What is the referee waiting for? Start the match, let's see how they die. What kind of confidence do they have to say such things? Doesn't they regard all the elites in our province? The referee came to his senses and quickly announced loudly. The match begins. The moment the words fell, the 5 members of Shaoyang No. 1 simultaneously summoned 5 differently shaped contract beasts onto the field. As soon as the 5 contract beasts appeared, they quickly formed a formation. Himube's contract beast was a tiger slime. It looked like a lump of tiger-striped poop. Their whole team was well-trained, coordinated, a group of elites that had clearly undergone countless practical exercises. After forming their positions, Captain Himube turned his gaze to the opposite side and shouted harshly.
Aren't you supposed to fight 100? Where are your contract beasts? Why don't you summon them? Lin Tian seemed to have heard a joke, instead extending a finger. To deal with you, we don't need all 5 of us to go together. We only need to send one person, it's enough. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he immediately turned to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan also turned his head, meeting Lin Tian's gaze. The atmosphere was unexpectedly turned to this. However, for the sake of college entrance examination bonus points, this fight was necessary. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand. This time, let's have the Red King fight. It's just right to see if the newly acquired Red King is a genius brain type or a small brain atrophy type. With the battle device activated, a summoning sound effect echoed. Battle device activated. Skeleton monster Red King. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, a beam of light shot from the battle device, landing on the arena. As the light dispersed, a giant beast appeared before everyone. It was a dirt yellow monster with a small head, but it looked very ferocious. But the most attention-grabbing was its terrifying size. A full 45 meters tall. Compared to it, the once formidable-looking contract beast on the opposite side. At this moment, there was no momentum. The entire duel arena fell into complete silence. Whether it was the teachers and students in the audience, or the contestants in the arena, everyone's mind went blank. They had seen contract beasts that were over 10 meters tall. They had also seen beasts over 20 meters high in battles between high-ranking beast tamers. But, 45 meters high. This had completely exceeded their understanding. Himube's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. He stared at King Lade, his brain running rapidly. Impossible, how could a third-year student have a contract beast of this size? This defied logic. Even if a prominent family poured all their resources into training, a newly awakened third-year student could not possibly have this kind of build. Enlargement skill. Himube thought of the only answer. Many contract beasts had skills that allowed them to grow in size. Although they looked scary, in reality, it was mostly a trade-off with their other abilities. With this thought, Himube's heart calmed down a bit. He shouted loudly to his teammates beside him. Don't be scared by its size, this should be an enlargement skill. It's just a high school student, how strong can his contract beast be? Everyone, execute Plan A. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, allowing the other 4 panicking teammates to regain their focus. Right, let's strike together and force it back to its original form. In the audience, people also reacted from their initial shock and began buzzing with discussion. Enlargement skill? Sounds reasonable. Some contract beasts can indeed enlarge to intimidate others. I said, if its real form were this big, then what's the point of fighting? Only the local students from Nanjing were stoking the fires. Don't be afraid, it'll shatter with just one hit, you guys, go quickly. Exactly, don't hesitate, you are the strongest team in the province. Hearing the discussions around him, Himube felt even more convinced of his judgment. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. Go, everyone spread out and attack in a 3-dimensional formation. Tiger Slime, use the charge skill. Chapter 106 100% Purebred Classic King Lade. With Himube's command. 5 contract beasts charged at King Lade from 5 different directions. Almost everyone believed that King Lade's size was just for show. However, Chen Yuan only called out to King Lade. King Lade, while they haven't surrendered yet, quickly take them down. King Lade, the monster hailed as ferocious in Ultraman, would undoubtedly dominate in this situation. As long as King Lade demonstrated its ferocious power well this time. Then for the following matches, no one would dare to take the field, everyone would have to surrender. Chen Yuan only needed to sit back and wait for King Lade to win the provincial championship through sheer intimidation. This extra credit for college entrance exams doesn't just come easily? Hoo-ah! Responding to the command, King Lade let out a roar. In the next second, it charged forward with its legs. Boom! 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 With every step King Lade took, the entire battle platform and even the entire duel arena trembled violently. Those heavy footsteps slammed against everyone's hearts. Himube also felt the increasingly intense tremors beneath him and listened to the thunder-like footsteps, his expression instantly froze. Something was wrong. This was too wrong. This force, this mass. This didn't seem like something an enlargement skill could replicate. This monster, its size and weight seemed real. A frightening thought flashed through Himube's mind. In the face of such absolute mass, any strategy would seem utterly powerless. Let alone attacking, just getting accidentally stepped on by it would crush a contract beast into a puddle of meat. Tiger Slime, retreat! Himube shouted, trying to stop it. However, it was already too late. On the stands, everyone's hearts were in their throats.
They saw the Red King running wildly at a speed completely unmatched by its size.
The distance between it and the tiger slime was visibly closing.
Everyone could foresee that in the next second, the poor tiger slime would be stomped into the ground.
Not good, Yin Yang number 1 is going to lose. If that size is real, there's no way to fight it. At this critical moment,
as the Red King was about to stomp the tiger slime back to its home,
an astonishing scene left everyone in the audience stunned.
The running Red King suddenly tripped over its own left foot. Following this, the massive beast lost its balance.
In the dazed gaze of tens of thousands, this 45-meter-tall giant fell face-first onto the battle platform in a perfect belly flop. Smack! Boom! With a loud bang, the entire venue shook violently.
Some in the audience, who were close, were even thrown off balance by the shock.
Everyone stared at the center of the arena.
There lay the Red King's enormous body on the ground. A powerful shockwave of air radiated outward from it in a circular pattern. The 5 contracted beasts that were about to launch a 3-dimensional siege were hit the hardest.
They couldn't react in time and were blown away by the airwave.
They tumbled on the ground for several rolls. Standing still, Chen Yuan watched the Red King on the ground, unable to hold back a twitch of his mouth.
Chen Yuan didn't know what to say anymore. Truly, what a corn monster.
Even running could lead to a fall, its level of brain shrinkage was truly baffling.
If it used rock throw, wouldn't it just lift the stone and then smash it on its own foot the next second? Chen Yuan silently covered his face. Although the outcome was good, the opponent's contracted beast was shockingly blown away.
The process, however, was just a bit hard to put into words. Chen Yuan had thought the Red King made by the system would be a high-quality elite skeleton beast. In reality, it was just the classic corn monster.
Meanwhile, the audience erupted into discussions upon witnessing this scene. Did it trip over itself? Could this be some hidden skill, a area damage skill? What absurd way of fighting is this? I don't understand, but I am shocked. In the competition arena, Himube listened to the absurd discussions around and felt extremely grim. This was clearly just a simple fall. And now, that giant beast lay motionless on the ground. This was a rare good opportunity. It was the only chance. Now, Tiger Slime, go. Use slime control. Die, corn monster.
With Himube's command, the Tiger Slime immediately shot forward from its spot. It traced a parabolic arc in the air, flying straight at the Red King.
Aren't you going to surrender?
Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan immediately shouted at the Red King lying on the ground.
Red King, get up. If you can win this battle, the next time we face a strong enemy, I'll let you go first. The Red King, lying on the ground, lifted its head. For the Red King, nothing made it happier than fighting. It raised its head and sprang up from the ground. Boom!
The Red King landed firmly on the ground, then rubbed its 2 big hands together, making a sound of cracking bones.
It instinctively took a step forward, wanting to find its first enemy. However, just as it took one step, there was a squelching sound. A sticky sensation came from underfoot. The Red King puzzledly halted its steps and slowly lifted its right foot. The gaze of tens of thousands in the audience was.
At the same time, everyone's gaze was drawn over. There was something stuck on the foot of King Reed. It looked like a gloppy piece of something with tiger stripes. Chen Yuan saw this and immediately broke into a cold sweat.
Damn! King Reed, watch where you walk. Don't really step on someone else's contract beast. If it was during the awakening, that would be one thing. But now, with the college entrance examination approaching, if someone's contract beast got stepped on, wouldn't all the students in the province curse them? Meanwhile, Himube looked at the lump of his contract beast under King Reed's foot, feeling completely blank. Come back. Himube immediately called his tiger slime back. If he didn't retrieve it soon, his tiger slime would likely stick there forever.
A flash of light swept by, and that lump of tiger-striped poop instantly disappeared from King Reed's foot, teleported back into Himube's beast space. Himube quickly checked the status of the tiger slime.
Name, Tiger Slime. Level, LV28. Status, seriously injured, unconscious, shape damage, pancake-shaped.
Himube looked at the description in the status bar, his eyes twitched wildly.
Pancake-shaped? What kind of state is this? At this moment, Himube was completely desperate. Is this really a senior high school student preparing for the college entrance examination? Is this contract beast, resembling a mountain, something a high school student can own?
This guy must have repeated high school for 10 years.
Chapter 107, National Monster Tamer College Entrance Examination Unified Theory Test Paper, Standard Answer Version.
Himube sighed and raised his hand to the judge. He finally understood why the previous team surrendered so quickly.
There was simply no way to win. We concede. Match over. Team 1 of Nanjing 3rd High School wins. With the judge's announcement, the spectators and players from other cities finally snapped back to reality from that absurd scene.
I take back what I said about them rigging the competition, their strength doesn't even need any scheming. In no time, all the teams from other cities regarded Chen Yuan and his Nanjing 3rd High School Team 1 as untouchable targets. In the center of the arena, Lin Tian immediately jumped out with his hands behind his back after hearing the announcement of victory.
How's that? Didn't I say, one of us is enough to deal with you? With your strength, you're not even qualified for our remaining 4 to take action. Just as Himube stepped off the stage, he stumbled from Lin Tian's shameless bragging, almost falling over. He turned around and glanced at Lin Tian. This guy really has no shame. I see you 4, clearly just there to fill the numbers for the competition. Chen Yuan ignored the comments in the arena and simply raised his battle device. Alright, come back. King Reed's massive body transformed into a white light and was recalled into the battle device. Chen Yuan's match for today was completely over, staying here didn't mean anything. He turned around and walked out of the duel arena, preparing to return to the internet cafe to continue his esports training. This time, King Reed won just by tripping. It's just that the enemy's strength was too weak, not enough for King Reed to show any forgiveness. Although he won, it was a win without any technical skill. Chen Yuan was still thinking that he should find a stronger opponent next time. It's still enjoyable to fight enemies at LV80. Chen Yuan then left the duel arena. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jiang Ningyun. Didn't they say no need for guaranteed university admission? Why did they call again? Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Hello.
On the other end of the line, Jiang Ningyun's voice came through. Chen Yuan, the 3 item hunters caught last week admitted to having accomplices.
They don't know exactly where.
Be careful lately, the epic item on you is indeed a bit conspicuous.
Listening to the warnings on the phone.
His face showed not a trace of worry, instead, his eyes lit up.
Are there accomplices? How many do you think they have? What's their strength? Chen Yuan asked with great interest. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Ningyun was taken aback. This kid, isn't his focus a bit off? A normal person, upon hearing that a criminal gang was secretly watching him, shouldn't he be alert?
Even if their strength is formidable, they are still vulnerable beast tamers.
If caught off guard and ambushed, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Jiang Ningyun suppressed the odd feeling in his heart and continued speaking. Their strength is at least LV70 or above, but the number is uncertain. Most item hunters choose easy targets and not everyone will be eyeing you.
Got it.
Chen Yuan replied perfunctorily.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan put away his cell phone and walked towards the internet cafe.
Since item hunters were coming to find him, he had to hurry and practice. He decided to go to the internet cafe to train his awareness over the next few days. Just as Chen Yuan was thinking this, an unexpected change occurred. A familiar electronic prompt sounded in Chen Yuan's mind.
Ding. Special event detected, side quest triggered. Side quest, the secret from the shadows. Quest description, a group of item hunters is hiding in a corner of Nanjing City. They have made careful plans to ambush you, the ordinary high school student, in a small alley on your way home from school to snatch the wealth on you. As a law-abiding, violence-fearing exemplary student, you face the impending threat with the following choices. Chen Yuan looked at this strange task description and couldn't help but twitch his lips. System, you could just state the task directly, there's no need for all this drama. Chen Yuan continued to read. Option 1, cowardly as a mouse. You feel an overwhelming fear of the coming danger and decide to strictly follow a 2-point routine between home and school, having your parents drive you each time you go out. Survival reward, experience card, 500 points, x 10. Option 2, reckless charge. A few petty thieves dare to covet my treasures? You decide to act on incomplete information and single-handedly storm the headquarters of the item hunter gang in the capital, uprooting them and preventing future troubles. Completion reward, rare monster card, friendly rare beast, Pighuman. Option 3, take the initiative. This is my territory, I will not allow you to act wantonly. Immediately head to 126, Nanlin Street and strike these thugs hard. Completion reward, system points x 1000 plus theoretical unified exam paper for National Beast Taming College Entrance Examination, standard answer version, . Looking at the 3 options that popped up on the system panel, Chen Yuan stroked his chin and began to analyze carefully. First, option 1 was immediately eliminated. 10 experience cards looked like a lot, but there wasn't much appeal for Chen Yuan. Experience could be earned by finding time to grind instances if truly needed. What's more crucial is that Chen Yuan's parents weren't in Nanjing City. This task couldn't even be completed at all. He couldn't just recognize a new dad on the spot. Then there was option 2, going to the capital. Too far, unfamiliar territory. Who knows where their headquarters is hiding in some corner. Looking for it would be too troublesome, and the enemy's strength was completely unknown. And the reward, the universe-bullied pighuman, wasn't as cute as Eleking. Finally, only option 3 remained. Chen Yuan's gaze settled on the reward for option 3. 1,000 points. As long as he had points, he could draw for new monsters. As for the latter, Theoretical Unified Exam Paper for National Beast Taming College Entrance Examination, Standard Answer Version? Seeing this reward, Chen Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. They could even get the answers for the college entrance exam? He had to admit, this reward was quite unique. Moreover, the description of option 3 resonated deeply with people. Take the initiative, strike first. Just moments ago in the arena, when the King of Thunder fell flat. It's indeed a bit embarrassing. Although I still won the match to Chen Yuan, that is just a dark history. Taking this opportunity, let Red King go out and move around, reclaiming its dignity as a skeleton monster. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan hesitated no more. Chapter 108, it's just the college entrance exam, isn't it reasonable to get a perfect score with the standard answers? I choose 3. Chen Yuan made his choice without any hesitation. Not to mention, just because of the National Beasts College Entrance Exam Theory Unified Paper, Standard Answer Version, this task has to be accepted. The Beasts College Entrance Exam has 2 parts, practical and theoretical. In terms of practical combat, Chen Yuan is not worried at all. Even if he randomly pulls out a monster from the battle device, it can walk sideways across the country. But the theoretical exam is different. That really requires studying. Although Chen Yuan, relying on his 2 lives' accumulated learning ability, is considered a top student in school, often ranking first in his year. But now that he can get the standard answers, why bother studying? When the time comes, just copy the answers onto the paper, and a perfect score is guaranteed. Soon, there will appear a combat genius with crushing strength, who is also a theoretical knowledge prodigy with a perfect score. As for this persona, Chen Yuan does not care whether this world finds it reasonable to have a perfect score in the Beasts College entrance exam, or if it will cause a nationwide sensation. With the system rewards available, wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? Is this cheating? Chen Yuan scoffed. This is clearly a gift from the system to those who are diligent and eager to learn. Ding! The host has made a choice. Task accepted, take the initiative. Task objective, immediately go to 126 Nanlin Street and strike hard against this group of bandits. Task reward, system points * 1000, National Beasts College Entrance Exam Theory Unified Paper, Standard Answer Version. As the system voice faded, a translucent minimap immediately appeared in the upper left corner of Chen Yuan's vision. The interface is simple, similar to Gauda map navigation. On the map, 2 small red dots are flashing. It seems these are the target people. 2 red dots mean 2 enemies. Chen Yuan felt assured, withdrew the system panel, and prepared to call a car to go directly. 126, Nanlin Street. Thinking of this address, Chen Yuan frowned slightly. He had some impression of this place. It is right next to the city center, originally an old district, but later he heard that it was bought by a big developer, preparing to demolish it to build a commercial center. Chen Yuan searched on the map app, and sure enough, it showed a construction site under construction. Thinking about it, these 2 are most likely wanted criminals, definitely wouldn't dare stay in a hotel. And this construction site, which is under demolition, usually has no one inside except the security guarding the gate, indeed a good hiding place. Fighting in the construction site, the place is big enough. But problems arise. The strongest skill of Red King is rock throw, which depends on how big of a rock it can find. But in the city center, where can one find such big rocks? The largest rock Chen Yuan could think of is those scenic stones at the entrances of various schools, engraved with school mottos. Forget it, those are treasures of the school principals. Chen Yuan's finger swiped on the screen twice, zooming in on the map details. A line of small text caught his eye. Nanlin No. 1 Commercial Plaza Project, under construction. Construction company, Lin's Group. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened, isn't this Lin Tian's family company? Chen Yuan remembers clearly, Lin Tian often boasted in class. Every day saying that half of the buildings in Nanjing City were built by his family. Chen Yuan tucked his phone back into his pocket and turned to look inside the duel hall. At the exit of the duel hall. At this moment, Lin Tian was standing before Himube, who had just finished the match, hands behind his back, spouting nonsense. At this moment, Himube had a face full of helplessness. Himube was now exhausted, wanting to quickly find a place to calm down. Yet this fool is blocking the way and won't let him leave. Lin Tian was enjoying himself when suddenly, he felt someone pat his shoulder. Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Lin Tian impatiently turned his head.
As soon as he saw it was Chen Yuan, his expression changed immediately.
Chen Yuan, why are you still here? Chen Yuan got straight to the point. The construction site at South Lin Street number 126 that is being demolished is your family's, right?
I have a fight scheduled with someone, it might break some things. Lin Tian listened and showed a face of indifference.
It's no big deal, that construction site was meant to be completely torn down and rebuilt anyway. Tear it down as you like. But how can you not include me in the fight?
Lin Tian didn't really want to fight, after all, he could never beat an opponent of Chen Yuan's level.
He just wanted to join in the excitement.
Upon hearing this, the last piece of worry in Chen Yuan's heart finally settled.
This makes things much easier. Since the landlord has spoken, when King Raider throws up the buildings later, there will be no psychological burden. This is simply the best news he's heard today.
But after thinking, Chen Yuan thought it was good to bring Lin Tian along.
In case of any trouble, having this landlord around would make it easier to handle.
Sure. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement.
But just then, a voice came from behind. How about including me as well? Chen Yuan turned around to see Himube standing behind.
Himube had been nearby and heard words like fight and duel. Himube simply couldn't imagine what the duel would be like for a beast master who could summon contract beasts over 30 meters tall.
Would it be a colossal battle with equally terrifying beasts on the opposing side? Or perhaps, he was just overthinking it. Chen Yuan was actually preparing for a real hand-to-hand fight. Himube's curiosity grew stronger. Chen Yuan didn't mind, having one more person made no difference. Sure, come if you want. And so it was.
The team was made up of Chen Yuan, who was getting ready to fight, Lin Tian, who just wanted to watch, and Himube, who was overflowing with curiosity. The three formed a group and walked towards the roadside. The ride-hailing car Chen Yuan ordered was already parked at the side of the road. After the three got in, the car merged into the traffic. Soon after, the vehicle arrived at their destination. As soon as Chen Yuan got out of the car, he immediately saw the construction site ahead. Next to the entrance was a sign that read, "Demolition in progress, no entry." Although it was desolate here, just looking up, one could see the towering skyscrapers of the city center not far away. The entire construction site had 8 buildings waiting to be demolished. This is the place. Chen Yuan glanced at the system map, those 2 small red dots were in the closest building to him. Standing on the construction site, Chen Yuan looked up at the old building that was the target.
Let's end this quickly.
Getting the points and answers early, then proceeding with the 10 consecutive draws is the main thing. Chen Yuan raised the battle device in his hand and immediately summoned.
Battle device activate. Skeleton monster, King Raider. Roar. With a roar, the skeleton monster King Raider appeared once more. Go, King Raider. Attack the building in front directly. Chen Yuan wanted to take advantage of the 2 enemies' surprise and eliminate them at once. And the distance to the building was just over 100 meters, for King Raider, that was just a few steps. Upon receiving the command, King Raider decisively lifted his foot and charged forward. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Once the 45-meter-tall King Raider started moving, every step was like a violent earthquake.
Hong Chang's voice was tinged with a cruel excitement. We lie in wait on the tree, and when he appears, we directly summon the contract beasts to descend from the sky, taking him down before he can summon his own beasts.
His teammate nodded in agreement.
That makes total sense, the plan is perfect.
The Beastmaster's true body is ultimately weak, as long as the tactics are right, they can snatch the loot and fly away, leaving no trace behind.
However, at that moment,
the entire building suddenly shook violently, dust raining down from the ceiling.
What's going on, an earthquake? Hong Chang frowned. Then came the sounds. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Heavy sounds came rushing toward them, each one making the building shake more violently, as if something was approaching them. A feeling of foreboding rose in Hong Chang's heart as he walked to the window to look outside.
In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw a gigantic yellow figure, beyond imagination, charging straight toward their building. What the heck? Where did this corn monster come from?
But it was all too late. A second later,
Hong Chang barely managed to roar. Boom! With a deafening sound, the concrete structure of the entire building couldn't hold for even a second and was crushed by the Red King.
Walls shattered, countless fragments and dust soaring into the sky.
The powerful shockwave spread outward in a circle, tossing everything around the construction site into the air.
Standing further back, Lin Tian and Himube were also blown back by the blast.
After a while, the dust gradually settled. Himube looked at everything before him, his mind completely blank.
The old 7-story building that had stood there is now nothing but rubble.
This is what you call a duel? Where are the people? He Mu Bei was completely stunned.
He had thought that Chen Yuan meant to find a deserted place, summon contract beasts on both sides, and have a fair fight.
Who would have thought it would end with an explosion that destroyed the whole building? With such a strike, could anyone inside possibly survive? Chen Yuan did not answer him.
Chen Yuan glanced at the small map in the top left corner of his vision.
On the map, the two flashing red dots were still blinking. This was somewhat expected. After all, they were two advanced beast masters with levels over 70. Their physical qualities, boosted by the contract beasts, had long surpassed that of ordinary humans. Besides, they could use their contract beasts' abilities to some extent, and if they reacted quickly enough, they might even escape unharmed. But the small map only showed that those two were still in the rubble, their exact positions were unclear. Let's let the Red King step back a bit to assess the situation.
Red King, step back and create some distance. Chen Yuan gave the command. After receiving the command, the Red King took a step back. But just as the Red King had barely retreated to a safe distance, a sudden change occurred.
Boom!
The center of the rubble suddenly exploded upward, countless stones and rebar shooting into the air. In the billowing dust, two massive figures sprang forth from the ground.
One was a giant kangaroo over 30 meters tall, muscles rippling, its most striking features being its enormous fists that looked like metal gauntlets. The other was a giant bird of prey, nearly 20 meters tall, soaring in the air. Following that, two disheveled figures crawled out from the rubble. Hong Chang quickly pulled out a healing potion and gulped it down.
As he drank the potion, he cursed aloud.
Which blind construction team didn't clear the area before demolishing the building? Can't they see there are still people inside? Hong Chang was filled with rage. Just a second ago, he was plotting an ambush on Chen Yuan with his teammates, and now the building was gone. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would probably have ended up crushed to mush. But even so, the collapse of the entire building also inflicted significant injuries on him. Thinking of this, Hong Chang took another sip of the healing potion. His teammate, Wang Jianpan, looked unusually serious beside him. Wang Jianpan did not drink the healing potion immediately, instead, he stared at the Red King not far away, as well as three figures behind. The situation is not right. Look at that person, isn't he our target, Chen Yuan? Hong Chang was taken aback by these words and followed Wang Jianpan's gaze. When he clearly saw Chen Yuan's face, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's him! Hong Chang's mind buzzed, instantly going blank. How could this be possible? The place they were hiding was absolutely secret. How did this kid discover them? The police hadn't arrived yet, and he found them all by himself? The two item hunters exchanged a glance, both seeing greed in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know how Chen Yuan found them, this was an opportunity. A perfect opportunity to snatch the legendary item from Chen Yuan. Hong Chang also knew that since Chen Yuan dared to come directly to them, he must be fully prepared. If they wanted to run now, the chance was slim. They could only quickly kill Chen Yuan first, then grab the items and escape. A week ago, the two had learned quite a bit about Chen Yuan from Tang Ying, so they certainly didn't dare to underestimate him. Thinking of this, Hong Chang casually tossed aside the empty potion bottle, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He immediately shouted at his teammate who had jumped onto the back of the giant eagle. Wang Jianpan, make your move. First, take out that corn monster, then snatch the legendary item from his hands. Although the situation was a bit unexpected, as long as they could get that legendary item, they could rise to greatness. Hong Chang stopped wasting words, and he waved his hand violently, giving the attack order. Go! Metal Fist Kangaroo, smash the yellow corn monster to pieces. Roar! The Metal Fist Kangaroo roared in response to the order, kicking off the ground with its powerful hind legs and launching itself toward the Red King. The Metal Fist Kangaroo's right fist smashed toward the Red King with immense force. Facing this strike, the Red King also raised his right fist, neither dodging nor evading as he met it head-on. Boom! The two fists collided with a thunderous sound. A shockwave burst forth from the point of impact, rapidly expanding in all directions. The remaining ruins on the construction site, which hadn't been demolished, were flattened by this shockwave. The entire construction site became even more chaotic under the impact of this punch. Chapter 110, what exactly have you protected? The dust began to settle slowly. The Red King still stood firmly in place. In the distance, Hong Chang's eyes almost popped out when he saw the scene. He knew his own contract beast best. The Metal Fist Kangaroo was born with immense strength, and after countless resources cultivated it, it had almost no rivals in pure strength at the same level. Moreover, both of the Metal Fist Kangaroo's fists had been enhanced by items. That punch just now could level a small hill. Yet this corn monster didn't seem to lose ground in the face of a head-on strength battle. Just how terrifying was the power of this monster? Hong Chang stared at the Red King, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He began to reassess this high school student before him. Wang Jianpan, be careful, this kid is not right. Hong Chang shouted loudly at his teammate in the sky.
This corn monster's strength is unusually great. I suspect this kid's level is probably similar to ours, also LV-79.
A high school senior at LV-79, Hong Chang couldn't even believe it once he spoke the number. But he truly couldn't find any other reasonable explanation.
In the sky, Wang Jianpan also began to look serious. He too had seen the collision of the two punches and all previous contempt had vanished.
And on the other side, Himubei had just brushed the dust off his face.
Just happened to hear Hong Chang and his partner shouting across the air.
LV-79?
Himubei stood dazed in place, doubting whether he had internal injuries from the shockwave and was hallucinating.
Chen Yuan, a student participating in the provincial high school league, was confronting two LV-79 beast masters?
Himubei felt his worldview completely collapse at that moment. He had just finished competing with Chen Yuan in the provincial match. At that time, he thought this was youth, this was passion, this was the peak showdown of high school beast masters. But now he saw monsters that could flatten half a construction site with a casual strike. And this terrifying level of LV-79 that happened at any moment. Thinking of this, Himubei's face felt hot. He could finally deeply understand why the team from Nanjing City chose to forfeit without hesitation. This was not a battle of the same dimension at all. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was calculating something else in his heart. Better to finish quickly. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could get that 1,000 points and the college entrance examination standard answers. With points, he could do 10 consecutive draws, and maybe get a new monster. The main thing was he just obtained a Belial medal and could already fuse the Belial fusion beast. But it was just because he didn't have enough fusion cards on hand, and he was reluctant to use them. This feeling was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan immediately raised the battle device and issued a new command to Red King. Red King, take out that kangaroo first. Hong Chang heard this and filled his face with disdain. His Iron Fist kangaroo had undergone special training and was already proficient in the best boxing techniques of the human world. In close combat, no other contracted beast of the same level could compete. Ha, looking for death. Iron Fist kangaroo, use the swinging fist. The next moment, the Iron Fist kangaroo received the command, slightly crouched and spun, finding a perfect balance point. Then, using the terrifying inertia of its body rotation, it poured all its strength into the Iron Fist, rushing towards Red King. This move was its signature killing move, sweeping away countless opponents. Once hit head-on, even a contracted beast of the same level would be sent flying with broken bones. Hong Chang seemed to already see Red King falling down. However, at the moment when the Iron Fist kangaroo was gathering its killing move to swing, as soon as the kangaroo turned around, it saw Red King unexpectedly carrying a building on its hands. And it held it high above its head. In the next second, Red King smashed the entire building down towards the Iron Fist kangaroo. Boom! With a loud noise, the building thrown by Red King smashed solidly onto the Iron Fist kangaroo's head. At that instant, the Iron Fist kangaroo's proud swinging fist abruptly stopped. Its entire body instantly lost balance and flew out sideways. Crash! The Iron Fist kangaroo landed heavily on construction debris, raising a cloud of dust and didn't get up for a long while. The whole place fell into dead silence. In the distance, Hong Chang's eyes were wide open. You are freaking, using a building as a weapon. Hong Chang couldn't believe his eyes. After being a props hunter for so many years, he had never seen any proper person do something so outrageous. I'm just robbing, does it have to be about tearing down a building? Hong Chang couldn't understand what kind of fighting style this was. Isn't this just unprotected? And standing not far away, Chen Yuan. He looked at this scene but just shook his head helplessly. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. Red King's skill is just this simple and unadorned. Under normal circumstances, Red King just has one skill, which is rock throwing. This skill, to put it bluntly, is just throwing whatever it sees. After all, he already got the agreement from Landlord Lin, and any building here can be destroyed. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, thinking as long as Red King doesn't smash his own feet, it can destroy whatever it wants. And opposite him, Hong Chang. The heart has already sunk to the bottom. One punch, one throw from a building, has made him realize that Red King is just as powerful as the Ally Fist kangaroo. In close combat, the chances of winning are slim. After all, the corn monster on the opposite side has weapons. Hong Chang was anxious and shouted to his companions in the sky. Wang Jianpan, ignore that contract beast, attack that kid directly. Catch the leader first, this is Hong Chang's most commonly used trick. No matter how strong the contract beast is, as long as the beastmaster is taken down, everything will end. Got it. Wang Jianpan, circling high in the sky, showed a ruthless glint in his eyes and patted the shadow rock beneath him. Go! Screech! The shadow rock let out a cry, flapping its wings, turning into a black lightning bolt and diving down from hundreds of meters in the air.
Its target was directly aimed at Chen Yuan, not far away.
That terrifying speed would be hard to match if it weren't for speed-type contract beasts.
Chen Yuan.
Be careful. Himu Bei, seeing this scene from afar, was frightened out of his wits and couldn't help but shout. He knew that there were no contract beasts protecting Chen Yuan. Although the Red King is powerful, it wouldn't have enough time to counter this sudden attack. The Beastmaster's body, in front of the contract beast's sharp claws, was almost like paper. Himu Bei turned pale. He instinctively wanted to summon his contract beast for help. But thinking of his LV-28 pancake-shaped tiger slime, his heart sank.
Forget it, even if I go, it would be in vain.
There would only be a puddle of liquid on the ground, which would mean nothing. Beside him, Lin Tian was calm and composed. As a classmate, he knew Chen Yuan's strength very well. Faced with this deadly strike, Chen Yuan showed no sign of panic. Just when the shadow rock's sharp claws were less than 100 meters from Chen Yuan,
Chen Yuan finally moved.
He raised the battle device in his hand, aiming at the sky.
Come out, Gamora. Chapter 111, want to play fusion with me?
I'll just counter with Belial Fusion Beast.
As soon as Chen Yuan's voice fell,
the shadow rock's claws were only 50 meters away from the top of Chen Yuan's head. But Chen Yuan only raised the battle device in his hand.
Battle device start. Ancient monster Gamora.
As soon as he finished speaking, the battle device suddenly blasted out a beam of light. This light did not immediately condense into the entity of a monster but violently surged towards the sky as a light orb.
In the high sky, Wang Jianpan, riding on the rock's back, felt his pupils involuntarily contract.
He sensed an energy wave that was not inferior to that corn monster.
Does this kid have a backup? A strong sense of unease suddenly surged in Wang Jianpan's heart. Without thinking, he immediately slapped the rock's neck. Quick, retreat.
The shadow rock also sensed the danger and desperately flapped its wings, trying to pull up.
But it was all too late. The light orb was simply too close to the two of them.
The shadow rock tried its best to turn its body, but it still couldn't avoid the direct impact.
Boom! A huge explosion rang out in the air.
The shadow rock let out a mournful cry, its whole body losing balance in an instant, spewing black smoke as it spiraled down to the ground.
What the?
Wang Jianpan only had time to let out a surprised shout before he was thrown off the rock's back by inertia, smashing into a heap of ruins far away. And that light orb, after completing its impact, did not dissipate. Instead, it quickly expanded in midair, manifesting the figure of an ancient monster. Along with gravity, Gamora fell to the ground with a thunderous crash.
Boom! The moment Gamora landed, a shockwave expanded in a circular shape.
It lifted all steel bars and concrete on the ground back into the air. Even Lin Tian and Himu Bei, standing far away, were knocked back repeatedly by this airwave.
Cough, cough. What's going on this time?
Himu Bei coughed while desperately waving away the dust in front of him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he finally saw, in the center where a dark shadow had just landed, an incredibly huge figure slowly rising from the deep pit. It was a giant contract beast standing 40 meters high. The most striking feature was the sharp horn at the tip of its nose.
An ancient monster, Gamora. Summoned a second one? Himu Bei couldn't believe it. Hadn't he just been competing with Chen Yuan? How did it suddenly? Not far away.
Wang Jianpan rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. He didn't care about anything else. He quickly pulled out a healing potion and poured it into his mouth. The potion dripped down the corner of his mouth while he simultaneously stared at the two giant beasts ahead.
Wang Jianpan threw away the empty bottle and gritted his teeth, shouting loudly.
Hong Chang, that kid's legendary item is real. He can really control two contract beasts at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately opened another bottle of healing potion. On the other side, Hong Chang's face had turned extremely ugly. He looked at Gamora, standing shoulder to shoulder with King Raid.
One corn monster had already given him a headache, now a bull-headed man had arrived? How are we supposed to fight this? He can single-handedly take on both of us. Meanwhile,
the commotion here was enormous, with buildings being demolished and skills colliding. Even from several streets away, one could feel the ground shaking. Beside the construction site, in several office buildings, countless workers, attracted by the loud noise, crowded to the windows to watch.
What's happening down there? Are they demolishing? Isn't this demolition a bit hardcore, using contract beasts to tear things down? What are they demolishing?
This is clearly a battle between beast masters.
Quick, call the police. It's all the way into the city center. Speaking of which, are we still working? Should we run? The battle outside the window appeared to them as a spectacle.
But on top of the construction site, the atmosphere was extremely tense.
Wang Jianpan's injuries were still severe. He limped over to Hong Chang, the two finally coming together. This is a bit tricky.
This isn't just a double summon, both of these contract beasts are as strong as us.
Should we retreat?
Wang Jianpan asked directly.
Hong Chang did not answer immediately.
He glanced at the Reionics battle device in Chen Yuan's hand, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. That was a legendary item, a treasure with no market value. But this one treasure just had to fall into the hands of a high school student who seemed beatable, yet felt unbeatable.
Let's hold on for another 5 minutes. That legendary item is worth us giving it a shot.
So, the two exchanged glances and reached a consensus. They no longer hesitated, and at the same time, took out something. It was a pair of seemingly ordinary silver earrings, with a yellow bead embedded below. Symbiotic twin earrings. This was their precious epic level item, their biggest trump card. The two held the earrings in their palms, infusing their mental power into them. Buzz! The earrings instantly erupted with dazzling light.
In the distance,
the metallic iron-fisted kangaroo, half dead from being struck by King Raid, and the Shadow Rock, seriously injured by Gamora, both trembled simultaneously.
The next second,
the bodies of the two giant beasts began to transform into countless glowing points, uncontrollably flying into the air, converging together. Two beams of light merged in midair, forming a larger light mass.
Chen Yuan stood far away, watching this scene. Ha! This is the pot-era earring fusion.
Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, unable to resist muttering a comment.
However, if two LV-79 contract beasts truly fused, what level would they become? Once completed, their strength would likely experience a qualitative leap. At that time, relying only on Gamora and King Raid might be a bit of a problem.
After all, both of Chen Yuan's monsters were only LV-10 right now.
Although their basic attributes were extraordinary, the level difference was a reality. If it came to a head-on confrontation, they might only suffer losses.
Chen Yuan thought to himself. Open the system warehouse.
System warehouse. Monster fusion card *1. Belial metal *1. Real Ultraman Tiga backpack *1. Pirated Godlight stick *1. Ultraman 6 Brothers co-branded underwear *1. Chen Yuan's eyes swept over that monster fusion card. This is a consumable, it disappears after use, so he has been reluctant to use it. He originally wanted to keep it as a trump card. But now thinking about it, it's better to use it early and enjoy it. For that 1,000 points reward, plus the answers for the Beastmaster High School entrance exam, he cannot let these two items slip away. Now he decides to use the Monster Fusion card. Later, when he earns points, he can still have a chance to draw another one. Moreover, Gamora and King Red are standing right on the field. If he combines them with the Belial metal he just drew, the fusion will result in the Belial Fusion Beast Skeleton Gamora. Alright, it's decided.
Chen Yuan made up his mind to summon the first Belial Fusion Beast. At the same time, the light mass in the air on the opposite side finally completed the fusion.
The light exploded. Chapter 112, Senior Belial, I beg you. Please lend me your power. On the construction site,
a brand new fusion contracted beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Its size surged beyond 50 meters. The outline faintly resembled a kangaroo, but its whole body was covered in black feathers like the Shadow Dapeng. It sprouted a pair of blade-like wings from its back. Its fist still bore the signature metallic gauntlets of the alloy iron fist kangaroo, but larger, swirling with black air. Roar! With a single roar, the entire construction site was engulfed in a whirlwind. The broken stones on the ground were blown around like bullets. Himube had to raise his arm to shield his face, looking through his fingers at the eerie kangaroo before him. It actually fused. As a top student from a key high school, Himube had a solid theoretical foundation. He turned and shouted towards Chen Yuan and the others, not caring if they could hear him. Contracted beast fusion is not 1 + 1 = 2. With two LV-79 contracted beasts fusing, the current strength might even reach LV-80. What does LV-80 mean? That's a height that many base city strongest might not even reach. In the face of such a level, numbers have lost their significance. Himube believed that under absolute level and value suppression, King Red and Gamora probably wouldn't last 3 moves. The more Himube thought about it, the more despair he felt, instinctively wanting to find a cover to hide. As soon as he turned around, he was stunned. He saw Lin Tian bending down, picking through a pile of construction debris. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Looking for a will? Himube asked. Lin Tian dug out a relatively clean red brick from the pile of rubble. Carefully, Lin Tian wiped the dust off the brick's surface, then found a spot with a clear view, where stones wouldn't directly fall on him, and placed the brick down on the ground. Then, he sat down on it. Himube watched this scene, his mind completely breaking down.
What are you sitting down for it this time? Could it be that Chen Yuan still has a trump card?
Himube instinctively thought that Chen Yuan had many trump cards left to turn the situation around.
Otherwise, Lin Tian wouldn't be so calm. But Lin Tian only pondered for a moment. To be honest, he didn't know either. Lin Tian shook his head. I don't know, maybe there is. Himube. At the same time. Ha ha ha. Hong Chang's laughter echoed across the construction site. Our fusion beast Black Feather Kangaroo is incredibly close to being an LV-80 fusion contracted beast. Black Feather Kangaroo, attack. The Shadow Fist demon received the order, and the black air around its body instantly became violent. Countless broken stones were forcibly sucked into the air, gathering on its massive fist blade. The next second, a wind cannon, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, mixed with countless broken stones, erupting from the black-feathered kangaroo's fist. Where the wind cannon passed, the ground was plowed into a deep trench. The target aimed directly at Chen Yuan, and the two giant beasts, Gamora and King Red, in front of him. With this blow, they aimed to instantly eliminate Chen Yuan's two beasts. Chen Yuan stood still, feeling as if the entire construction site was undergoing a super typhoon. The rubble on the ground was swept away by the wind cannon, shooting out in all directions. Yet, facing this strike, Chen Yuan's expression showed no change at all. Chen Yuan could defeat a true LV-80 beast master. And this one was only close to LV-80, a half-step LV-80, a peak LV-79. Not to be feared. It was just right to let Gamora stretch its muscles one last time. Gamora, use Ultra Vibration Wave. Chen Yuan issued the command simply and directly. Roar. Gamora let out a low growl in response to the command. The sharp horn on its nose instantly lit up with a dazzling red light, powerful energy surging wildly. Boom. A terrifying ultra vibration wave, containing immense destructive power, suddenly shot out from the tip of the horn. On the other side, King Red fully displayed its true nature. Even though Chen Yuan didn't let it take action, King Red still would not be idle. It scanned the area and quickly locked onto a target. The building next to them, shaken to the brink of collapse by the shockwave, yet still standing. Roar. King Red let out a loud roar and took big strides towards it. It directly lifted the building, turned around, and did a running throw. In an instant, three completely different forces violently collided in midair. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwave transformed into a wave of air, spreading in all directions. Blinding light consumed everything. The entire construction site's ground was forcibly plowed away a layer under this shock wave. Cough, cough, cough. Himube struggled to lift his head, looking towards the center of the explosion. But soon, he was horrified to discover that Gamora's ultra vibration wave was being progressively overpowered. Two such powerful contracted beasts teamed up, yet still were being suppressed. Hong Chang couldn't help but feel excited at this sight. As long as this blow succeeded, he could directly seize all of Chen Yuan's items. Black-feathered kangaroo, increased the strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire wind cannon suddenly charged forward. Boom! Another loud explosion occurred. The wind cannon firmly detonated in the area where Gamora and King Red were located. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, completely shrouding the explosion site, obscuring everything inside. Himube's heart sank to the bottom with the rising explosion. Facing this blow, survival was impossible. That was a full power strike from a fusion beast close to LV-80. Even contracted beasts of the same level couldn't withstand it unharmed. Moreover, Chen Yuan's two contracted beasts were at most LV-79, or possibly even lower. Himube's mind went blank, he couldn't imagine what would happen next. In the distance, Hong Chang looked at the cloud of explosion smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought Chen Yuan had some trump card to withstand this wind cannon. It seemed he was overthinking. This kid's strength is just like this. So what if he can summon two contracted beasts? He still gets smashed into pieces with one blow. Black-feathered kangaroo, go get his legendary item. Hong Chang's voice was filled with triumphant joy. The black-feathered kangaroo received the command and immediately walked step by step towards Chen Yuan's position. Each of its steps caused the ground to rumble. The 40-meter towering figure slowly approached Chen Yuan, bringing immense pressure. Himube watched this scene, his heart racing as if about to jump out of his throat. Chen Yuan, run! In his eyes, the battle was already over. However, facing the looming threat step by step, Chen Yuan merely silently gazed at the location that had just been hit by the wind cannon. At that moment, the smoke at the explosion center gradually dissipated. The figures of Gamora and King Red had long since disappeared under the attack of the wind cannon. But in the smoke and dust, a larger, more terrifying shadow of a monster appeared. A monster radiating an extremely evil aura.
Dark red magma patterns covered its body, and the timer on its chest emitted a suffocating purple light.
Chen Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then raised the combat device in his hand again. Then, it's your turn to appear. Skeleton Gamora. Chapter 113, Who Can't Merge? Belial Fusion Beast Skeleton Gamora. Skeleton Gamora? Hong Chang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this name. Why is this name so awkward? Still trying to put on an act at the brink of death. However, at that very instant, a sudden mutation occurred.
In the dense smoke enveloping Gamora and King Red, a blood red light suddenly burst forth. The blood light pierced through the smoke, dyeing the entire construction site blood red.
What is that? Hong Chang's smile instantly froze.
He stared at the glowing smoke, unease flooding his heart.
The next second, Scree roar.
A terrifying roar erupted from the center of the smoke. Along with this roar, a shockwave swept out from the smoke, instantly blowing away all the dust. When the smoke was completely cleared, the scene inside finally unfolded before everyone's eyes.
At that moment, Hong Chang could not utter a sound. He saw that Gamora and King Red had long since vanished from their original positions.
In their place was a new giant beast, larger and more ferocious.
A giant with upward curving crescent-shaped horns, radiating a strange bloodlight.
This was the Belial fusion beast born from the combination of Gamora, King Red, and the Belial factor.
Skeleton Gamora.
Hong Chang tilted his head back, looking at Skeleton Gamora before him, his brow furrowing slightly.
He actually merged his contracted beast just like us? And furthermore, this aura was too evil. Even hundreds of meters away, one could feel the overwhelming brutal aura. It was even more evil than all the fierce beasts Hong Chang had seen over the years. This was not at all the kind of contracted beast a righteous beast master should possess. Just who on earth is this guy? Why does his contracted beast have such evil power?
From afar, Himube was equally shocked beyond measure. As a student who had been educated in the orthodox beast master tradition since childhood, he could clearly distinguish the essence of the power radiating from Skeleton Gamora.
That was purely evil energy.
According to the textbooks, a contracted beast with such power could never be controlled by humans. They would only follow their instincts, destroying all living beings in front of them, including their own masters.
But Chen Yuan, why can he control it?
And looking at his expression, it seemed he was not affected at all.
Himube's worldview was once again refreshed.
At this moment, Chen Yuan was rather in a good mood.
Monster, Skeleton Gamora.
Type, Belial Fusion Beast. Description, the ultimate form born from the fusion of Gamora, King Red, and Belial, possessing overwhelming power and destructive capability.
Chen Yuan looked up at Skeleton Gamora.
Just in terms of size, it was bigger than Gamora and King Red combined. Standing at 57 meters tall, its entire body became even more robust. This shape, this aura, was truly worthy of the identity of Belial Fusion Beast. Chen Yuan focused his mind and brought up the attribute panel of Skeleton Gamora.
Monster panel. Name, Skeleton Gamora. Level, LV10.
Experience, 0/6000. Type, Belial Fusion Beast.
Weight, 59,000 tons. Height, 57 meters.
Life, 109000/109000.
Attack, 11,800. Defense, 9,100. Agility, 8,500. Skills, Skeleton Super Vibration Wave, Hell Magma, Stupefying Hellball. Form, none.
Truly worthy of being a 3-in-1 fusion beast, these initial attributes were simply explosive. Attack power reaching over 11,000, with significant increases in the other two values as well. What excited Chen Yuan the most was the skill column. This fusion surprisingly brought everything together in one step, saving the process of drawing skills later. This skeleton brother, Gamora, came in perfect condition right from the start. Now that the monster has fused, it just needs to defeat the two item hunters across from them. Since a monster fusion card has already been used, the 1,000 points from the side quest must be secured.
The demand for monster fusion cards is quite high.
Then, Chen Yuan closed the attribute panel and shifted his gaze back to the battlefield.
The black-feathered kangaroo, under Gamora's pressure, didn't dare to take another step. Seeing no reaction from the opponent, Chen Yuan raised his battle device, ready to attack. Skeleton Gamora, attack. Use Hell Lava. At the moment Chen Yuan issued the command, Gamora's body suddenly trembled.
The dark purple timer on its chest shone brightly, and the crimson lava-like patterns all over its body lit up as well. A scorching wave of heat spread outward from it.
Gamora opened its fearsome giant mouth, and without any charge, a torrent of red flames erupted wildly from its mouth. Where that blast of flames went, the ground melted instantly, forming a molten gully. Hurry, block it.
Hong Chang saw that flame attack, and his voice changed pitch. He could clearly feel that this blow's power was not much weaker than his black-feathered kangaroo. If hit, it would definitely be turned to ashes on the spot. However, this time, there was no stalemate. Hong Chang was blinded by the high temperature and could only barely squint his eyes to assess the situation after hearing an explosion. Boom! A huge sound erupted. The enormous body of the black-feathered kangaroo, 40 meters tall, was directly blown away. Its body crashed into a building, finally sinking into the pile of rubble. Dust and debris soared into the air. No. Something's off. Wang Jianpan coughed, his gaze fixed fiercely on Gamora. That kid's contracted beast isn't just a simple fusion of two contracted beasts. I can sense another power within its strength. It's the evil power provided by that thing. Wang Jianpan couldn't make sense of it and didn't have time to think it through. Because Chen Yuan had no intention of giving them a chance to breathe. It was time to complete the task and get that 1,000 points and the college entrance exam answers. With points, he could do a 10 times draw, maybe a new monster would appear. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan stopped wasting time. He raised his battle device and issued the final command. Continue the attack, don't let it get up. Use skeleton super vibration wave. Screech roar. In the next moment, all parts of Gamora containing Belial elements began to emit a blood-red glow. The spikes on its back and the patterns on its chest started to condense with crimson light. The crescent-shaped giant horns on its head became like molten lava. Lightning even burst around Gamora. In the distance, Hong Chang's face was filled with fear as he sensed this power. This move, he absolutely couldn't take head-on. No, not even taking it head-on. Even being grazed by it would instantly vaporize his contracted beast. Dodge. Hong Chang used the last bit of strength in his body to give orders to the barely breathing black-feathered kangaroo. The black-feathered kangaroo stood up, looking around to find a place to hide. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto the edge of the construction site. There were still 4 undemolished row houses there. There was cover. The black-feathered kangaroo immediately boosted its speed to the limit, transforming into a black shadow and rushing to the back of those 4 buildings. Chen Yuan watched its fleeing figure and already saw the outcome. As long as this hit landed, this battle could be completely ended. Skeleton Gamora, go! Roar! Skeleton Gamora let out a fierce roar. The energy it had stored for so long finally exploded in this moment. Instead of shooting the ultra-vibration wave like the previous Gamora, it poured all the power containing Belial factors into its huge twin horns on its head. Then, it lowered its head, aiming its horns at the 4 buildings as cover. Boom! Skeleton Gamora stomped its hind legs hard against the ground. The earth instantly collapsed, a giant footprint deeply pressed into the ground. And Skeleton Gamora's massive body transformed into a cannonball, charging straight ahead. During the charge, it emitted countless wild black lightning bolts. These lightning bolts intertwined in front of it, blasting everything along the way into pieces. Chapter 114, The Stickman and His Jeep Monster. Skeleton Gamora's charge lifted the entire construction site. Everything along the way, whether steel-reinforced concrete or construction debris, was directly smashed to pieces. Boom! The first building turned to dust instantly under Skeleton Gamora's impact. Boom! 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 Next were the second, third, and fourth buildings. The 4 connected residential buildings collapsed in succession within 2 seconds. The black feather kangaroo had just circled to the back of the building and hadn't gained its footing when it saw its cover crumble into dirt in an instant. In the distance, Hong Chang's eyes nearly bulged out. What the hell kind of move is this? This power is definitely at LV80. Boom! A massive sound erupted. The shockwave wildly spread outwards. Countless fragments shot out like bullets. The whole construction site's ground was scraped away, revealing dark soil underneath. Tons of building debris were swept up into the sky. Hong Chang and Wang Jianpan were instantly blown away, crashing into a pile of ruins dozens of meters away. Even Lin Tian, who had been prepared and sitting on a red brick, was knocked over several times by the shockwave. Only He Mubei, holding onto a bare steel rebar beside him, was not blown away. When all the dust settled, He Mubei lifted his head, looking towards the center of the explosion. There, only a charred ruin remained. The black feather kangaroo, a powerful fusion beast said to be infinitely close to LV80, was now not even a shred left. Only Skeleton Gamora still stood at the original spot of the 4 tall buildings. Its body still shone with dark red light, the timer on its chest emitted a purple glow, and lightning swirled around it. Cough cough. Hong Chang just propped himself up halfway to get up. What kind of contract beast is this? Hong Chang couldn't comprehend everything that had happened before his eyes. These 2 level 79 veteran item hunters used an epic fusion item, only to be killed by a high school student using the same fusion move? Even more absurd was that this kid really dared to just charge through. To fight, he did not consider post-fight compensation at all? Meanwhile, in the nearby multi-story office building, a wave of exclamations erupted. That one glowing red all over, a 1v2 counter kill, or rather a one-hit kill. This is definitely a high-level Beastmaster dueling. Why does it feel like our city has been increasingly unsettled recently? By the way, isn't anyone concerned about the buildings at this construction site? And amidst the battlefield, Chen Yuan. A system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding. Side mission, peering from the shadows, completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. Mission reward, system points plus 1000, this year's National Beastmaster Entrance Exam Theoretical Answer Sheet, Standard Answer Version, *1. It's done. 1000 points and the answers to the Beastmaster exam, all acquired. Chen Yuan looked at the skeleton Gamora before him. No wonder it is the Belial fusion beast, this fighting power is fierce. Next, it's time to deal with the spoils of war. Chen Yuan turned off the system panel, took a step forward, and walked towards Hong Chang and the already unconscious Wang Jianpan. Even though battling a contract beast gives no experience, winning is still winning. However, that fusion item in their hands looks pretty valuable. Chen Yuan stepped on the rubble-covered ground and arrived in front of Hong Chang. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the earrings in their hands. This thing is nice. As Chen Yuan spoke, he reached out and snatched the earrings from both of them. This King God earring is now mine. Fighting with your contract beasts and not getting any experience points, I must at least take some benefits. Hong Chang clutched his chest and struggled to stand, roaring angrily at Chen Yuan. That's called the symbiotic twin earrings. Hong Chang truly felt like he had lost everything today. Originally, he wanted to snatch Chen Yuan's legendary item, but instead, his own epic item was stolen. 2 level 79 contract beasts were also defeated outright. Hong Chang looked at the earrings in Chen Yuan's hand, his heart bleeding. But he also knew that he had no chance to fight back now. Hong Chang's eyes darted, and he began to calculate how to escape. A hard fight was definitely not an option. That monster called Skeleton Brother Mora was standing nearby, watching like a hawk, and would probably drown him with a single spit. He had to think of a way to run. Suddenly, Hong Chang seemed to have thought of something. He didn't need to win, he just needed to run into the city for a glimmer of hope. They can't possibly keep such a large contract beast in the city center, right? Hong Chang suddenly lifted his head, using all his strength to point at Chen Yuan's head. Look out! Falling rock strike! As he shouted, he made a hand sign as if it was important. It really looked the part. Then, Hong Chang leaped from the ground and turned to sprint towards the exit. The speed was astonishing. And Chen Yuan really looked up. Because in the sky, it seemed like something was really about to fall. Chen Yuan saw a yellow-striped tiger poop falling from high above. Hong Chang took 2 steps out when he suddenly felt a darkness above his head. What the heck? He instinctively looked up, and the whole person froze instantly. Hong Chang watched in disbelief as a tiger slime descended right on top of him. What the heck, where did this tiger poop monster come from? Hong Chang barely had the chance to question it. Splat! A crisp sound ringed out. The tiger slime directly fell on Hong Chang and the still-lying Wang Jianpan, leaving only 2 heads sticking out. Himube skillfully landed the follow-up attack. Although he couldn't defeat the level 79 contract beast, dealing with the Beastmaster controlling them was not a big issue. Himube walked over to the tiger slime and looked up at the 57-meter-tall skeleton Brother Mora. For a moment, he felt how huge the gap between people can be. He and Chen Yuan were both students preparing for college entrance exams in their senior year. Yet, the other person's contract beast stood at 57 meters tall, capable of easily defeating opponents close to level 80 with a single attack. It even crushed 4 buildings with a single charge. While his own contract beast was only useful as a hidden weapon. Himube was silent for a moment before turning to look at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, how did you train your contract beast to be this big? Chen Yuan, hearing this, put away the earrings in his hand, turned around, and revealed a mysterious expression. With his hands behind his back, his voice calm as he questioned back. Want to learn? Himube was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Is there really a secret? Although Himube remained skeptical, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Chen Yuan continued, I can teach you, but it will require special training tailored for the Beastmaster. Himube was even more excited after hearing this and quickly asked, what kind of special training? Chen Yuan said nothing but silently took out his phone, lowering his head. Chen Yuan's fingers tapped quickly on the screen, as if searching for information. Are you looking for a training schedule? Himube asked curiously, rubbing his chin. At this moment, Lin Tian also walked over, equally curious as he leaned in beside Chen Yuan, stretching his neck to look at the phone screen.
In the next second, Lin Tian's whole body stiffened. Chen Yuan. Training is training. What the hell are you searching for a jeep on Automaster for? Chapter 115 New Monster, the big bird loves to drink Svaya Bei Monsten. Jeep?
When Imube heard these three words, he was completely stunned.
How does getting stronger relate to a jeep? Could it be some new type of training equipment? Just as Imube was about to ask again, a siren blared from outside. Hearing the police siren, Chen Yuan quickly put away his phone.
He walked up to Imube and solemnly patted his shoulder.
Classmate, look, the police are here.
This is a crime scene, and someone needs to stay behind to take notes and cooperate with the investigation.
Imube dazedly nodded. We should cooperate. Chen Yuan firmly pulled Lin Tian over and said seriously.
My mom called me home for dinner, we have to hurry.
Lin Tian, isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. Lin Tian quickly reacted, nodding repeatedly.
After that, Chen Yuan and Lin Tian dashed towards another exit of the construction site without looking back. Leaving Imube, along with his pancake-shaped tiger slime and two squished props, in the chaotic ruins of the construction site.
Hey! Wait a minute. Imube finally reacted. Isn't this just shifting the blame? At the same time, a group of construction workers in hard hats, followed by the police, arrived at the scene.
But when they reached the entrance of the construction site and saw the scene inside, everyone was immediately petrified. Originally, a well-planned demolition site, though worn down, could at least still be lived in.
But now, as far as the eye could see, it was flat ground. The 8 big buildings that once stood now had only one shaky building left. The foreman looked down at the 8 buildings marked on the blueprint, then looked up at the only remaining half-demolished building in front of him. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming. A worker standing at the front turned around and asked the foreman, "Isn't this force majeure? Can we still get paid?" The foreman's lips trembled as he couldn't say a word. He just wanted to know who the hell destroyed their construction site. On the other side, the sky finally darkened. Chen Yuan returned to his home. He comfortably lay on the sofa and opened the system interface, starting to check this time's spoils. First, it was the shiny National Pet Beast College Entrance Exam Theory Unified Test Paper, Standard Answer Edition. With the Pet Beast College Entrance Exam Theory secured, Chen Yuan tried to open this file. However, the file icon was gray and could not be opened at all. A system prompt popped up. Notice, the target file has not been generated yet and is currently viewable.
Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized.
Makes sense.
There is still some time until the exam, and the question group probably hasn't even come up with the questions yet, so where would the standard answers come from? No matter how powerful the system is, it can't conjure something that doesn't exist. It seems that I will have to wait until the eve of the exam to see it. Chen Yuan wasn't disappointed, after all, this thing would be his sooner or later. He shifted his attention to another reward, the 1000 system points. System, give me 10 consecutive draws. Converting points into strength is the most cost-effective deal. Points minus 1000. Conducting 10 consecutive draws for the host. The familiar lottery animation flashed before his eyes, and 10 card pieces spun rapidly. The first light shone, revealing a purple glow. Congratulations, the host has obtained Monster Fusion Card *1. Chen Yuan nodded. This card was the trump card to turn the tide in critical moments. Immediately, the second ray of light lit up, still a purple glow. Congratulations, host has obtained Monster Fusion Card *1. Another one? Chen Yuan was a bit surprised. Now he had 2 more monsters for fusion. Because the Belial metal is a non-consumable item and can be reused, Chen Yuan can now directly fuse 2 Belial fusion beasts. One is the King Eleking and Ace Killer, fused into the Lightning Killer. The other is Jet and King Geope, fused into the Pedanimum Jet. Both can directly enhance strength as fusion monsters. But as usual, he planned to save them for later and fuse them when needed. Next, from the 3rd to the 9th cards, 7 ordinary green lights lit up in succession. Congratulations, host has obtained Experience Card, 1000 points, x1. Congratulations, host has obtained Experience Card, 1000 points, x1. Congratulations, host has obtained Experience Card, 1000 points, x1. The experience value of the experience cards rose from 500 to 1000? Chen Yuan keenly noticed this change. Although the initial attributes of Ultraman monsters are high and their combat power is off the charts, their levels are only around 10. And leveling up ultimately adds bonuses to the monster's properties and skill power. Chen Yuan was fairly satisfied with these 7 experience cards, as it meant the system rewards were becoming richer. Now, only the last card remained. The first 9 draws had been quite standard. This last draw would determine the final outcome of this 10 consecutive pulls. Come on, Shine Gold, give me a new monster. Chen Yuan stared at the last flashing card, silently praying in his heart.
The next second, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst from the card, instantly illuminating the entire system interface. He hit the jackpot. Chen Yuan felt delighted, not knowing which monster it would be this time. As the golden light faded, a brand new monster card floated in mid-air. The background of the card was a deep universe, and a monster resembling a large bird appeared, with an organ on its abdomen like a mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained monster card Cosmic Big Monster Beamon Star. Monster, Beamon Star. Type, Cosmic Big Monster.
Description: a monster that flew from the universe, featuring avian characteristics on its head, clawed hands, and a pentagonal energy absorption organ in its abdomen as its core feature.
It is said to enjoy drinking Sphaya. It was actually the king of emojis, Beamon Star. Chen Yuan immediately clicked on Beamon Star's panel. Monster panel. Name, Beamon Star. Level, LV10.
Experience, 0/6000.
Type, Cosmic Big Monster. Weight, 61,000 tons. Height, 46 meters.
Health, 109000/109000.
Attack, 9,000. Defense, 9,600. Agility, 8,100. This weight of 61,000 tons.
Beamon Star looked flat, but it turned out to weigh more than 3 times that of Gamora. A big bird flying in space turned out to be a heavyweight monster.
However, the more Chen Yuan looked at this new monster, the more satisfied he became.
In the future, when encountering opponents who liked to play long-range attacks, he would just send out Beamon Star and let them attack as much as they wanted.
Not only can Beamon Star absorb enemy skills in defense.
In attack, it also has the Beamon Star beam, making it a perfect defensive and counterattacking monster.
Moreover, Beamon Star is also one of the fusion materials for the Tyrant monster, Tyrant.
Now Chen Yuan already had King Red and the newly obtained Beamon Star in hand. He only needed to obtain the last 5/7 to reach the Tyrant monster Tyrant. This 10 consecutive pulls turned out quite well. He not only obtained 2 monster fusion cards for Belial fusion beasts but also a new monster that balanced attack and defense. Chen Yuan was very pleased with the results of this draw. He closed the system panel. Tomorrow, there are also provincial competitions waiting for him.
Chapter 116, Everyone competing, only I am playing basketball. The next day, in the South River City's Beast Duel Arena.
Chen Yuan and the others quickly drew their first opponent of the day, Xiaozhou No. 1 High School. Chen Yuan and his team had just stepped onto the stage, and they hadn't even taken out their battle devices yet. In the preparation area across from them, suddenly, hands shot up with lightning speed.
Referee. We forfeit.
The voice was loud and crisp, as if they were afraid that delaying for half a second would allow Chen Yuan to summon his contract beast.
The entire arena was in an uproar.
This was the provincial finals.
And just like that, they forfeited? The referee was also taken aback and asked according to the procedure, why are you forfeiting for no good reason?
The captain took a deep breath, his face revealing a deeply pained expression. I suddenly have severe vomiting and diarrhea today, I might not live much longer, so I cannot compete.
Yes, me too. It might be mass food poisoning.
The referee's mouth twitched, unable to insist, so he could only announce that Team 1 of Nanjing No. 3 Middle School won. Chen Yuan shrugged helplessly.
The following matches completely mirrored the previous day's forfeit, even surpassing it. In the second match, the opponent said, my second uncle twisted his waist, I need to go to the hospital to fulfill my filial duty. Forfeit. In the third match, the opponent said, a feng shui master said it's not suitable to fight today, otherwise, there will be a bloody disaster. Thus, Chen Yuan's small team won the championship of this year's provincial league. Chen Yuan weighed the trophy in his hand, feeling it was lighter than the earrings he had grabbed yesterday. Chen Yuan looked at the certificate presented, where it was written, National Beast Contract Exam Total Score plus 10. This reward might be very precious to other students. But to Chen Yuan, it felt somewhat useless. Extra points? What's the use of that? Chen Yuan silently complained in his heart. In practical assessments, he had an army of ultra monsters, letting any one of them out could flatten the exam site. In theory tests, he had the standard answers produced by the system, he could score full marks with his eyes closed. If he didn't score full marks, it meant the examiners made a mistake. No one would question the standard answers provided by the system, right? These 10 points were merely a surplus. If only this was a solo competition. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think, if he secretly rigged the matches and sold the championship spot, he could make a fortune. Alas, it's a team competition, there was no way to operate that. After the provincial league ended, all the high school seniors entered the final sprint phase before the college entrance examination. On campus, students holding review materials and reciting to themselves could be seen everywhere.
However, amidst this nationwide rush for preparation, there was one who stood out awkwardly.
At Nanjing number 3 Middle School, on the playground. The afternoon sun drizzled down on the plastic basketball court.
Chen Yuan was leisurely shooting hoops alone on the court.
Bang, bang, swish.
Chen Yuan, citing excessive pressure from preparing for the college entrance exam, needing appropriate exercise to relieve mental tension, successfully got permission from his homeroom teacher to escape.
In the teaching building, a few students looked towards the figure on the playground and discussed animatedly. Chen Yuan.
Ever since he won the provincial championship, he's completely inflated.
True, does he think that the beast exam only tests combat? The theory exam is the key to widening the gap.
I heard that since he entered the special training class, he hasn't opened a textbook once. This provincial championship gave him an extra 10 points, making him think he's safe. Just wait, when the exam results come out, he'll be the one crying.
We memorized so many knowledge points and practiced so many sets of questions, how can we possibly lose to someone who plays basketball all day?
Chen Yuan paid no heed to those discussions.
Theory exam? What a joke, a man holding the standard answers wouldn't care about that, right?
Chen Yuan just felt that a big battle was approaching, and he should relax to maintain his best state.
Thus, Chen Yuan spent the last moments before the college entrance examination under the gaze of everyone's disdain. Finally, the first day of the National College Entrance Examination arrived.
The regular subject examinees were already taking the theoretical test. But the examinees of the beast contract subject were different.
Buses lined up at the gates of various high schools, transporting students to designated exam locations. Chen Yuan sat by the window, observing the scenery outside, yawning with boredom. The process of the Beast Master entrance exam is completely different from the regular college entrance exam.
There are only 3 assessment items, and the first 2 must be completed in a dungeon.
The last item is the theoretical examination. Just as Chen Yuan was thinking about what to eat in the dungeon,
a familiar system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding!
Main quest, 10, has been triggered.
Main quest, 10 achieve academic excellence or work in a factory. Task description, please ensure you are admitted to a university in this National Beast Master entrance exam. Task reward, successfully admitted to any university grants 1,000 points.
If not admitted, finding a class will also earn consolation points of 500, along with a bed mat, a clothes hanger, and a red plastic bucket. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the new main quest that appeared.
Getting into university and earning 1,000 points is quite reasonable. But, what on earth is this nonsense about finding a class? The system actually provided a backup plan, how humane can it be? But it really isn't necessary.
While Chen Yuan was complaining about the system, the bus finally stopped in front of a heavily guarded portal. After getting off the bus, Chen Yuan saw a dungeon portal shimmering with a blue glow, rippling like water. He had arrived at the dungeon exam site. Chen Yuan realized he had come to a wide open space. This was the dungeon forest marsh.
A man stood on a high platform.
I am the chief examiner for this Beast Master entrance exam in Nanjing, Zhao Fangui, from the Capital Beast Master Bureau.
The maximum score for each subject is 150.
Now, we begin the first assessment, talent test. With Zhao Fanghui's command, the talent test officially began.
Candidates nervously walked up the platform one by one, summoning their contracted beasts. Zhang Daisen, Beast Master Talent D grade. Li Xiaoxi, Beast Master Talent C grade. The test results on the platform were displayed on screens for every candidate to see. Most scores concentrated between 60 and 90.
Occasionally, a score over 100 would elicit small gasps of surprise. Chen Yuan, standing at the back of the crowd, felt a strong sense of nostalgia. It was as if he had returned to the day of the awakening ceremony. Back then, he was mocked by classmates, told not to get too depressed and jump off the train by pressing F key.
At that moment, a familiar name was called out. Next, Lin Tian.
As the son of the richest man in Nanjing and the provincial competition champion, Lin Tian was well known.
Lin Tian then walked up to the platform with his head held high.
He wore a confident smile on his face, as if he weren't here to take an exam, but to walk a red carpet.
Steel Feather Swallow. The chief examiner Zhao Fangui showed a hint of approval in his eyes. Oh. This rare metallic-type contracted beast is indeed uncommon.
The scanning beam of the testing device enveloped Lin Tian and his Steel Feather Swallow. The values on the device started to fluctuate rapidly, finally settling on an astonishing number.
Name, Lin Tian. Beast Master Talent, a grade. Contracted Beast, Steel Feather Swallow. Level, LV 30. Attack, 1,500. Defense, 2,400. Speed, 1,700.
Zhao Fangui, looking at the astonishing level and values, decisively awarded the highest score of the day.
Lin Tian from Nanjing number 3 Middle School, 135 points.
As soon as the score was announced, the candidates erupted in commotion.
135 points, oh my gosh, that's actually an A-grade talent. Unbelievable. Nanjing has produced a genius with an A-grade talent?
I've heard of Lin Tian, his steel feather swallow has been fed with various rare potions since it was at level 1.
Indeed, the power of spending money knows no bounds.
Even Chief Examiner Zhao Fanghui displayed a satisfied smile. Zhao Fanghui nodded inwardly. Despite the abundant resources piled on the contracted beast, its own A-grade talent was truly impressive. It could be pretty much confirmed that this was the top student of Nanjing this year. He had hopes of getting into Huaxia University.
In the crowd, Chen Yuan looked on in astonishment. Does Lin Tian really have such high talent? He usually seemed like an idiot. Who would have thought he was a prodigy?
Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. After Lin Tian scored an impressive 135 points, the other candidates all appeared dimmed by his presence.
No one could come close to that score. The atmosphere in the room had basically settled. Until next, Chen Yuan. As this name rang out, the entire venue fell silent in an instant.
All the candidates from Nanjing City unconsciously straightened their backs upon hearing this name.
Chapter 117, Fusion and Sublimation, Lightning Killer. Chen Yuan stepped onto the platform and stood before the talent testing device.
He looked at the combat device in his hands. After some thought, he decided to summon a monster that hadn't appeared much recently.
King. Combat device starting. Cosmic monster King.
With a flash of white light, a 53-meter monster with spiraled horns appeared before everyone.
Screech roar.
King let out a fierce roar, and the sharp horns on its head began to slowly spin. The candidates below were instantly stunned by King's presence, murmuring in amazement. Lin Tian glanced at the long-absent King and nodded unconsciously. King, known for being able to electrify me with a single tail, was indeed impressive with its 14 million steel moth contract beast. At that moment, the testing device began to calculate data.
Beep 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 beep.
The data on the screen refreshed rapidly, so fast that the numbers could barely be seen.
Name, Chen Yuan. Beast Taming Talent, F-Class. Contract Beast, Unknown. Level, LV-17. Attack, 11,600. Defense, 10,000. Agility, 9,200. Chief Examiner Zhao Fanghui saw this data and his eyelids twitched violently. If he didn't look at the level, he would think this was a LV-70 contract beast. LV-17 can reach this level? This data was produced by F-Class talent? The contract beast's name displaying as unknown indicated it was a new type of contract beast. Where did this contract beast come from? Zhao Fanghui had worked in the capital's headquarters for many years and had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen such outrageous data. This data was equivalent to the standard of LV-75 to LV-79. To reach such data at only level 17, what level would he achieve in the future?
Zhao Fanghui understood that, if excluding the burden of that F-class talent, this would definitely be a perfect score.
He was now faced with two choices. Should he go by the computer's calculated score of 149, or manually modify it to give an unprecedented perfect score of 150? If he awarded a perfect score, it meant he would have to write a detailed report explaining why the score was manually adjusted, and how he could earn a perfect score. As a military officer, Zhao Fanghui's biggest headache was writing reports. That task was more torturous than battling a LV-80 alien beast. Thinking of this, Zhao Fanghui ultimately chose to go with the computer's calculated result. Candidate Chen Yuan, due to the existence of upper limit risks with F-class talent, deducting 1 point. Final comprehensive score, 149 points, you may leave. The other candidates heard this score and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Chen Yuan's contract beast data is almost 8 times that of Lin Tian. With Lin Tian's A-class talent scoring 135, Chen Yuan jumped directly to 149?
And 149 points can already be considered the highest score in the country.
On the sidelines, Lin Tian nudged Chen Yuan with his elbow.
He lowered his voice and pointed at the glaring LV-17 on the screen. Although your score is higher than mine, look at this level. My steel feather swallow is LV-30, you still need to practice in terms of level. Chen Yuan glanced at him sideways and began calculating. King, Gulzan, Merba, Jingukyo, Mimos, Acekiller, Pangdun, Gamora, Jayton, Karubaloth, Red King, Bimonston. A total of 12 monsters. The experience cards gained each time are spread too thinly among the monsters. If it weren't for having minimum level permission LV-10, my monster's average level could be even lower. At that moment, Chen Yuan looked up at his 149 points. The score is high, but not getting a perfect score meant that my system awakened for nothing? Examiner, wait.
My Reionic seems to be about to mutate.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan had already turned to the monster fusion card in the system warehouse. System, use the monster fusion card, Chen Yuan silently thought in his heart.
Ding. Fusion in progress.
In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, King Irie was suddenly enveloped by a dark red light. Zhao Fenghui watched as lightning circled around King Irie, radiating an evil aura.
What's happening? Is it really going to mutate?
King Irie burst forth with a strong red light, blinding everyone's eyes. They could only vaguely see two giant shadowy figures. One was a biological weapon clad in golden armor, and the other was a black-red mixed dark giant, both powers simultaneously flying into King Irie's body.
Fusion elevation. King Irie Ace Killer Belial Ultraman. Lightning Killer. Roar.
A roar erupted from the light mass. As the light faded, a brand new monster appeared on the high platform. It was more robust than King Irie, covered in a layer of golden armor, exuding a sense of strength.
Belial Fusion Beast Lightning Killer.
The nearby candidates were almost blown to the ground by a strong wind. On the instrument screen, the data stream quickly fluctuated, then gradually stabilized.
Name, Chen Yuan. Beast Master Talent, F level. Contract Beast, Unknown. Level, LV-17.
Attack, 12600.
Defense, 11,000.
Agility, 10800. The numbers on the screen once again plunged the entire exam hall into a freeze.
All three values have reached 5 digits. This data must be LV-80. How did this mutation happen? I want to mutate too.
On the high platform, Zhao Fenghui closely watched the data on the screen. As a strongman sent from the capital, he had seen countless geniuses.
But there wasn't a single contracted beast at LV-17 that could have close to LV-80 panel data.
The contracted beast type displayed as unknown meant this was a new species that had never been recorded. But even more frustrating for him was that score. The computer detected that the beast master talent was F level, and this existence upper limit risk hard deduction was stuck there. Zhao Fenghui also knew that the computer's algorithm was fixed. There was no doubt that this value could give full marks. In the end, Zhao Fenghui still sighed. Forget it, even if I have to write a report for 3 days and nights, this score has to be changed to a perfect 150. Zhao Fenghui no longer hesitated, placing his hand on the computer to open the permission operation to manually modify the score. I didn't expect that the first perfect score in the country would come from my hands. As Zhao Fenghui opened the back-end system, preparing to enter the administrator password, his finger froze in midair.
What was the password again?
A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Zhao Fenghui's forehead. He recalled that the last time he entered this administrator password was last year.
Oh, right.
I remember it was my wife's birthday.
Password incorrect, you have 4 attempts remaining. At the same time,
Chen Yuan watched as Zhao Fenghui frowned and tapped away at the keyboard.
Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Still hesitating? Is it because the lightning killer looks too much like a villain that it's causing issues with the political review?
It seems the numbers are still not enough. I need to continue to improve.
System, open the warehouse.
Chen Yuan had 7 500-point experience cards left from the lottery in Xiaozhou City. And the 7 1,000-point experience cards he had just recently acquired.
A total of 10,500 experience points. These experience cards were left unused because there were just too many monsters.
This little bit of experience cards would not even be enough to fill a gap. But now was the time for them to take action.
System, use all. Chapter 118, Cooking Hot Pot at the exam site, the invigilator goes mad.
As soon as Chen Yuan's command was given, the system notification sounded.
Ding. Experience cards have been used. King Irie has leveled up to LV-18.
King Irie has leveled up to LV-19. Over 10,000 points of experience directly leveled up twice. Chen Yuan calculated in his mind, the experience needed for leveling up was much more than he had imagined. But the good news was that the experience cards gained from the system lottery were also getting larger and larger.
The breakthrough to LV-20 is just around the corner. At this moment,
with the level of the fusion material Eleking rising, the level directly reflected onto the lightning killer. On the high platform, the already terrifying aura of the lightning killer surged once again at this moment. The data on the screen began to jump wildly again.
Contract Beast, Unknown. Level, LV-19.
Attack, 13,000.
Defense, 11400.
Agility, 11200.
Every single value soared once again from its original basis. What's going on? The data is still rising.
No, it just clearly was LV-17, and now it has jumped 2 levels to LV-19.
A breakthrough on the spot, and it's 2 levels. Is that really reasonable? The candidates below went completely crazy, their eyes almost popping out.
Chen Yuan also turned to look at Zhao Fanghui. The lightning killer leveled up 2 levels on the spot, yet this person still looked conflicted. Or is it that these values are still not enough? As Chen Yuan thought this, he silently directed his gaze towards the beast Gamera in the combat device.
Among all the monsters Chen Yuan had, the one with the highest values was undoubtedly the Gamera brutal type. Ignoring battle power for now. Just in terms of panel data, the Gamera brutal type was even significantly higher than EX Gamera.
Summoning it would make its values higher than those of the lightning killer.
At this moment,
on the high platform, Zhao Fanghui seemed to sense something and suddenly came back to his senses. He happened to see Chen Yuan's eager expression and quickly shouted loudly. "Okay, no need to operate anymore, I'll score you manually." Zhao Fanghui was genuinely afraid that Chen Yuan would continue to present new things. Just one on-site mutation and then a 2-level breakthrough were already enough to fill out several reports. If he kept this up, even writing one report could take 7 days and nights to finish. Zhao Fanghui gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He turned around and placed his hand back on the keyboard to enter the password.
Password incorrect, you have 3 attempts left. Password incorrect, you have 2 attempts left.
Zhao Fanghui began to feel a chill down his spine. In a moment of desperation, he quickly clicked the Forgot Password option and reset the password directly. The new password cannot be the same as the old password.
Damn, are you kidding me? Login successful. Welcome, Administrator Zhao Fanghui.
Zhao Fanghui saw this line of green text and almost cried out from excitement. He immediately accessed the backend permissions, found Chen Yuan's score column, and changed the score to 150.
Candidate Chen Yuan, talent test score 150 points.
Zhao Fanghui said. As soon as the score was announced, the entire venue erupted in an uproar.
Has there ever been a perfect score in the history of the Beast Master entrance exam? I checked the records, the highest score was 149. F-level talent achieved an unprecedented perfect score.
Zhao Fanghui looked at the candidates below, but inside he was bitterly smiling.
The scoring of the Beast Master entrance exam has extremely strict procedures.
Scores above 135 need to be reported to the capital for a second evaluation.
As for 150 points, it requires even more reviews. The morning exam finally ended successfully. Talent test is over. At 2 p.m. this afternoon, the second assessment will take place. Instance battle. Lin Tian came over and walked to Chen Yuan's side.
Chen Yuan, are we eating in the cafeteria in the instance at noon or going to a restaurant outside?
Chen Yuan didn't really want to go far, his thoughts were entirely focused on the main quest, 10.
He wanted to gain 1,000 system points and had to wait until he was admitted by the university. That would take too long. Working in a factory could directly earn 500 points. This was undeniably the longest task Chen Yuan had ever encountered. Just as Chen Yuan was deep in thought, the system prompt sound in his mind sounded again.
Ding. Side quest triggered. Lunch choices. Option 1, follow Lin Tian's suggestion and go to the city center for a feast. Task reward, experience card, 1,000 points, *1.
Option 2, take advantage of the fact that all the Beastmaster senior students from South City are eating here, sneak into the instance cafeteria kitchen. In their big cooking pot, they poured laxatives, cutting down competitors at the root, creating an advantage for the afternoon practical test.
Task reward, 2 bottles of premium laxative.
Option 3, 1 kilometer southeast of the dungeon, there appears a LV-40 elite beast, the mushroom monster.
Capture it and make soup. Task reward, 1 random monster selection card.
Chen Yuan looked at the 3 options that popped up on the system panel.
The system finally came to offer rewards again. Option 1, the reward is an experience card. It's standard, not very interesting. Chen Yuan's current monster needs thousands of experience points to level up. This experience card isn't very useful. As for option 2, giving all examinees laxatives? Is the system serious? Though it sounds like it has a lot of operational space, it's the college entrance exam now.
The system is so considerate, afraid that I don't have any tools, and even issued 2 bottles of laxative in advance. Chen Yuan decisively ruled out this wicked option.
That leaves option 3. The reward is a random monster selection card. Since the last time I drew Beamonston, it has been a long time since I got a new monster. As long as the reward is a monster card, there's no need to hesitate. A new monster is the most direct way to strengthen my power. Moreover, this allows me to draw 3 monsters first, and then choose one, high margin for error. Last time, it was thanks to this card that I drew my Erba and had the chance to fuse into the 2 kings. So, Chen Yuan made his choice directly. System, I choose 3.
On the other side, in the dungeon cafeteria. Zhao Fanghui was eating in the cafeteria.
At that moment, a tall woman in a black short skirt walked in.
She was the practical exam supervisor from the capital, Bayushi.
I heard that there was a full score in the talent test this morning? Bayushi asked.
Zhao Fanhui, hearing this, pointed towards the nearby resting area where students from Nanjing No. 3 Middle School were gathered.
Yes, it's called Chen Yuan. He just went somewhere, he's coming back now. Bayushi followed his direction and looked over.
But she saw the students from Nanjing No. 3 Middle School were actually setting up a pot, lighting a fire, and had various seasoning bottles from who knows where. This is the National Beast Master College entrance exam scene.
They were actually setting up a pot of boiling water, getting ready for a feast? And that pot looked like it was stolen from the kitchen in the cafeteria.
Bayushi had supervised for many years and had never seen such outrageous examinees.
She had to see who was leading this.
Bayushi immediately set off, walking toward Chen Yuan's direction.
Meanwhile, in the Nanjing No. 3 Middle School resting area,
Chen Yuan was holding a kitchen knife, his gaze on the LV-40 mushroom monster fragments. The originally 20-meter mushroom monster had been cut into more than 100 pieces by Ace Killer, dead beyond recognition.
Even so, the mushroom pieces were still quite big and couldn't be thrown directly into the pot to cook.
Chen Yuan was in no mood to waste time with this thing.
The side quest required making soup.
This meant that just killing it wasn't enough, he had to throw it into the pot and cook it to complete the task. Chen Yuan then sliced the mushroom pieces a few more times and put them into the pot. In his mind, the awaited prompt finally sounded.
Ding! Side quest completed. Task reward, 1 random monster selection card, issued to the system warehouse. Chen Yuan finally sighed in relief, straightening up.
The side quest was completed, and the 13th monster was about to be in hand. Chen Yuan hoped that this monster card would draw a relatively strong monster.
Just then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Chen Yuan. Are you Chen Yuan?
Chen Yuan paused, looking back at the sound. He saw a woman a few years older than him, with long black hair and wearing glasses, standing behind him. This person looked unfamiliar, she should be the supervising teacher from the capital. Chen Yuan was a bit confused, why did the supervising teacher come to find him at noon? Bayushi pushed up her glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke simply.
Hello.
I am the teacher in charge of the practical exam, Bayushi. According to the special talent regulations, your practical assessment will be conducted solely by me. This regulation is not only to prevent talent loss but also to ensure other students are not affected.
After all, resource copies are limited. If Chen Yuan came in and cleared all the beasts in the copy, how could the others take the exam? Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a good thing.
He didn't have to grind monsters in the copy to earn points, he just needed to have a fight.
Alright, how do we do the practical?
As Chen Yuan spoke, he glanced at the combat device in his hand.
Since he got the Beimonston, he hadn't had a single practical battle yet.
It was a perfect opportunity to see how it performed in battle.
Especially the ability to absorb enemy attacks from its abdomen.
Seeing this, Bayushi continued to speak. The rules are simple, I will be your opponent.
Of course, you don't need to defeat me, that's unrealistic.
You just need to show your full strength as much as possible. If you can entertain me, then a perfect score of 150 points is not impossible for you. After hearing this, Chen Yuan became thoroughly interested. This teacher must have seen the detection data of his lightning killer. In this situation, she could still be so confident. Her strength likely wouldn't be too bad. But unfortunately, she probably still didn't know that the combat device had the ability to summon 3 monsters to fight at the same time.
Although there was a base score for this solo exam, what Chen Yuan wanted was a perfect score.
Thinking this, Chen Yuan agreed to the request.
Then let's go. As soon as the words fell, the two prepared to set off.
Soon, the news that the supervising teacher was conducting an independent assessment for Chen Yuan spread throughout the senior exam students' rest area. That Chen Yuan is going to have a one-on-one with the teacher, it's said to be a special talent independent assessment.
Quick, go check it out. We have the chance to witness a battle from a powerful force from the capital.
In an instant, all the resting students couldn't sit still. One by one, they rushed towards an open area.
A moment later,
Chen Yuan and Bayushi arrived at an open area in the forest swamp. Bayushi no longer wasted words and raised her right hand to directly summon her contracted beast.
Blazing Sun Fire Deer. With a burst of light, an extraordinary giant beast suddenly appeared.
It was an elegantly built giant deer, standing 30 meters tall, surrounded by a ring of scorching flames.
With each breath, hot air waves burst from its nostrils, drying the damp soil beneath its feet.
Bayushi looked at her contracted beast, finally showing a smile on her face.
This is my contracted beast, LV-80 Blazing Sun Fire Deer. But you don't need to be nervous, I will control my strength.
No matter the outcome, your practical score will start at a minimum of 135 points.
As soon as this blazing sun fire deer appeared, its overwhelming pressure swept across the entire venue. The distant onlooking students felt a wave of scorching heat hit them. So strong. This is my first time seeing an LV-80 contracted beast. Blazing sun fire deer. This is an extremely rare contracted beast. To see it today is unbelievable.
Chen Yuan is going to hit a hard wall this time. A LV-80 contracted beast is worlds apart from LV-79.
Almost all the students were certain that Chen Yuan would undoubtedly lose.
After all, in their eyes, Chen Yuan's displayed strength was only around level 70, facing a real level 80 without any chance of winning.
However, Chen Yuan was not only unfazed but even more excited. The last time he fought an LV-80 opponent was in Xiaozhou City. That fight required both Jeton and Garabellos to act simultaneously to win. Since they were both LV-80, let Beimonston take the stage this time.
Beimonston had the ability to absorb attacks and shoot laser attacks, even able to fly to space. Facing such an opponent who clearly excels at flame attacks, it must be very suitable. So, Chen Yuan no longer said much and directly raised the combat device in his hand.
Go, Beimonston.
With the unique sound effects of the combat device starting up.
Combat device starting. Cosmic monster Beimonston.
A beam of light shot out from the combat device and finally exploded on the ground with a bang. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a strange-looking bird appeared before everyone's eyes, standing 46 meters tall.
Ia-jijijaya.
Beimonston spread its arms, tilting its head back to let out an odd screech. A fierce and violent aura rushed toward them. The observing candidates looked at this uniquely styled monster, their minds filled with question marks.
What is this thing? A bird? Or a penguin?
Bayushi's expression immediately became serious the moment she saw Beimonston appear.
This contracted beast named Beimonston was not the one from the talent test that morning. Moreover, its size was actually even larger than her solar fire deer.
Bayushi's fire deer was at level 80 and stood at only 30 meters tall.
However, to be honest, this Beimonston looked quite cute.
Bayushi shook her head. This was not the time to think about that during the college entrance examination.
Bayushi then spoke up. Chen Yuan, you attack first.
Bayushi had checked the test results from earlier. Although the values were very high, Bayushi did not believe that Chen Yuan could defeat her.
She was a seasoned beast master, how could she lose to a high school senior?
Bayushi focused her gaze on Beimonston, quickly constructing tactics in her mind. This big bird had a bulky figure and did not seem like it excelled in close combat at all. Since it had wings, it was highly likely to use its flying advantage for high-altitude dives.
Or perhaps it would release long-range probing attacks?
Bayushi remained calm, ready to handle all unexpected situations. No matter whether it was above or below, or long-range consumption. As an 80-level renowned beast master in the capital, she was confident that she could handle this move and teach this genius boy a lesson during the counterattack. The wind gently blew through the swamp. Chen Yuan looked at the solar fire deer, who seemed to sense a great crisis, and directly ordered.
Beimonston, prepare. As soon as Chen Yuan's attack order was issued.
The next second, Beimonston's massive body flopped down to the ground with a thud, lying belly down.
Bayushi was stunned. What's going on? Why is it lying on the ground? Is it surrendering? The entire audience of examiners and students also found it puzzling. Who lies on the ground while fighting? Isn't this just asking for a beating? But just when everyone was confused, Chen Yuan finally gave the real attack command. Beimonston, attack. As soon as the words fell,
Beimonston began to exert force, its entire body starting to spin rapidly along the ground. Beimonston spun at high speed and rushed to the solar fire deer's lower stance. Mud splattered, grass and trees flying, carving a deep trench into the ground.
What?
Bayushi's pupils suddenly constricted. She had anticipated flying into the air and long-range attacks. But who could have predicted that this thing would turn into a high-speed spinning top that stays close to the ground?
What kind of bizarre attack is this? Quick, dodge!
Bayushi screamed in panic. The solar fire deer, stunned by this unheard-of method, was also dazed by its antlers. Typically, the opponents it faced were either humanoid or beast-shaped.
Where is there one that is tile-shaped?
The fire deer tried to raise its legs to leap, but everything was too late.
Bang! A loud roar filled the air.
The high-speed Beimonston directly slammed into the limbs of the solar fire deer. The solar fire deer let out a mournful cry, its body instantly losing balance and crashing down heavily to the ground, splashing up 10 meters high of mud.
Only then did Beimonston shake its head and quickly stand up. Swaying unsteadily, feeling slightly dizzy. Jijij.
The observing candidates all gaped in shock.
My jaw dropped to the ground. What just happened? The proctor from the capital, an LV-80 Sunfire Deer, was just knocked over like that? What kind of attack was that?
Chen Yuan felt quite satisfied upon seeing this scene. No wonder it was the special skill he practiced hard for 2 weeks. As a player of Ultra Fighting Evolution 3, my Beamonstone has one more skill than an ordinary person. Chen Yuan lifted his head to look across, and at that moment, the Sunfire Deer was still lying on the ground.
Chen Yuan knew that the spinning top attack just now was of little use besides humiliation. In simple terms, it was just a trip. So, take this chance to continue attacking. Chen Yuan raised the battle device, continuing to give commands. Beamonstone, go check if the opponent still has a heartbeat.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Sunfire Deer just stood up, preparing to counterattack.
But as soon as it lifted its head, its pupils suddenly contracted.
The Sunfire Deer stared wide-eyed as Beamonstone, standing 46 meters tall and weighing 61,000 tons,
leapt high into the air, like a great mountain crashing down towards it. Boom! Chapter 120, How to Start with Beamonstone. Boom! A huge sound echoed throughout the swamp examination ground.
The terrifying weight of 61,000 tons, without any fancy skills, simply slammed down directly. At this moment, Beamonstone spread its limbs, its whole body perfectly lying on top of the Sunfire Deer.
Puff!
Beamonstone could see nothing with its head turned sideways, only hearing a scream from beneath it. The distant students had never seen such a fighting style, their eyes nearly popping out.
Is it trying to crush him to death? It's a high-altitude falling object.
This contract beast looks flat, but the sound when it hits is pretty loud. I've never seen someone attempt to crush their opponent with sheer weight in a fight. Bayushi stood nearby, her expression turning not very good. Bayushi stared at the two massive creatures piled together, her mouth twitching involuntarily.
What a despicable move, there's no technical skill involved.
Having fought through many battles in the capital, she had seen countless different fighting styles. But she had never seen a contract beast attack like a spinning top, sticking to the ground.
Moreover, what made Bayushi feel most frustrated was Beamonstone's flat body structure was indeed very suitable for doing this.
Perfect coverage area, perfect center of gravity distribution.
Bayushi admitted she was caught off guard. But such a little trick could only be used once.
Although the Sunfire Deer was also caught off guard, it looked quite embarrassing. But Bayushi knew very well that with LV-80's defense, it was a tough wall. Such a purely physical impact had limited damage.
In a direct fight, Bayushi didn't believe she would lose.
Your cleverness truly surprised me, but this is the end of it.
Sunfire Deer, get up and counterattack.
Bayushi's eyes sharpened as she quickly issued orders.
In the next second, a circle of flames surrounded the Sunfire Deer, energy rapidly gathering. Whoosh!
High temperatures erupted around the Sunfire Deer's body, instantly drying up the surrounding mud.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The intense heat even reached Beamonstone, which was tightly pressed against it. The moment Beamonstone felt the burn, it quickly flipped over, standing up and flying back to Chen Yuan's side. Chen Yuan watched this scene and began to take it seriously. The sneak attack phase had ended, now, it was time for the real hard battle.
Chen Yuan looked up and saw that the Sunfire Deer had already gotten up, digging at the ground with its hooves, its limbs slightly bent.
Clearly, it prepared to launch a close-range attack. Although Chen Yuan knew that Beamonstone's close combat ability was also excellent, as a versatile monster. But this time, he was facing an LV-80 enemy, the suppression in level was too much. If they clashed head-on, the outcome might not be very ideal. In that case, let's use the Beamonstone beam for a remote attack.
Chen Yuan thought of this and raised the battle device again.
Beamonstone, use the ultimate move, Beamonstone beam. As soon as the words fell,
Beamonstone immediately started running towards the blazing Sunfire Deer, its sharp horn shining brightly again.
Ha, don't you dare succeed. Bayushi scoffed coldly. This obvious movement, does she really think she can't recognize it as a remote attack? Blazing Sunfire Deer, release fire particles. With Bayushi's command, the blazing Sunfire Deer let out a long howl, and its flames instantly surged. Countless fire particles erupted from its body, quickly forming a ring of flames around it. This is a skill specifically for breaking down energy attacks. As long as it blocks this blow, the situation will completely turn around.
Bayushi fixed her gaze on Beamonstone, who was running and preparing for an attack, with a cold huff in her heart.
This time, let's see you. However,
before she finished her sentence, she was choked back by the scene unfolding before her eyes. Bayushi saw that the Beamonstone, which was originally running and gathering power. At a distance of several meters from the blazing Sunfire Deer, its sharp horn suddenly went out. Then, it suddenly pushed off the ground.
Beamonstone's massive body leaped directly into the air.
In midair, Beamonstone did not shoot a beam, instead, it stretched out its claws and aimed for the head of the blazing Sunfire Deer below. But at this moment, the blazing sun fire deer was maintaining its fire particles, making it hard to dodge in a short time. It could only instinctively tighten its neck.
Bang! A huge sound erupted. Baymonsten's downward claw accurately smashed onto the head of the blazing sun fire deer.
This blow was so powerful that it forced the blazing sun fire deer's feet deep into the marsh. Having landed a hit, Baymonsten did not pause at all.
Baymonsten quickly turned around and flapped its wings, flying back in front of Chen Yuan.
After landing, Baymonsten immediately stretched its arms towards Bayushi and let out a series of cries.
Ya jijijayang.
You! Bayushi heard this roar and almost lost her composure.
What does this cry mean? Is it laughing at me? And why is this student talking nonsense? Their attack command is even reversed. Bayushi finally couldn't hold back anymore and pointed at Chen Yuan, questioning him. What exactly are you doing? Where's the beam attack that was promised?
Hearing this, Chen Yuan casually shrugged it off.
Personal hobby. I don't want my enemy to pick up my Baymonsten and use it directly. The onlooking students in the distance were now in a complete uproar. That teacher from the capital hasn't made a single attack since the fight started?
Not only has he not made an attack, it's as if he's being rubbed into the ground.
Is this supervising teacher even capable?
I'm already feeling anxious about our college entrance examination. Bayushi ignored the discussions around her. Although on the surface, it seemed that her blazing sun fire deer was being overwhelmed by various moves.
Being trampled and hit on the head. But in reality, the humiliation from these attacks far outweighed the harm. With the blazing sun fire deer's LV-80 defense, these attacks were merely superficial wounds, not even that.
That Chen Yuan, from beginning to end, was just carrying out insulting attacks.
Was he trying to buy time to improve his score?
Bayushi figured this out and became solemn instead. She looked at Chen Yuan and spoke each word clearly.
Very good, your strength is not bad. But now, the real LV-80 battle begins. As soon as the words fell, Bayushi held nothing back and directly issued the strongest attack command. Blazing sun fire deer, explode with the sunbeam. Roar!
As Bayushi's voice fell, the blazing sun fire deer let out an angry roar. At this moment, the blazing sun fire deer's eyes turned crimson red. The antlers on the blazing sun fire deer's head shone bright red at that moment. The temperature of the entire venue. At this moment, it rapidly surged. In the distance, the watching students felt a wave of heat hit them, making it hard for them to breathe, forcing them to retreat repeatedly.
What move is this? Everyone, run! This is the strongest skill of the fiery sun deer. No way, the supervising teacher is actually going all out. Everyone's hearts lifted to their throats, frantically moving away from the battlefield. Such a level of attack is not something these senior high school students can withstand. However, facing this strike, Chen Yuan felt excitement instead. Finally, it was here. Chen Yuan's initial spinning top attack was merely showing how to play Baymonsten at the start. And now, it was the real opportunity to showcase Baymonsten's strength. Baymonsten, known for absorbing light, was a monster of great repute. Even the core equipment of the Tyrant Monster Tyrant was the Baymonsten's mouth in its abdomen. This shows its worth. Baymonsten, absorb. At the same time, between the double horns of the fiery sun deer, a violently flickering red light group had already formed. In the next second, boom! The explosive sunlight beam shot out suddenly. This strike carried the momentum to burn everything, heading straight for Baymonsten. Everyone's hearts hung in anticipation. They knew this was the most critical moment of the assessment, the moment that would decide the outcome. However, facing the increasingly near explosive sunlight beam, Baymonsten not only didn't dodge, but made a move that left everyone in the crowd puzzled. Baymonsten actually spread its arms, exposing its abdomen to the attack path of the fiery sun deer. What is this doing? Bayushi was stunned upon seeing this scene. Not dodging? Just standing there? Had he given up? No, this student was very bizarre, he would not simply surrender. Bayushi's warning bells rang in her mind, but now that the beam had been released, it was impossible to take it back. She could only focus on the battlefield, wanting to see what trick Chen Yuan was playing. Soon after, Bayushi witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. In the blink of an eye, that explosive sunlight beam did indeed hit Baymonsten solidly. It hit. A flash of joy briefly crossed Bayushi's heart. But the expected explosion did not occur, nor was there the slightest wave of impact. The red light beam, upon touching Baymonsten, was crazily pulled in by a force. It was as if Baymonsten's abdomen turned into a black hole, completely absorbing the beam without leaving a trace. This is absorbed? Bayushi's face instantly froze. She saw the strongest strike from LV-80 Fiery Sun Deer was directly absorbed by the opponent. How could there be such an absurd ability? The crowd in the distance erupted in chaos. What is that ability, to actually absorb the skills of LV80 directly? If it can absorb infinitely, wouldn't it be invincible? Students discussed among themselves. This absorption ability completely overturned their understanding. Seconds later, the explosive sunlight beam was finally completely devoured. Baemonston patted its belly and looked up at Bayushi again, this time even squinting its eyes. Ya jijijai-ang. You. Bayushi's feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. She had to admit that this seemingly foolish and cute Baemonston was far stronger than she imagined. Just based on that absorption move, Chen Yuan had completely qualified for a perfect score in practical combat. It could even be said that a score of 150 was still too low. But Bayushi glanced around. All the senior high school students in Nanjing who were taking the college entrance examination, along with the teachers leading them, all focused their attention here. If Bayushi announced the end of the assessment now and awarded Chen Yuan a perfect score. Isn't it true that this exam supervisor from the capital city was ruthlessly beaten by a high school student, left unable to fight back, and had to end things hastily? No way. Absolutely no way. Bayushi must give full marks only when she holds the advantage. Not like now, with everything ending so abruptly. Thinking of this, Bayushi's eyes regained their determination. I admit, your contract beast is indeed very special. But I want to see just how much you can absorb. Flame Sun Fire Deer used the explosive sunlight beam again. Then, Bayushi poured all her mental strength into the Flame Sun Fire Deer. The Flame Sun Fire Deer immediately raised its antlers, starting to channel its strongest attack. As the fire elements gathered on its antlers, all the trees within a 10-meter radius spontaneously ignited. This terrifyingly high temperature even caused visible heat waves to rise from the ground. Boom! With another loud bang, the explosive sunlight beam shot towards Baemonston. Wherever the beam passed, the ground was plowed open, with scorched soil on both sides. Seeing this, Baemonston still chose to open its arms to absorb it. Just like last time, as the explosive sunlight beam was about to hit, it was distorted and absorbed into its belly. Bayushi was not surprised at this. She believed that as long as the output was continuous, she would surely break through the opponent's absorption limit. Flame Sun Fire Deer increased the firepower. Boom! 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 Under the continuous bombardment of beams, Baemonston finally stopped looking so relaxed. Its feet began to slide backward involuntarily. It's effective. Bayushi's eyes lit up, filled with joy. Sure enough, there is a limit. Bayushi felt victory was in her sight and pushed her mental strength even harder. In the distance, the other students saw the changes in the situation and began to chatter again. Chen Yuan's monster can't hold on much longer. It's being suppressed and keeps retreating. As expected, the gap is just too big. If this continues, Chen Yuan will undoubtedly lose. It seems the teacher from the capital is indeed more skilled. The students who thought Chen Yuan had victory in hand now felt the scales of victory began to tip towards Bayushi. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan looked at Baemonston, which was retreating step by step, and his brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Baemonston's absorption ability was nearing its limit. There was no helping it. After all, Baemonston was only LV10, while the Flame Sun Fire Deer was a genuine LV80. To have held on until now, and even briefly taken the upper hand, was already an extraordinary performance. If it were any other monster, it would have lost by now. But Chen Yuan glanced at Bayushi, who looked confident of victory, and began to calculate. This teacher was clearly irritated by him just now and was now in a phase of wanting to regain her face. What if she gets annoyed and deducts a point from him? No. He couldn't rely on her feelings. If Chen Yuan wanted to get full marks for sure, there was only one way. That was to defeat the Fire Deer completely. Make her lose wholeheartedly, with no excuses left to deduct points. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's eyes became sharp. He silently raised his battle device. It was time to summon the second monster. Chen Yuan's gaze fell on Jaden in the first slot of the battle device. Whatever abilities Baemonston had, Jaden had too, and in an enhanced version. It seemed that Jaden was the best choice. Just as Chen Yuan was about to summon Jaden, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I remember. I just completed a side quest for making soup. And the reward for that quest was random monster selection card *1. Oh yeah, I still have a new card to open. How about drawing a prize first? It won't take much time anyway. Besides, this card is a choice of 3, giving 3 chances. Surely all 3 options won't be useless monsters, right? What if this time I really draw a stronger monster? So, Chen Yuan hesitated for less than half a second and decided to use the monster card first. System, use the random monster selection card. At the same time, Baemonston kept retreating, looking like it was about to reach its limit. In that critical moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! Random monster selection card has been used. Randomly selecting 3 monsters for you. Selection complete. Please choose one from the following 3 monsters as your reward. In the next second, 3 golden card shadows floated before Chen Yuan's eyes. Option 1, Cosmic Battle Beast Super Gob. Option 2, Cosmic Sea Beast Raichubas. Option 3, Strange Beast IQ. Chapter 122, Eye of Mockery IQ. Chen Yuan looked at the 3 monster cards that appeared before him. It was surprisingly these 3 guys, Super Gob, Raichubas, and IQ. These 3 monsters just happened to be able to form a combination with the unkempt Golzon and Melba in the warehouse, the 5 Emperor Kings. This means that as long as he collects these 3, he can directly fuse them into this ultimate stitched monster. However, this time the reward is a choice of 3. He can only take one, which challenges his decision-making. Chen Yuan's gaze first fell on the first card. Option 1, Cosmic Battle Beast Super Gob. Description: a source destruction summons its body, overlapping wormholes directly sending it to Earth. Gob evolves and enhances its power by absorbing wormhole energy, becoming Super Gob. Chen Yuan had a bit of an impression of it. This guy appeared when Gaia Ultraman was approaching the climax. Logically, monsters that appear later tend not to be weak. But the problem is, Super Gob's presence is just too low, without any particularly shiny abilities. Its only advantage might be that if he chooses it, Chen Yuan can immediately gather Golzon, Melba, and Super Gob to fuse into the 3 Emperor Kings. But the 3 Emperor Kings seem to lack any particularly bright skills. Forget it, Super Gob is too ordinary, let's put it aside for now. Chen Yuan then shifted his gaze to the second card. Option 2, Cosmic Sea Beast Raichubas. Description: 2 eyes can switch between red and blue colors, launching fireballs and freezing gas attacks, lurking beneath the Antarctic Sea to release high heat causing glacier melting crises. Chen Yuan had a deep impression of Raichubas. After all, it was from one of the most spectacular episodes of Dana. The strongest point of Raichubas is that it can freely switch between ice and fire attributes. Its power is enough to suppress Dina Ultraman, making it a strong force. And in this world, a monster that can switch between 2 attributes. It also means being able to deal with more different types of enemies, making it highly versatile. Chen Yuan silently nodded in his heart. Finally, Chen Yuan's gaze fell on the third monster. Option 3, Strange Beast IQ. Description: a gigantic eye serves as the core, absorbing rocks and missiles to form its body. Covered all over in eyes, its appearance is indeed a bit scary. However, in terms of pure power, IQ actually performs quite average, just a minor character monster. But Chen Yuan knew IQ has a hidden use, which is to form the Beiming Q combination with Beimingston. Beimingston absorbs enemies' light skills then fires them out through IQ unchanged. Those 2 once used this move to absorb Zero's clustered beam, and then fired it back unchanged. This move, although did not cause trouble for Zero at that time. But at least it burned Zero up. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan hesitated no more. The absorption and release of the Beiming Q combination is simply tailor-made for the current battle situation. What 3 Emperor Kings, what ice and fire dual attributes? Before the combination of Beimingston and IQ, they all must step back a bit. System, I choose IQ. Chen Yuan silently thought. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a monster card, Strange Beast IQ. As the system's prompt faded, a brand new monster card appeared in Chen Yuan's warehouse. Chen Yuan immediately opened the data panel for IQ. Monster panel. Name, IQ. Level, LV10. Experience, 0/6000. Type, Strange Beast. Weight, 55,000 tons. Height, 55 meters. Life, 109000/109000. Attack, 7,500. Defense, 6,500. Speed, 8,100. Skills, Destruction Beam, Light Absorption, IQ Small Eye, Mocking Eye. Chen Yuan looked at the high defense value of 6,500 and couldn't help but complain. This monster is made of rock and missiles, how can its defense be so low? It must be dragged down by that big-eyed Cardislan, a third of its whole body is just weak points. But it doesn't matter. Defense is handled by Beimingston, IQ only needs to focus on attacking. In just these few seconds after Chen Yuan made his choice, the situation on the battlefield had become critical. Boom! The last blazing sunlight beam from the blazing sun deer hit Beimingston. Beimingston was pushed back repeatedly, its surface flickering with electric lights, clearly reaching its absorption limit. Beimingston's aura had gone from excited to weak and feeble. The students in the distance, seeing this scene, all sighed. Sigh, still not enough, the level gap is just too big. Beimingston has lost its combat ability, it seems the battle is over.
Yeah, the teachers from the capital are really strong. Once they get serious, Chen Yuan can't hold on.
Bayushi looked at Beimonstan swing and finally let out a long sigh of relief. She admitted that she was somewhat taken in by the student named Chen Yuan.
But now, after all, her skills still surpassed his. Bayushi raised her head and looked at Chen Yuan, not far away, her tone regaining calmness.
Classmate Chen Yuan, your performance is outstanding, but the assessment ends here.
The surrounding students nodded in agreement. Everyone could see that Beimonstan had completely lost its fighting ability, continuing the battle had no meaning. However, when Chen Yuan heard this, he just smiled faintly.
Facing Bayushi's gaze, Chen Yuan spoke. Don't worry, I still have a second one.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan raised his combat device, aiming at the empty ground ahead.
Go! IQ. Combat device starting. Strange beast IQ.
Bayushi's smile froze instantly upon hearing this.
In such a situation, he still wouldn't admit defeat?
And the name IQ had nothing to do with that creature from the morning's aptitude test.
This student must have at least 3 extremely powerful contracted beasts. But Bayushi soon reacted and couldn't help but sneer internally. Only now does he want to use a second one? It's too late.
If Chen Yuan had chosen to fight 2 against 1 from the beginning, utilizing Beimmonstan's absorption ability to stall, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But now, Beimonstan had completely lost its combat ability, it was no different from a decoration. Bayushi felt disdainful in her heart but still remained vigilant. In the next second, a beam of light shot out from the combat device, landing in the marshy ground. As the light faded, a bizarrely shaped monster appeared before everyone. Its whole body seemed to be composed of a head and 4 limbs.
On its head, an extremely large eyeball was covered with blood vessels.
As soon as IQ emerged, it squinted its eyes, staring at the blazing sun deer mockingly.
Ha 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 ha.
The students watching were taken aback by IQ's appearance.
What is this thing? Its sound is so much like a baby.
This appearance is so strange, it makes me feel uncomfortable all over.
A big eyeball? Is this also a contracted beast? Bayushi frowned as well, is this really a contracted beast? Most contracted beasts resemble animals, but what is this weird thing?
However, judging from the energy it emitted, its level was similar to Beimmonstan's and posed no threat at all. Bayushi completely set her heart free and issued a command to the blazing sun deer.
Blazing sun deer, attack it directly.
The blazing sun deer received the command and turned to lock its target on IQ. Its double horns on the head glowed with red light once again.
Clearly, it was prepared to resolve IQ with one strike in the same manner.
The students in the distance saw this scene and even began to mourn for Chen Yuan.
It's over, even the absorbable Beimonstan can't withstand this, that big eyeball looks too weak.
Yeah, that eye is so big, it's clearly a weakness. In their eyes, this battle had lost all suspense.
Bayushi thought the same. The level 80 attack of the blazing sun deer was not easy to withstand.
In the next second, the blazing sun deer released a powerful explosive sunbeam once again.
Boom! Terrifying heat swept across the entire field. However, at that moment,
Chen Yuan's voice echoed again, saying something that puzzled everyone.
IQ, use explosive sunbeam. What, explosive sunbeam?
Bayushi was stunned hearing this command.
Did Chen Yuan get confused in a rush? How could he shout the name of his own blazing sun deer skill?
Bayushi shook her head, thinking Chen Yuan just called the wrong name in a moment of panic, not taking it seriously at all.
But the next second, a jolt of energy that made her scalp tingle suddenly erupted from IQ.
Bayushi looked up, and the smile on her face instantly vanished.
She saw that in IQ's giant eye, an extremely powerful fire attribute energy began to gather.
The nature of that energy was exactly the same as the explosive sunbeam condensed by her blazing sun deer.
This is impossible. Bayushi's mind went blank. This energy really is the explosive sunbeam. How could it possibly use my skill?
Before Bayushi could react, a similar crimson beam suddenly shot out from IQ's eye. Then, 2 identical explosive sunbeams violently collided in midair.
Boom!
A massive explosion erupted in the field, with shockwaves spreading in all directions. And the explosive sunbeam shot out by IQ, after detonating the enemy's attack, continued to head towards the blazing sun deer uncontested. The blazing sun deer was completely unprepared for the fact that the opponent could unleash a skill just like its own.
Moreover, the power seemed even stronger.
This power was evidently the strongest strike it had unleashed before to burst Beimonstan, fully charged. The blazing sun deer wanted to dodge. But at such a close distance, it couldn't react in time at all.
Boom!
The explosive sunbeam firmly exploded on the body of the blazing sun deer.
The terrifying explosion occurred once again.
This time, the blazing sun deer was directly blown away, crashing down heavily and splattering mud everywhere.
In the entire arena, discussions exploded completely. What's going on? Two identical attacks. Wait, look at Baymonston, it was just burst before, how come it's fine now? The students were completely crazed, their contracted beast skills were just fire breathing and electric shock. But Chen Yuan was doing well, first absorbing skills, and now copying skills. What on earth are the contracted beasts in his hands? And at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, the Baymonston that had just been sluggish was now standing tall again. It patted its abdomen and then let out a victorious cheer towards Bayushi. Ya jijijia. And beside it, IQ humanized squinted its eye into a slit. Yee hee 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 hee. Bayushi looked at these two mocking beings, nearly losing her composure. You guys? Bayushi's gaze swept back and forth between Baymonston and IQ. She instantly understood what was happening. Could it be that Baymonston absorbed my explosive sunbeam and then transferred it to IQ to unleash? Bayushi felt cold sweat breaking out on her back. This kind of cooperation she had never heard of, nor seen. Two completely different contracted beasts, how could there be such a connection? Bayushi quickly analyzed the situation in front of her. The combination of absorption plus replication was indeed almost unbeatable. However, the weakness of this combination was also obvious, it could only deal with long-range attacks. As long as she did not use long-range skills, this combination was basically halved in effectiveness. Bayushi believed her advantage had never changed from the beginning. That was level. Even though Chen Yuan's contracted beast mechanism was very bizarre and unsolvable, as long as it was dragged into close combat, she could win. Bayushi looked at the Sunfire Deer and gave a new command. Sunfire Deer, use Flame Charge. Roar. In the swamp, the Sunfire Deer let out a roar of anger. It shook its body and stood firm again in the muddy ground. That blast of sunlight had caused it considerable damage, leaving a charred mark on its chest. But it was far from losing its fighting power. With Bayushi's command, the Sunfire Deer's fur instantly stood on end. Waves of flame particles surged from its body, forming a layer of burning armor. Hoo! The high temperature swept the field again, roasting the swamp beneath its feet, causing sizzling sounds and rising white smoke. Bayushi looked at the ignited fighting spirit of the Sunfire Deer, the corner of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Chen Yuan, my Sunfire Deer also has remarkable achievements in close combat. Let's see how you respond this time. With that, Bayushi abruptly waved her hand. Charge! The Sunfire Deer rushed forward in flames, scorching a blackened path behind it. However, Chen Yuan was not the least bit flustered. This flame charge, Baymonston could not absorb with its abdomen. But, IQ also had absorption abilities. Although it could not absorb rays, it could absorb any material, including living beings. IQ, use Absorb Beam. Bayushi was stunned again upon hearing this command. More? You mean this eyeball can absorb too? Baymonston's attack was understandable, after all, it had that special abdominal organ. But why could this big eyeball absorb, being all smooth and round? However, what happened next once again shattered Bayushi's understanding. She saw IQ facing the charging deer, standing still without dodging. A purple ray suddenly shot out from its single eye. The area of the ray was enormous, instantly enveloping the Sunfire Deer, which stood 30 meters tall. A bizarre scene unfolded. The layer of flame particles on the Sunfire Deer, upon being hit by the purple ray, actually peeled away from its body. Countless sparks were pulled toward IQ's single eye endlessly. The charging Sunfire Deer felt its strength rapidly fading away. In just a few seconds, its flaming armor was stripped away completely, leaving only its hide, disheveled in the wind. On the other side, having absorbed all the flame particles, IQ squinted its big eye and quietly stared at Bayushi. Bayushi watched this scene, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. What is going on? Why can this eyeball also absorb? It absorbed not a skill beam, but the flame particles clinging to its body. How could she fight like this? Long-range beams would be absorbed and returned. Close combat enchantments would be drained away, leaving her completely exposed. What the hell is going on? Bayushi's mindset was truly crumbling. The opponent's tactics surfaced one after another, each more outrageous than the last, completely beyond her understanding of beast taming. Where on earth did they find these bizarre contracted beasts? Bayushi screamed wildly in her heart. But Chen Yuan did not give her much time to collapse. All right. Chen Yuan's voice rang out, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Baymonston, use Baymonston Beam. IQ, use Destruction Light Bomb. Chapter 124 Chen Yuan, 10,000 Years Beast. With Chen Yuan's command, the battlefield situation instantly reversed. Baymonston and IQ simultaneously launched their final assault. A golden beam suddenly shot out from Baymonston's pointed horn, aiming directly at the fire deer of the blazing sun.
On the other side, accompanied by a chilling, eerie laugh. From IQ's giant single eye, purple light bombs poured out, covering all possible escape routes of the fire deer of the blazing sun. For a moment, the entire swamp was covered by these two beams of light. Bayushi felt a wave of powerlessness. She couldn't understand, as a level 80 beast master, how could she be forced into this situation by a student? Bayushi looked at the two attacks. The fire deer of the blazing sun had just taken a full hit from the explosive sunbeam and could not make any effective evasive moves. It lost. In the center of the battlefield, the fire deer of the blazing sun felt the attacks quickly approaching, but its injuries rendered it helpless. It could only watch as the two attacks drew closer and closer. Boom! The Baemonston beam hit first, followed by countless destruction light bombs consecutively striking, creating a series of explosions on the fire deer of the blazing sun. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread wildly from the explosion point in all directions. Mud and water vapor were swept up, and the entire swamp trembled violently. The surrounding students were shaken back repeatedly by this momentum. After a long while, the aftermath of the explosions gradually calmed down, and the mud that had been sent skyward fell back down like rain. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the center of the battlefield. The fire deer of the blazing sun, hit by this wave of light, was now lying on the ground. Bayushi looked at the fallen fire deer of the blazing sun, replaying the battle scene in her mind. The two creatures summoned by Chen Yuan clearly had lower levels and stats than her fire deer of the blazing sun. But with their bizarre abilities, they had erased the level difference and even accomplished a counterattack. Where did these contract beasts come from? Why do they have such outrageous skill combinations? Just as Bayushi was lost in thought, Chen Yuan's voice rang out. Teacher Bai, did that give you enough excitement? If that's still not enough for full marks, I have an even stronger one. Chen Yuan saw the fire deer of the blazing sun trembling and trying to stand again. As expected of a level 80 contract beast, it was indeed tough. Baemonston and IQ were both only level 10, with low stats. If the opponent still wanted to fight, Chen Yuan would have to release his trump card, Jiaduan. Teacher Bai, I can summon a third one, it has the abilities of both Baemonston and IQ. As Chen Yuan spoke, he slowly raised the battle device in his hand, seemingly preparing to summon a third monster. Bayushi looked at Chen Yuan, a chill rushed to her head. She had no doubt about the truth of Chen Yuan's words. No need. I lost. After saying that, Bayushi stretched out her hand and recalled the fire deer of the blazing sun. Then, she announced to all the surrounding candidates. In this special talent independent battlefield assessment, candidate Chen Yuan performed exceptionally, final score 150 points. Full marks. As the words fell, the crowd erupted again. Talent test 150 points. Practical assessment 150 points. Double full marks. This is a record that has never occurred in the history of the National College Entrance Examination. Double full marks. Chen Yuan is going against the heavens. With these scores, he's bound to be the top student in the country, right? Amidst the chorus of exclamation from everyone, Chen Yuan only recalled Baemonston and IQ. Since 3 exams had 2 full marks, only the last theoretical exam was left. Chen Yuan then opened the system panel. Main quest, 10 get on the honor roll or work in a factory. Quest description, please host to be admitted to a university in this National Beast Master College Entrance Examination. Quest reward, successfully admitted to any university. Reward points plus 1,000. If not admitted, finding a class will earn a consolation prize of plus 500 points, along with a mat, a hanger, and a red plastic bucket. Chen Yuan looked at the task rewards. As long as he passed the final cultural exam, 1,000 points would be in hand, and he could have a chance at 10 consecutive draws. At that time, maybe he would get a new monster. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's mood brightened. At the same time, White Yushi, who had just announced the results, adjusted her mindset and walked back to Chen Yuan. She looked at Chen Yuan and sincerely said, "Classmate Chen Yuan, congratulations. With your current score, even if you don't score a single point in the upcoming theoretical exam, it's enough to be specially admitted to Huaxia University. Huaxia University is the top-ranking Beast Master University in the country and is a dreamland for all examinees. Getting such a promise from the proctor is undoubtedly a great honor for any senior high student." The surrounding examinees heard this and their eyes turned red. Getting into Huaxia University with a 0 score on the theoretical exam, what kind of divine treatment is this? We've studied hard for 3 years, and they get in just by playing basketball? Don't be sour, if you have the ability, go defeat the LV80 proctor yourself. Exactly, with Chen Yuan's strength, let alone Huaxia University, I think he could directly become a university teacher. Hearing the discussions around him, Chen Yuan just smiled and didn't react much. Special admission to Huaxia University? It sounds good, but it's actually not very necessary for him. He has the National Beast Master Unified Theory Exam Paper of the Year, standard answer version.
Chen Yuan's goal is to achieve a perfect score of 750 in the college entrance examination. Thank you, Chen Yuan replied politely. Upon hearing this, White Yushi smiled and nodded.
In her view, it was quite normal for someone like Chen Yuan to have a deficiency in cultural subject scores.
After all, human energy is limited. By the way,
White Yushi took out her phone from her pocket and said to Chen Yuan.
Classmate Chen Yuan, can we exchange contact information? In the future, if you come to the capital city, you can find me if you have any issues, and at least you'll have someone to look out for you.
White Yushi felt that the strength Chen Yuan showed today was far from his full potential.
Especially that last line, there's something stronger, made her eager to know. She really wanted to see what kind of monster combined Beimonstant and IQ abilities was like. Of course, Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse.
The two exchanged contact information. Chen Yuan looked at the new contact on his phone, but was calculating something else in his mind.
Chen Yuan sighed. It's already noon, I got into a fight, and I haven't eaten yet, the mushroom soup is already cold. He was initially hoping to drink a bowl of exotic beast soup, but this sudden practical assessment ruined it. Chen Yuan shook his head and decided to solve the lunch problem first.
He turned around and walked out towards the dungeon.
At the same time, far away, in a research building in the capital city,
several professors were gathered around a computer screen, focused on something.
The screen was playing the talent test of Zhao Feng on Chen Yuan, and the practical combat recording of White Yushi fighting Chen Yuan.
After a long time, an old professor was the first to break the silence.
To take down a LV-80 experienced beast master, can we confirm that this is a high school student who hasn't even graduated? Another professor beside him replied. Not just that. Did you see his theoretical test data this morning? A LV-19 contract beast, its data actually soared to over LV-70, this is inherently unreasonable.
I've never seen such exaggerated growth beyond levels. At this moment, a slightly younger voice spoke up.
What if there's a possibility? This Chen Yuan, he may not actually be human,
but rather some beast that has transformed after 100,000 years of cultivation. This mind-blowing guess left the old professors present momentarily stunned.
Stop reading so many online novels. We have already checked Chen Yuan's background.
It is completely clean.
Both parents are active military personnel, a true second-generation military.
The last researcher finally stood up, his tone firm and resolute.
No. This person, we must recruit him to Huaxia University. I am now issuing a special admission invitation to him on behalf of the school. Chapter 125, the invigilator was stunned. What could he possibly be looking at after lifting his head 100 times during the exam? Meanwhile, on the other side, it was already dark in Nanjing City.
Chen Yuan had also returned home.
Chen Yuan opened his computer and began searching for information about the capital city.
He had to admit that, as the center of the country, the capital city was incomparable to a small place like Nanjing City in terms of resources, information, and opportunities. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the dungeon information displayed on the webpage.
Dungeons of level 70 and level 80 were everywhere. There were even a few marked as extremely dangerous with levels above 90.
This meant that if he went to the capital city, his beast level would rapidly increase.
Having stayed in Nanjing City for so long, grinding dungeons and going outside the city, the highest level monster he had faced, the Eleking, had only just reached level 19. To quickly increase his strength, going to the capital city was undoubtedly the best choice.
More importantly, the capital city was full of strong individuals, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers. According to the system's tendencies, it would surely be easier to trigger various strange side quests in such places.
With more tasks, there would naturally be more points.
With more points, he could draw more beast cards.
Thinking of those powerful ultra monsters, Chen Yuan's heart raced with excitement.
However, just as Chen Yuan envisioned his wonderful college life ahead,
a window suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the computer screen. Dear student Chen Yuan, congratulations. You have been awarded the Special Talent Admission Qualification for Huaxia University. Please click the link below to log into the official website and fill out the relevant information. We look forward to your joining. Chen Yuan frowned. Without a second thought, he moved the mouse and clicked the red little cross at the top right of the pop-up. Don't distract me from getting a perfect score of 750, you lousy pop-up ad.
Chen Yuan decisively closed the pop-up.
Since the system had given perfect answers, why would he need to use them? 7 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Soon, it was the first day of the theoretical exam for the college entrance examination. Chen Yuan's Beast Master Culture exam was arranged at Nanjing No. 1 Middle School.
Chen Yuan walked leisurely into the exam room, finding his seat in the front row.
As soon as Chen Yuan sat down, all eyes in the classroom turned to him. After all, just the day before the college entrance exam, he was still playing basketball on the playground, and had scored perfect scores in both the talent test and practical assessment.
He even had overturned an invigilator from the capital city who was level 80 on the spot.
Chen Yuan, who was already famous, had his achievements spread throughout Nanjing City in just a few days.
I can't believe I'm in the same exam room as Chen Yuan. Dude, you're getting excited for nothing.
As if you could copy his answers. Chen Yuan looked at the clock hanging on the wall. There were 3 minutes until the exam started. Only this last step was left. As long as he finished these theoretical exams, he could complete the main quest, and 1,000 points would be in hand. Then, he could do 10 consecutive draws. He wondered what good things would come out this time. Would it be a new powerful monster, or an item like the Belial metal? As Chen Yuan was lost in thought, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding!
Detecting that the host is about to participate in the National Unified Theoretical Exam for Beast Masters. This year's National Unified Theoretical Exam paper for Beast Masters, standard answer version, has been successfully unlocked.
Here it comes.
Chen Yuan's heart filled with joy, and he immediately plunged his consciousness into the system warehouse.
Sure enough, the folder icon that had been gray and locked before was now clear and ready to use. This is stable now. 3 minutes later, the bell for the exam rang precisely.
The two invigilators carefully scanned the entire room. As the exam papers were handed out one by one, the whole classroom instantly fell silent. Chen Yuan took the exam paper and glanced at it briefly. Then he focused his attention on the system warehouse.
System, open the standard answers. Ding! Opened.
In an instant, a neatly formatted electronic document appeared before Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan looked up, his gaze directed at the system interface that only he could see.
Remember the answers.
Then he lowered his head and wrote furiously.
At the same time, sitting at the front desk was an experienced middle-aged female teacher. She checked the time while patrolling the exam room. Less than 3 minutes into the exam, most students were still thinking. However, at that moment, a very disharmonious sight caught her eye. In the middle of the classroom, a boy had actually begun to write furiously. Moreover, his movements were very strange. He would write for a few seconds, then immediately look up, staring straight ahead. Then, he quickly lowered his head, the pen tip gliding over the exam paper, moving astonishingly fast, hardly pausing. Look up, lower head, look up, lower head. This process repeated itself at a high frequency, looking almost like he was copying answers. The teacher's eyebrows instantly furrowed. What is this kid doing? It's only been 3 minutes, hasn't he even finished looking at the multiple choice questions? How can he start writing the essay questions already? And this up and down motion is way too suspicious, right? Cheating? That was the first thought that flashed through the female teacher's mind. She clasped her hands behind her back and walked toward Chen Yuan's seat. She wanted to see what this kid was up to. The female teacher sneered coldly inside. Looks pretty convincing. Writing so quickly, probably just scribbling nonsense. Oh, nowadays students, really one generation worse than the last. Not wanting to study doesn't mean you can slack off like this. However, when the female teacher stood next to Chen Yuan and looked at his exam paper, she was stunned. The answers he had written were all correct. Moreover, the answers provided were even more perfect than hers, who had taught for 20 years. How is this possible? Just as she was shocked, Chen Yuan completed the look up lower head action once again. The pen tip began to move across the exam paper again. Sweat beads started to form on the teacher's forehead. This strange behavior quickly caught the attention of another male invigilator. When the male teacher walked over to Chen Yuan, he displayed the same expression as the female teacher. The moving invigilator patrolling the hallway saw the unusual situation in this classroom and curiously walked in. Then, they also joined the spectating crowd. Soon, with reports stacking up, Chen Yuan was quickly surrounded by 6 invigilators. These 6 teachers looked bewildered. The teachers sensed that something was off, but couldn't find any evidence. What on earth is this person repeatedly looking up and down for? Finally, 30 minutes into the exam. Phew. Chen Yuan sighed in relief and set down his pen. Done. System, close the panel, Chen Yuan silently thought. Ding. Closed. Chen Yuan looked at his fully written exam paper with great satisfaction. Not bad. This should be the most serious exam he took since coming to this world. Not a single answer copied incorrectly, and his handwriting was neat, the score on presentation fully maxed out. Check? Non-existent. Need to check the standard answers? Chen Yuan stretched lazily and directly stood up from his seat. He picked up the exam paper and walked straight to the podium to hand it in.
Then, under the gaze of all the students and teachers in the room, he turned and left the classroom. 6 teachers gathered around the podium, carefully examining Chen Yuan's exam paper. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. With such speed, he must have copied the answers right off the desk. This situation is too unusual, it must be reported. Chapter 126, Technology Stacking Magic, Civilization Arbiter, Galatron. In the capital city, inside a research institute. A video played on a loop on the computer. In the video, Chen Yuan sat in the first row of the exam room, displaying extremely regular movements. He looked up and stared at the air for 1 second. Then he looked down and wrote furiously for 3 seconds. Again he looked up, then looked down. What is he doing? Whose good person answers questions like this? Every few words he has to look up at the air. Is there a teleprompter in the air? Look at the focus in his eyes, it's unfocused yet clear in aim. This is clearly copying. I have worked for 40 years and have never seen such a blatant and fearless act of cheating. At this moment, the professor had started to lose composure. Just half an hour ago, Nanjing City had sent over Chen Yuan's exam paper. It was not an exam paper at all, but a standard answer sheet. After a long silence, another professor slowly spoke. Since the surveillance can't find anything, let's use people to investigate. There are 2 more exams in the next couple of days. Send a reconnaissance beast master to Nanjing City. In the evening, Nanjing City. Chen Yuan had just returned home, ready to have dinner. At that moment, a message from Bayushi popped up. Chen Yuan raised his eyebrows and opened the message. Chen Yuan, what exactly did you do during the exam this morning? My colleagues in the capital city are in an uproar. A reconnaissance beast master will come tomorrow specifically to watch you. Chen Yuan read it and couldn't help but feel puzzled. To send such a person just to invigilate? But it doesn't really matter. If they want to catch me cheating, fine. Just find the evidence first. Without evidence, it means I relied on my abilities to take the exam. The next day, the second theoretical exam. The same exam room, the same seat, the same process. Papers were handed out, and then Chen Yuan called the system to open the standard answers. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Yuan's head once again started to nod rhythmically. At the moment he started writing, the beast master who had been sitting at the podium also released his mental energy to cover Chen Yuan. He was the LV-88 reconnaissance expert who had rushed overnight from the capital city. His purpose was clear, to uncover and tear apart the truth of Chen Yuan's cheating. His mental energy swept over Chen Yuan again and again. 10 minutes passed. Sweat beads began to appear on the forehead of the beast master. Just like the response from the several invigilating teachers from yesterday. He began to doubt life. Could it be that he really didn't cheat? Could it be that such a genius really exists in this world? Was his action of repeatedly looking up and down really just an efficient way of thinking? No. Absolutely impossible. Isn't this just insulting my intelligence? I refuse to believe this kid really didn't cheat. At the same time, as Chen Yuan was halfway through, he also raised his head to meet the beast master's gaze. So what if he was a reconnaissance beast master? If the answers given by the system could be discovered by you, could it still be called a system? In addition, my dad said it's unnecessary to hide my strength. Then my exam strength is also part of my strength, right? Sigh. Whatever happens, tell that useless general's father of mine. Chen Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued to write furiously. Thus, the Holy Beast College entrance exam, which lasted for 3 days, finally came to a perfect end. In the capital city, the research center. The analysis meeting regarding Chen Yuan's exam cheating had been ongoing for 3 days and nights. From the initial instrument detection to sending beast masters for personal checks, all had returned empty-handed. The national treasure level professors were now slumped in their chairs, their eyes hollow. Finally, the chief researcher sighed and waved his hand. Sigh, forget it. Perhaps his repeated looking up and down really is a unique way of thinking. Even if he scores 0 on cultural subjects, that is also a monster tamer genius. A group of professors, though skeptical, could only accept it since there was no evidence. The exam ended, and soon it was summer vacation. Chen Yuan also smoothly obtained the high-ranking monster tamer certification through Mayor Jiang Yuning. With his identity secured, it became much easier to access many high-level dungeons. Sure enough, not long after filling out his application, an admission notice arrived at his doorstep. Chen Yuan opened the envelope, and it was indeed an admission letter from Huaxia University. Chen Yuan had no significant reaction. After all, this was all expected. The moment Chen Yuan placed the admission notice on the table, the system prompt finally rang out. Ding! Main quest, 10 accomplished. You have been admitted to Huaxia University. Quest evaluation, successful admission. Congratulations to the host on being successfully admitted to Huaxia University. Quest reward, points plus 1,000.
Finally got it.
Chen Yuan looked at the points balance on the system panel. Now that the admission notice was in hand, the college entrance exam task was completely over. Chen Yuan's highest-ranked monster, the King of Elephants, was only at LV-19, the upgrade speed was just too slow.
So next, it was time to head to the capital. Only by raising the monster's level could he receive more generous rewards from the system, allowing him to draw stronger monsters and create a positive cycle.
With this in mind, Chen Yuan stopped hesitating and directly booked a flight to the capital for the next day.
The next morning, it quickly reached boarding time. As Chen Yuan stepped onto the plane, he found his seat.
Once the plane was stable, he opened the system interface right there. It was time to use the 1,000 points for a draw.
System, 10 draws. Points minus 1,000.
Conducting 10 draws for the host.
Chen Yuan understood that his monster lineup was strong in strange abilities, but its attack and defense values were not outstanding.
He needed a core combat power that could crush opponents head-on. At that moment, the system roulette spun rapidly. Finally, one card after another began to pop out from the roulette. The first card slowly flipped over in Chen Yuan's view.
Obtained, monster storage plus 5. Not bad. Although it wasn't a monster, this was also a necessity.
Chen Yuan had always wanted to control 100 monsters for the ultimate fighting machine. But without enough storage slots, that would be useless.
Then, Chen Yuan continued to look at the remaining rewards.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining experience card, 1,000 points, x1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining experience card, 1,000 points, x1.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the special privilege card, minimum level privilege LV15. The levels of IQ, Bamingston, and 10 other monsters have automatically increased to LV15.
Chen Yuan's spirit immediately lifted.
After drawing 9 times, he finally hit a big prize. Not only did all his old monsters' levels increase, but this also meant that any new monsters drawn later would also start at level 15. Now, only the last card remained.
Following the system's habit, the last card must be. System, reveal the last card. As Chen Yuan's words fell, the last card started to flip.
Finally, the card completely turned over, exploding with a dazzling golden light. What Chen Yuan saw was not some item or privilege, but a monster. It was a creature whose main body was white and had a giant machine like a timer on its chest.
Its design seemed to combine technology with magic. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the monster card Civilization Arbiter, Galatron.
Name, Galatron. Type, Civilization Arbiter.
Description, a battle machine that has reshaped the civilizations of several worlds. Its posture resembles that of a silver dragon.
It's actually it.
Chen Yuan had a very deep impression of this monster.
Galatron is quite a popular monster in the new generation.
A monster that excels in both looks and power. Not only does it carry an imposing presence when summoned.
In terms of skills, each move and action is accompanied by magical effects.
Chen Yuan never expected that he could actually draw this monster.
His previous monsters. In the introduction, there are either native monsters from Earth or cosmic beasts.
However, the background of Galatron's appearance is that of a civilizational judge used to reshape civilization.
System, open the data panel for Galatron. Chapter 127, Level 70 can only be small monsters, but Galatron strikes anyway. As soon as Chen Yuan's voice fell, a data panel unfolded before him. Monster panel. Name, Galatron. Level, LV15.
Experience, 0/10,000. Type, Civilizational Judge.
Weight, 61,000 tons. Height, 61 meters.
Life, 115000/115000. Attack, 12,000.
Defense, 11,000. Agility, 9,200. Skills, Galatron Axis, Galatron Sword, Galatron Spark, Galatron Floating Cannon, Galatron Voice, Chest Scan, Defense Magic Disc. Form, none.
Chen Yuan carefully looked over the entire panel from top to bottom. The basic values are extremely excellent, balanced in both attack and defense. Especially the list of skills. Melee, ranged, control, defense, all 4 directions of combat skills are possessed. Especially Galatron Spark, this skill does not explode immediately when attacking. Instead, it first creates a circle of magic array, and then detonates. When charged, it can even have a nuclear explosion-like effect, changing the terrain with one strike. Once he arrives in the capital, he has to find a high-level instance to test the power of this skill right away. Chen Yuan closed the system panel and took out his phone to send a message.
Chen Yuan, quick question, with my current strength, which instance in the capital levels up the fastest? By Yushi, Linchi Mountain Ridge from LV70 to LV80.
There are signs of a beast tide forming in that area, and we are preparing to gather people for cleaning.
By Yushi, I'm also heading there tomorrow. Chen Yuan, got it. Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Linchi Mountain Ridge, LV70 to LV80. In Nanjing City, a LV60 monster is considered a local ruler. Yet in the capital, monsters of this level can actually only be small ones. With Galatron's strength, grinding this level of instances will surely make the experience bar rise rapidly. Time flies.
A few hours later, he finally reached the capital. As soon as Chen Yuan landed, he didn't stop at all, directly taking a taxi to Linchi Mountain Ridge.
Chen Yuan couldn't wait, he had to see the combat ability of the new monster right away.
Besides, Chen Yuan was there to level up, not to fight a boss. So, there was no need to form a team at all. Therefore, Chen Yuan casually took a cab to the instance. About an hour later, Chen Yuan quickly arrived at a building by the river, isolated by the Beast Tamer Association. As soon as Chen Yuan walked in, he saw the teleportation portal standing in the center, emitting a faint blue light.
Chen Yuan directly presented his QR code. Ding!
Identity verification passed. Chen Yuan, high-level Beast Tamer, entry permitted.
Sure enough, getting a fake ID from Jiang Yunqing in advance was necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to get in the door today.
Without hesitation, Chen Yuan crossed inside, and the scenery before him instantly changed. A vast, primordial mountain forest appeared before him.
Is this Linchi Mountain Ridge? Chen Yuan looked around.
Nearby, there were already many beast tamers present. These people, each with a steady breath, sharp eyes, and a fierce aura from years of battle.
Moreover, the summon contract beasts were also quite large, probably above level 70. Alright, it's time for you to come out and stretch your legs.
Chen Yuan slowly raised the battle instrument, aiming at the sky.
Galatron. In the next second, a light orb shot out from the battle instrument, soaring into the sky. Boom! The light orb exploded high in the sky. But it did not dissipate, instead, it spread out a gigantic red magic array in the sky. The pattern of the magic array was incredibly complex, dyeing the sky red.
Near the entry camp, all the beast tamers who were resting stopped their actions at this moment, looking up in unison.
What the heck? Who is opening a big show at our spawn point? Where did this magic array come from?
I didn't see any contract beasts releasing skills. No, that's not a skill cooldown, it seems to be a summoning effect. They felt the magic circle descending from the sky, and their faces all changed. Under everyone's gaze, a white figure suddenly appeared in the center of the red magic circle. Then, it slowly descended. It was a 61-meter-tall white steel giant dragon.
Bang!
Galatron landed steadily on the ground, making a muffled sound. The earth trembled, kicking up a fierce wind that made the surrounding trees sway wildly.
At that moment, everyone in the camp looked up. What is this, a metal-type contract beast? It looks like a giant dragon. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but nod.
The combination of technology and magic indeed had its majesty.
Chen Yuan immediately leaped and easily jumped onto Galatron's arm. Let's go.
Chen Yuan said casually. Galatron also lifted its head, its tail emitting a dazzling golden light, then it took steps deeper into the mountains. Only leaving behind a group of beast masters, who were left in disarray in the wind.
Meanwhile, Galatron moved with great efficiency.
Its steps seemed slow, but each step covered dozens of meters. Those rugged mountain paths were like flat ground before it, causing no obstacles at all. According to the map, the valley ahead is an area with frequent activities of high-level exotic beasts. Chen Yuan looked at the electronic map he had downloaded in advance on his phone, guiding the direction.
Before long, they arrived at a mountain area.
In the air, a strong smell of blood lingered.
Hiss!
Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the mountain wall not far away.
Chen Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge, brown locust-like exotic beast.
It was lying on a large rock, continuously rubbing its forelimbs against the rock wall, making a series of sharp scraping sounds. This locust beast was estimated to be over 20 meters long.
Chen Yuan quickly found the corresponding information on his phone. Name, Gray Limestone Locust. Type, Beast Race. Level, LV70 LV75. The level is quite high. If we kill it, we might level up several times.
Chen Yuan looked down at the ground, then leaped and landed steadily.
Go, Galatron. Chen Yuan issued the attack command. At the same time, the Gray Limestone Locust also noticed Chen Yuan and Galatron. It flapped its wings and pounced fiercely towards Galatron.
Galatron did not move at all in the face of this sudden attack, only its metal long tail slowly raised into the air. Just as the Gray Limestone Locust was about to get close, an unexpected change occurred.
Whoosh! That white long tail suddenly lashed out from behind Galatron.
The end of the tail suddenly opened wide, precisely and flawlessly clamping the gray limestone locust that was mid-air, lifting it up.
Galatron's axis.
The gray limestone locust struggled in the air, but it was all in vain.
Galatron's tail locked it in mid-air, unable to move. Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Galatron's ability. This move, Galatron's axis, could directly control the wind spirit form of Oob.
If this locust had no other abilities,
then the next strike could directly end the battle.
Chen Yuan raised his combat device and issued the final command.
Use Galatron's sword. Galatron received the command and immediately raised its left arm.
With a soft mechanical sound, the claw weapon on its left arm instantly flipped 180 degrees, transforming into a giant white blade. Then, a dazzling light sword, dozens of meters long, extended from its giant blade. That light sword directly pierced through the body of the gray limestone locust that was being clamped.
Puff!
The light sword plunged in.